criminal justice system. But you're right, what protects you in a fraud and scams type of scenario could also be a real risk to civil liberties for vulnerable groups such as immigrants or asylum seekers or others who happen to fall out of favour with public opinion or the government of the day.
So I noticed when I asked you where you sit on this right at the beginning,
I avoided your question.
Am I to take from that you are undecided on this?
I feel the force of both arguments, and in a way I'm probably more naturally in the civil liberties, the discomfort with the state, and yet I have to reflect on the way that societies have evolved with digitisation and the public acceptance of a level of intrusion that I myself personally feel discomfort with. However, we're also living with a much higher level of criminality online than is tolerable. It's just not tolerable for global cybercrime losses to be larger than the combined GDP of UK and Germany. So we're obviously not getting things right. Now, whether proving your identity as part of normal transactions, which is normal in, say, banking, you actually want your bank to make sure it's really you before they give your money to people. But in other cases, like an air dryer or your washing machine, or just the reality of digital life, which is, as Sir John Major was saying, there's more known about us than ever before in history, and we don't really know the consequences of that. But reflecting on 20th century history, we know that it's generally a bad idea for pervasive surveillance to take place unchecked.
Thank you so much, Emily Taylor, CEO of Oxford Information Labs Limited and specialist in cybersecurity, internet law and governance and surveillance laws. And Emily, laying out there really the stark choice that lies in front of us. So on the one hand, you've got civil liberties and you've got this sort of broad idea that state surveillance, when unchecked, never leads anywhere good. And then on the other hand, you've got the fact that, and that was an extraordinary statistic that Emily gave there, that the level of cybercrime internationally is larger than the UK and Germany's GDP. And that being compelled to provide digital identification when doing transactions online could go to preventing some of that fraud. So you've got that to take into account, and you also have to take into account the amount of our information that we voluntarily give up every single day through our phones, through social media, through use of credit card or whatever else it might be. So where do you stand on this? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You're listening to Natasha Devon and the time is 7:15.
This is LBC. The Newsagents, live on stage with Emily Maitlis, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall.
We'll be taking what you love and enjoy about the podcast on the road thanks to HSBC UK. We'll bring you analysis and debate from the podcast and no doubt a lot of fun and laughter too. Birmingham Symphony Hall, February the 17th, Manchester Bridgewater Hall, February the 24th and Edinburgh Usher Hall, March the 11th. Tickets for the Newsagents live on stage with HSBC UK are on sale now on Global Player.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
With Lidl Plus, you get tongue-tingling fizz. So let's all raise a glass to the best in the biz. A Lini Prosecco now just $4.75 on Lidl Plus. Now that's a deal worth toasting. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. 18 plus, subject to availability, excludes Scotland. Offer ends 1st of January. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
Natasha Devon on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
It's 7:16, and the question I'm asking you, digital ID, yay or nay? Armando has called from Lewisham. What would you like to say?
Hello, thanks for having me on the show. I'm Italian, and my government is compulsory to have an ID card that is requested more often than you can think to prove my identity on a very large amount of situations. It also provides me an identification for the national health system, and for fiscal reasons as well. So what I can say is there are no ID cards in the UK, but if you want to open a bank account, you will not do it unless you have a proof of identity. Now, you must have paid £100+ to have a passport, or you must have paid lessons and then the test to have a driving license. So in order to have a bank account, you need to spend money to get a piece of paper that tells who you are. So I think the requirement in today's society to have something official that proves you are is already there in multiple cases.
Armando, can I ask, so you have digital ID and you said that you were asked to provide it on numerous occasions. Can you give me some examples of some scenarios where you've been asked to provide it?
For example, I had an accident and I was unconscious. People didn't know who I was. They opened my wallet and they found the ID card.
Right. Have you ever just been going about your business and have been randomly asked by a police officer or something?
In Italy, it's like that. So the police has the power to ask for identification, and you have to provide it. So it's a bit different from here. But to be perfectly honest, if you haven't done anything wrong, what's the problem in showing the piece of paper?
Well, for example, in the scenario that I outlined in my introduction, I don't know if you were listening, but if you were, say...
Cameras around the place will be recorded.
That's true.
At the moment, you know the guy that killed the CEO in New York?
Yes.
His movement for the previous X hours have been proven via this. So this is going to stay forever.
Well, we can't talk too much about that on air because it's an ongoing case, but my understanding is that he was only caught because he removed his facial covering because he was flirting with somebody in a fast food restaurant, and lots of people do choose to cover their faces when they're at a protest for that very reason, not because they're necessarily doing anything wrong, but because of the kind of febrile political environment. But Armando, thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I really appreciate it and giving that perspective from a country where digital ID is commonplace. Jeremy has called from Sudbury. What would you like to say?
Oh, hi, Natasha. I've been living in the UAE for a number of years, and we have ID cards there. And everything's integrated, so this is where they're trying to get to, and it's very convenient because all of the organisations, government companies trust it completely.
Right.
So you can do everything. You renew your driver's licence, go to hospital treatment, do banking transactions. It's all on just this one thing, a digital ID. But the problem with it is because it's convenient for us, but it's also, of course, convenient for the hackers and the fraudsters, because previously they would have had to present 2 or 3 different things and gone through a longer process to convince a company that they're you. But now, of course, they only need to break this one thing, and then they've got everything they need, and it's trusted completely.
Well, that's interesting, because our expert at the beginning was suggesting that digital ID would reduce online fraud, but you're saying that there's a danger that it increases.
Well, I just think that, it makes it easier for everybody, doesn't it, including them. And the other thing I don't understand as well is why they think ID cards will help the fraud or scams, because as the gentleman before said, we can already prove who we are with passports and driver's license and things. It doesn't happen that often that you need it, but I don't know that it does, and we're trusting, again, governments to run massive IT projects and infrastructure and security policies in place, and they're not very good at IT projects. And
I was going to say, the government's record on that speaks for itself, doesn't it? Jeremy, thank you so much for your call. John has called from Redhill. What would you like to say?
Yeah, hello, Natasha. Basically, the offloading responsibility for identity, talking about illegal immigration, etc., for employer, or landlord, or HMRC, if you transgress any of those, if you employ someone or you allow someone to rent your flat or house, and they are proved later to be illegal, it's very difficult to ascertain their identity, visa status, etc. But it's you that gets prosecuted, not the person involved. And so a simple ID would make, if you're a citizen, etc., that would allow people to quickly identify yourself.
So you mean if there is a criminal activity that is, for example, registered to your address, you can prove then, or if somebody that's previously lived at your house recently was in debt and bailiffs turn up, you can prove that you're not the person that the bailiffs are looking for. Is that the kind of thing?
It's not just that. Before you let the house, you have a responsibility to make sure that they have a legal immigration status.
Okay.
And of course, how on earth do I know how to check passports and visas, etc., or leave to stay? I mean, you simply don't know that. And the same goes for an employer as well. It's like the HMRC offloading responsibility to solicitors and individuals. They're the ones that will get prosecuted. If you have a simple national ID, it's a very quick check. It simply says, Mr. Smith, British citizen, etc.
John, I hadn't thought of that aspect, and I thank you for it. That is interesting. But then I'm thinking back to what Jeremy said previously, that at the moment, presumably the checks that a landlord or an employer would do would involve a couple of different forms of ID. Simplifying it down to one potentially makes it easier to impersonate somebody else. Or perhaps I'm misunderstanding the technology that would be at play. I think that the only thing that we can say with any certainty so far in this conversation that it needs to be done very precisely and carefully with a great deal of checks and balances. If you want to get involved in this conversation and tell me whether or not you are in favour of digital ID, 03456060973 is the number that you need. Callum has called from Barrow. What would you like to say?
I disagree with your speaker, the lady from Oxford Lab, was it?
Yes.
I disagree with the comparisons that she made, that we give away this information all the time.
Right.
Because recently I've purchased a smart TV, and I can't use that TV unless I give it my email address, my date of birth, my name, all this information I didn't want to give. I just want to turn the TV on and put my Netflix on, which as well takes my information.
But that's the precise point that she was making, wasn't it? That we are giving, whether or not we do it joyfully, we are still giving information to technology constantly, aren't we?
Well, my point is that the emphasis wasn't put on the fact that these corporations, we either bound by the terms of the contract they set out, and we have no negotiation in, or like we simply don't have the products needed to live day to day, so it isn't an option.
Okay, Callum, thank you so much for your call. I think I get where Callum is coming from with that it's just another thing where people will be forced to give information that they're not necessarily comfortable with, and then that plays into almost an Orwellian prospect of there being so much surveillance and so much theoretical knowledge about where you are and what you're doing at any given time that it starts to impinge on our civil liberties in a tangible way. Eddie has called from Rochester. What would you like to say?
Well, I'd just like to point out, I'm old enough to remember, we did have an ID. It was because of the Second World War. And when the war ended, we still had to keep the ID card. And if asked to show it by a policeman, and the police actually policed streets in those days, and they would ask people for their ID. Well, a particular person on a particular night was asked for his ID by a policeman, and it turned out he didn't have it. He he'd left it at home.
Right.
He was then arrested and treated rather badly by the police as a kind of a suspect. And it turned out he was an MP.
So he was able to draw attention to that.
That led to a big discussion in Parliament, and we got rid of them.
Interesting. Eddie, thank you so much for that. I wasn't aware of that particular chapter in our history, but it does show that some of the potential dangers that digital ID presumably would be on your phone, but if you didn't have your phone with you for whatever reason, then what happens then? Is there an assumption that you are engaged in some form of wrongdoing if you do not have your digital ID about your person? And another perspective that brings in the history of the Second World War, Kay has been in touch on 84850 and said may as well go ahead and wear a yellow star whilst I'm at it. And that really, in quite a gut-wrenching way, doesn't it, brings home the potential dangers of this, that if potentially enough of our information about our family history is stored in a central government database, and then a government takes over that wants to persecute a particular minority or people who are from a particular background, makes it very, very easy for them to identify you. Justin has called from St John's Wood. What would you like to say?
Well, good evening. I'd just like to say I really agree with what you just said, and although I hear what the other callers from other places were talking about, Italy, UAE, other places where they have IDs. We're not those places, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those places, but we have certain freedoms here which we should really cherish. And just on the Second World War, as you know, at the end of the war, I think there was a time when there were bonfires of ID documents because people were celebrating not needing them anymore after a certain time. And people can be recognised by facial recognition, number plates. We have birth certificates, passports, all kinds of documents. And in a utopian world, one day perhaps we won't need passports to travel through borders. We'll have more frictionless communication, and we'll all feel like we're part of one planet as opposed to a particular country. But we're not there yet. But in the meantime, I don't think ID is the way to go. It seems to me that there's an older generation that don't use mobile phones. I mean, I know that sounds nuts to a lot of us, but not everybody does use a mobile phone. Not everybody is techno-savvy. And it feels a bit oppressive. It's kind of just 1984, isn't it?
I hear you, Justin. It does just feel a little bit oppressive. You've articulated it really well there. And also, this correspondent who's texting on 84850 who simply put, stupid, un-British idea. I wonder if you agree. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call if you want to get involved in the conversation. But it's 7:30 now, so it's time for the news headlines with Simon Morgan.
5 people, including 2 migrants, have been killed in a series of shootings in northern France. They happened in and around Dunkirk, close to where asylum seekers often set off on small boats for the UK. The 22-year-old suspect has turned himself into police. The US Secretary of State has confirmed America has had direct contact with the Syrian rebels who ousted Bashar al-Assad. It's been a week since the regime was toppled. And police had to close a busy motorway in West Yorkshire after a stash of whiskey valued at £70,000 and believed to have been stolen was found in the back of a lorry near Bradford. They came across the hall while carrying out a drink-drive patrol earlier. LBC weather, cloud and outbreaks of rain will continue to slowly move southeastwards across the UK through this evening and overnight, a low of 4. Sunday will be a bright and dry day with scattered showers across the UK and highs of 10 degrees.
This is LBC.
Serious about the right vitamins for you and your family? Trust Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company with 50 years experience and the only one to receive the Queen's Award for Innovation twice from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. For #1 verification, see Vitabiotics.com.
With Little Plus, you get tongue-tingling fizz. So let's all raise a glass to the best in the biz. A Leany Prosecco now just $4.75 on Little Plus. Now that's a deal worth toasting. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. 18 plus, subject to availability. Excludes Scotland. Offer ends 1st of January. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/MPTV.
I make 5% cash back on everything I buy. I made 5% back on that.
On this! Drop down and give me 5.
5% back on this workout. And 5% back on this. card members get 5% cash back on all purchases for the first 5 months, up to £125, and no fee. That's right, no fee with Amex Cashback.
Representative 30.7% APR variable. Minimum annual spend to receive cashback. Terms apply. 18 plus, subject to approval.
The McDonald's gift drop is still going. Find a gift tag and enter a code in the app for daily offers and a chance to win. So you can get Christmas PJs, birthday socks for you now, or free flights to share with a mate. Ends 19th of December at 1 trip a day. Goes restricted to 1 use per person. 18 plus UK. Terms apply.
This is LBC with Natasha Bevan. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
7:33, we're discussing digital ID. Joshua's been in touch on 84850 and said, ludicrous debate, roll the darn things out, and whilst you're at it, link them to social media accounts. No linked ID, no posting on social media allowed. It's not ID cards that will turn us into a dystopia. We're already on that path. We protect our freedoms and democracy at the ballot box. It's a good point, actually, Josh, that at the moment, people can post with complete impunity on social media, and certain social media sites have become a toilet as a result. But if we had to have our identity linked to what we said, then perhaps our behaviour would improve. Before we return to our conversation about digital ID and whether or not you are in favour, 0345 6060 973 is the number if you want to get involved on that. Did want to turn our attention to this story, as you have probably seen because the right-wing media are beside themselves with glee about it. An indefinite ban on puberty blockers for trans young people was introduced this week. That led the Telegraph to triumphantly declare the war on gender ideology has been won today. But Stella Creasy has challenged the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, this week because, of course, there is evidence to show that puberty blockers can reduce mental health difficulties and suicidal behaviours in trans children. Have a listen to this.
The Health Secretary is right when he says that young trans men and young trans women in this country need us all to do better on their behalf, particularly in the debate and particularly in how we move forward. There must be more light and more heat. He also is right when he says that time is of the essence. I think that we can all share with him a concern that all medicines are regulated properly and that we all understand for every patient group the risks and benefits of any medication. But can he give us some more clarity and give those who will be listening to this in fear a sense of where this is going? Because he's talked about an indefinite ban until 2027, not a rolling ban, but an indefinite ban. He's talked about recruiting participants to a study that might begin the recruitment in 2025, but not when the review might begin, where we might get some of the data that he feels is missing and that Dr. Cass identified needed to be provided so that we can move this debate forward. If time is of the essence and puberty is the matter, we need to give these young people a route map forward.
Stella Creasy outlining some of the urgency which is needed as we establish just how safe puberty blockers are and in what circumstances they should be used. And joining us to give some clarity on this is Dr. Natasha Caninde, who's an expert on young trans people and co-chair of the Feminist Gender Equality Network. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. The first thing I want to ask you is, for people unaware, what are puberty blockers? What do they do, and what are some of the potential side effects?
They literally, pretty much all they do is suspend puberty. You take them, puberty doesn't happen, and if you stop taking them, puberty happens. There has been some talk about side effects. I think most of those have been discredited now. One of the largest studies about puberty blockers, which was not included in the Cass review, incidentally, basically found that there was no effect on cognitive abilities, which was one of the things that people were worried about. That was the largest study ever, Arnold in 2022. And there was some worry that it might affect bone mineral density. Actually, bone mineral density will still go up, and people taking puberty blockers wouldn't go up quite go so fast. And the French report, actually the French equivalent of the CAS review published very recently, which came out in favour of puberty blockers, said this isn't a problem. A healthy diet and plenty of exercise will sort it out.
Interesting. And I've been looking at what the government have been saying about this, and they talk about the prescribing environment. And what they appear to be saying is, look, we don't know until we investigate the impacts of puberty blockers. They obviously haven't seen or are choosing to ignore some of the evidence that you've cited there. What we're worried about is that they are being prescribed too readily. Is that something that you agree with?
I think the NHS, up until 2020, when they started to clamp down, the NHS was prescribing about 100 a year, which is a fraction of the demand. I was told not long ago that the private prescription service was actually prescribing 1,200 a year in comparison. Now, it's quite clear that actually the number of people who regret transitioning, who regret taking puberty blockers is very, very small indeed. So how anybody can suggest that there is an over-prescription going on. I think also if over-prescribing is the problem, then having a trial and restricting puberty blockers isn't going to solve that. It's not going to provide them with any data, is it? It's about looking at what happens, comparing what happens in other countries, for example. So I don't think the idea that there's over-prescription actually holds water.
And as well, I've seen that Hilary Cass, the author of the Cass report,
who are in their middle ages now, who have been prescribed puberty blockers. If there was any major problems, we would know about it by now. It would have become apparent. So I don't see how anyone could come up with that idea that it's not discriminatory. It's an effective, very effective medicine. It's a very effective treatment, and to simply take it away is ridiculous. And it also, from my own research, which I've been conducting, it's harmful. I've just published in a preprint a study that I've been carrying out, interviewing the parents of young trans people, and the reaction to not being able to access puberty blockers when they need it is terrible. It's really causing these young people big mental health problems. It's causing them to feel suicidal. It's causing them to be depressed, to be anxious, to be stressed. It's causing them not to want to go into school or to social situations, school refusal. And those sorts of things actually have long-term effects on people's mental health. They can last for decades.
Of course. Dr. Natasha Caninde, thank you so much for your time this evening, expert on young trans people and co-chair of the Feminist Gender Equality Network. Now, I'm very aware that we often talk about trans youth and don't actually ask young trans people how they are feeling about all of this. So I've been in touch with a campaign group called Trans Kids Deserve Better. I cannot emphasise this strongly enough that these are children. Most of them are under the age of 16. You might have seen online they've been staging several peaceful protests over the past year at the NHS England building, at the Department for Education, most recently outside Wes Streeting's constituency office. And they've sent me this that they wanted me to read to you on their behalf. This is how young trans people feel about the indefinite ban on puberty blockers. We trans kids deserve better are furious at the decision made by Wes Streeting to ban a vital component of our healthcare. Puberty blockers allow us to make our own choices in our own time about our own bodies, and the blanket ban on their use for trans kids, but notably not for cis kids, for whom they are obviously perfectly it will affect us for the rest of our lives. Hormone blockers delay the onset of puberty in order to give a young person the space to breathe and to consider their options going forward. If the young person turns out not to be trans, they continue with their development as normal. If they do turn out to be trans, then they are able to avoid the trauma of going through the wrong puberty and the lifelong effect of puberty misaligned with the gender they go on to live as, which reduces the need for medical interventions later on and transforms quality of life. The real experiment is not to give us hormone blockers. The real experiment is to withhold them. To violate the bodily autonomy of a whole generation of trans kids who will grow up knowing that their trauma and the permanent changes it resulted in were both entirely avoidable. The law is nothing more than a statement that our bodies are not our own but belong to Wes Streeting. He gets to make the decisions, not us, not our parents, not our doctors. The idea that the law is being passed for our well-being is a barefaced lie based on a report claiming that our self-expression is a danger. But we will still have hope because we have faced setbacks before. We will protect each other however we can. And we will grow up to become trans adults, whether or not we are approved of by the politicians of our time. Thank you so much for Trans Kids Deserves Better for sending through that statement. When we come back, we will return to our conversation about digital ID cards and whether or not you think they are a good idea. You're listening to Natasha Devon and the time is 7:45.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Diane Abbott, Labour MP, of course, for Hackney, North Stoke, Newington. The ICC issuing arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu. If he were to come to the UK, would you expect the UK government to act?
Netanyahu is a war criminal. If it wasn't for him, this war wouldn't have been prolonged as long as it had been.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player.
Conservatives telling us that the government should say, make clear that it's a disgrace.
The ICC has ruled, and I think if Netanyahu were to come to this country, I think he would be arrested. There's no question.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10 on LBC.
For a fast way to get around and across London, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere made easy. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from Zone 2 into Zone 1 on Tube, DLR and Overground and Elizabeth Line services.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? We have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so full of glee, which is a very rare sight for all to see. Oh my, and what is the reason? Of course, it's the festive season. Choose a Grinch book or toy for your little ones until the 31st of December. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 31st of December, subject to availability from 11 a.m. Book or toy choices between toy or book, not specific item or range.
What are you doing? Oh, looking for a used car online. Tried Spoticar. I don't want a car with spots.
What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide.
Yeah, and cars with spots.
No, there are no spots.
They're called Spoticar.
Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers?
Understandable mistake.
Spoticar. Manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
With Little Plus, you get tongue-tingling fizz. So let's all raise a glass to the best in the biz. A Leany Prosecco now just $4.75 on Little Plus. Now that's a deal worth toasting. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. 18 plus, subject to availability, excludes Scotland. Offer ends 1st of January. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Natasha Devon.
It's 7:47 and the question I'm asking you is digital ID. Is this a dangerous challenge to the freedoms that we should perhaps hold a little bit more dear and be taking a little bit more thought before we give them up? Or is this just a natural extension of all of the private information that we're giving out all the time anyway and will ultimately serve to make us safer? Keely has called from Bromley. What would you like to say?
Hiya. I've been an expat for 16 years living in Bahrain. And we have something called a CPR, which is a national ID card.
Okay.
And when I moved out there, it was kind of around the time we were talking about ID cards in the UK, and it was a bit scary. But it just made me realise that we can have maybe a happy medium. I think everything that they're talking about for this digital ID may be a bit extreme, but something where we have, it's basically like a driver's license, a picture of you. It has, you have a number, a bit like a passport number. You use it to open a bank account, rent a house, get a new phone contract, and it's just a form of ID that everybody has to have, and everybody can use this one piece of ID rather than, a bank statement, a passport, a driver's license.
And presumably, Keely, in this imagined happy medium, you wouldn't have to have that ID on you at all times, and you couldn't be compelled to produce it when you were just living your life, going about your day.
Exactly.
Okay.
It would be, it's not used like that in Bahrain. If I was asked for my CPR and I didn't have it, I just don't have it. There's no penalisation for that, unless you're caught doing something criminal. Then you might be forced to present it at a later time.
Were you at all moved by our earlier correspondent, whose name escapes me, forgive me if you're still listening, but the gentleman who was talking about the end of the Second World War and how that was a failed experiment, essentially, in everybody carrying ID, and how overjoyed people were to dispense with that?
Yeah, I did. I was, and I can imagine why that would have been the case as well, because you would use your ID and you could be persecuted depending on what your ID showed. But it's like other callers have said, we do give out so much of our information now anyway. Like for the CPR, what you have to get a CPR is something that the government already has. So there's no extra information. They can't hold all of your digital footprint on there, like your social media that somebody was talking about. That wouldn't be on there. I think that's too far.
Yeah, well, that person was saying perhaps if people were compelled to provide their ID. So we have a scenario, if you remember the old blue tick, where that verified that you were who you say you are, and you couldn't pay for it in the way that you can now on Twitter. It would bring about a scenario where essentially everybody is blue ticked. So this person, not only are they who they say they are, but if they are conducting hate speech or harassing somebody or stalking someone online, there is a mechanism by which you can easily identify and find that person. And the correspondent was saying, well, that would make the world of social media a lot safer.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. It's a really difficult position to be in. I think that in some ways it's a lot easier to have one piece of ID that you can use for everything, also for your own convenience. But I don't agree with it to be used in a way that the government can necessarily monitor everything you do on every platform and in every walk of life.
Yes, Keely, thank you so much for your call. And I completely agree with you that that would be the ideal scenario in which it would be used. The question then becomes, is that achievable? Can we bring about a scenario where you are never compelled to show your ID if you don't want to and you haven't done anything wrong, and none of your information is stored somewhere by goodness knows who, whoever the government have hired, on a central database that could eventually be used to harm you? Is that even a possible scenario that Keely has just described there? Shuvik has called from Orpington. What would you like to say?
Hello, Natasha. Yes, I'm calling from Eltham today, but yes, I'm against digital identification, especially if you're an immigrant, if you're here on a business, if you're a refugee. You need one of the things these groups of people want is some sort of physical identification that they can show an officer or a public official, which is a physical proof of their right to stay. That's one of the things that they've been campaigning for. So I think it is very important to have physical identification and also no one knows where this information, this ID is stored on some central computer somewhere, and it's very difficult to know where it's where the data is and who has access to the data and how they're processing it. I think George Orwell wrote about this in 1984.
Yes.
So I don't like 1984 in every respect, but I mean I think it is a very important point overall.
Yes, me too.
So overall I don't think it's a very good idea. I think that physical identification is a very important human right.
Okay, Shuvik, that's a really good point that you make, and yes, having identification would make the lives of refugees, for example, easier in a lot of ways. I can absolutely see that if it was provided in a benign spirit, then vulnerable people could actually be an advantage. The question then becomes, do we trust the mechanisms of power, the government, the people who are in positions of authority to always being enforcing this in a benign way? Kevin has been in touch to say, is asking for your ID in some way intrusive and to be apologising for it? I think it is intrusive if you are just going about your life, and particularly if you look at stop and search, for example. If you're a young black man, chances are, particularly if you have been stopped and searched on more than one occasion in your life, just going about your business, just going about your day. And there is an argument to say, actually, that if you had digital ID, it would prevent a lot of the cases where the officer says a man matching your description was reported as doing a crime in the area, and they just mean another black guy, and you can say, well, this is who I am, and I'm not the guy that you're looking for. Or they wouldn't necessarily know the name of the guy that they were looking for, so I've just disproved my own point. But when you talk to people who are stopped all the time and asked to prove who they are for no good reason at all, yes, they will tell you that it is intrusive, and it's a very different prospect to being asked to do it once or twice in your life because of a case of mistaken identity. I do think it's different. 03456060973 is the number to call if you have thoughts on that. Monica has called from Woolwich. What would you like to say?
Hi, Natasha. Thank you for having me. Pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you.
So I support the idea of a digital ID, and I don't even understand the fact that the people in the UK know about it. I'm Portuguese, and so in Portugal, I've always had citizen cards, and in fact, you get it from birth. The same way that here we need to register our children within a certain amount of time from their birth, you need to produce this card, you need to do this card, and then the card is renewed every certain number of years, a little bit like a passport. The difference is number never is unique to that individual always, until death. And that card as well, over the years, has had some changes, and today it has national insurance number there, fiscal number there, national health number is there as well, and it has a chip, so it has your address and all of that. So if you're using it for government purposes, they can introduce it in the machine to read other information such as your address, for example. But I feel like
Oh, Monica, we've lost your line, which is so unfortunate because I was really interested in what you had to say there, and I was going to ask you whether you carry it with you at all times and in what circumstances you are asked to produce it. So, hopefully we've got you back on a better line. So did you hear the question that I asked there? So, do you carry your ID card with you at all times?
Yeah. Presented, and we don't feel offended or anything like that. I mean,
how often are you asked to present it, would you say, during an average month?
Very rarely, unless I am utilizing any services where I need to prove my identity, or if I am doing something that is not legal or is perceived as being not correct. But then again, here in the UK, it was surprising to me when I came 10 years ago how people are driving and they don't carry their driving license all times. But then if they're caught doing something, they're allowed a certain period of time to actually show that driving license. In Portugal, you have to have it, the driving license, because if you're driving your car, you have to have it. Do you see? But it's not invasive at all, and it's like a one-stop place that has all your information that you need. It has your picture as well. You can actually travel with it as well if you are within EU. So like my family could passport to be able to visit me.
Yeah, I mean, just one of the many Brexit drawbacks that you described there. What would happen if you refused to show your ID card or you didn't have it on you?
Well, if you don't have it on you, of course, I mean, nothing bad is going to happen. So you're not going to get fined or anything like that.
Okay, but would there be an assumption, do you think, if you were asked, say, by a police officer to produce your card and for whatever reason you didn't have it, would there be an assumption that there was a nefarious intent there?
It could be, but like I said, because we have it from birth, it's so natural to us. In fact, everyone usually carries it in their wallet, like normally, like they carry their debit card. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. It's a cultural thing for you. Monica, thank you for your call and for providing that perspective. Another really interesting hour of conversation. Now, in the final hour of the show, I want to ask whether you or someone you care about has ever been harmed by misleading health advice online. Stephen Bartlett has come under fire after a BBC investigation found his podcast, The Diary of a CEO, invited on commentators who aired unscientific and potentially dangerous theories about, amongst other things, what cures cancer and vaccinations. But he's not the only one doing this, and belief in unevidenced remedies is rising alongside a mistrust of medical professionals and experts. I want to know how much harm this actually does on the ground, and whether you think there should be tighter controls around what advice can be publicly offered when it comes to something as precious as our health.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock. 5 people, including 2 migrants, have been killed in a series of shootings in northern France. They happened in and around Dunkirk, close to where asylum seekers often set off on small boats for the UK. The 22-year-old suspect has turned himself into police. LBC's correspondent in France, Peter Allen, says there are 3 crime scenes.
A businessman was shot dead in front of his relatives. Then a further set of shootings took place at a place called Lune Plage. 2 migrants were shot dead. Soon afterwards, a couple of security guards guarding corporate premises close to this migrant camp, they were shot dead.
Ukraine's foreign ministry is demanding an apology from FIFA after a map of the country shown during the draw for the 2026 World Cup missed off Crimea. It's been under Russian occupation for 8 years, but most nations don't recognize it as a part of Russia. The Ukrainian government's accused World Football's governing body of redrawing international borders. The Home Secretary says she won't hesitate to take action in cases where the UK's national security is threatened. Yvette Cooper's been speaking after a Chinese businessman with links to Prince Andrew lost an appeal against his ban from entering the UK. The Duke of York insists he never shared confidential information with the man who's accused of spying for Beijing. Newsweek's chief royal correspondent Jack Royston has been telling LBC everything seems to come back to finances.
Andrew has in recent years been a man who needs things from other people. He's needed money on many occasions, and this Chinese spy was offering to make connections between Andrew and investors in China. There's a burning question at the moment, which is where Andrew has found the money to pay for his accommodation in Royal Lodge.
2 men arrested after a Christmas fairground ride dropped to the ground in the centre of Birmingham have been released on police bail. 2 women were taken to hospital after the City Star flyer failed and crashed in Centenary Square on Thursday evening. And England's cricketers will hope to finish off New Zealand's first innings quickly on day 2 of the 3rd test. They'll resume in Hamilton later, needing just 1 more wicket to begin batting. The hosts are on 315 for 9. LBC weather, cloud and rain will continue to move southeastwards across the UK overnight, but it will do that slowly. We'll see a low of around 4 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Natasha Devon.
It's 3 minutes after 8. Now, a BBC investigation recently found that Stephen Bartlett has been amplifying harmful health misinformation on on his podcast, The Diary of a CEO. The BBC World Service, in an analysis of 23 health-related podcast episodes, found 15 contained an average of 14 harmful health claims that went against scientific evidence. Cecile Simmons from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue, a think tank which specialises in disinformation research, believes this type of content can help him to grow audiences. She says health-related clickbait content with scary titles does really well online, with the algorithm amplifying that. Now, I should say that the Diary of a CEO have released a statement about all this. They say we are an open-minded, long-form conversation with world leaders, global experts, CEOs, athletes, authors, actors and other individuals identified for their distinguished and eminent career and or consequential life experience. Each guest episode is thoroughly researched prior to commission. The Diary of a CEO offers guests freedom of expression and believes that progress, growth and learning comes from hearing a range of voices, not just those of Stephen and the team necessarily agree with. The BBC claims to have reviewed 15 specific episodes of nearly 400 published to date. For any reporting to focus on less than 4% of episodes with an extremely limited proportion of guests, some of whom have featured on the BBC, to create a broader, and in our opinion, partial narrative of disappointing, misleading and frankly disingenuous. But the criticism is not that the guest said it, but that Stephen didn't push back strongly enough against some of these unevidenced and potentially dangerous theories being shared. Having said that, I don't want to focus just on Stephen's podcast because that would be unfair. This stuff is absolutely ubiquitous. It's absolutely everywhere. For some of the reasons that the woman from the think tank outlined, that this health-related clickbait is a really fast way to gain traction and gain followers. And in the attention economy, that can potentially be worth a lot of money. And it happens on social media as much as it happens on podcasts, any kind of arena, I guess, that isn't subject to an Ofcom style check and balance to ensure that all of the information being shared, if not completely correct, is at the very least robustly challenged. And there has been this concurrent increase in mistrust of experts and medical professionals. And those two things are probably related. And I had a really interesting discussion with my producer earlier about this because he was saying, look, part of the reason that I would tune in to a podcast like The Diary of a CEO is because I want to laugh at quacks with stupid opinions. It's entertainment for me. And then I was saying, okay, I get that. I get that we should be hearing from lots of different people, and sometimes ludicrous people with ridiculous theories are fun to laugh at and they're entertaining. However, when it comes to something like health, it's just too important to run the risk of somebody believing it and becoming sicker or even dying as a result. And therefore, health, I do think, enjoys a kind of unique status amongst all of the other topics that you could potentially discuss, although it's not the only one that you could apply this theory to. But I'm inclined to think that there should be tighter restrictions on what advice somebody can give about health on a platform like that has so many millions and millions of listeners. I wonder if you agree. 03456060973 is the number to call. But I particularly want to hear from you because in order to have this conversation and in order to understand the topic properly, we have to understand, don't we, whether or not this is actually doing harm on the ground. Or whether people are tuning into these big podcasts that platform people with unevidenced views and just laughing at them as entertainment, as my producer thinks, or whether they are taking them seriously and eschewing things which have been proven to be evidenced and medically sound in favour of alternative remedies which might potentially be endangering them. So that's why I think it's so important that we hear from you. I want to know, have you been taken in by harmful health advice online? And that can be in relation to an illness and a treatment for an illness, or it can be to do with nutrition or fitness, but just something that you believed because an influential person said it, and it went on to do you harm. Has that happened to you, or has that happened to somebody that you care about? And if you have a story to share, the number is 0345 6060 973. Well, joining us to discuss this is David Robert Grimes, who's a scientist and award-winning science writer specialising in cancer and dedicated to challenging health misinformation online. Thank Thank you so much, David, for joining us this evening. What's your take on how seriously people are taking the advice of social media influencers and people who go on podcasts when it comes to health?
So I have a little bit of an interesting perspective on this because I've been working with patient groups for about 15 years. So in the relatively early days of social media up until now, and even back then, in the earlier days, I'm starting to feel my age now, it was becoming a problem. And now it is, as you said, it's ubiquitous online, and it really is. After the story broke yesterday, I had a lot of people contacting me saying, oh, well, I want to take ketogenic therapy instead of radiotherapy or chemotherapy for my cancer. But I've been hearing variants of that for 15 years. And when you ask people, because I try to have conversations with them, where did you hear this from? It is always someone online. And with the rise of podcasts, and the Diary of CEO is just one of, rid of your real therapies, do this. We have to imagine they are more vulnerable, and they certainly are.
And it hasn't escaped my notice as well that alongside kind of hawking these alternative remedies which are unevidenced, there's also this narrative which says, and you shouldn't trust the doctors, you shouldn't trust the experts. And I wonder, as somebody who, I've seen your videos online where you're saying, look, this is what the data says, this is what the evidence that we have, this is the best practice. As somebody who is out there and you're a kind of face of trying to put reputable information out there, I wonder, do you get a lot of abuse from people who have bought into this kind of stuff?
I get an awful lot of abuse from people that have bought into it, but I distinguish the abuse from people who are reacting because I might be saying things they don't want to hear, versus people whose market I'm challenging. As in, this is quite lucrative. So if we look at health disinformation, which is an area of research for me, and also what I do outreach in, it's incredibly lucrative for the people that propagate it. And I make a distinction between those that fall victim to it. They are the people that deserve all this compassion and sympathy because they've been taken for a ride by these grifters, and the people that propagate it, whether for narcissistic reasons, which we know in conspiracy theories is a huge link to that, or for financial gain, or sometimes for both. I do make that distinction, but you can get abuse from both ends of it. But what you point out there is absolutely correct. It's the fact that disease is a motive, or, we're scared about our health, we're scared about our mortality, and we really want to believe easier answers. But implicit in a lot of these narratives, this alternative medicine will cure you, because the evidence doesn't support that, the people peddling it invariably end up implying or outright stating that there's a big conspiracy to suppress it. And by doing that, they foster a distrust between their treatment teams, between scientists. We saw it during COVID as well. In fact, I've been talking about, I remember 8 years before COVID, or for about that, I'd done a bit of work with conspiracy theories, and I had a BBC journalist say to me, oh, you talk about conspiracy theories in health, they're so rare, aren't they? And I said, well, the data suggests about a quarter of people are, who tend towards it. And I remember during COVID getting a lot of texts, people going, oh God, half of my family are into this stuff. It's incredibly ubiquitous, and it's become more so, not less so.
It's interesting, isn't it, as well, how there is this relationship, and I could never quite fathom it, because it was two things that really shouldn't go together, between people who, like to read a horoscope and enjoy a crystal, and I include myself in that group. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on that group at all. I just don't think a crystal will cure my cancer. I think that's the difference. But people who like that kind of stuff, and then people who are into really quite far right racist conspiracy theories
diagnosis that you have to do. You have to know something about the area. Our instincts fail us utterly when it comes to our health. And unfortunately, all of these podcasters, they like to tell you the simple answers to things. There are no simple answers in health. Health is so complicated that anyone giving you a simple answer should be a big red flag of something a bit dodgy going on.
And what about the other red flags if people are looking to identify misinformation or something that they should definitely be interrogating and thinking critically about? What are the warning signs?
So the first thing I would say is, I get asked this all the time on social media. People who follow me will say, who should I follow for health advice on social media? And my answer is no, absolutely no. Health advice is so specialised, so personal, and requires such a huge amount of expertise that you shouldn't be getting any health advice from social media. Unless the most generic stuff like, do some exercise and eat a balanced diet. Anything more sophisticated, you need to be talking to your healthcare providers. And the idea that we can crowdsource our medical well-being or hack our health, by the way, it's weirdly enough, this scales very middle class. The people that ask the most questions about how they can optimise their health are the people that already are socioeconomically doing really, really well. And I keep saying I sound like a communist saying this, but a lot of the determinants of health are socioeconomic. Unfortunately, you can't, optimize your way out of being born into poverty and having all the negative ramifications that has. So sometimes this seems to me like a real middle class obsession with how they can get 1% better out of something where they're already going to do fine because they have a good diet and they have access to healthcare. So it seems a little bit of a weird bubble, but it goes strange in that line. That's the one bit of advice I'd always give. If you have questions about healthcare, talk to your GP, talk to your doctors. Do not try to find substitutes for it online because you will not.
Thank you so much, David Robert Grimes, scientist and award-winning science writer specialising in cancer and dedicated to challenging health misinformation online there. And I really do recommend looking up David's book as well, which I have read and found absolutely fascinating. I'm trying to get an understanding of the harm this stuff does. And I appreciate, looking at the tone of some of the text that have been coming into the studio where David has been talking, that if you are somebody who has been taken in by an online misinformation campaign or conspiracy theory, that because of how difficult it is to admit that possibly wasn't the correct thing or the best thing for your health, that you might not be there yet where you can tell me that story. But you may have watched somebody that you care about get taken in by this stuff. And if that's the case, I really want to hear from you. And I also want to try and answer the question, how do we parse freedom of speech and hearing from a broad range of different people with different perspectives on things, and recognizing how precious our health is and how important it is that people who are pushing unevidenced theories or even sometimes selling supplements that don't work or selling alternative remedies that don't work and making a huge amount of money out of fostering mistrust in experts and scientists and doctors aren't able to do that as much as they are now. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You're listening to Natasha Devon and the time is 8:18.
This is LBC.
Oi! Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
It's cold. It's actually Baltic out there. And I've just seen how much new books are going to cost me.
Just chill, mate. Well, not literally. I've used PayPal credit for mine, so I could buy now and pay over time.
Oh, good shout. And I might be able to feel my little toes again.
Don't just pay. PayPal.
Representative 23.9% APR variable, subject to status. Minimum monthly payment required. Terms apply. PayPal UK Limited.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. What's the Bet Victor web address? Web address? It's 2024, pal. Your best bet is to get on the app. It's got all the same gadgets and gizmos, but it's faster than a thoroughbred out the gates, smoother than an Italian football agent. Faster and smoother, got it. Plus, there's some proper tasty welcome offers in sports and casinos for new customers who download the app.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet by downloading the Bet Victor app. 18 plus gambleware.org.
Roll up for an entrancing delight. A mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight. Uncannily, suckeredly, soothingly sumptuous. Mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel the menthol with Jake shores of Boston since 1907.
Natasha Devon on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:19. I want to tell you something, actually, that happened to me, must have been about a year ago now, where I was booked to do a mental health talk at a big event that was being held in this enormous warehouse in the north of England. And I had absolutely no idea what to expect. I turned up and I'm walking around this place and it's full, it's really busy. And there are people with stalls that are selling supplements that claim to cure depression. A lot of them specifically aimed at men as well. You can see by the way that they are packaged and marketed that they are designed to appeal to men. There are people selling alternative remedies, which I don't have such a problem with, actually, because I think when it comes to mental health, yes, take advice from your doctor, but there are lots of supplementary things that you can do that might perhaps help. But I was looking around this warehouse at all of these stores selling these things and how busy it was, and I was thinking, this is big wellness. People talk about big pharma and their mistrust of big pharma. It's become a buzzword that people have used over the past couple of years to describe the mistrust they have of experts and doctors. But there is an equal and opposite industry that is not regulated in the same way. And I'm not saying that the pharmaceutical industry doesn't have its issues and its problems. Of course it does. There's a nuance here, and that has to be acknowledged. Anything that's for profit ultimately ends up being problematic. But there are at least some checks and balances within the pharmaceutical industry, particularly here in the UK. But big wellness does not have the same checks and balances on it. They can sell you any old stuff and tell you that it will cure your life. And I think that that's what's not acknowledged there, that people are profiting from the mistrust that is being fostered of expertise. And I think it is doing us an enormous amount of damage. And what I'm trying to do this hour is to try and quantify that damage. And that's why I want to hear your story. Have you come across a piece of health advice online? And it could be something really simple to do with fitness, to do with diet. It doesn't have to be to do with curing illness. But it has, in taking on that advice, done you harm. Or perhaps you've watched that happen to somebody that you care about. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. Danny has called from Malaga. What would you like to say?
Hi, Natasha. Just a little pushback on your presenter before. He was saying disregard everything you see on the internet, disregard all these health issues. And I think we can pick and choose what we are influenced by. But what I'm seeing a lot of influencers that are picking food off of supermarket shelves, turning over the ingredients and showing you some really bad stuff in there. And I don't think we can push back on that, because a lot of us don't realise what ingredients are in our food, what's banned in America, what's allowed over here, and so on and so forth. But there's not really a lot you can knock about that when they're telling you avoid this bread because it's loaded up with this, but this one's okay. And I think that's pretty good advice, and I don't think that's something you can really knock.
I take your point. What I will say is I follow a woman online called Pixie Turner, who used to be a health influencer and then had a crisis of conscience when there was a whole spate of health influencers telling people that celery juice cured depression based on a tiny, unpeer-reviewed study involving about 15 people buried on the dark web. And she had this moment of realization where she went, we are manipulating vulnerable people. I can't do this anymore. So she went off and got herself a PhD in nutrition, and she now debunks some of the nutrition advice that's put out there by health influencers. And what she would say if she was here, I'm pretty sure, is that your body's a pretty sophisticated filtration system, and there are lots of things which are technically toxins like sugar that as long as everything in moderation, obviously, but your body's, that's why you have liver and kidneys. It's really good of getting those things out of your system and extracting the nutrients. So whilst these lists of ingredients might look really scary, they're not always as scary as they appear.
I do understand that, but what I'm saying, I don't think that guy was giving us the public credit for. Obviously, some people are going to influence it badly, and they're going to go down the road of alternative therapies and that's going to affect them. And obviously, some of the experts sound very plausible, but there are some experts that I've seen an expert on the COVID, Professor Angus Dalglish. He's a top oncologist, and he was having his doubts the way the COVID vaccine was being pushed out and given to young children.
Oh, yeah, but I
he
think
was one of the main experts.
Yeah, I think, Danny, having doubts, I think you're absolutely right that there is always room to question, there is always room for nuance. Having doubts and expressing those doubts and going, are we doing this in the right way? Are we rolling this out in the right way? Is it being given to the right people? That is absolutely fine. But I think, unfortunately, because of the nature of social media, the more reductive your message and the louder you shout it, the more people interact with it. So where that ends up in is, well, you end up with Robert Kennedy Jr. over in the States. That's where that road ultimately leads, which is why I think people get so scared by it.
A lot of people are just starting to hear about him now, and I heard about him quite a while ago. And the narrative I got was he's a total conspiracy theorist. But I started looking deeper and looking at his history and his backstory. And to me, he's the most plausible politician amongst all of them, of Trump and everybody else. When I looked at him and his backstory of being a lawyer, fighting pharmaceutical companies for years and years, the fact that he was a heroin addict for many years, the fact
he did. I think he used to be yes, thank you, Danny. I think he used to be a climate activist as well. And what appears to have happened is that he's done a complete 180 on a lot of the things that he used to believe. But nonetheless, I think we can all agree that an outright ban on vaccinations, and again, there are many people who are doctors who specialise in vaccinations who talk about how catastrophic that will be in reintroducing illnesses which kill children into the general population. And in a country like the United States, where they have a system of healthcare where they will do anything they can to avoid paying out, that is of course going to disproportionately affect the poorest in society.
I'd just like to tell you a story about a very dear friend of mine who went to Thailand with lymphoma in the neck. And somebody came to him and said, I've got this poultice that I've used and it cures cancer. So off they go and they purchase this product, which I have seen on the internet, and basically it burns the skin. So there are pictures of people where their nose would have been burnt away and things like that. Yeah. Anyway, he applied this to his neck religiously, and the chap said it's supposed to draw out all the toxins, and then your cancer will leave your body. It didn't do that, and sadly he died.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago, but he emphatically believed this person. And people were coming and saying, I can cure. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. So,
and what do you think it was that attracted your friend to that? Was it the fact that it seemed so easy and so in reach?
Yes. It was the ease of being able to get it at a reasonable price and people telling him it works. And you don't have to do anything and you'll feel no pain. Because he was very scared of having chemotherapy. He didn't like needles. So this was the sort of easy way out, really. And I also have another friend who went to Thailand with cancer and went down a very similar route and met people who were doing alternative therapies and injecting things like hydrogen peroxide and steaming it and things like that. And he also died because he was taking this advice.
Oh, Melinda, I'm so sorry that you lost two friends in those circumstances. And I see that you're a first-time caller, so I hope we have the opportunity to talk in better circumstances at some point in the future. But, you remind me, I still am friends with her, I guess, even though she's no longer with us. But I was friends with Chris Hallinger, the founder of the charity Copperfield, who very publicly lived out her experience of having cancer for a period of more than 15 years, I think. Or it was definitely more than 10 years. She was kept alive.
Yeah. How come they haven't been able to find one? Or take one out of the sky yet? I mean, if there's 50 of them coming in over the water, why can't they just catch one, crying out loud? I mean, they can't be going that fast, can they? The missiles go at, I've got absolutely no idea, so I'll make it up. Thousands of miles an hour. There you are, I bet that's true. and they can catch one of them. They can knock one of them out of the sky. How come they can't knock one of these things out of the sky? I mean, it's not like they don't have any weaponry in America. They're tooled up to their eyebrows. Let's have the Wirral. Hello, Nora.
Hi, Nick.
Nora.
Is Mike's phone... Oh. For
What?
years I've thought it's time he got a new phone. Because it's like when he rings up, it's like he's in a bucket.
Who are you talking about now?
Mike, you know, the one whose phone went off
Oh.
halfway through the... and
Yes,
you
he does need a new phone. Yeah, you're right about
He
that.
always needs a new phone. And
Terrible.
annoyingly, he's always saying interesting things. And you sort of, clinging to the radio, trying to listen to him.
You're pressing the radio into your ear and giving yourself a headache trying to understand what that man says on that terrible phone. Yeah.
Take note, Mike. Anyway, he's still on the subject of colour television.
Oh, I'm here, there and everywhere, Nora. It just goes where it goes, this show.
Well, I pinpointed everything, all the planets aligned today, because I was trying to think when first saw colour television. And I remember my sister went to Glasgow with her nanny. She got a job with a family in Glasgow. And do you remember Brian Pettifer, an actor called Brian Pettifer?
No.
Well, anyway, she met him and somehow ended up back at his house.
Well, wait a minute. Who is he? What was he in?
Oh, he was in If.
If? Oh, yeah. If. Well, yeah, with I'm going to have to look him up now. If, the film with the guy who did the... Yeah.
I only watched it yesterday and I've forgotten it.
If. It's about the school kids. The school kids are going mad, right? Oh, no, wait. If is about a big purple...
no, that's not that If. There's two Ifs.
There's two Ifs, yeah. One's about the big purple monster, and then there's the other If about...
the one about the renegade puppy schoolboys.
Yeah.
And then it went a bit off at the end. It all went into...
It did, yes. It went a bit nuts.
Yeah. Anyway, Brian Pettifer, he was in a few things. There was other things he was in. He was kind of the go-to Scottish schoolboy at the time. Anyway, don't know how she ended up back in his bedroom, but he got a colour television back in his bedroom. And it was like, when she told us, we were, it was the ultimate in decadence. And that was in about 1966.
But there was nothing on, was there?
I don't know, I wasn't there. I don't know what they were wearing.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant there was nothing to watch on TV apart from the test card, which was in colour. That was mesmerising. I could stare at that for ages.
The little girl with the chalkboard.
Exactly. Yeah. The little girl with the doll. And
she's going to be about 80 now.
It must be, yeah. And the crisscross thing, the checkers, not checkers, it was, what do you call that? OX.
Oh, yeah, not hot cross buns.
No.
It's just like an old people's home, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Nora. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Greg says, I'm reading a book called Surrounded by Idiots, which really makes sense of this mad world that we now live in. Well, if you want to make sense of the world that we're living in right now, look at a film called Don't Look Up. I may rewatch that. I'm casting around for something great to watch this Christmas, and I think that might be on my list. I've seen it already, but it seems to be I don't know, that and Idiocracy. I've seen that one too recently to see that again. But that seems to be where we are. There used to be comedies, and now they're documentaries. We're living through, if you haven't seen them, you have actually seen them. We're living through them right now. Just open your eyes, and there it is. Streatham. Hello, Richard.
Well, hello there.
Hello there.
Spoke to you at long last.
Oh, yes.
I listen to your show regularly.
Good man. Tonight. Thanks for that.
Okay. Anyway, somebody stole my thunder about the Orson Welles thing. That was brilliant. It's what I'd like to bring up. Now, I haven't had time to check up the exact details, you see. I'm a Welshman in Streatham, by the way. I'm an economic migrant.
Yeah, you didn't have to tell me that. Go on.
So I'm going back to the dark. First of all, I'll go back to the dark ages. Cloud people.
Cloud people.
cloud people. Look, listen, I am that time to look at the computer, you see, to get all my facts together. But in the late Dark Ages, early medieval period, whatever you want to talk about, there were stories going around that people would come down from clouds on long ladders. And the church authority said, you're being stupid.
Yes.
People do not live in clouds. Therefore, you are seeing things. Just look this up. It is out there. Okay, so there's nothing new about all this hysterical nonsense. And I'm going to give you a personal experience of mine where briefly, a bunch of us on top of a bridge wanted to see what we wanted to see. Have you ever been out at night on one of those really cold nights and your acne comes out and freezes from your nose?
Oh.
That cold. And you look up and the sky you can see is almost made of ice.
Yeah.
When we looked up above us, we could see this circle of light with all these red and green and white lights going around. And for briefly we thought, it's a flying saucer. This is like something out of First Encounters.
Right.
But then we all, there's about 6 of us all coming home from the pubs. We were all pretty drunk by then. So, but briefly for about 10 seconds, and then somebody broke the illusion and said, what that is? It's a reflection of the roundabout a mile away. So what was happening, a roundabout, I have never seen anything like it before, and I have never seen anything like it since. But what it was a reflection of the roundabout, a great big roundabout, a mile away, being reflected from the ice crystals in a really cold sky.
Right.
I don't know why I phoned you up.
No, I understand that entirely. I had a similar experience myself, and it was in Richard Branson's place. He threw a party for everybody who worked at Virgin. This was decades ago now. And me and some friends went, sort of walked away from the party, and it was in the middle of nowhere. He had a farmhouse in the middle of absolutely nowhere at all. So we walked into the neighbouring field, and we laid down, and the 3 or 4 of us, drinking a little bit of beverage, booze, and we saw things in the sky that just defied our understanding.
Yeah.
Things would. Like planes would take the path that you would normally expect, and then they would stop, and then they would sort of go off at an angle, and we were like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, so they do is changing course.
Maybe. I've got no idea. But when we went back to the party, somebody in the meantime had blown up a hot air balloon in the shape of an alien spaceship. Which is a bit on the nose, we thought. But, I get that... I'm the last to believe that we're being visited by aliens from space, because if they did have the technology to get here, we wouldn't be able to see them. If they didn't want us to, why would they want us to? But that just leaves the possibility that is even more alarming, that Vladimir Putin or Iran or China or some outside malevolent force has the ability to evade all of our defences with something as rudimentary as a drone. And lots of them. But, so, I don't know, people don't seem to be very exercised about it. But thanks for that, Richard. 0345 6060 973. Jerry in Croydon says, when God made Kemi Badenoch, he had no spare brain cells in stock. She was told by... Well, let me read ahead, just in case it just gets too rude. No. Some of these do need reading before I read them out on the air, but it's like Russian roulette. You just don't know what you're going to get. Kind of like the callers. Let's have Crawley. Hello, Simon.
Nick.
Simon.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, just briefly about being starstruck. I understand you're a bit of a fan of David Bowie.
A bit.
A bit.
A lot.
Okay, I'll be brief. Years and years ago, I was in a band. Our manager managed to blag us a gig on the last Mark Bolan show alongside Eddie and the Hot Rods and Generation X. And there was a rumour that David Bowie was going to appear. We'd done our bits. We're all waiting around, stuff like that. A door opened. In comes David Bowie. The entire studio, which was about 150-odd people, you've probably been in the TV studio before, the entire studio went silent. and it was just David Bowie ambling towards the stage where he was going to do a song with Mark Bolan, and his bodyguard who was carrying a tray of Heineken beers. And it was just unbelievable, the silence that just enveloped the place.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want from a rock star. I want somebody who can bring a room to a hushed silence.
It was an absolute standstill, and obviously a lot of these people had been around the guy before. There were quite a few musicians, but it was just outstanding.
And Eddie and the Hot Rods did not have that effect when they came in.
No, but they were very nice guys, although they did find the sausage rolls at Granada Studios a little bit disgusting.
Right. Well, I can't attest to that one way or the other. I'm going to have to take their word for that.
No, fair dues.
All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Simon. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Clive Bull.
As details emerge of what might be in a potential new Brexit deal, should Keir Starmer be more cautious or much bolder as he seeks a new relationship with the EU?
Clive Bull on LBC.
The UU bottle is the hands-free hot water bottle you can wear. So wherever you wear it.
I've used it on the platform while waiting for the train.
When I'm watching the kids play football.
When I'm working from home.
Always when I'm out walking the dog. Wear it wherever.
Around my waist.
Across my back.
Slung across my chest.
Around my neck.
To be honest, I never take it off.
Order yours today. Get 10% off with the code WARM10 at uubottle.com. Spelled YUYU.
Santa's stuck up the chimney. It must be him. He's scrambling around. He's making a din. There's soot on the carpet, stockings on the floor. But wait, a black smudge in the shape of a paw. Santa's not stuck. He doesn't meow. It must be your cat, and she's coming down now. Protect your pets over this festive period. Visit petsinnapickle.co.uk and enjoy Christmas covered.
At Tesco Mobile, Christmas is a time for gifting. So when you choose our 100 gig SIM for just £15 a month with Club Card prices, saving you £60, we've got something extra for you too. £30 worth of Club Card points. Merry Giftmas. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 30th of December. Club Card and 24-month credit agreement required. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Come on, we're running late.
We are running late. Jackie in St Albans says, didn't Guy Ritchie and Madonna used to go to their local pub when they were married? Did they? What did she wear? I mean, that would bring the room to a silent hush, wouldn't it? If Madonna walked in. I mean, that would swivel heads, no doubt about that. And Graham says Dave Gilmore drinks in a pub local to his house near Brighton, in Hove, actually. Yeah, I know. He showed up with a guitar and did a tune because his daughter was playing there, and I just happened to be in a pub in that area at that time, just the wrong pub. I was very upset about that. I could have literally just walked across the road and seen Dave Gilmore play for free, but I didn't know he was doing it. Oh well, never mind. Just have to get over it, that's all. You know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Derbyshire. Hello, David.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Well, Nick, I listen to your programme all the time, and can I tell you, I'm not the kind of person that believes in supernatural events.
Right. But?
And last night, I was in my garden, and I saw something, and I've heard people talking about this red and green and white lights moving in separate directions that I could not explain.
Right, planes?
There were two of these maybe planes that were moving in straight ahead, and there were two that were chopping and changing. They were chopping and changing next. And frankly, I had, you mentioned you yourself I'd had a few glasses of Rioja, and I stepped outside, and, you know, I'm really not the kind of person that sees something like this, and I tried to find a natural explanation for it for maybe a couple of hours. I was looking at the satellite launches of Elon Musk, and none of it made sense. They were simply moving in different directions, vastly different speeds all the time.
Well, we are passing through a meteor shower, and apparently it is the only meteor shower that has coloured meteors.
I wish it could be true, Nick.
But it is. No, it is true.
These were flashing strobe lights.
Well, there's so many people who own drones. There's so many people who own drones at the moment. It's very, very difficult to tell what is live and what is Memorex. I mean, we've got absolutely no idea. But the thing is that a lot of people are doing now is they're looking up, which they don't ordinarily do, and they're seeing things that are perfectly understandable and explainable, but they haven't seen them before because they don't normally look up. And like I said, tonight we are passing through a meteor shower that creates coloured lines on the sky.
Groovy.
So there is that. But thanks, David. 0345 6060 973. Nikolai called in to say the caller who said that it didn't matter what he thought about the royal family as he is Welsh, they are in fact descended from the Welsh because Henry Tudor was Welsh. Well, it's educational, this show, no?
No.
And Roland from Greenwich says, I'll have you know I used to indulge in a toasted sausage... Very hard to say. You try it. I used to indulge in a toasted sausage sandwich at my favourite Greasy Spoon in Mayfair when I worked in that area during the noughties. So there's a morning sarnie for you. A Greasy Spoon in Mayfair? Is there such a thing? And Rose says, read all the messages from last night? No, you haven't. You left out mine. You always do. Best wishes, says Rose. Appreciate the thought, Rose.
Thank you.
Durham. Hello, Tony.
Hi. I wanted to point out the obvious. I think that you and everyone else has missed off. You understand, right? Our governments, our respective governments in the UK and the US, both do military operations in secret that none of us know about, right?
Of course. Yes.
So, we're bearing in mind that these are swarms of drones coming from overseas hitting the US coast. There is no possible way that the US military doesn't know about that. So, the only people it could be is the US military.
Right.
It's a military operation.
So that's why they're telling us that they don't know what it is, because they don't want us to know what it is.
Exactly. It's been the US policy for decades that they do these operations in secret and they pass them off as UFOs or whatever because we don't need to know. But then the people that do need to know, like, China and Russia, they read between the lines, they see these things happening in the news and they know that's not UFOs because they don't exist. That's them doing a military operation, making a point to the people that do know, i.e. us, Russia and China, that they have this power. And I feel like that's, that should be common sense.
That is a possibility that I have not mentioned yet. That is quite true, yes. And they're trying to psych us out by asking themselves. I'm very, very annoyed, said the security services to one other security service, why aren't you telling us what these things are? And so that's part of their little scheme to make it appear as though they don't know what it is, but they actually do because they are the ones that are doing it.
Exactly. I feel like that should be going without saying.
But that does make it even more comical that Donald Trump is telling his people to shoot them down.
Don't be rude.
He's actually saying that.
Well, here's the thing. Donald Trump has been the person that's going to come into government and declassify all these things that the state is doing in secret. So I feel like his point is to either to make light of them now and then when he goes into power to declassify all of that, or to, just make light of it because it is actually, a hoax or some random thing that they do actually not know about.
Yeah. The thing is, he didn't do any of that when he was president last time. I mean, if there is a lot of information that we don't know, then he didn't do anything in order to pass that on to us last time he was in power, so it's vanishingly unlikely he will do that this time.
Well, to be fair, last time he had a government that was trying to work against him. I mean, not the government itself, because he's the government, but the people that he employed there.
Yeah, the deep state. Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly. I don't support that theory, but, supposedly. And now he has employed all these people who are, anti-state, that are going to, like RFK Jr., who's going to try and release the RFK files. RFK. Is it RFK? JFK, that's the one. So all these people are going to try and release all these things now, because now they have all their friends in power.
Yeah.
That makes much more sense, rather than, he just didn't want to. He couldn't before.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't believe that, and I don't think you believe that, but we'll find out when we get there, I suppose. We've got 4 years of misery, and we'll have plenty of time to think about it. Yeah, no doubt. Assuming we live that long. Thanks a lot, Tony. Assuming we live that long. Just in case, I am, like I said before, striking America off my holiday list. Not that I take holidays, but if I did, I wouldn't be going there. Definitely not. Not now, not ever, never, in fact. I think that country is gone. I've had it with America. Too many ding-a-lings. Sylvia of Sylvia's mother said, "Evening, Nick. Famous people who visit or who frequent pubs. Sir Ian McKellen owns the pub next door to his house in Limehouse." Yeah, that's right. I go down that way on the boat sometimes. A couple of times a year, take the taxi boat all the way down to Greenwich. And there's a bunch of houses there that don't look like they belong there, because the whole of the foreshore of the river it's either old docklands buildings, or it's shiny glass and steel constructions, and then there's this little stretch of ye olde worldy homes, and I think that's one of his in there, isn't it? And he says, my late brother-in-law used to drink at a pub called the Mitre at Waterloo. Dame Judy Dench was often seen downing a pint in there. She was very nice and friendly, says Sylvia. Yeah, but neither of them are... I mean, I can picture both of those in a pub. I can't picture Madonna in a pub. Not really. It just doesn't fit, does it? Kim says, there is 100% proof that intelligent life... What? There is 100% proof that intelligent life on other planets. Kim sent this text without actually reading it back. Doesn't make sense. I'll have to edit it as I go. There is 100% proof that intelligent life is on other planets. It's so intelligent that they took one look at us and kept well away. Well, if I was an alien from space, I would keep well away too. I mean, if they wanted to destroy the world, in fact, there's somebody who's texted in what I was about to say. Jim says, aliens have not come all this way to destroy the planet. We're managing that well enough on our own.
Correct.
Yeah, no doubt that. Adrian says, in the old days, in the 1980s, the 1980s. That doesn't sound old to me, but it's like yesterday. And anyway, in the old days, in the 1980s, there was a guy who cycled around London in the middle of the night with a silvery, reflective helium balloon attached by a very long string to his handlebars. That's old tech. People reporting a UFO all over London. I like that. Old school. Good work, that man. Now, if you missed any of tonight's Super Show, you should know that it is available as a podcast. We take the news and most of the ads out, mostly, which means it takes less time to listen to. You'll use less electricity and have more time to ponder about what it is that is up there and whether the truth is out there. It's called Nick Abbott, The Whole Show Podcast. It's on Global Player. Get Global Player free from the App Store or globalplayer.com. I'll be back tonight with my abnormal normal show at 10 o'clock, coming up at 4 on LBC Henry Riley. But first, here's Clyde Ball.
Nick, thank you. And after the news, as details emerge of what might be in a potential new Brexit deal, should Keir Starmer be cautious or much bolder as he seeks a new relationship with the EU? A new figure suggests a record low number of young people taking on Saturday or part-time jobs, even jobs over the holidays. And it's claimed teenagers are missing out on vital experience of working life. What was your first job and what did you learn from it? We'll have more advice on how to watch that apparently spectacular meteor shower. And we'll take a look at the week's tech news as well. All coming up after the news at 1, next on LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock. It's believed the alleged Chinese spy who became a close confidant of Prince Andrew met two of the UK's prime ministers. Reports this morning say pictures have emerged showing the businessman, known as H6, pictured alongside both David Cameron and Theresa May. There is no suggestion either of them were aware of his reported links to the Chinese state. 8 people have been injured in a bus crash in Scotland. It happened in Glasgow on Saturday evening, as LBC Scotland correspondent Alan Zazinski now reports.
The double-decker hit a railway bridge close to the city centre. Pictures on social media show the front of the top deck's been badly damaged. One person is critically ill and 4 others are having hospital treatment, while 3 people have been cared for at the scene. Police Scotland is telling drivers to avoid the area.
The government says more than 13,000 migrants have been removed from Britain since the election. It's made the announcement as the number of channel crossings involving small boats continues to rise, having surpassed 21,000 since July. The Home Secretary is currently promising a step change in tackling
reading out. Because we've got time between now and 4, and I know not everybody can call in, but if you can, that would be great. Then we can have a bit of a conversation as well. So, yes, Saturday jobs and summer jobs and your first job, definitely want to hear about that. And is it important? Is it a loss, do you think, that teenagers are missing out on that vital experience? And then on the subject of the EU and the reset as well, the reason I want to talk about this is because, well, as you will hear, many of the right-wing Sunday papers are saying this morning they are concerned that he is undoing all of that good Brexit work and giving up all our Brexit freedoms. That's what they seem to be saying. So what do? Do we stick with what we've got? Do we try and reset? Do we look to the US? But if you ask businesses, especially small businesses, and maybe you are a business and you can shed some light on this, but people tell me that from their perspective, and remember, we're talking about trade here. We're not talking about the whole of the EU and all of that. We're talking about trade and how to make it better for British businesses, because from what they tell me, it's not very good. In fact, it's been a disaster for some businesses. It cost them a fortune. All of the rubbish about getting rid of red tape didn't really happen. There's more red tape. There's extra paperwork. I read about one company today who's had to rent a whole warehouse just to store the paperwork for exporting to the EU. So it's not really working. I do think there is a debate to be had about this new relationship. What would be better? What would be worse? And as I say, there's a divide as well between us linking up with America and the EU. Which of those two? In some ways it is a choice, because the more we get into bed with the EU, the less Trump and America will want to have to do with us. What do you think is our best hope? Do we try to rekindle relationships with the EU? What do you think makes more sense? Now, there is some polling on this, fresh polling on this, which suggests the majority of Britons want closer ties with Europe as opposed to America, and only 17% would prioritise Trump's America. Over 50% want closer ties for trade with the EU. 68%, I was quite surprised by this, 68% were in favour of reintroducing some form of freedom of movement in return for access to the single market. Now, Starmer says those are red lines and that won't happen. He's repeatedly said it won't happen in his lifetime. So he really has put his neck on the line here. If he were to go back on that, I don't think he could. I honestly don't think he could and politically survive. And I don't think he intends to either. But there are lots of compromises that could work a bit better, in my opinion. But many people are saying he should be much, much bolder. Be honest. And just say we need to get back to where we were. So the negotiating points for the EU have supposedly been leaked to some newspapers here. It's claimed what they're going to ask us for would be to abide by European law for trade, continue to let European fishers fish in UK waters, and they want this youth mobility scheme. So what is worth negotiating over, what isn't? Do you approve of Keir Starmer's make Brexit work approach? I'd be interested in your view on that as well. Does it make sense to reach out a hand of friendship to the EU, or are you worried he's going actually too fast and needs to step back? What do you think? And what's, if given the choice of EU or US, which way would you lean in those circumstances? 0345 6060 973. You can call in on that. I'd love to hear your, even if it's just a gut reaction. Which does your heart and your head tell you makes more sense? If you've got experience of trying to export to the EU, I'd be interested in that as well. What's your view? 0345 6060 973. I also want to talk about the death of the Saturday job and part-time jobs. Why are teenagers not working, even part-time, even if they're at college, whatever they're doing? And did you do a first job, and what did you learn from it? Because one of the problems with this apparently is that that is a great way of getting basically work experience. So did it work for you? 0345 6060 973. You can call in on that. Anything else you hear between now and 4, do join in. And you can WhatsApp. You can also talk into an Alexa and say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, followed by that comment. So whilst you call in, let's have a quick look at the Sunday front pages. And we're going to start with the Mail on Sunday, and they are going with this EU story, and they're already absolutely foaming at the mouth on this one. PM accused of betraying historic 2016 vote. I mean, I don't know how they can say this when all they've got to base it on is what the EU is asking for, not what Keir Starmer has agreed to. In fact, he specifically said the opposite. But apparently, according to the Mail on Sunday, it's Starmer's surrender squad to undo Brexit. Well, I think that's just paper talk. There may be some people who maybe you agree with this. I don't really think that's true. I think the last thing Starmer would really risk doing at the moment is, quote, undoing Brexit. But having a better deal surely makes sense. Also on the front page, in fact on lots of the front pages, is Chris McCausland. Is that right? He's the guy who has won with Diane Buswell, has won Strictly. I haven't seen it. I don't think I've ever seen it, actually. I certainly didn't see the final, but I'm told it was very emotional. It was it was a brilliant final, very emotional programme. I imagine it was. Chris, on his Strictly win, it's for all those it's for all those who are told they can't do something. Yeah, I guess it is pretty significant, isn't it? So that is an amazing win. I mean, it was always going to be him, wasn't it? Fairly early on, I think it was fairly... Even I know that, and I've never watched it. The Sunday Times, Andrew's Chinese spy confidant met 2 former prime ministers, with spy in quotation marks. We're going to be hearing a lot more about that. Also, Reform's money man to link up with Musk. And the Sunday People, onto the Sunday People. Christmas joy, that's a pun. It's Chris, not Christmas, but Chris, as in Chris, who's won the Strictly Grand Final. Also on their front page, Sarah Killer is pals with Let Be. In jail, that is. The Sunday Telegraph. The Sunday Telegraph also goes with the Chinese influencer at the heart of Whitehall, they say. And they've got a picture of the from the final of Strictly as well. Very big deal for the papers. Was it for you? I mean, do tell me if you were following it. Have I missed out on something? Because it seems to be very big news. Dancing on Air is the headline. Also, the front page of the Sunday Telegraph, water bills must rise by 1/5 to fix the broken system. The Sunday Express, Boris warns, oh, here we go, yeah. Boris warns of Keir Brexit threat. Global Britain joins 12 trillion group of nations. Boris Johnson says the government must be stopped from re-shackling this country to Brussels. Right, and they've also got Glitterball Glory for Chris and Diane on their front pages. The Star have gone for a completely different story. What's this then? Oh, right. A room with a woo is the headline. A room with a woo. Okay, it's telly legend Martin Roberts. Now, there's one for the Gen Zers. Martin Roberts, telly legend, big fan. Yes? Who? Oh, no, it's a who. Okay, you don't know? No? No, they don't know Martin Roberts. Well, he is a bit of a telly legend because he did, I think he still does do, Homes Under the Hammer, which as a student you must have watched because, yeah, Martha's seen that one as well. Yeah, Homes Under the Hammer is, I would have thought that is, along with Countdown, it's sort of compulsory viewing for students. Daytime television where they go around, I mean, I haven't seen it for years, but they go around houses and with people who want to buy them at auction, is that right? And then they go to the auction and see what happens, and then later they go back and see how they've done up the place. I think it's something like that. Anyway, he looks a bit different. Looks like he's had a bit of a makeover. Doesn't look quite the same as when I've seen him. But anyway, the story is telly legend Martin Roberts has told how he fled a spooky house while filming Homes Under the Hammer. After he came under attack, he told the crew, "Let's get out of here." Okay, that's their front page. The Sunday Mirror, what have we got here? By Jove Gove. There's 3 stories on the front page. One is By Jove Gove, which appears to have a picture of Michael Gove. I say appears. Who knows these days what you can do with AI and stuff, but it appears to show Michael Gove kissing somebody, seemingly in public. Chris Storick, he's the first blind Strictly winner. Yes, very much so. Chris Storick is the headline there. And then hidden scandal of homeless women. Rough sleepers are double the official figures. Over 1,000 women have been found sleeping rough by charity workers, nearly twice as many as government figures admit. The Sun on Sunday, of course Chris won it. Awful puns on the name Chris, really. They should be able to do better than that. And Eamon, I'll wed Katie. Right. The Observer goes with PM condemned for allowing a new wave of slum housing. And the criticism is that as part of Labour's plans for 1.5 million homes, some of those will be office refits. where you take an office block and they're relaxing some of the requirements in order to make those into residential homes. It's not ideal, but given the urgency of the situation, I'm not sure that's a bad idea. I mean, we do have lots of empty office blocks. It might be an idea. Isn't that a good thing, really, to refit them and not just knock things down and rebuild things all the time? It seems to make sense to me. And there we are. That's the way the Sunday papers look, the front pages. If you'd like to comment on any of that, on resetting Keir Starmer with making Brexit work, on first jobs and your experience, give me a call now, 0345 6060 973 LBC.
LBC. How often can you say a gift is truly unique? When you gift a loved one an Ancestry DNA test, you're giving them the keys to unlock their own personal journey of discovery. And with our festive sale now on, you can save on a truly meaningful gift. Help them discover their heritage, learn about their ancestors, and make new family connections this Christmas. Visit ancestry.co.uk to give them a gift that is truly unique. Terms apply.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? You have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so full of glee, which is a very rare sight for all to see. Oh my, and what is the reason? Of course, it's the festive season. Choose a Grinch book or toy for your little ones until the 31st of December. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 31st of December, subject to availability from 11 a.m. Book or toy choices between toy or book, not specific item or range.
This is LBC with Clive Bull. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
LBC, good morning. I'm Clive Bull with you through till 4. Thanks for all your calls and comments coming in. I'll have a look at some of the comments in a moment. Let's first of all go to Sean in Esher. Hello, Sean.
Oh, good evening. Good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
I had 4 jobs as youngster and I was still at school. So, 4 jobs all at once.
4 jobs all at once, and you were still at school. Well, that's exactly what they're saying isn't really happening anymore. What were the jobs?
Well, the first one was I was a paper boy. Used to knock on doors and set the Evening News and the Evening Standard. We used to walk around with and collect the money in them days. I don't think you could do it.
Really? Oh, now, when you said paper boy, I was assuming I was a paper boy. But
paper boy, sorry, paper boy.
Yeah, I was a paper boy, and that was sticking newspapers through letterboxes, or often they wouldn't fit through letterboxes, so you just have to leave them by people's front doors. But you were actually collecting the money as well. How did that work?
I had a big pouch, and they used to have to pay me on the doorstep. If they used to knock. They wanted a news or a standard.
Oh, so you were selling evening papers?
Oh yeah, only the evening papers because I was a schoolboy.
I was a Sunday morning paper boy, so I was going around delivering these huge blooming Sunday papers in a massive pouch, as you say. So of an evening, you would go round with copies of an evening paper, knocking on doors saying, "Do you want a Standard? Do you want a News?"
That's it.
And they'd give you 6pence or something for them.
I couldn't do Sunday mornings because I had another job for them.
Okay.
On Friday evenings, I had a job in the filling station. Because they'd just gone self-service, what I had was a little white coat. I didn't get paid, but I did make my money in tips. I used to fill cars for people, save them getting out and getting cold, and check their water and change their oil. And I always got a tip, and that added up quite nicely. And then on Saturday, I was a butcher's boy. I used to work at the butcher's all day on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, that again is something they're talking about. Shops want teenagers to go and work for them, but they don't want to anymore. What did a butcher's boy involve?
I didn't like it. I mean, I didn't like raw meat, and I didn't like cleaning up blood, and they locked me in the freezer a few times. I wasn't particularly pleased.
No, I don't think I'd like working in I mean, you're really up close with all the chopping up and the blood and everything, aren't you?
Well, I hadn't even minced, the mince machine. I just didn't like it. But and then on Sunday, I worked in the sweet shop. I couldn't do cigarettes, so I was on the other counter and used to sell all the sweets and ice cream and things, So that was my Sunday.
And do you remember why did you do it? Is it because you wanted the money, because you wanted the experience, your parents pushed you to do it? What was it?
My two best mates went to apprenticeships. One was an electrician, one was a plumber, a mechanic. And I wanted to pass with the A-levels and that, so I wanted to stay on at school. So I wanted to earn money, and I was actually earning far much more money than they were going to work. So not only did I stay on at schools, but, at school I managed to pass with the exams and I had a few quid in the bank.
And did you end up going into retail?
No, I retired when I was 50.
And what kind of work did you end up doing?
I was basically an export commission agent in the end, which meant basically if someone overseas wanted something, I'd go and source it in the UK and ship it out, and make sure I got paid. Nothing illegal, of course, but that developed into
all perfectly above board.
Sorry?
Yeah, all perfectly above board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Used to get people in the world.
Yeah.
Used a lot.
Yeah.
Made a few shillings, but yeah. So you're right. I think it was a time. I don't know. Just my opinion. It was a time when that's what you did. My parents were very poor. They couldn't go and buy. They wouldn't buy me a pair of shoes. They couldn't. So I had to
Yeah.
But it was an ethic. It was an ethic, and it wasn't. That wasn't odd. A lot of people did. I'm 70, 69 now. So it was.
Why do you think it's not happening now? Do you think just life is different? Maybe. I don't know. Why are teenagers not drawn to it? There must be plenty that need the money.
I honestly think that youngsters, I'm not referring to all of them, I honestly think that youngsters see people on the telly who've made a pop song and got seriously rich, or created an app and got seriously rich, and feel that there is a way of making money without doing too much work. They actually waiting to find something to do that, and they really don't want to put in a shift and actually earn it and build it up themselves. Yeah. That's just my opinion. So the world's moved on, and I think we should get back to some common sense, really, because.
I think it is good experience. I did plenty of horrible jobs. I'll talk about some of them later on, maybe. I did plenty as a teenager, and it is good experience, and it helps you. In many ways, dealing with people, working out maybe what you want to do. And, some people, for example, do a bit of work experience or a part-time job in an office, and they decide the one thing they learn from it is they never want to work in an office, or they never want to work in a butcher's shop. Sean, thank you very much for that. So this is the Death of the Saturday job, as reported this morning in the Telegraph. It says everyone remembers their first job, that first taste of the real world, the grind of work and the novelty of cash that you earned and is yours to spend. They mention the paper round and manning tills in the corner shop. It can set them up for a career success later in life, and it teaches you important skills about diligence, time management and leadership. But teenagers of today, working during their weekends, getting a summer job, those days are gone. The proportion of employed 16 to 17-year-olds who are also in full-time education is at its lowest level in a decade, just over 1 in 5 over the summer. The Association of Convenience Stores said 18% of its employees now work less than 6 hours a week. It used to be 36%, so lots of people doing extra little jobs. And the old-fashioned Saturday and part-time jobs, such as delivering papers, have pretty much disappeared. What we do have now, I don't know how old they are, but we've got an awful lot of people now cycling round delivering food out of a not very clean square plastic container on the back of their bike. There we are. I say not very clean, that's what they've told me. The traditional Saturday job is quite rare now, they said. Employers say that there's a mismatch between what teenagers seem to want and what the workplace needs. While there's some demand for jobs from teenagers, including various people, many are more picky about how and when they work. So, what do you think about that? What's your experience? 0345 6060 973. More coming in a moment. Right now, though, let's get the headlines with Tim Daly.
Nigel Farage is warning Reform UK may break a court order prohibiting the naming of an alleged Chinese spy being linked to the Duke of York. The party's leader says it may invoke parliamentary privilege to give his identity at Westminster. The government says more than 13,000 migrants have been removed from Britain since the election. The Home Secretary is currently promising a step change in tackling people working in the UK illegally. And local media in France is saying a gunman shot dead at least 5 people near Dunkirk and was a French national who was armed with a shotgun and 3 more handguns. A 22-year-old is being held by police. LBC weather, cloud and rain will continue to move southeasterly across the UK overnight, and we'll see a low of around about 4 degrees.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
Have you had your breakfast yet? Yes. I just wondered if you'll get a yes or no from you on something.
Straight to the point.
Please don't dance around this question.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
What's the confusion here? It's a yes or no, sir.
Listen on your radio and global player. LBC.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
Every day, UK businesses sell their products and services to the world. We know that growing your business internationally and finding new customers can look challenging, but it doesn't have to. Whether you're new to it or been doing it for years, at great.gov.uk, you'll find free support from the UK government with market insights, sector opportunities, expert webinars, and more. Find the answers and sell to the world at great.gov.uk.
I'm a Christmas fairy, and if there's one thing I know about, it's giving presents. So, how about an M&S shortbread biscuit tin that's shaped like a tree and projects a little Merry Christmas onto the table? Or the Happy Christmas chocolate box with festive-shaped chocolates, truffles and caramels. Or the Quattro chocolate panettone. That means 4 types of chocolate, by the way. Made with honey in the dough. Can't go wrong. These are not just gifts. These are M&S Christmas gifts. Selected stores.
Clive Bull on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
And here are some of the messages. Thank you for these. Sean says, personally, I would like to see freedom of movement between the EU and the UK. That is really damaging businesses, especially if you're in the arts like myself. Yes, the lack of freedom of movement has been disastrous for a lot of people. In the music world, for example. Joe says, all our soldiers from Europe and the UK are prepared to fight side by side and gamble their lives for each other's safety. And we're worried about talking about trade. Bonkers. Neil says, you could search for Michael Gove stand-up if you want to see something really cringeworthy. It's genuine and was broadcast on TV in the 90s with his very broad Scottish accent. Well, I might Google that later. Thank you, Neil. Mark in Kilburn says, morning Clive, Keir Starmer should definitely be bolder. He shouldn't be afraid of the right-wing press. Polls now show the majority of people would want to rejoin the EU. I think he should include the next manifesto, and that the UK would enter talks with the EU to join the single market and the customs union. Mark in Kilburn, thank you. Pat says Brexit is a disaster that dare not speak its name. Europe is on our doorstep. America is thousands of miles away. It's no contest. Besides, who wants to eat chlorinated chicken? This one's from Simon in Deptford. Clive, growing up in Somerset, I had a paper round 6 mornings a week from the age of 13. The law was 14 then. Until 1987 when I left school. Some of the people I delivered to used to pay weekly on a Saturday in cash. I was given a money pouch with the list of house numbers and the weekly amount. I started in the smallest round in the shop and I worked up to the biggest, which paid £4.15 a week. Yeah, I do remember doing that as a job. It was, if you were the Sunday paper boy, they were so heavy. They still are, of course. The Sunday papers are massive, and they had so many supplements. You had to carry the whole thing around. It was not a great job, but it paid reasonably well if you were a teenager. The other one I did, which I really didn't like, was delivering leaflets, which was much worse paid. You just had a huge sack of leaflets and you'd shove one through, and it'd be like local pizza restaurants, that sort of thing. I'm sure that still happens now. Don't get paid very much for it. And you just shove these leaflets and pamphlets through people's letterboxes, and I know some of my colleagues used to stick a few of them through letterboxes and put a whole load of them in the bin and still claim the money. Tony in Durham. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Hello, morning. What would you like to say?
On the topic of Brexit.
Yes.
Obviously not to relitigate Brexit, but I thought I had quite an interesting perspective on it, because as someone who is ardently Europhilic, I voted Remain, obviously, and I would campaign for rejoining. And yet, the current state of affairs, with us being sort of schizophrenically torn between America and Europe, makes me, in some senses, understand why the Brexiteers voted for Brexit. Because at the moment, as it stands, I would happily vote for us to cut our trading ties, and most other ties, frankly, with America, even though it would make us a lot worse.
Mm-hmm. And why is that?
Well, I think, given that we are, as I said, sort of torn between these two people who don't want us to have a close relationship with each other, I think going for Europe is the obvious smart choice.
Right,
I mean, it's our nearest neighbour. It's inevitable, regardless. And I think America has, in the long sense, been bad for us as a country. We are effectively their vassal state. The special relationship only works in one direction. We don't gain much from this.
So it's a bit like people said the relationship was with the EU.
Exactly, and that's why I understand it now.
Yeah.
I understand it now because, for me, that's what I get from America right now. And yet, I still think Europe is the right choice here.
Understood. Right, I see what you're getting at. And what do you think Keir Starmer should be doing? What would you like to see him do, or what do you think he will do?
Well, I think that obviously in the manifesto was the guarantee that we wouldn't rejoin, and neither that we would join the single market. So that's ironclad. He can't change anything there.
Yeah.
But obviously he has committed himself to closer ties with Europe, and he is doing quite well on that. I think we will end up with something closer and sort of single market-ish, even if it isn't the whole thing. I think he will actually go wholesale with the free movement for young people, which is a good thing, frankly. I don't think anyone actually disagrees with that anymore, because, I mean, it's hard to, really, isn't it?
Well, it's hard to... well, yes, because it's fairly limited, and there will be certain restrictions and things anyway, and the whole argument about freedom of movement being the cause of huge net migration has been rather undermined by the fact that it's gone up massively since Brexit. So I think that whole argument goes out the window as well.
I mean, not to be absolutely crass, but I think that argument was out the window to begin with, because of the fact that it's the idea that the majority of Brexit voters, I don't want to generalise them here, but I got the impression, at least previously, that the majority of them were voting to have less foreign-seeming people here, especially of a certain colour, and that obviously backfired massively, because since Brexit, well, we've had a lot more of that class of people, and we've had a lot less Europeans who are much more similar to us. So the amount of people who have a very different culture has increased significantly since the act that they committed to try and reduce the number of people with a different culture. It's almost been
I mean, I don't. There clearly was an element of that, and that campaign was aimed at some people with racist attitudes. Obviously, there's lots of reasons why people voted for Brexit, but that was, I suspect, part of the package for some people. Tony, great point. Thank you very much. 0345 6060 973. Here's Mary in Kilmarnock. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Clive.
Hi, Mary. What would you like to say?
First thing about working at weekends, and the second thing about Brexit.
Yes.
Working at weekends, when I was at school, senior school, I worked Saturdays in our local Woolworths shop.
Ah, the Woolworths job, yes.
Yes, did Saturdays, and actually also worked 4:30 to about 6 o'clock on Fridays straight from school.
And how old would you have been then?
I would have been, I think I was 15.
Okay.
I was just on the, what was allowed.
Yes.
But I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it gave confidence dealing with members of the public.
Yeah.
Which, when I finally left school, I went into the insurance industry, so I didn't have problems dealing with customers there. But eventually, after I had moved down to the south of England, after some time, I actually had my own newsagents.
And you'd already got experience of working in retail?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's got to be good. I don't know about age 15. I think there might be different rules now. I don't know. But it seems to me like it's a good thing for teenagers at that age to be dealing with the public and having those sort of jobs.
That's right. Well, I've noticed in some of our local supermarkets that at the weekend, noticed today in Kilmarnock, there was quite a few younger ones working.
Yeah.
Not only on the shop floor but on the tills, which I thought was really good. And it just gives them that extra bit of getting used to work. And it's also the fact is getting youngsters into a routine, Clive.
Yeah.
The number of times I've heard people with their businesses saying that, it's so difficult to get youngsters employed because they'll last a week and they get fed up.
Well, absolutely. And I think the getting into a routine and the concept of going to work and earning money and all of that is, I mean, they will have had routine of going to school, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, experience of work, I think it's really important.
Yeah, this business of Brexit, I used to be a frequent traveller to Slovakia.
Oh, yes.
And Brexit was all right until suddenly there was a great income from Eastern European countries.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I felt that the EU were only interested in us because of what we were paying in. And I was absolutely shocked when I saw in an article that after our women having to work till they were 65 at the time, that Poland reduced their female pension age back to 60. And we actually paid in a heck of a lot more than Poland ever did into the EU. And I think it showed its face when some of the companies that were here, I'm thinking of Jaguar Land Rover, because they moved out to Slovakia and they got a grant of 123 million euros for the new factory, and lo and behold, they're back opening a factory here and getting funded by our government. Obviously the European money has not been forthcoming.
Well, possibly. Who knows what the explanation of that is? I mean, it's good that they are opening up here. But possibly if we were still in the EU, that might have been money coming from the EU rather than the UK government.
But also across in these countries, in Slovakia, I mean, they have a great transport system at a fraction of the fares that have to be paid here. Now, that is all government funded. And I've never seen so many bridges. I'm talking about Bratislava. I've never seen so many bridges across a river in one town. And a lot of them were funded with European money.
Yeah. The problem is, these are all examples, and you can equally find lots of examples of where we're worse off. and examples of money that was spent from the EU into this country. And if you look at whether we are better off or worse off now, it's a very complicated sum, and often it ends up just being more of an emotional response based on examples. But Mary, thank you very much for that. More coming up in a moment. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Diane Abbott, Labour MP, of course, for Hackney, North Stoke Newington. The ICC issuing arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu. If he were to come to the UK, would you expect the UK government to act?
Netanyahu is a war criminal. If it wasn't for him, this war wouldn't have been prolonged as long as it had been.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player.
Conservatives telling us that the government should say, make clear that it's a disgrace.
The ICC has ruled, and I think if Netanyahu were to come to this country, I think he could be arrested. It's no question.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Back this morning from 10 on LBC.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the kitchen, guests were happily sipping the drinks that I'd mixed them. With a selection of tonics from Fever Tree, everyone was given their favourite G&T. It is, after all, the best time of the year that deserves special drinks, not just wine or beer. So this holiday season, mix with the best with Fever Tree tonics for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
Waitrose 3 for 2 on chilled party food is ridiculously tempting. So tempting that we'd understand if you cut down your guest list to have more of those pillowy soft Santa bao buns, crispy carbonara bites, and crunchy king prawn toast all to yourself. Now, we're not encouraging this, but we'd probably do the same. 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
Clive Bull on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
And here's Shahid in Hemel Hempstead. Hello, Shahid.
Yeah, hi. On both subjects, on the Saturday jobs and on, Brexit, all that kind of stuff. The first one's easy. I used to do the paper round. It was the only way I could earn money. I didn't get pocket money. My late brother used to do it as well, and everything that you look at, the paper boy, used to mark them up, used to work behind the tills. Later on in the 90s, cinema, rose through the ranks, became a manager. And everything, the local town centre, all of it has been taken away by the internet, online. The newspapers were massive in the early 90s, very influential in the 92 election. I remember how biased they were for the Tories, and that played a big part, for the win in 92. But now, you've got broadband, all these newspapers will be up and, online, so that's taken away the newspaper side of things. With the cinema, they used to be big, and then what happens? The lockdown happens, COVID and everything, and everyone starts watching stuff, streaming and, realise it on demand, and they realise that, they prefer that. And that's basically killed off, the cinema, one of the biggest chain cine worlds up against it, isn't it? It's on the verge of going out of business, and then the high streets, the council's made a very, unwise decision, including in Hemel. They pedestrianised the town centres, and I never liked it. My local town centre went from a thriving, very popular, full of community, full of people you spend all day down there, and you could be overloaded with shopping, you could be doing whatever, and you'd be literally a few yards away from the bus stops. As soon as
they've got two people working on all of these self-service tills, and I was standing there waiting for, I timed it was at least 5 minutes waiting for somebody to come along because they were just so busy. And you think, well, you've sacked 10 people, at least have 3 or 4 on these self-service tills. But no, they don't. And the only reason they need people running around is to prove that you're over 18 or over 25 or whatever it might be. And then I went into Uniqlo last week, and I was quite amazed. I hadn't come across this before, but they have this technology now where you don't even need a person at all, because you put the items that you want in your basket. And I've worked it out. I have actually read up about how they do it now. I was wondering how on earth they do it. I was thinking it's magic. So you put your basket on this thing, and it just knows what's in your basket and tells you and charges you, and off you go, and you walk out. And I thought for a moment, well, maybe it's the weight or something. Maybe they're weighing and they know exactly how much every pair of socks weighs. But no, it's not that. Each label has basically a little chip, a little radio signal in it, buried inside the label. At some expense, I believe it costs sort of 40 or 50p per item for these rather fancy labels. But they can read them. There's no power on them, but there's some kind of magnet or something which means they can read them. Amazing. And they can do all their stock taking and all of that as well. And apparently that could be happening to a lot of our shopping in future, so that we won't even need to do a barcode anymore. There'll be these smart codes of one kind or another. But yeah, I was quite amazed by that. In a way, it's worrying, because that's back in the day, you probably would have got a job in a place like Uniqlo. I mean, they did have lots of people working there, of course, but not on the tills so much. I don't know. Retail has changed, and it's not so easy to get a job working in a shop anymore. Have my Gen Zers, have you ever worked in a shop, or have you had a cafe? Okay, right. What, serving coffees and things? Serving coffees and front of house. Did you enjoy it, or was it hard work and miserable? It was pretty good fun. People were lovely. Okay, well, that's good. Martha liked it. What about you, Aaron? Have you ever had a Gen Z job, apart from this one, obviously, which is the thrill of your lifetime? Clearly, not worked in retail at all, though. No, never served a coffee or anything like that. Would you be any good at it? Probably not. No, don't. He'd be terrible. That's in his own words. 0345 6060 973. More coming up in a moment on LBC.
This is LBC.
Are you a glasses lifter-upper and peer underneath her? Or perhaps a peep over the topper? You could even be a peek around the cider. Actually, forget that. It's impossible. Either way, at Specsavers, we get what you're up against. So why not come and see us about becoming a varifocaler? With varifocal lenses, you'll see close up, far away, and everything in between. And they're free, with a single pair of glasses from £70. Includes standard varifocal lenses only. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
This is LBC with Clive Bull. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Yes, do keep your comments coming in. Here's a couple of them, then we'll go back to calls. Hiya, Clive. This is from Alexandra, Crystal Palace. Now that the polls indicate about 70 to 80% are in favour of rejoining the EU, I'd be glad to see Starmer bulldoze ahead with negotiations. The right-wing press and that most media-bothering village idiot of ex-MPs are just terrified. The EU must come first every time. The rhetoric that the EU wouldn't take a reformed UK back is a joke compared with the fantasy of an American trade deal. Trump is tickled that his fans expect it. The big baby will string the UK along for his own amusement until bored and then promptly forget it and sign a deal with North Korea instead. Okay, thank you for that one. And Nargis says, Clive, both my girls had to find jobs at 16 or they wouldn't have had money for phones and extras. We funded transport and school-related costs, but they both loved earning their own cash. They have a fantastic work ethic now and are both glad they worked so young. It was great for making extra friends in the community, not just the usual clique at school. All very good points. By the way, on that school point, can anyone listening answer this? Because I genuinely don't know. Matt was saying he thinks schools have stopped insisting on work experience being done. It was only a few years ago my children at school were told absolutely definitely they had to arrange work experience. You had to do it as part of the school curriculum. And it was really difficult to find someone who would take on a 16-year-old for a week or so, or even just let them sort of observe. It's awkward for a lot of companies, so it was quite difficult to organise. Maybe that's why now. Some companies do have very good formal schemes and arrange things throughout the year. And I think that's great as well, because work experience, it really is important. It's certainly probably one of the reasons I'm sitting here right now. But if you happen to know the answer to that, if maybe you're a teacher or you did do some work experience more recently, are schools asking for it now? Or has that been scrapped? 0345 6060 973 if you can help on that one. Leonard in South Kensington. Hello, Leonard.
Good morning, Clive.
Morning. How are you? I'm very good. How are you?
Have you been... I'm quite surprised, actually, that there hasn't been that much in the way of people discussing the... I wanted to talk about Brexit very quickly, though, but what I was saying is people not really have really said anything about this drone business.
Oh, the drone business. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to talk about that as well.
They're not drones.
Really?
But,
why do you...
certain. I've been following this for about a month.
Have you?
I've been, obviously, if, like everything else, you want to find out about things, it's not that difficult to research it. And
yes.
So I've been following it. Now
on the internet?
No, not just on the internet. I have people in the States
who've got contacts.
sort of feeding stuff back to me. Yeah,
really?
Absolutely.
Leonard's got the inside track on the drones.
Well, to some degree, yes.
Tell me then, what are they then? Do you think they're covering something up? What's going on?
Well, I'd say for certain that they're probably demonstrating quite extraordinary technological abilities. In particular, a lot of the stuff you've just got to see to kind of draw your own conclusion, to be honest. But there is also a lot of one or two bits out there that I think people are probably posting online or uploading onto YouTube, that's not... it's a bit dubious, to say the least. But in general, there is great concern, and it's being made quite, they're making quite a noise about it.
Who's
and it's
concerned?
Quite,
the American people?
The local governors, the mayors, the law enforcement, the Homeland Security, and there is an awful lot of stuff happening in the skies in New York, in various about 10 states, I believe. But a lot of this kind of centered around military bases, and in New Jersey, there's a lot of aerospace companies.
So what is your theory then? I mean, you've done this research and you've got your contacts.
No, it's not a theory. It's what I've been.
It's the
what
truth.
I've been seeing.
Okay. Well, what is it then? Tell me.
I know you're going to poo-poo this.
No, I'm not. I want to know.
The reality is something's happening that we can't.
I know something's happening. And we can't explain it.
And it's not just happening in the United States. It's happening around the world. And this has been happening at least more prominently in the last month.
Okay.
But before that, these things were happening. But now, obviously, this drone business, I mean, I've seen some of the stuff I've seen on, what I've seen, actually, that people have, uploaded. I mean, it's not AI, it's not CGI, or whatever you want to call it. It's real. And whatever it is doing, it has amazing technological abilities. That's all I can say.
What? And is that all you can say? I mean, why aren't they just drones? They could easily be drones.
Well, it's not all I can say, no, but, to kind of put it into a broader perspective, I suppose, I could say an awful lot more, but I don't have that time. But
well, that's all right. We've got till 4 o'clock. Tell me what you think they are then. Are you...
It's going to take that long if you want.
Well,
I mean, the fact of the matter
maybe
is...
just a few minutes. I mean, you don't believe they're drones. You don't think they're...
These things appear...
Go on.
These things appear to be emulating aircraft noise. They also have starboard and the green or red lights that planes have and the white lights. They say there is a theory a hypothesis that is actually emulation by this advanced technology. And it is true that when approached by any kind of drone that the military have or the police are sending up into the sky, they lose power and come back, stuff like that. It really is quite serious, I have to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't say that lightly. It really is.
So
they have
when
no
you
idea
say
what it is.
So you really believe the American military and the FBI when they say they don't know what it is? You think they don't know?
Well, I'd say there's two things here. They either know what it is and they're not saying, or it's something to do with them and they're not saying.
Well, yes. I think the second one could be quite likely.
This back-engineered stuff could almost certainly be true,
Yeah. Or are you suggesting that this is some kind of outside from the Earth alien technology?
Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I mean, if it's aliens, I think it's a possibility.
You think it's a possibility?
Really, I do.
Yeah.
I mean, a
disguising
lot of people
themselves as drones,
that, don't they?
Well, no, I don't think anyone rules anything out these days.
Well, it is happening, and it's happening in China. It's happening in Vietnam. It's happening in Australia. And of course,
the bit that I don't understand, and why I am taking you seriously here, the bit I don't understand is if it was spy drones, because they are over mostly military type establishments. So if they were spy drones from China or Russia or something, you'd think, well, they would just take them out. You wouldn't want your enemy's drones over somewhere. You would just take them out. And they haven't. So that doesn't quite make sense. And if they were their own drones, why would they have spy drones over their own properties? That makes no sense either.
Well, it doesn't, but taking them out is not really a plausible option as far as I think a lot of people are concerned.
But if you thought they are Russian drones spying on your military, why wouldn't you just shoot them down?
Well, just by accepting them as Russian drones, I would imagine is some kind of declaration of war. I heard somebody sort of say,
Oh, really? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, taking them out. I mean, who knows what they're fueled by? I mean,
they're probably just normal drones,
problems for people on the ground.
Okay. Right.
There are people actually shooting at them. There are a few people actually shooting at them. They're trying to take pot at them. Yeah. But these things are it's really quite outlandish to think about, but almost certainly seeing is believing. And then I think people need to take it more seriously, because whatever they are, if they do have that type of technology, then wow, all I can say is we better not have a World War III,
No. Okay, Leonard, thank you very much. Really taking it much more seriously than some people. We did have a UFO expert on yesterday morning talking through this, and he wasn't ruling out something from elsewhere in the galaxy, but he didn't seem to sound like he thought it was very likely. He seemed to think most likely it was some kind of military thing. But the bit I don't get is, if it's foreign military, then you would think the US would immediately know and would say so. Why wouldn't you? And maybe just remove them, unless they can't. Maybe they wouldn't want to admit that foreign military could get that close. Or if it's their own stuff, which is a widely held theory that it's just US military are testing out some craft. But why would you particularly do that in such numbers, with 3,000 people being able to spot them and have sightings? That, again, doesn't quite make sense. And then there's another theory going around that it is all a cunning distraction to get us to talk about drones rather than something else. The old dead cat theory. Maybe something going on in America that we're not meant to be talking about. I don't know. What do you think? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. Lots of comments coming in. I'll mention just a couple more here. Liam says, I'm 50 now but at 16 I was working 5 jobs and doing A-levels. McDonald's and a shift in 4 different pubs. On a Saturday, I used to run home from McDonald's at 6 p.m, change into my bar uniform, wash my McDonald's uniform by hand, hang it up on the cistern, then run all the way back to town, start my pub shift at 7 p.m. It taught me a lot about time management. These jobs just aren't available now. Pubs are far quieter and people go out less. Pubs I worked in were heaving. Yeah, you might well be right. And that's a shame, isn't it? 0345 6060 973. More coming up shortly on LBC. Right now, the headlines with Tim Daly.
The leader of Reform UK says the man accused of being a Chinese spy and closely connected to the Duke of York should be named to avoid the perception of an establishment cover-up. Nigel Farage has given an interview threatening to use parliamentary privilege to identify him. The Home Secretary's been meeting with her Italian counterpart to look at ways of dismantling people smuggling gangs. Yvette Cooper has been in the country this weekend. And one of the main US television networks has agreed to pay $15 million towards Donald Trump's presidential library. It's to settle a lawsuit involving a news presenter at ABC. LBC weather, cloud and rain continuing to move southeasterly across the UK all night with a low of around 4 degrees.
LBC.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Mummy.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Every day, UK businesses sell their products and services to the world. We know that growing your business internationally and finding new customers can look challenging, but it doesn't have to. Whether you're new to it or been doing it for years, at great.gov.uk, you'll find free support from the UK government on finding the right markets, making an export plan, understanding logistics, and more. Find the answers and sell to the world at great.gov.uk.
Are you an absolutely huge fonter or a zoom-inner? Perhaps you're an arm stretched out like a zombie when holding a newspaper, or a squint so tightly at the menu the waiter thinks you're sleeping. At Specsavers, we get it. You don't want to admit it's time to become a glasses wearer. That's okay. We're ready to see you whenever you're ready to see properly. Book an eye test at specsavers.co.uk so you can see clearer. Okay, we'll stop with the now.
Clive Bull on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Good morning, it's LBC. I'm Clive Bull with you through till 4. Let's take some more calls. Richard in Woolwich. Hello, Richard.
Hello there, Clive.
Hi, morning.
Hi, just very briefly, I had the same trajectory as you. I started off in my paper round, and then I kind of went to leaflet delivery, and then I ended up at 16 plus working in a garage in the forecourt, as a cashier.
Yes. Yeah, and do you think it was a good thing to do?
Yeah, seriously so. I mean, the work ethic thing is really important.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I sort of made my family do the same thing, really, because it's just an important thing.
I think it is, yeah, and I think it's a shame if it's dying out. I can understand some of the reasons why, but it is a good thing to do, and I've got really strong memories of some of the jobs that I did back then, probably more so than the stuff I've done a lot of it since, but those first experiences, especially the horrible bits, I really remember them very well. Very important experiences.
Yeah, and my mother, and my dad, they used to do a really interesting thing. They used to kind of all the kind of family jobs. They sort of a clever way of saying some of these jobs you can do, you do it because you're part of a family, and some of these jobs you do, like cleaning the car or something, will give you 50p. And I think they struck a really good balance between those two things. So I never felt exploited, but at the same time, I could, even from a very early age, I could actually earn my pocket money.
Yeah. There are higher requirements, and they probably want somebody who can work very, very hard without any breaks for 12 hours a day on not very much money, and they don't really want to bother with the 16-year-old looking for a bit of work experience.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the kind of, oddly enough, the future of the work situation, I don't want to get too deep into this, I'm really into the idea of AI that I was talking about earlier, and I think that technology is going to take over. And the big question is then, if we have this technological unemployment, it's not going to be it's like, what are our next generation actually going to do?
Yeah.
I find that question fascinating.
That is, yes, that's a very good point.
Big one.
Yeah.
But equally fascinating is Brexit, and I called and I can't sleep because of it, because it's always on my mind. I must say I'm very pro Europe and actually pro Remain, so I'll say that straight up front. But I think the Starmer's path back to what I would consider, from my point of view, a more sensible politics, which takes into account the whole sort of ecosystem of the geopolitics that's right on our doorstep. He's got to tackle what I believe is the primary cause of Brexit, which was this slow misinformation and a slow manipulation that came into our politics. And I felt that started certainly around 2016, 15. I thought it's a really big part of Brexit. Yes. And of course, just recently, Romania has annulled its elections because they felt that there was Russian interference. So this kind of all links. I mean, you've had this conversation over the weeks as well. It's just I believe that Starmer needs to create a much more authentic and direct link directly to the people, and begin to manage some of this nonsense and conspiracy from these marginal figures. And by the way, I say that because I was in the pub yesterday and I met a group and their sort of group and then their group. And I got talking to someone who was just full of conspiracy theory. And I just felt this was so depressing that we've allowed this to happen.
Do you think it is any different? I mean, there have always been conspiracy theories, and there have always been some people who like to believe them because, I mean, you can go back years and years. You go back, as long as you can remember, really. In fact, all the way through history there have been conspiracy theories. But is the difference now that we have social media and the internet and it's just so much more accessible, and for some people that's all they read?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, during the Brexit, there was a guy, I can't remember, I don't know if he's still going, but he used to do what looked like a show from his bedsit. He had a back curtain, and he had a kind of tie on, and then and he just gave conspiracy idea after conspiracy idea, and I was thinking to myself then, this is, he had a big followership, and he monetized it by sort of creating all sort of merchandise around it.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, this is not helpful.
Well, it's not helpful when it starts interfering with the democratic process, and
exactly.
But equally, we live in a world where people are allowed to theorise and come up with conspiracy theories, and I don't think you can stop that necessarily. And we're always I think all of us are looking for answers all the time, aren't we? Because we don't really know why we're here and what's going on. And I mean, you look at the drones, people are looking around for an explanation, and as soon as there's a slight mystery, we want an answer, and sometimes it's the bizarre answer that is the more appealing, because it actually does answer better, even if it's a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, I agree. And so I don't want to make a value judgment around this, because, I think you're quite right to say we've moved on from the Brexit and we don't want to go back to sort of name calling and all the rest. So I've dropped all of that because I was horrified during the whole campaign. But I think this kind of what I think I'm saying is critical thinking. That's where we need to focus our attention. So what Starmer needs to do is a bigger fix. And this is the kind of thing I think about politics in general at the moment, that everything is interlinked, and that sometimes when you think that you want to just tackle one area, you've actually got to go a lot deeper. So what Starmer, I believe, has got to do is around communication, and it's around I think cleaning up the internet a bit more. And I think it's about developing critical thinking skills in schools.
Well, I'd like to think so. Let's hope. We seem to be heading in the other direction at the moment. Richard, thank you very much for that. 0345 6060 973 LBC. Callie in Islington. Hello, Callie.
Hi there, Clive.
Hi, Callie.
Well, one thing firstly about the drones. Have you seen the film Angels Falling, 2019? There was some drone attack in that film. Early on in that film. That was kind of scary.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah, but that's been going around in your mind, has it?
Yes, since these stories have been, popping up a lot. But on the not working at home, during the work experience, when I was 16, 17, I started off with summer jobs picking fruit, in market gardens, picking berries, picking vegetables, strawberries, raspberries.
So you were one of the people who actually was willing to do that. We're constantly told people wouldn't do it now, though I think they probably wouldn't do it very much now.
Yeah, I suppose they're different in Generation X, and back in those days. And yet, I suppose the main interest to that job was just getting to know other people, and I found that difficult on certain levels. Getting to spend time with other people. I suppose I had a lot of difficulties, but I found some other jobs, like I worked in a post office sorting mail, post. And that was mainly good, apart from, I found it really difficult when, with the AIDS crisis, people were really scared about that, and it was quite alienating in a horrible way at that time, because people were, you got to see how prejudiced, in a way, some of my co-workers were.
Right.
And then I think probably my favourite job was when I was 17, was I couldn't actually vote because being under the electoral age.
Right.
But as compensation, we were allowed to work as assistant counters, so we worked overnight in the sports centre.
Oh.
Yeah, that was really good.
Even though you were under 18?
Yeah,
but you're allowed,
17. And,
you were allowed to count.
To
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. We're allowed to be, I think we're assistant
counters, right, yeah.
Yeah, but we were on, our area was, because it was one of those constituencies that was important in Wales, we were on telly as well, which is kind of weird.
Oh, yes, on the count, yeah.
Yeah.
You just reminded me, actually, of another job I had, which was a counter of traffic. I got paid by the local council to, those people, you see them sometimes standing by traffic lights.
Yeah.
And you have a little counter, push-button counter in your hand. And I had to stand there all day long and counting the number of vehicles that went through the lights or turned left or turned right.
Yeah.
I mean, I presume they probably have machines that do that now, but that was a boring job, but, I still did it.
I did a job like that as well for bypass, because we had to figure out, if there was enough traffic to build a dual carriageway or a single carriageway bypass.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it was...
Good experience.
Yeah, really, really interesting. I've always been interested in geography, so I really enjoyed jobs like that. Although we got paid less in Wales than we would have got in England, we found out from...
Yeah.
Which was awful.
Yes, somehow that doesn't seem surprising. Callie, great to talk to you. Thank you very much as well. 0345 6060 973 is the number. More coming up in a moment on LBC.
LBC, this morning on Nick Ferrari at Breakfast.
A catalogue of appalling official failures, allowing two psychopaths to murder a defenceless 10-year-old girl. Christine's in Maidenhead.
I work at the GP. Social services are completely overwhelmed with the amount of investigations they have to do. And because of this, I think they drop cases too quickly.
John in Seaford. Now, you're a magistrate in this area we're talking about, of course. What can you add to our conversation?
That we would never have given custody of the daughter to a father who had history of domestic abuse.
Do you think the family court was probably not aware of the full details?
We would have had reams and reams of background. Something has gone amiss here.
Nick Ferrari at Breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player, LBC.
It's 2024. We can use robots to clean our flats. Order Kung Pao chicken with our watches. And, hey, play my tune.
Playing your playlist.
And now there's a better way to do energy. With Ovo's free energy savings account, Beyond, you could save cash today and bank greener rewards for tomorrow. Now that's a first. Search Ovo Beyond. Discounts include bill savings by using energy at greener times. Smart meter required. For terms and eligibility, search Ovo Beyond.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? You have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so full of glee, which is a very rare sight for all to see. Oh my, and what is the reason? Of course, it's the festive season. Choose a Grinch book or toy for your little ones until the 31st of December. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 31st of December, subject to availability from 11 a.m. Book or toy choices between toy or book, not specific item or range.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
Good morning, it's LBC. I'm with you through till 4 o'clock. I'm Clive Bull. Now, a spectacular meteor shower is expected to light up the sky this weekend. It's the Geminid shower, which is referred to as a meteor storm because of its intensity. Not to be confused, by the way, as I said, with the mystery drones, those coloured lights going on in the US. I am interested to hear what...
Meteorites, are found every year. Not so much, if you like, big ones. There was one a few years ago found in Winchcombe, which is a fascinating thing. Object, and they're made of material which is from the dawn of the solar system. I've got on my desk, as I literally speak, I'm holding a bit of an iron meteorite, and it is quite amazing when you hold this. You realise that this comes from a bit of rock that did not form on planet Earth. It formed on a small body way out in the solar system that broke up and ended up falling on the surface of planet Earth. So they contain chemical...
And that's a bit of advice about how to spot the meteor shower. As I say, I think in the south at the moment it's a bit too cloudy. Further north and to the east it's a bit clearer and you might be able to see it. Also, there's a good chance later on today, early evening as well. So do have a look around. Whilst you are also keeping an eye out for any passing multicoloured drones as well. Most of them have been in the US, but there were sightings of these drones over military establishments in the UK about a month or so ago, so we heard. And those were certainly put down to foreign spy drones. And that was, I think that was about 6 weeks ago, something like that. Now, coming up in the next hour, we're going to be talking about a number of other things as well. You're welcome to join in, by the way, on anything we've been covering so far. Your first job, work experience, Keir Starmer's EU deal, the death of the Saturday job. We'll also be talking to Will Guyatt about AI and some of the other big tech stories of the week. And after the news at 3, I'll also be having a look inside some of those Sunday papers, picking out some of the other stories that you might not have heard about so far. If you want to join in on any of this, then please do. 0345 6060 973. You can call in, you can WhatsApp on that number, or you can text 84850.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock. The leader of Reform UK says he's prepared to circumnavigate a court order and name the alleged Chinese spy who's been linked to the Duke of York. Nigel Farage says the party may use parliamentary privilege, which allows MPs certain legal protections, to give his identity in the Commons following reports the man formed an unusual degree of trust with Prince Andrew before being banned from entering the UK. The Duke of York says he never discussed any sensitive matters with the alleged spy. The royal author Alexander Larman has been talking to LBC.
The man seems impervious to any kind of public disgrace because either he's too stupid to realise what it actually is, or it's that there's been so much disgrace and so much shame that after a while you start to think, oh well, it's just another incident, another day at the coalface.
The government says more than 13,000 migrants have been removed from Britain since the election. It's made the announcement as the number of channel crossings involving small boats continues to rise, having surpassed 21,000 since July. The Home Secretary is currently promising a step change in tackling people who work in the UK illegally. First Bus in Glasgow says an investigation is underway after one of its services hit a railway bridge, injuring 8 people. One person's been left critically ill after the collision last night on the outskirts of the city. Plans to tackle a backlog of court cases in England and Wales could mean some criminal cases are considered by judges rather than juries. The idea is being considered by a retired judge who's been appointed by the government to address the problem. The criminal barrister Matthew Scott has been telling LBC he thinks the time could be right for a change.
I do not think that juries are necessarily absolute be-all and end-all of justice. And I think particularly, actually, for more serious cases, I'm becoming increasingly sceptical about whether juries are the right thing to try very serious or very complex cases.
And police in France are expected to begin questioning a 22-year-old man after the deaths of 5 people in shootings near Dunkirk. He handed himself into the authorities after a series of events at Lune Plage on Saturday afternoon. LBC weather, a bright day with scattered showers for much of the country and a high of around 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
LBC, good morning. I'm Clive Bull with you through till 4. And we've already had a look at some of the big stories on the front pages. We're going to delve inside the newspapers now and have a look at some of the other stories that might not have caught your attention, you might not have heard about, and you might want to comment on. So do keep your calls coming in and your comments. 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp on the same number. You can text 84850. And of course there's Alexa, which is still going. We still get Alexa messages as well. You just say send a comment to LBC. And I've picked out a few stories here that I think you might want to comment on, and also that the Gen Zers might have a view on as well. I always try and pick out a few with particular relevance to... I mean, there are so many stories in the newspapers, particularly in the websites, about Gen Z do this and Gen Z do that. In fact, shall I find one of those, first of all? Before we go any further, let me find one of the Gen Z stories, because there are so many of them, and most of them are rubbish. So let's check this one, shall we? Here we go. What's this from? The Telegraph. OK? Gen Z abandoning mince pies for loaded fries this Christmas. Young people are abandoning mince pies for loaded fries as global-inspired and plant-based dishes gain favour this Christmas. A poll of 2,000 people who celebrate Christmas also found 2/3 of those born between 1997 and 2012 believe their Christmas dinner should be Instagram-worthy. OK, Aaron, are you going to be Instagramming your Christmas dinner? No, you're not even going to have one. No, you'll be here, busy working. Exactly, so will I. I won't be having one either. And I certainly won't be Instagramming it. Brussels sprouts, if you were going to have one, Brussels sprouts and bread sauce, out of favour, it says, with Gen Z. Yeah, you don't like them? Yeah, I don't like bread sauce. Well, I've never really bothered with bread sauce, to be honest. What do you have bread sauce with? Is that something you have in a Christmas dinner? But Brussels sprouts, I think, are underrated. If they're cooked properly, they are lovely, like little cabbages. When it comes to traditional favourites, 54% of Gen Zs and their older counterparts, millennials, believe traditional Christmas dishes should include a modern twist to remain relevant. Really? 56% of those two groups described festive classics such as Christmas pudding as dated. Yeah, I'm not so sure that people are that excited about, not fussed about Christmas pudding these days. But it is an unusual thing, and you probably should have it, I suppose, if you're doing the traditional thing, but it's not the best pudding in the world, is it? I bet there are loads of people who just have a trifle, or I don't know, what would you have? Mince pies, or apple tart, or apple crumble. Yes, apple crumble. I'd prefer that with custard. Yeah. Julie Ashfield, Managing Director of Buying at Aldi, said, we're aware that tastes are evolving, so whether you want turkey and all the trimmings or loaded fries and pizza at Christmas, we have something for everyone. Well, that's a bit of an advert, really. Anyway, the most popular cuisine for Gen Zs are loaded fries. Oh, this is what they want in a Christmas meal. What are loaded fries? Just stuff on chips. You've no idea. Call yourself a Gen Zer, and you have no idea. I mean, they're bowls of chips with stuff on them, really, aren't they? Like cheese and stuff, I presume. African-inspired dishes, 26%, and Chinese food. You put a bit of Chinese food in your traditional Christmas dinner. 61% of Gen Z reckon they're still likely to see their parents dish up Christmas pudding, even though no one really likes it. There we are. That's the one Gen Zer story that I spotted. Now, a couple of other things that I wanted to mention, and this really is a warning, and this is on several of the papers this morning, about train phone snatchers. Having your mobile phone snatched, but they're now doing it on the train. There's one on the BBC website here. Train phone snatcher stole £21,000 from my bank apps. Mail today. Rise of train phone snatchers, how gadget grabbers are swiping tube passengers' mobiles out of their hands just as the doors close before draining their bank accounts. So many of these gadget grabbers are running off with the devices and then apparently stealing thousands of pounds. Reports of theft and robbery on trains rose 58% in the last 5 years, London making up the majority of those. And the recent victim is somebody called Niall McNamee. He was sitting on a tube train, scrolling through his phone. A thief on the platform snatched it from his hand just as the doors closed. They probably had to time it very carefully. They might even be looking at their watch or their phone, and because the doors will normally, I guess, be open for a certain number of seconds. They grab the phone from somebody, and basically everybody on a tube train is looking at a phone, will be very surprised, won't know what to do if somebody just grabs it out of your hand. So they grab it, they run out just as the doors then shut, the sliding doors, and then they've got your phone, but it's open because you were reading it or doing something with it. I still don't really know how that means they get into your bank account, because more often than not, you need code words still. You can't just open a bank account. You need facial recognition or fingerprints or something like that. British Transport Police say there are three main gadget grabber tactics. The plucker, the thief that selects a victim who has fallen asleep in their seat and steals their phone without waking them. The grabber, the thief watches as the victim is distracted and puts their phone on a seat or table, then walks by and steals it. And the snatcher, where the thief stands by the exit, waiting until the train is about to depart, and snatches the phone from the victim's hand and runs as the doors close. So beware. It happens when you're just walking down the streets, but it also happens on tube trains as well. I guess it happens everywhere now, and people are just not aware of it. Have you ever had your phone stolen, Aaron? You don't want to jinx it? No, exactly. Don't answer that question. Okay, how about this one then? This is jiggling thighs and hair twiddling among triggers for those who hate fidgeting. Annoying habits? Do you get annoyed by particular habits? If I see somebody, this is a feature by the BBC health editor. If I see someone tapping their fingers on a desk, my immediate thought is to chop their fingers off with a knife. An anonymous patient confides to a researcher. Another says, when I see someone making really small, repetitive movements, such as my husband bending his toes, I feel physically ill. If you've got that sort of reaction to annoying habits, then you have a condition called misokinesia, a diagnosable hatred of fidgeting. It's a thing. Scientists are striving to understand more about it, but there is no known cause. Common triggers are leg and hand and foot movements, jiggling thighs, twitching fingers, shuffling shoes, pen clicking. That can be annoying, actually, can't it? Hair twiddling, also trigger, not quite as frequently. Other people report an overlap with other more recognised conditions such as misophonia, an intense dislike of other people's noises, such as heavy breathing or loud eating. So I just throw that into the mix because that might be something that you have experienced. Some people get really wound up by other people's habits. And I'm talking about little physical tics and sometimes noises, sometimes just something you're doing physically, like tapping your fingers, or people whose legs are going all the time. Their legs are bouncing up and down. People drumming, playing with their hair, anything like that. Does that ring any bells with you? It is apparently a recognised condition to get annoyed. I think, to be honest, maybe they've given it a name now, but it's been a thing for forever, hasn't it? People do get annoyed by other people's little habits. In fact, sometimes it's the smallest ones that are the most annoying. Now, something else. By the way, if you want to comment on any of this, do get in touch. Yes, what annoys you? 0345 6060 973. WhatsApp on the same number. You can text 84850. And here's another, whilst we're talking about Gen Z and their food trends, this is from the Mail today, the major food trends of 2025, from blonde chocolate to the best way to use tomatoes. So this is the top 10 food trends for 2025. Tell me if you agree with these. Number one is... this came up a while ago, and I still don't really believe it. Number one in their top 10 is hot honey. Honey infused with chili is having a moment. No, No, not for you. Definitely not. Never had hot honey. I've never had hot honey either. It was first seen drizzled over pepperoni pizzas in hip pizzerias in New York City, but now it's gone mainstream. You trickle it over grilled halloumi, pancakes, fried chicken, or even ice cream. But it's a particular type of honey infused with chili that it's hot and spicy. No, I'm not familiar with that one, but there we are. Number 2 is bold beans. Beans and pulses tick every box. They're nutrient-rich, a source of fibre, plant-based protein, and they are recommending black beans, butter beans, kidney beans, and even a take on classic baked beans. Beans are the food trend for the coming year, they say. More beans. We're going to eat more beans. I don't mind baked beans. Butter beans I haven't had. They've got a picture here of queen butter beans, which are gigantic. Have you ever had a butter bean? That's not a Gen Z thing, is it? No. Butter beans, do you even know what it is? You don't. Aaron doesn't know what a butter bean is. It's a big white bean. It looks like about an inch or more. It's like a squashed baked bean. Quite nice, very distinct flavour. Haven't had one for absolutely years. I think that's probably, if that really is coming back, I'd be surprised. Now, number 3 is better sliced bread. As a result of this book, we've been hearing a lot about the ultra-processed people book, Chris Van Tulleken's book, which we mentioned. The trend for 2025 is artisan sourdough loaves, but already packaged and sliced. I could see that happening, actually. That seems quite likely to me. Number 4 is blonde chocolate. Apparently this year, TikTokers went crazy for Dubai chocolate, which is thick, dark chocolate filled with shreds of crispy pastry and pistachio cream. But at £15 a bar, it is rather expensive. However, they are talking about blonde chocolate being they're recommending a Waitrose fair trade blonde chocolate with sea salt. £2.25. Will that catch on? Blonde chocolate. When they say blonde chocolate, they mean white chocolate, do they? I presume they do. It's got to be white chocolate, hasn't it? I presume that's what they mean. Number 5 is frozen tomatoes. What? TikTok continues to bombard us with food trends, some good, some bad. Recently, we've seen cucumber sales surge in the wake of TikTok's viral cucumber salad. Yes, I did notice that. Cottage cheese as well was mad on TikTok this year. But they are saying that frozen tomatoes. Why would you have frozen tomatoes? I don't really understand why that would be a thing. But you freeze fruit and veg, and then you grate it. Would that even work? You freeze the tomatoes, grate the frozen flesh over mozzarella or burrata, whatever that is, before topping with extra virgin oil, sea salt and basil leaves for a refreshing summer salad. Frozen tomatoes that you then grate. Never heard of that before. Could be. They're saying it's going to be the trend for 2025. Right. Number 6 is crispy rice salads, where you take leftover cooked rice or one of those handy pre-cooked packs and you roast it in the oven. I've never tried that. Or in an air fryer. Crispy rice. I've not tried that. I'm quite tempted to see what that does. It looks good in the picture. Looks like a sort of crunchy snack, really. But it's hard. Crispy. Number 7 is lion's mane mushrooms, which are becoming very, very popular. I have read about those. I've never had one. Have you had a lion's mane mushroom? They're very expensive, of course. They look extraordinary, a bit like, strangely enough, a lion's mane. And, okay, well, that's actually it. There wasn't a top 10, it was a top 6. But there we are. That's the Mail's take on major food trends for 2025. Oh, and one more thing here. This is another Gen Zer again. don't really believe this one. There's so many of these stories at the moment about food fads. Unusual new coffee flavour set to become popular beverage in 2025. Would you try it? Do you want to know what it is? It's yet another TikTok craze originating from China. It's onion latte. It really is. It's a bizarre new coffee flavour predicted to take cafes by storm in 2025. I'll believe it when I see it. You may have key ingredients already in your fridge. It's a craze sweeping social media. Dozens of TikTok creators all over the globe have been showing how to do it. It was created in Chinese coffee shops. And okay, how do you do it then? What's the recipe? Onion lattes, right? You chop up the green ends of spring onions. You drop the slices into an empty glass. You use a pestle to mash the juices out of the spring onion before going on to fill the glass with iced coffee made from combining ice, milk and espresso. Garnish it with more spring onion, mix it all together. Okay, so it's a coffee with onion in. I don't think that's going to catch on, really. What do you think? I think just about all of those fads are probably absolute nonsense. But we will see. Stranger things have happened. Right, your view on any of that, anything else you want to pick up on that we're talking about this morning, do join in. 0345 6060 973. More in a moment on LBC.
This is LBC.
It's 2024. We can use robots to clean our flats. Order Kung Pao chicken with our watches. And, hey, play my tune.
Playing your playlist.
And now there's a better way to do energy. With OVO's free energy savings account, Beyond, you could save cash today and bank greener rewards for tomorrow. Now that's a first. Search OVO Beyond. Discounts include bill savings by using energy at greener times. Smart meter required. For terms and eligibility, search OVO Beyond.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
This is LBC with Clive Bull. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
And thanks for the comments coming in as well. Quite a lot of comments coming in on annoying habits and also some of these food fads as well. Martha tells me she has had the Lion's Mane mushroom. Is that what? Lion's Mane? Lion's Mane. That's an ice cream, isn't it? Lion's Mane mushrooms. It was as a sort of meat substitute in a pie and mash shop. So that must be some meaty mushroom. Clive, white chocolate simply by Lidl's own brand, 49p, delicious. They go very quickly. Love it. Yeah, we looked up blonde chocolate as well. It's not quite white chocolate. They've caramelised it somehow. I'm not quite sure how, but it's not just your ordinary white chocolate. Shane in Sydney, morning Shane, says, hi Clive, what annoys me is when somebody puts their feet on the seat in trains. Yes, that is an extremely annoying habit. I get wound up by that one. I mean, I wouldn't actually complain about it, but because you don't know how that's going to play out, really, do you? But you see it so often now, and I just look at people, and it is mostly people in trainers who are just sort of slouching around, and I just think, you know, your shoes are dirty and you shouldn't really be putting them on the seat. And there are even signs on some trains saying, do not put your feet on the seat, but they do anyway. It just seems to be normal now. But it is a bit irritating, isn't it? Maybe it doesn't really matter, but I do find it irritating. Mark in Chesham says, it's called misophonia. My ex-wife had it. Terrible tapping of fingers, twitching, chewing gum, you name it, she would kick off. Right. Jez in Burnley says, good morning, Clive. My mother, for years, when she sat on her sofa, tapped her hands on the cushions every few minutes. Drives me bonkers when I visit her. She also taps the tables if she's out. An anonymous one here. Clive, I have a £45 swipe on my card, a limit. I can't go over it without putting my PIN in, as I don't really want anyone else to nick it and use it. Oh, that's a good idea, actually, isn't it? I hadn't thought of that. Talking about cards and phones, I don't really want anyone else to nick it and use it. I don't have much in the bank, but it does help me also remember my PIN number. Yes, because otherwise, if you're using contactless all the time, it would be quite easy in the end to forget what your PIN number is. Sandra in Hertfordshire. Clive, I hate it when someone near me cracks their knuckles or their fingers. Yes, that does trigger a lot of people, I think. I don't think I can't do that. I don't know. Is there something wrong with you if you do that? Are you double jointed, or why would that happen? What I have noticed is, though, that I bashed my knee on a wall. Ages ago now, probably maybe 6 months ago or more. And now if I walk fast, and I do tend to walk fast, I find my kneecap clicks whilst I'm walking along. It's a bit disconcerting. It doesn't hurt or anything, but you can just hear this clicking. It's a bit like your knuckles or your fingers crunching like that. And I don't know whether I've done any damage, but I did bash this knee by stupidly catching the edge of a wall, and it was bruised for quite a long time, and now I get this kind of clunk when I walk on. Hopefully I haven't done any permanent damage. Tracy says, I've just joined the show and I loved your caller's comments about the night light. I was out in the fields at midnight checking animals. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, no torch needed. It's a special experience. I wonder, is this what's referred to as a blue moon, as the light is bluish? There's always a beautiful moon this week of the year, clouds permitting. And another comment on that, actually, as well, on what you can spot out there. Tony says, if anyone wants to see the night sky well, take it from me. When we went to visit the Scottish coast, the lack of light pollution there is astounding, and the view was life-changing. The Milky Way is visible, says Tony, recommending you go to the Scottish coast. To get away from the light pollution, you can suddenly see a lot more. Leo in Soho. Hello, Leo.
How you doing? It's funny, isn't it? If you remember the lockdown, how clear the sky was.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And I grew up in Soho, and I moved over to the other side of London, and I'm in my 50s now. And just sort of shooting back to your previous conversation.
Yeah.
The click on the line, was it me just rapping my knuckles, which apparently is something to do with gas?
It's me with my clicking the pen. Probably.
Clicking the pen?
Yeah, very annoying.
It doesn't really bother me, but the knuckle thing is actually quite satisfying. It is something to do with gas.
Can you do it?
Yes, I can, but I broke my little finger recently after I got a little bit. Anyway, it's another story. But it's gas. Apparently it's gas in your hands.
Is it?
That's what it is when they do that thing.
Really? Okay.
That's what I've heard. And going back to the joggy wobbies when I was a nipper.
First jobs,
So, like yourself, I remember I had one of those old butcher's bikes, and I used to do the Evening Standard in Fulham and Putney. And so I had the early morning round, and then I had the evening round, and which I didn't mind. It was great. And then the customers, I found they wanted their cars cleaned. Do you remember those handheld hoovers?
Yes.
Boom. So we'd knock on all the posh houses all around Fulham and Chelsea. Ding, 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 I'll do your car. And of course people trusted each other in those days, and they said, oh, that's very nice. Yeah, I'm talking about when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. That's right.
Yes.
And then, of course, when you went carol singing at Christmas time, which was absolutely fine, I'd pick up the church from across the road at Putney, the hymn book, and we all used to sing carols and hymns at school in the mornings at assembly, so that was absolutely fine. And you used to make an absolute fortune. And then we did Penny for the Guy.
Penny for the Guy, yes.
I haven't seen that, have you?
No, I haven't. We were talking about that on Guy Fawkes Night, and it doesn't seem to happen anymore, where kids would make a guy and then wheel it around, I seem to remember.
What you used to get is the friend that you had that was the smallest person, right, and then dress them up and then stick bits of hay into them, stick them in a pram and then whack them outside the train station.
What, a real person?
Yes.
Oh, I was remembering it more as a guy that was made out of stuff, and then you'd shove them on a bonfire. You'd have a real one. Oh, wow.
You didn't stick them on the bonfire, obviously.
No, obviously not. No.
But you used to be able to have some fun.
Because of his attempt to introduce martial law. LBC weather, a bright day with scattered showers right across the UK and a high in some places of 10 degrees.
This is LBC.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through our home, friends were waiting for drinks at the party we'd thrown. With an espresso martini mixer from Fever Tree, all you need to add is the vodka, you see. 5 espresso martinis ready in a second. A Christmas miracle, everybody reckoned. So this holiday season, mix with the best, with Fever Tree cocktails for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
Good morning, it's LBC. Coming up shortly, Will Guyot will be joining us to take us through some of the tech stories of the week. But let me catch up on a few more of your texts. First of all, Louis says we shouldn't concern ourselves with what is out in space. There's nothing worth talking about out there. Musk is going to blow billions of taxpayers' money, well, a lot of his own money as well, on spaceships and rockets. We need to worry about our own little pale blue dot, says Louis. Thank you. Carl says, now this is going back to work experience. And I wanted to know whether schools still insist and arrange work experience. Clive, as a form teacher to year 12 and 13, my school has compulsory 2 weeks of work experience in the final 2 weeks of the summer term. Well, that's what I thought. But Matt was saying earlier that he thinks that schools are not bothering with that. It might well be right. Be interested to know. Thank you very much, Carl, for that one. Maggie says, if those drones are from Russia or China spying on US military, then why would they make them so visible? Surely they wouldn't want them to be seen. Well, yes, the whole thing is peculiar. Could they possibly be Russian or Chinese drones in the middle of America and not be intercepted? Just the whole thing, there's something about it that doesn't make sense. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't make sense to me. Jordan says, Saturday job was to work on Chatham docks during the winter. Hard graft, but taught me a valuable lesson in terms of a work ethic for my adult life. Will ensure my children, when of age, try and grab at least a Saturday job all throughout the summer holiday. Quite right too, I think. Good idea. Gaz says, hi Clive. On the subject of Saturday jobs, I was a paper boy on a Sunday, up at 5 a.m, £7, got me 10 B&H. Do you know what B&H are? No. B&H, Benson and Hedges cigarettes. So £7 got you 10 B&H and a Smash Hits magazine. I also worked in a chippy peeling spuds and cleaning the local council repair team van's fleet. £15 for that, which I spent on cider and naughty magazines. Lol, says Gaz. Thank you for the honesty. Nicola in Nunhead. Clive, I think it's harder for young people to get Saturday jobs now because of the cost of living. By the way, if you're wondering why we're talking about Saturday jobs, there's a report and a piece in the Telegraph this morning about the death of the Saturday job. Very low number of young people taking jobs as teenagers now, particularly part-time jobs. Anyway, Nicola goes on. Older people are working longer hours as they needed to pay the bills and are having to work weekends. My daughters were able to get Saturday jobs pre-Brexit, but my son has found it impossible to get a Saturday job after Brexit. Shane in Sydney, morning Shane, says, Clive, my first job was as a paper boy before and after school and weekends. The best time was Easter. The Sydney Showgrounds was my route. I made a lot of money standing at the entrance of the Royal Easter Show selling papers, but I didn't like it in the wet weather. Now I can understand that. Shane, thank you very much for that as well. If you have a comment, then do join in. You can call in, or if you can't call in, then send a message 0345 6060 973. Now, as promised, let's catch up on the week's tech news, including the latest AI developments. Will Guyatt, LBC's tech correspondent, joins us. Morning, Will.
Yeah, morning, Clive. Not a day goes by still without AI stories. It's not quite the hysteria we had at the start of 2024, but we're still getting a steady flow of AI-related news.
And this one is to do with use in health. Now, this seems to be one of the more positive aspects to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things you and I have spoken about before, is the benefits you could possibly have in the world of health. And this one is particularly close to me because this is a new test that uses AI to detect breast cancer at the earliest stage yet. And my partner Laura has just gone through essentially a 2-year battle with breast cancer and thankfully got the all clear a month and a half or so ago. But the idea of being able to have earlier rates of detection, which could hopefully mean better treatment and better results for women who are impacted with breast cancer, I think would be fantastic.
And when they say AI is used to detect it, what does that actually mean? I mean, is that sort of analysing data? Is it a physical thing? What do they do?
Yeah, so this is a non-invasive test, and they say it looks for subtle changes in the bloodstream that occur during the initial phases of breast cancer. And what they actually do is shine a laser beam into the patient's blood plasma. And with that information that you get from that laser beam in the recording, they then use AI to interpret the results. And what they've said, Clive, is they've actually got incredibly high accuracy just in this early trial. So they're going to extend it and expand it and do more work on this trial, and also on the kind of like training the AI algorithm for this and improving it from here. But they said even in this early stage, it was the earliest yet possible detection of breast cancer.
Well, that's fantastic, and that's a really positive story. And I suppose that is the truth with AI, isn't it? That there's good and bad. There's threats and there's real opportunities. Here's a more negative story then, and I was really worried by this, being interested obviously in the news media. BBC complaining to Apple over a headline that AI had created that was actually completely wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was about this high-profile murder that took place a week or so ago in the US, where I think he was the boss of a healthcare insurance company, wasn't he? Was assassinated in the street. And Apple Intelligence, which launched earlier this week in the UK, can sort of be used to summarize and group together notifications on devices. But earlier this week, it published an article, or it used artificial intelligence to summarize an article suggesting that the man arrested following the murder had shot himself, and he hasn't.
Yeah, which is pretty terrible, really, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you tie it to an organisation like the BBC or other mainstream news organisations like us, who have pride in making sure we don't break a story until we're confident it's real. So misreporting a story and then labelling it to an organisation that has had no control of editing or summarising that text, but sticking their logo next to it, not a good look.
Well, absolutely terrible. And this is the thing that worries me, because this is happening all the time. We hear stories all the time about AI just getting things completely wrong. Yeah. Thank you, very thought-provoking. I've got to go. I'll be back next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if you missed any of today's show. And what a show it was. You can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, where you'll find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, and Global's live radio stations. Download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 7 on LBC Weekend Breakfast with Matthew Wright. But right now, here he is. It's Henry Riley.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hang on. We'll just give you a microphone.
Thank you very much, Clive. Good morning. Coming up.
For many decades, under successive governments, including Conservative governments, serious mistakes have been made with immigration. It's basically been far, far too high.
That's the Conservative Chris Philp, as figures show more migrants have been removed from the UK in the first 6 months of a Labour government than in any 6-month period since 2019. A Labour the party to stop the boats. Plus, the government's being criticised for allowing slum homes by allowing office blocks to turn to flats, and the government too obsessed with their housing target. But first,
switching in and out of daylight savings time is outdated, and it's only a source of annoyance and confusion. Frankly, it's just dumb, and there's just no other way to say it.
Donald Trump wants to end daylight saving time. Does he have a point?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, it's believed the alleged Chinese spy who became a close confidant of Prince Andrew met two of the UK's prime ministers. Reports this morning say pictures have emerged showing the businessman, who's known as H6, pictured alongside both David Cameron and Theresa May. There's no suggestion either of them were aware of his reported links to the Chinese state. The former MI6 Director of Operations, Nigel Inkster, says the organisation he's been linked to has a certain way of working.
What the United Front Work Department is first and foremost looking to do is to find people who will speak on Beijing's behalf, say things that are favourable to Beijing's interests, and avoid saying anything that's seen as disobliging.
The bus operator first says an investigation is underway after one of its vehicles hit a railway bridge in Glasgow, injuring 8 people. One person's been left critically ill after the collision on the outskirts of the city. Part of the roof of a 4A service was torn off at about 6 o'clock last night. South Korea's opposition leader is urging the country's constitutional court to make a decision quickly on the attempt to remove the country's president from office. Parliament's voted to impeach Yoon Suk-yeol because of his attempt to introduce martial law. If he's dismissed, a national election would have to be held within 60 days. And police in France are expected to begin questioning a 22-year-old man after the deaths of 5 people in shootings near Dunkirk. He handed himself into the authorities after a series of attacks on Saturday afternoon. LBC's correspondent in Paris, Peter Allen, says there are 3 crime scenes.
A businessman was shot dead in front of his relatives. Then a further set of shootings took place at a place called Lune Plage. 2 migrants were shot dead. Soon afterwards, a couple of security guards guarding corporate premises close to this migrant camp, they were shot dead.
And as you just heard Henry mentioning, more migrants have been removed from the UK since Labour was elected than during any other 6-month period over the last 5 years. The government's claiming almost 13,500 people have left Britain in the time since July. It says it's on track to deliver on a promise to return those who don't have a right to be here. LBC weather, a bright day with scattered showers for much of the UK. We'll see a high in some places of around 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Henry Riley.
Good morning. 4 minutes past 4 is the time. It is Henry Riley with your weekend early breakfast here on LBC, with you until 7 o'clock. Matthew Wright is going to be with you after that for your weekend breakfast. And then, of course, you've got Lewis Goodall coming up from 10. Lots to get through on the programme. We will be talking a bit later on, as you heard in the news from Tim, and as I referenced just beforehand, about Labour and stopping the boats. Basically, they're doing slightly better than the Conservatives did in the last 5 years at sending people back and effectively removing migrants that should not be here. So we'll get into that after 6 o'clock. Plus, I want to talk about housing as well. No doubt that we need to massively increase our housing stock, but actually by sticking to that 1.5 million homes a year, I do slightly wonder. Sorry, not a year, but at the end of the Parliament, about 300,000 homes a year it would be. But I do slightly worry that we're going to be in a situation where we're converting things into houses that probably shouldn't be houses. Or maybe you don't care. We were talking about this earlier on. I mean, would you care if you lived in an sort of industrial park or in an office block? You would care if it didn't have the right insulation, for example, or if there wasn't the right things that you need in order to live there and have a proper house. So anyway, we'll get into that after 5 o'clock. But this hour, and I'm not going to claim to be any kind of expert in this, I want to be guided by you and talk about daylight saving time, or as we know it in the UK, British summertime. And look, this has come from Donald Trump. I don't want to make this into a conversation in terms of whether you love Donald Trump or whether you hate Donald Trump or whether you're indifferent to... Not that actually anyone is indifferent to Donald Trump. I think people have a pretty strong view one way or the other. But Donald Trump has said he wants to end daylight savings time, saying it's inconvenient and very costly to Americans. He put a post out on his platform, Truth Social, and said that DST, which we'll use that because it's like, rather than having to go through it each time, said that DST had a small but strong constituency but shouldn't, and that his Republican Party would work to end it. Now, DST, daylight saving time, is when you move the clock ahead by 1 hour in the spring and then move it back an hour in the autumn. And why is it done? Well, it's done, of course, I know I'm telling you how to suck eggs, but I'm just refreshing my memory as much as anyone else's. The reason that is done is to make better use of natural daylight, to ensure that we have sort of as much daylight as possible. I do find it, I mean, it's sort of mildly irritating when you lose an hour of sleep, but that's sort of made up by the fact that it's hugely gratifying when you get an extra hour in bed, particularly working these hours, when you're able to, I mean, actually, probably for poor Clive Bull, has to do an extra hour presenting, but for me it's great because I get an extra hour in bed, so that's fine. I'm absolutely happy with that, and it seems to me a slightly small inconvenience, really. I don't think it's really the end of the world. Anyway, this, how many countries observe this? Well, it's observed in a third of world countries, according to the Pew Research Centre. Most of Europe, of course, we've got British summertime. Some in the US, though, have long advocated to end the tradition. It started in 1918 in the United States. That's when they started changing their clocks seasonally because of, during World War I, they did it to conserve fuel, conserve energy. And it was unpopular with farmers and was then repealed after the war. But then in World War II, it returned again and was made permanent in 1966. But states can opt out, and there are two that opt out: Hawaii and what's the other one? Arizona. A lot of Arizona. So Hawaii and Arizona are in sort of their own time zones. They don't really go along. I know other parts of America are in different time zones as well, but Hawaii and Arizona don't really go along with this. Someone who has sort of worked to make this permanent daylight savings times is Marco Rubio, who, just to give you the background, is probably has been nominated to be Donald Trump's Secretary of State. And this is what he has said in the past about changing the clocks.
Well, we Americans are about to suffer yet another ridiculous time change as we now spring forward this weekend. Switching in and out of daylight savings time is outdated, and it's only a source of annoyance and confusion. Frankly, it's just dumb, and there's just no other way to say it. As a country, we've dealt with this policy for far too long. 20 states and a huge majority of Americans want to stay in daylight savings time all year round. And we now have bipartisan and bicameral support to do just that. So please, let's just lock the clock once and for all and put all this stupidity behind us.
So he actually in that clip is going against Trump in some way by saying that we should have daylight savings time. Donald Trump says we shouldn't have it at all. But they're both sort of broadly on the same page when they're saying this sort of changing the clocks back and forth is slightly damaging. Let me tell you the arguments for either side. Daylight saving time advocates, and this, again, it's in the US, but it applies in the UK, the same sort of arguments. They say that extended daylight hours cut crime, because you have, obviously, more time in the daylight, to put it mildly. Car accidents also are proven, according to experts, to slow down the rate of car accidents. And also, so cut crime and cut car accidents. Opponents, though, say that it disrupts people's sleep schedules and also increases the risk of a heart attack and increases the risk of a stroke. Now, we have British summertime, of course, where we switch the clocks back and forth, constantly changing. And I think if we are going to have more daylight, that's probably a good thing. I don't really understand why there are so many arguments against this, but again, I'm not stubborn one way or the other, so I really want to hear your view. If you're, I don't know, maybe you're a farmer, or maybe you work in a job where it's inconvenient for the clocks to go back and forwards. Tell me about whether you think and also I think there's an argument with mental health as well. It doesn't say it in this particular article, but there are people that say it can help your mental health, saying that they're having a DST, daylight savings time, because actually you extend daylight hours and you have less time in the dark. I mean, I do sort of hate it when it gets dark at 5 o'clock in the evening. I find nothing more depressing than now after, sometimes it's sort of 4:30, where, certainly where I am, it's pitch black. So, I mean, it winds me up and it puts me in a bad mood. It means I can't, I'm not that I can't, but I'm disincentivised to go out for a run, for example, or to go for a walk, or whatever it is. That's not just the cold. I do think it's also largely the sort of lack of sunlight and lack of light, full stop. So, right, tell me your view this hour on, we'll keep it sort of in the UK, but maybe you have experience. If you're listening in the United States, would love to hear your view on this, but also in the UK. British summertime, daylight savings time, good idea, bad idea? Do we need to end this nonsense of putting the clocks back and forwards? Does Donald Trump actually have a point? Brian's in Cullercoats, Tyne and Wear. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Henry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm sick of this putting clocks forward here and putting clocks back, and I just think we should end it here as well. So, I mean, whether you like it or not, unfortunately, because of the seasons and stuff, it does get darker, like, during this time of year, January, February, March, and it starts getting light again. But I think we just have to try and really, to be honest, what annoys me is, I don't know where you are, but the local councils where I am have changed all the street lights to these tiny, tiny little LED lights, and you can hardly...
It's funny you say that. Where I am in Putney, there's the sort of on the bridge, there's this sort of used to be these beautiful sort of old lantern type lights, and I think they've temporarily been removed, but they are these sort of hideous LED lights that are there now.
Yeah, I mean, it don't make much difference. I think it's even where I live, it's quite dark. And it's where I live is they used to have the disused railway line, which has been converted into a cycle path, and you walk down there and you put yourself at risk because there's crazy people flying down there late at night on bikes with no lights on. You're literally jumping to one side of the thorny bushes to prevent yourself from being hit by somebody. But
I'm amazed there's still so many parts of the UK that have no street lighting at all. Even streets where, that I'm walking down in London / in sort of Surrey, and you're thinking, how are there no street lights here?
Yeah, I mean, this is why people, women are afraid to go out at night, I suppose, really, because obviously they're frightened in case they get attacked and stuff in these, like, dark zone areas. It's just unfair, I think. I mean, I don't like going out when it's pitch black, never mind anybody else, but, yeah, I mean, the councils are just obsessed about saving money and they put the tiniest little lights on, and so the lamps on here, they're actually off. When you walk past it, they'll come on for a second, and when you go past it, it goes off.
Yeah.
I just think, this is ridiculous. We need street lighting for safety, for everybody's safety, do you know what I mean? And it's like, because I remember growing up in the 1980s, yeah, when it got dark, you had really big old-fashioned lamps, and everything was quite well lit up still. So, yeah, they've replaced all these stupid lights with these tiny little LED lights. I just think they're a big mistake. It's put people at risk.
But what's the problem with changing the clocks back if it means you get more daylight during certain hours where you're more likely to be awake?
Well, I think the most important things are, like, because obviously later at night, like peak time late on in the afternoon, it's better to have more light on a night time before it gets dark late at night as opposed to early in the morning, because everybody's getting up early in the morning and that, and rushing to work, school or whatever. It starts to get late pretty soon afterwards. But I think the most important time is like coming back from school or coming back from whatever, from what you've been doing during the day. So more light during the night time as opposed to more light in the morning, I would say, to be honest.
Okay. Does it interfere with your sleep as well? That's one of the arguments, that it interferes with people's sort of routine.
Personally, for me, not really. I just, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. Thank God, I just kind of switch off. When I go to bed, I just switch off, and I need to really affect me at all in that respect.
Okay.
But I mean, if somebody who's visually impaired, because I've got a friend who lives a couple of doors down, and he's got a guide dog, and so I know it makes much difference, but I mean, like, for him, he's like visually impaired. He can see a little bit and that, and he doesn't like the dark nights because it makes it harder for him to get around, even though he's got the help of a dog. It's not really helpful to him, like, with having sight loss, and that goes, I suppose, towards anybody who's partially sighted or visually impaired. They probably feel a bit scared crossing roads and stuff because of traffic and stuff. And what we need in this country, is more bloody zebra crossings. Because, we need more of them for safety for people crossing big roads. They don't seem to bring them up anymore now, and they are really helpful. You know what I mean? So
start a petition, Brian. More zebra crossings.
Oh, absolutely. Loads more.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Have a good one. Brian Cullicoats Tyne, and we're getting us started. Aldo, coming to you in just a second. We are talking about daylight saving time, whether Donald Trump has a point that we should abolish this practice of putting the clocks forwards and back. He said that when the US switches to daylight savings, it's inconvenient, it's very costly to Americans. I wonder if you think he has a point. Should the UK follow suit and abolish the changing of the clocks? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call, and to WhatsApp you can text 84850 or ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC.
LBC.
What are you doing? Oh, looking for a used car online. Tried Spoticar. I don't want a car with spots. What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide. Yeah, and cars with spots. No, there are no spots. They're called Spoticar. Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers? Understandable mistake. Spoticar. Manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
Every day, UK businesses sell their products and services to the world. We know that growing your business internationally and finding new customers can look challenging, but it doesn't have to. Whether you're new to it or been doing it for years, at great.gov.uk, you'll find free support from the UK government with market insights, sector opportunities, expert webinars, and more. Find the answers and sell to the world at great.gov.uk.
This is LBC with Henry Riley. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Started drinking oat milk. I've put it in my coffee this morning, and I'm a big fan, actually. I know I'm gonna get text pouring in going, oh, classic liberal metropolitan, but it's actually quite nice. having it with my coffee now. So far it's very nice. It sort of gives it the sort of porridgey taste. Anyway, I like it. We are talking this hour about daylight savings times. Let me explain to you why Donald Trump wants to get rid of DST, daylight savings times, by the way. Those who want to stick with standard time say that it benefits our health because it's better to have more light in the morning, paving the way for improved sleep cycles on darker evenings, and that DST can be disorientating to certain sleep schedules. Try saying that after a few certain sleep schedules. So they say benefits our health if we sort of stick with the time as it is, and it's better to have more light in the morning. But those who want to make daylight savings time permanent say that the brighter evenings are better because for those commuting from work or from school, and by having the daylight in the evening, i.e., if you move the clock, if you have more sort of a brighter evening as opposed to a brighter morning, that would reduce crime, conserve energy, and even save lives in terms of road accidents. And both sides say that their option would be better for the economy. There was a petition on this, by the way, on the UK government website. 471 signatures, so wasn't the sort of most popular petition, but I do think this is strange. So looking at the government website, end the clocks going back, keep GMT standard all year round. The petition person who wrote it says this will benefit society and aid in stopping lost hours of works, and importantly, stop incorrectly booked train tickets. How will ending the clocks going back stop people booking the wrong train tickets? And, before we come to you, Aldo, the reason this is also relevant in the UK is, I did not realise this, but last month, sleep experts called for the UK to abolish the clock changes. The British Sleep Society have called for the government to abolish the twice-yearly clock changes due to the adverse effects on sleep and health. They've said that looking at scientific evidence, people's health and sleep health are positively affected by the availability of natural sunlight or daylight during the morning, and negatively affected. So there is some evidence to say that actually it is better in the morning to have this daylight as opposed to in the evenings. Anyway, where do you stand on it? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. Is it time to get rid of changing the clocks? Aldo is in Bangor. Hi, Aldo.
Hello, how are you, Henry?
I'm very well. How are you?
Fairly tired, but as usual.
Fairly tired? Why? Come on, what's going on?
Anyway, the main point I wanted to make was that the United States spans quite a large south to north latitudes, and DST really only relevant if you live in the north.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
And remember that Trump comes from Florida, which is like less than 30 degrees. So it probably doesn't really matter to him. But America's already got quite a lot of time zones anyway, so if the Northerners kept their...
Oh, there's 4 time zones in America, I think, aren't there? I think so. Well, there's 3 or 4.
There's more than that, I think.
Is there? Well, Arizona's got its own time zone. Hawaii does.
Hawaii, yeah.
Then you've got... Yeah, anyway, there we go.
Alaska's right up north as well.
Alaska, I suppose, yeah.
So you've got the east to west massive amount of time zones.
Yeah.
So they've all got each state has got its own sort of time zones anyway. Mm-hmm. So if the Northerners decided to keep switching their times because they want to keep the daylight, that wouldn't make too much of a difference, and the Southerners could have the just fixed.
Keep everyone happy.
Yeah, everyone would be happy that way.
That's quite a good idea. What do you think about the debate in the UK? I mean, not that it's as prominent as it is in America. It's not like we've got Keir Starmer posting on X that he wants to abolish this. But, I mean, is there a slight point that Donald Trump has here, do you think?
As somebody who used to work outside.
What did you do?
Industrial rope access.
Okay.
So, a lot of the time you turn up in the morning in winter, and you can't start work until later on because the sun hasn't come up yet.
Yes.
And then in the summer, you want to crack on, get there early in the morning, and you can't get in because no one's actually there yet.
So it would have benefited you in your old job or not? No.
Yes, it benefits me that people work towards the sun more if you're working outside, but if you're working indoors, it makes no difference to me, really.
Yeah, fair enough. So we shouldn't follow suit.
It'd be handy if they just kept one. Yeah, if we just kept to one time zone. I think BST is actually the better time zone to keep rather than going to GMT. Stick with BST.
Stick with BST, British. Keep it British.
All year round. Yeah, but have the time of BST all year round rather than having GMT all year round. I think for people who work outside, you're working by the sun anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What's the lighting like in Bangor? Our caller earlier from sort of Cullercoats, Tyne and Weir was saying that there's sort of terrible street lighting where he is. What's it like where you are?
Well, it's just the middle of nowhere, so the second you step out of Bangor, it gets really bad. But Bangor's actually quite well lit. A little bit too well lit, actually.
Is it?
My view. I like to see the stars, and sometimes you can't nowadays. I used to be able to quite easily, but they lit up a lot of the footpaths, not just the roads, but the footpaths as well.
Fair enough.
And with LEDs, which are really bright.
Yeah, they are. Too blooming bright, if you ask me. Thank you, Aldo, in Bangor. Clive, coming to you in just a second. Andrew says, morning, Henry. Trump is bang on the money, wanting to scrap daylight saving. It's utterly pointless endeavour. No daylight is saved. It's merely shifted. In my view, there's absolutely no benefit to continuing with it. Anastasia says there are 6 time zones in America. Okay. Maybe you're right. Yeah, because I sort of forgot that Alaska and Arizona... Doesn't Arizona have different time zones in the state anyway? I don't think there's one sort of universal time zone, but anyway, it's certainly got a different one to every other state in Arizona. This from Simon says, I really disagree with winter clocks going dark after 3:30. What is the point? Yeah, that's true. I mean, fine if you have a lot of daylight in the morning. That's nice in your commute to work. Although, given the time I wake up anyway, it wouldn't sort of affect me. But yeah, the idea that it would get dark at 3:30 is probably even more depressing, isn't it? Thank you, Louis, for the nice message saying he's enjoying the show, which is nice. This from KP says, it's fun, we should keep BST. We need to stop being sheep and following the USA. Okay. Chris in Bath says, daylight saving is depressing because we have dark evenings. I agree, we don't change the time. P.S. I'm not a supporter of Trump. So, yeah, but people have very strong views on this, whether it should be sort of darker in the mornings or in the evenings. Come to more of your texts in a second. 84850 is the number to text, and you can call me on 0345 6060 973. Should we abolish the changing of the clocks, as Donald Trump has pledged to in America? Clive's in Sydney, in Australia. What's it like where you are, Clive?
Oh, hello, Henry. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, that's excellent. So it's like 3:27 in the afternoon. It's about 27 degrees. Wow. Birds are cheeping everywhere. And we wake with the birds. So basically, I get up at about 5:30 a.m. But the point is that we've got like 6 different time zones here. And like 1 minute, I'm thinking, what time is it in Queensland? What time is it in the UK?
Yeah.
And it chops and changes. And yes, it's annoying. But I think the important thing is, kids coming home from school. I mean, I grew up in Scunthorpe, for Christ's sake, and coming home at night in the dark is an important thing, making sure that, kids are safe. But also...
True, but what about going to school in the dark?
Oh, terrible.
But you can't have it both ways, can you?
Not too early.
Yeah. Maybe we should shorten the school day. I mean, there's no perfect solution here, is there, Clive?
Well, there's some places that actually start later. So I think the whole thing is it's such a mess. So if I want to ring the UK and ring my brother, I think, right, do I have 3 hours or 1 hour or minus 2 hours? And it's all over the shop. So yes, it's very messy, but there's got to be a reason for it beyond, cows needing to be milked. Because they'll need to be milked at whatever time in the morning.
Sean has texted in saying, hi Henry, ask any small dairy farmer and they'll tell you it really doesn't matter, the cows aren't bothered.
Yeah, they're not bothered.
But I thought they were. I thought the farmers were bothered.
I'm not sure, I'm not a farmer. All I'd say is it's exactly. So, but I think also, my other point which I made to
You're getting the accent, by the way, Clive, did you know this?
I'm giving you sorry?
You're getting the Australian accent. It's creeping in.
Yeah, well, after a while, you've got to sort of become a chameleon.
How long have you lived there?
25 years or so.
It's subtle, but you can tell a little bit that you've lived there for a while.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You've got an interesting accent.
Well, I could go back to Sheffield and talk like this,
my God, who is that on the line?
But my major point was the fact that this has come from Trump.
Yes.
And are there not more pressing things happening in the world than changing daylight savings? And if so, is this a big distraction to something else?
What is it? You might be planning something else, and this is just to divert.
Just getting everyone all wired up about daylight savings, whereas like you've got drones coming in from the seashore, and you've got who knows what.
That's a point. Maybe he's trying to distract LBC while he does something else. Do you miss the UK, Clive? Do you come back often?
No, I was in France only 3 weeks ago, and I love France, but I didn't want to go.
Where did you go in France?
Lyon, Angers, Aix-en-Provence, Paris, and I love France. France is brilliant.
Yeah. Well, come back. Yeah. Come back to the UK sometime.
Sometime, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's
maybe
no,
not.
Isn't it? That's a definite no. Thank you very much, Clive. Nice to talk to you, Clive, in Sydney, in Australia. He says it's a bit of a sort of distraction technique from Donald Trump. I don't know. I don't necessarily know. I think it's a strange thing to be obsessed with, I grant you, but whether it's a distraction or not, I don't know, I have to be honest. We are talking about daylight saving time. Donald Trump has said it's very costly. He wants to abolish it and end this practice of the clocks going back and forwards. I wonder if you think that the UK... firstly, if you think Donald Trump actually has a point, but do you think in the UK there's an argument to say we should abolish British summertime, or should we stay in British summertime? Anyway, either way, should we just pick one and stop going back and forwards with the clocks? If you are a farmer, I'd love to hear from you, because there's contradictory views coming in as to whether this would benefit or impact farmers in any way. 0345 6060 973. But I want to hear from you on whether you think it is whether Donald Trump has a point on this and whether we should stop fiddling with the clocks. 0345 6060 973. 4:30 is the time. The news is with Tim Daly.
It's being reported photos have emerged which prove the alleged Chinese spy connected to Prince Andrew also met prime ministers. They're believed to include David Cameron and Theresa May. 8 people have been injured, one of them critically after a bus crash in Glasgow. The operator first says an investigation's underway after a 4A service hit a railway bridge last night. And the government's claiming it's on track to deliver on a promise to deport people living and working in the UK illegally. It says almost 13,500 have now left the country in the time since it won the general election. LBC weather, a bright day with scattered showers across the country and a high of around 10 degrees.
This is LBC.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Party food is serious business, so I've taste tested them all. M&S Patatas Bravas stacks with smoky tomato sauce and chorizo with garlic drizzle. Mini Yorkshire puddings filled with pulled beef and creamy porcini mushrooms. And M&S salmon appetizers, honey roast and cold smoked salmon mousse, wrapped in oak smoked salmon. And they're all 4 for $3. This is not just party food. This is M&S party food. Selected stores. Offer ends 2nd of January. T's and C's apply.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
The McDonald's gift drop is still going. Find a gift tag and enter a code in the app for daily offers and a chance to win. So you can get Christmas PJs, birdie socks for your nan, or free fries to share with a mate. Ends 19th of December. App only. 1 entry per day. Codes restricted to 1 use per person. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
Henry Riley on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Good morning. We are talking about the clocks going back, and obviously, don't worry if you, by the way, they haven't gone back, but Donald Trump wants to end what he describes as the very costly daylight saving time. Let me remind you of the arguments. People who say daylight saving advocates say that the extended daylight hours in the evening can cut crime and car accidents, but opponents say it actually interrupts people's sleep and their health and can increase your chance of having a heart attack or a stroke. And there's also arguments for mental health on either side, whether you have dark mornings or dark evenings, saying that it impacts people's mood and can have serious impacts on people's mental health. Are you affected by in your mental health on the clocks changing? I'm not, fortunately, but maybe you are as well. So I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm just genuinely curious as to whether you are. Lots of messages coming in. Before I come to you, John, let me just read a couple out. Louis says, I get seasonal adjustment disorder. I find November, December and January the most miserable months of the year. I need meds to help me cope with it. I'd end changing the clocks. It's stupid and unnecessary. Okay, I'm sorry. School children were given high-vis vests and armbands. Some kids got knocked down on their way to school in the darker mornings, and the Scottish farmers objected due to the darker mornings. However, back in the war, there was double summertime to help with food production, says Nick in Dorset. John's in Crystal Palace. Morning, John.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think there's two sides to this, on both sides. So on one side, I think if they take the time and keep it Greenwich Mean Time, this is our time, that's it. But on the other hand, I think if you want the clock to go forward, they could compromise by putting it the end of February, the last Saturday in February, because then you get the benefit of March that can be quite warm and daylight. And by the end of daylight, it's getting like 20 minutes a week. It gets light very quickly. Then I think it's a waste of March. They leave it to the end of March instead of the end of February. It'll be a lot better. That'll be a compromise for everybody.
What do you have against the system as it is now?
But the thing is, right now, like this month, without hardly any sunshine, could you tell it was dark 3, 4, 5 o'clock? If it's miserable, even in the morning, it's like 9 o'clock, and it's like, can you tell the difference?
Yeah.
You get very much sun. So, at the end of the day, you've got 8 hours of daylight in the winter, you've got 16 hours of daylight in the summer. So, the compromise would be, if they're going to do that way, the end of February, that would March is a wasted month, really. The waste.
What do you think of Donald Trump's suggestion? About abolishing it?
Again, I don't think it's much different because they've got different zones in there, so he might have a point. Southern versus north, isn't it?
Yeah, no, fair point. What's the street lighting like where you are in Crystal Palace?
It's okay. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Okay. Not too bad. Not as bad as some of the other areas we've heard. Thank you, John. Appreciated. John in Crystal Palace. David's in Southampton. Hi, David.
Hello there. Yeah. I think it should stay exactly as it is because it was designed for good reason, the way it changes. People designed it when they actually thought about things properly. They didn't just make up some rubbish in their head about, we want to do this today and we want to do this tomorrow, and make up some rubbish why they don't want to change it, or they do want to change it. I don't know when it came in years ago. It must be over the past century. They actually thought about what was going on in the country as a whole, what happens in Scotland. They want to spread the light hours across from the morning to the night. They actually thought about it. I mean, that's why you should stay exactly as it is. What you said about Trump and anyone else hasn't given any sensible explanation about why it should change at all. There's nothing there at all, I've heard.
Well, I mean,
is there anything there?
Well, I mean, I think there is arguments about people's sleep schedules and about their health, which, I mean, it's not just me saying that. Some experts are saying that.
That's rubbish, isn't it? That's just a load of rubbish.
But
what does that mean?
Well, respectfully, I'm not saying that. This is some doctors who are saying that.
Yeah, I mean, people have got their own, they're going to have problems one way or the other anyway. I mean, you can't quantify that anyway. I mean, it's there for a good reason.
Yeah.
It was done by people that actually thought about this, not just, randomly we want to change this today because Trump or someone here thinks this now. It's about what's happening overall in the country, across the UK, Scotland to England. I think it probably gets darker. I don't know, in Scotland later, or I don't know, earlier or whatever. But I think it's a good way to balance the light hours across the whole morning and night. That's the way it should be.
Okay. So the argument is that if you're in the morning, for example, obviously it's a lot darker than it could be, and that you have the the system at the moment prioritises sunlight and daylight in the evening. Why should it be that way round necessarily? I mean, if we're worried about kids coming back home...
So look, if you look at it, the sunrise, the sunrise time now, I think is it about 8 a.m. The official sunrise time now. So if we didn't have, if the clocks hadn't gone back 1 hour, it would be 9 a.m. Wouldn't it? It'd be you'd have that. It would still be pretty much dark up to 9 a.m., which is obviously ridiculous for a lot of people, like children, like people going to work. So by bringing in the morning, by bringing the time from 9 a.m. to 8 a.m., the sunrise time, you're pretty... It's going to be like getting...
This says, let's get it. Lewis says, you don't have more daylight, it stays the same. The time changes, not the amount of daylight. Get it right. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I was unclear at the start. Donald Trump's not suggesting that we sort of beam more sunlight into America for an extra hour. This is about having it lighter in the evenings as opposed to in the mornings. Jacqueline in Manchester says, I'm against it being changed. My main reason is children would be walking to school in the dark in the morning. It's too dangerous. It wouldn't be light until 9 a.m. This is Jacqueline in Manchester. Johnny says, morning Henry from Canberra. We have daylight savings, some states in Australia. Merry Christmas, so thank you. And of course we had Clive in Sydney earlier on as well, so we have a lot of Australian listeners. John says, I like oat milk, but the milk industry has won a complaint that it shouldn't be called milk. I guess the same may apply to things like almond milk. Oh, really? I didn't realise that. I was reading about milk yesterday, weirdly. I was reading the Wetherspoons magazine, because I was not to give them an unnecessary plug, but I was in Wetherspoons, and they've stopped doing soya milk and replaced it with oat milk, and someone had written into because I quite like reading the letters. God, I am sad, aren't I? But I was reading the letters that were sent in to Tim Martin, who's the boss. I said, why you got rid of soya milk? And he said, oh, well, oat milk's the most popular, so they've replaced it with that. You get little sachets of oat milk. Other pubs are available, apparently, although I don't know any. That's a joke. This says, Sean says, ask any small dairy farmer, they'll tell you it doesn't matter, the cows aren't bothered. I referenced that earlier on as well. Carl in Enfield says, I run on GMT, so I don't care, or GNT. Oh, brilliant, right, gin and tonic. Oh, goodness me, God. Should we allow that 4:45 in the morning, jokes like that? So I don't care what the time is, I don't even know what day it is. Damien says the EU voted to stop changing the clocks in 2019, then COVID hit and the plan changed. This talk about clocks. Stick with BST. Luke says, stand down, scientists. David in Southampton says it's rubbish. Andrew says, with the war over, Britain returned to British summertime except for an experiment between 1968 and 1971 where the clocks went forward but were not put back. The experiment was discontinued as it was found impossible to assess the advantages and disadvantages of British summertime. By the way, Jane Gale coming to you in just a second. This from Vanessa says, when my daughter worked on the Italian Costa cruise ships, she very kindly invited myself and my partner on a trip, and we went to Iceland or somewhere, and we had 24-hour daylight. It was wonderful. I'd love to go to Iceland. A friend of mine who works here, funny enough, went to Iceland and was raving about it. I would love to go. And John says, personally, I think we should go for CET, which is Central European Time, 2 hours ahead of GMT. Oh, God, John, you're opening a can of worms there. Last chance to have your say on this, 0345 6060 973. Should we stop fiddling around with the clocks?
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Diane Abbott, Labour MP, of course, for Hackney, North Stoke, Newington. The ICC issuing arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu. If he were to come to the UK, would you expect the UK government to act?
Netanyahu is a war criminal. If it wasn't for him, this war wouldn't have been prolonged as long as it had been.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player.
Conservatives are telling us that the government should make clear that it's a disgrace.
The ICC has ruled, and I think if Netanyahu were to come to this country, I think he could be arrested. It's no question.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Back this morning from 10 on LBC.
You weren't supposed to burn the potatoes or invite everyone round at 2. We said 3. You weren't supposed to fall asleep on the sofa or ask me to marry you. And you weren't supposed to be here. But you are, thanks to the best gift you ever got. And mine is still having you.
When you donate to the British Heart Foundation, you give a gift that keeps on living. Search BHF today and help us fund life-saving research.
I make 5% cash back on everything I buy. I made 5% back on that.
On this! Drop down and give me 5.
5% back on this workout. And 5% back on this. New card members get 5% cash back on all purchases for the first 5 months, up to £125, and no fee. That's right, no fee with Amex Cashback.
Representative 30.7% APR variable. Minimum annual spend to receive cashback. Terms apply. 18+, subject to approval.
Waitrose glorious treacle glazed turkey crown is juicy and brined for tenderness. Topped with treacle cured bacon and filled with pork, chestnut and bacon stuffing. It's so good we'd understand if you offered to carve it just so you could pinch a piece of bacon. Now, we're not encouraging you to do this, but we'd understand if you did. Waitrose glorious treacle glazed turkey crown. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Subject to availability and delivery slots. Available to order online until 15th of December and in stores from 19th of December.
Leading Britain's conversation with Henry Riley. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Good morning. It is 10 minutes away from 5. After 5, we're going to be talking about housing. Do you have a problem with loads of converted old office blocks being turned into flats if that meets Labour's target of 1.5 million homes? The front page of The Observer, 1.5 million homes by the end of the Parliament, by the way, so in about 5 years. The Observer front page, PM condemned for allowing a new wave of slum housing. I'm going to be totally honest with you, I wouldn't want to live on an industrial estate or a business park. Not that I necessarily would have a choice in the matter. If it was the only place I could live, then obviously I would. But there are complaints of poor ventilation and no access to private outdoor space. But actually, would you mind living on an industrial park or a business park? Obviously, no one wants poor ventilation, fine. But this idea of calling it slum housing, do you buy that? And actually, are you slightly worried that because Labour are so fixated, understandably, with trying to get 1.5 million homes, are we basically just turning anything into housing? Is that part of the problem? So we'll come to that after 5, looking forward to that discussion. But we're talking about the clocks at the moment. I really like this text from James because he talks for me on this one. I'm more confused now 3/4 away through this time change hour discussion than I was before. It's pretty clear on it. If only the clocks could go back tonight, actually. Maybe we could just forget about this last hour. This, Pete the Poolman says, all these ridiculous milks. There's only one real milk, cow's milk. I get customers offer me a coffee at work and they add hideous milk alternatives. They get thrown in the bushes. Where did all these milk alternatives come from? What's going on? Well, all I'd say to you, Pete, is if I'm getting a latte or a cappuccino or whatever, a flat white, I would always go for regular milk. But I'm enjoying this oat milk. I've got to be totally honest with you. I've tried coconut milk before, but that's horrible. I don't like that. And this says, Michaela says, I remember in the late 1960s when we had BST all year round. It was a thoroughly miserable time. People cheered when the experiment came to an end. And William says, in South Africa there's no DST, but people in the east of the country want it because in the summer the sun rises very early, around 4 a.m, and also sets very early at 7 p.m. Here in Western Cape it's light at 5 a.m, and stays light until after 8 p.m. Perfect. God, that sounds great. See, I'd love that. And Nikki says, it's dark at some point everywhere in the world. What did we do back in the day? Nanny state. I don't necessarily think you can accuse Trump of being part of the nanny state. And Dalton says, good morning, let's keep it simple, abolish it. Love the show. Jane, with you in a second. Gail's in Saddleworth. Hi, Gail.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too.
What do you think about the clocks?
Right, I'm old enough to remember the experiment.
Oh, good. In 1968. I want to hear about this.
Yeah, right.
What was it like?
Well, I thought it was awful. Because, OK, it added a little bit of daylight at the later end of the day, but only at a time when most people were still in work anyway. It made it darker in the mornings, which, well, because I worked in an office at the time that was underground. And what it basically meant for me was that I barely saw daylight at all, apart from at the weekend. And I just thought it was horrible. And I think, you know, daylight should be in the morning and darkness should be at night.
So what would you do then, sorry? You didn't like the experiments, you keep the system as is?
I would, yes.
OK. What do you say to people, though, that argue it's, for some people's sleep schedules, for people's health, it's not always good? I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, I'd say, where's the proof?
Well, I mean, fine. I mean, it's not just me. The British Sleep Society are saying it as well. But you don't buy that?
No, I don't.
OK. What I don't understand, and genuinely, Gail, forgive me if I'm being dim, is why is it so important to have the daylight in the evening as opposed to just having the extra daylight in the morning?
Well, I don't think it is. I'd rather have the daylight in the morning.
But then, shouldn't we keep the clocks in British summertime then?
Oh, you're confusing me now.
Now you're confusing. You've confused me now. I thought I understood this topic. It's only blooming clocks changing, and now I'm confused.
Right. Well, whichever way it goes, I was happier when it was lighter in the morning and darker at night.
You would prefer that?
Yes, because that seems more natural to me.
OK, fine. So yes, I suppose. But so you would prefer that sunlight in the morning, or the daylight in the morning?
Yes.
And why is that, though, in particular?
Because, as I say, if it gets dark at, say, 4 o'clock, most people are still in work at that time anyway, so they wouldn't be getting any benefit from it staying light until 5 o'clock.
Yes. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
OK. What's your street lighting like in Saddleworth, Gail?
I don't really take much notice of it.
We were talking about it earlier on. People were moaning that the street lights near them and the lighting generally is pretty bad. But you're not complaining.
No, well, I'm disabled and I don't get out much.
Right.
But when I do, honestly I don't really notice the street lights.
Yeah.
It's light enough for me to see where I'm going.
Okay. Did you say you worked underground, by the way?
Not underground, but it was in an office.
Oh, right.
It was in a sort of basement.
Right. You went. We didn't send you down the mines.
No.
Thank you, Gail. Have a nice one.
You.
All the best.
You too.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Jane is in Derby. Hello, Jane.
Hello there.
Hello. You all right?
Yes, I'm not too bad.
Right. Can you enlighten me? Because I'm confused about this clock situation now.
Yes, that just confused me when the lady said that. I was told that these clocks were messed about with during the war, and that's to suit the farmer. But unfortunately, they never altered it back. But then, in 2011, in the Daily Mail, there was a half page on this, and it said, what we want to do is put the clocks forward 1 hour in October, and in the March, put them forward 2 hours. And I thought, brilliant. Because I thought, brilliant.
Just surely that messes with people's sleep if you're changing it by 2 hours.
Well, I don't know. I don't understand people saying, well, because either in the morning or in the evening, you're going to hit dark somewhere. I mean, obviously, you can't have it light all the time. But when I was about 14, it was light till about 11 at night. But I think that's because it's the climate change and that's all altered. But the thing is, to me, it's uplifting. Going dark at 4 o'clock is a nightmare. And it's more uplifting. And they did say at one time they were considering doing this because of tourism. Because, people they couldn't see anything. It was all dark everywhere. But it never came to light. And I've still got that clipping from the Daily Mail. And I thought, well, blow me.
I was going to say, have you dug it out for this?
No, because I have been waiting about 10 minutes.
I was going to say, you could have got it, Jane, for goodness sake.
I suppose I could, really, but I never thought.
Scan it in.
Scan it into, right, okay, I'll do that tomorrow.
Only if it's not too much trouble, don't worry, Jane. You've probably got far better things to do than to scan it in. But well done you for keeping it. So you kept it just because you found it interesting, basically.
Yeah, and I thought I'll hold on to this and see what happens. Because as I say, it was 2011, so that's over 12 years ago now, isn't it? So, but no, I think this darkness in the morning, because for children, that lady said 8 o'clock when they go to school.
Yeah.
I think it'll be pretty light by then, and when they come out of school, it will be light. I mean, with all the pessimism and everything in this country at the moment, it is good to have light. We're too much in the dark. I'd love it to go back to light nights.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a different view of what they think.
They really do.
When you announced that, I thought saxophone in here.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing as you've got the cutting as well. Thank you, Jane in Derby. Appreciate the call. Let me just round up a couple of the texts before I go. Before we move on. Sean said, I remember when the experiment on time was tried by the British government. The Irish followed suit. I didn't realise that. Miguel says, good morning. I think it should always be the same hour, regardless of summer or winter, and also go back to the lunar calendar, as all as nature is ruled by the moon. Okay. And this says, I lived in northwest Spain, which was more westerly than Birmingham, but 1 hour ahead. In the winter, it didn't get light until 9 a.m. It was very depressing. I couldn't get used to it. That's interesting. So I moved. And Patricia says, morning, Henry. The daylight here in Nessa... oh no, it's gone off my screen. I can't find that. Here we go. The daylights here in South Africa is gorgeous. I'm just about to start my sunbathing at 7 o'clock. Oh my goodness. And listen to LBC, of course. Great show. Thank you very much, says Trisha. Thank you very much for all of your calls, texts and tweets on that. I'm still quite confused by the concept of clocks, but there we go. After the news...
For years... we've had not enough
housing for those most in need. Hugh Ellis went on to say, not all the homes built via office to residential schemes were substandard, but the projects needed to be properly regulated under the planning process to ensure high quality and affordable new homes. He said it is a free-for-all. So there's this way that developers can effectively get can bypass planning permission by converting these old office blocks on business parks and industrial estates to houses. Now, of course, we all want to see more housing. We want to see the supply go up, and I think you'd be pretty on your own if you didn't want Labour to achieve the target of 1.5 million homes. That was the Conservative target as well, technically, because they wanted 300,000 homes a year. Labour haven't committed to a yearly target, but say by the end of the Parliament, i.e. by 2029, they want to have built 1.5 million homes in England, and good luck to them. But I wonder if you think in going for that target, actually, what Labour are doing is opening the door to many of these substandard homes. Because if you've got an ambitious target, and I'd argue that 1.5 million is somewhat ambitious, given the previous government sort of pledged it and didn't meet it, and they're making the right noises about regulations and about bypassing local councils who are holding things up, great, I'm all for that. But my concern is, if you're so obsessed with this target of having 1.5 million homes, there are going to be cases where homes are built which are substandard. I mean, that's bound to happen normally. So surely this should be slightly there should be more regulation. We should more tightly regulate some of these homes, firstly. And I suppose tied to that, do you have a problem if you're living on an industrial estate or a business park? We were talking about this earlier on, about whether you'd mind. I mean, I wouldn't want to live on a business park or an industrial estate as my first choice. I'd far rather live on a residential street. But, I mean, if you do want to live there, don't necessarily judge you, but would it necessarily be anyone's first choice to live in a business park or an industrial estate? Or maybe you're saying, Henry, we need houses, for goodness sake. It doesn't matter where they're built. The point is that we get this target. So I suppose what I'm asking you this hour is, do you think that in pursuing this ambitious target for 1.5 million homes, actually, it could slightly backfire and could be counterproductive? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You can text 84850 or ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. By going for this 1.5 million homes in England by the end of the Parliament, is that giving a sort of blank cheque for many of these property developers to convert some of these old office blocks, which are buildings which shouldn't really be for housing, and turning them into places where people live with pretty poor ventilation and no access to private outdoor space? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. You can also WhatsApp us on that same number, 0345 6060 973. Now, Keir Starmer was speaking a few days ago about why he supports housing targets.
Are we going to push away the planning rules and make them clearer, as we've done today? Get away the blockers that are stopping the housing being built? Yes, we absolutely intend. For years, we've had not enough houses being built. That means that individuals and families don't have the security that they want. Of course, we want to get the balance right with nature and the environment. But, you know, if it comes to a human being wanting to have a house for them and their family, that has to be the top priority.
OK, Keir Starmer speaking last week, or a couple of days ago. This idea from Labour, by the way, the piece in The Observer, which is on their front page, continues. Nigel Crisp, who's the former chief executive of the NHS, will question the government on the danger of the schemes delivering poor housing that risks public health. Because, again, if you've got pretty poor ventilation, then obviously that is a public health concern. Sorry, and I'm rattling the newspaper as well. So ministers are going to be challenged this week in Parliament about the lack of planning controls on some of the new office to residential conversions that are creating thousands of tower block homes. New regulations extending what are known as permitted development rights were introduced in 2013. That allowed disused office blocks to be turned into new homes without full planning permission. They don't and do not typically allow for Section 106 agreements, which effectively means that they have to be affordable. So it's sort of wrought with problems, this. You don't have the requirement to make it into affordable houses, number one. Secondly, you don't have the sort of rights, the same sort of safety checks as you do in other homes as well. So by sort of this hour, I do want to get into whether you think the government is getting it right in terms of hitting the target of 1.5 million homes. Maybe you think that the government is entertaining the prospect of building on the green belt a bit too much, because Labour are saying that some of the green belt, and this is undoubtedly true, isn't really green belt, it's more sort of grey belt, and a lot of it is land that you wouldn't necessarily continue to be outstanding natural beauty. But, of course, tied to that, there are also parts of the greenbelt which we wouldn't want to ever see built on, I would imagine. So there's that. There's also, obviously, Labour have made a lot of noise about brownfield sites, building on these sort of disused blocks as well, disused buildings. I wonder if you do think that that is the right approach to be going for brownfield sites, but also converting office blocks to houses. I think if these sort of disused office blocks can be a force for housing more people, then great. I think everyone's pro that. But the idea that you would be able to bypass some of these planning permission rights does seem to me to be slightly troubling. And the fact that it's being described as a free-for-all, and that many of these flats on industrial estates or business parks have pretty poor ventilation and no access to private outdoor space. I mean, clearly that's not ideal for anyone living there. So give me a call now. Tell me what you think about Labour's 1.5 million homes target by the end of the Parliament in England. Do you think that is the right approach, or do you worry, like me, that by having such a target, what you're actually doing is opening the door to some houses that are going to be substandard and shouldn't really be places where people live, full stop, shouldn't be places where anyone should have to live, on a business park where you've got no outdoor space at all, you've got poor ventilation. Frankly, you shouldn't be living there, full stop. Or do you think, actually, that we need to just get rid of a lot of this red tape that exists currently and build? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call, or WhatsApp. In pursuing an ambitious housing target, could it actually backfire?
This is LBC.
I make 5% cash back on everything I buy. I made 5% back on that.
On this! Drop down and give me 5.
5% back on this workout. And 5% back on this. New card members get 5% cash back on all purchases for the first 5 months, up to £125, and no fee. That's right, no fee with Amex Cashback.
Representative 30.7% APR variable. Minimum annual spend to receive cashback. Terms apply. 18 plus, subject to approval.
Waitrose 3 for 2 on chilled party food is ridiculously tempting. So tempting that we'd understand if you cut down your guest list to have more of those pillowy soft Santa bao buns, crispy carbonara bites, and crunchy king prawn toast all to yourself. Now, we're not encouraging this, but we'd probably do the same. 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. In selected lines and stores, subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
This is LBC with Henry Riley. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
So it is undoubtedly a positive move that Labour are going for more houses, and that they've got this plan to build 1.5 million homes. Great, but part of the problem of that is some of them, i.e. these sort of office block to flats, if you want to call it like that, are being described as slum homes, and actually we're told by the Observer this morning, this policy from Labour is actually opening the door to so-called a new wave of slum housing. And you've got commercial blocks on industrial estates or business parks with poor ventilation and no access to private outdoor space. With this target of 1.5 million homes, I wonder, do you think actually the Labour Party are becoming a bit fixated on hitting this target, because rightly they want as many homes as possible, and we have a massive housing shortage in the UK, granted. But in doing that and pursuing that target, could we actually see the policy start to unravel and start to backfire if many of these homes that are being built are actually so-called slum homes? Tell me your view. 0345 6060 973. And if not this, if you say, well, Labour are being hypocritical here because when they're in opposition they said they would get rid of these development rules because you allow property developers to completely ride roughshod over planning processes. Well, how else would you do it? How else would you get to 1.5 million homes? Is there a strategy there that you would recommend, that you think Labour should be doing to get 1.5 million homes? Do you think we should be building more in the green belt? Should we be building more on brownfield sites? What would you do differently? 0345 6060 973 is the number to call. And tell me about your housing situation at the moment. Are you finding it particularly difficult to get on the housing ladder? Are you listening to me thinking, what planet are you on? Of course, if I can live in an industrial park or a business estate, I absolutely would, if it means sort of moving out from my parents. Or maybe you say, actually, rather than me going out and trying to find housing, I'd far rather live at home with my parents. Even if you're in your late 20s or early 30s. If it's that or living somewhere that has poor ventilation and not particularly nice because there's no shops around and there's no outdoor space, then maybe you are better off living with your parents. Or if it means that you can finally move in with your partner, move in with your spouse, is that sort of bullet you're willing to bite, really? So I suppose it comes down to standards or availability, really. Should we accept lower quality homes of a lower standard, if it means that we have much more availability and hopefully start to bring house prices down? 0345 6060 973. Kevin in Basildon says, apart from a few very expensive examples, all of the offices I've seen converted into flats have been very low quality housing. Small living space, badly lit, and a location that is not designed for communities to thrive. If we're used to commercial industrial land, knock the old buildings down and start from scratch. Otherwise, we're setting up these converted buildings to fail in the long run. Aldo says the ventilation requirements for office spaces are the same or higher than that of domestic housing. For bathrooms, toilets, it's mostly governed by extraction fan rates, while the general rule for living spaces are 10 litres a second per person in offices and 19 litres per person for one bedroom. To 30... Oh, I see. 19 litres for one bedroom, 37 for four bedrooms. Rich says, we don't have enough housing for people. What's the alternative? Do nothing. If they are going to be so bad that people won't move into them anyway, these empty offices are an eyesore and serve no use as it stands. I'm sure there will be infrastructure added around them, such as outdoor spaces. They've recently converted a derelict warehouse near where I live into retirement flats. They've done an amazing job. I'm 49 and stuck renting. I'll never own anyway, so I just hope this gets done for the next generation. Interesting. I do think a lot of people would agree with Richard's point there that it does sort of come down to what is the alternative, if not this. So tell me your view. Shirley's in Birmingham. Morning, Shirley.
Yeah, hi. My concern would be if you work without planning permission, you don't get building regulations, which will regulate your fire, your exit, your entry, your damp, your soundproofing. I think it's just stupid in a way.
What?
Because if you're on an industrial estate, people are working there. So what do you do with the workers and the residents? What do you do about car parking? What do you do about crime? Do you want your business left with a whole load of residents? I mean, apparently they're doing this in Birmingham. We've got a market, and for some bizarre reason, closing the market to support residential properties. But there are businesses, there are nightclubs. How are you going to mix the two?
I don't know. Do you think you can?
No. Not really. I think you can build, but build properly. Do you see what I mean? Like here in Birmingham, there was an old Ford...
New leader. Yes, more problems in Europe. Well, Natia Seskuria is founder and executive director of the Regional Institute for Security Studies, otherwise known as RIS, and a lecturer in Russian politics to boot. Good morning to you, Natia.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So I have to hold out my hand. I don't know much about football, and I know very little about Georgian politics as well. But what is going on? He's quite an unpleasant character, from what I've gleaned thus far. Kabalashvili.
Yes, so ex-footballer, as you mentioned, just has been elected by one party as a president of Georgia, which is a very surprising development in Georgia, which has been in crisis for a while. He's quite an unpopular character because he's known for his anti-Western rhetoric. He's a conservative, right-wing leaning politician who became MP in 2016 following his career in football, so he's not really somebody who is known outside of Georgia, and even in Georgia he's quite unpopular figure.
That's interesting. I was expecting you to say he was a sort of, some kind of sort of grassroots hero, because everything I read about him is quite off-putting.
Yes, indeed. And nobody really expected that he would become ultimately the presidential candidate by the ruling party, because there were a lot of rumors about some of the career politicians possibly becoming the top choice of the ruling party, but nobody really thought that he could be one of them, because he's not someone, even as a footballer, he's not someone who is adored because of his career in football or for whatever reason among the society. He is a very negative character, let's put it that way, because he supported some of the really controversial and divisive laws which have been introduced by the ruling party during his time within the parliament.
Gosh, I see he has been referred to as the embodiment of a Georgian man.
This is due to his conservative views. Yes. He portrays himself as a protector of family values, and, for instance, he supported the
privilege of the very rich.
Well, it might be, but the market will decide that, and it's always good to have millionaire farmers saying, how badly off they are. Let's listen to them, not the poor woman with a single parent with 2 kids on a estate trying to feed her kids. And she needs cheap food. And cheap food is a good thing, rather than concentrate. The farmers will have to compete in the market.
Right.
And free trade is a benefit to everybody, because it leads to
but a trade deal isn't really free trade, is it? Though, isn't it? It's a bartering arrangement that then locks things in place.
No. A free trade deal means that you can swap between each other under certain conditions. It's not really bartering. And
you don't think certain conditions, and what's the point of debate? In certain conditions, if you have to negotiate on certain conditions, you're bartering, Anthony. That's the point, yeah? Right. So the market, you say the market's going to set the deal, so what are you phoning up about? What's the complaint? If the market sets the deal, poor people just have to eat the food they're given.
The complaint is that the media always goes to the farmers rather than the consumer.
But the first thing I said was how much the meat costs. I mean, if that's not about the consumer, I don't know what is, Anthony. I keep talking about what it's going to cost communities.
I do understand that. It's just that we need cheap food for everybody. We don't, we need. Look at the cost of cars.
Right, so let's go baby steps. We need cheap food for everyone, right? Right, agreed. So we're talking about a trade deal with the US in which the only thing I have to offer to discuss is high quality, thus relatively expensive American meat. That's what we're talking about. So what are your views on that?
No, I accept that, but there's an Australian deal that they mentioned just now that's bringing cheaper food in. Yeah. And I think freer trade is better.
And if British farmers go to the wall, who cares? Yeah.
Well, I think the £1 million farmers might cushion.
Not every farmer is a millionaire, So I say again, but as an industry, it will impact the industry.
No, I fully accept that, but the market will have to accept. Nobody's got a right to everything.
Right, so you are prepared to let British farmers go to the wall and ferry your meat thousands and thousands of miles across oceans, damaging the environment along the way to make it cheap.
If it's cheaper, but we had these arguments 170 years ago in the Corn Laws, where things were kept artificially high. So let's have competition and let's see. And then farmers will have to adjust and change, which they're doing now. But you've got to remember that poor people are going to food banks, and cheaper food is better.
Right, but one of the reasons people can't afford their food is because they can't afford their energy. They can't afford their council tax. They can't afford wooden acts, despite all the evidence being that they were injurious to the health of UK citizens. He wouldn't act it because it would be bad for business. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about certain government attitudes towards the well-being of this nation and the quality of food they eat. I wished everybody could eat high-quality food rather than Anthony running it down to the lowest price being king for all, because I you have to look at the obesity crisis we've got to see that poor quality food ain't doing us any good, quite frankly. No good at all. Lovely talking. Let's go to Eddie up in Buckinghamshire, and Ivor in Buckinghamshire. Good morning to you, Eddie.
Oh, hello, good morning. I think that the government's plan is to make it so that the farmers do sell off their farms.
I wonder.
And their plan is to use the land. The farmers will make money on selling their land, and then the government or the builders could build new towns, the whole infrastructure.
Or solar, solar and wind and...
everything, yeah. They'll have so much land, they can build new towns,
I'm sympathetic, but can I ask you, Eddie, is that what you want? Is that what you'd like? That we basically kiss goodbye to a section of British farming?
The amount of people that need houses now, there's no alternative.
But we need food too, and some might argue that food security and energy security are two of the most precious things a nation could strive for, and here we are surrendering food security.
They do plan on us importing all our food. Yeah. We'll import all our food from...
Does that bother you? I kind of agree, but I'm just wondering whether it bothers me. I just wonder if it bothers you.
I suppose it would bother me, but I really don't have a say in it. I don't think anybody has a say in it. The plan that the government have got at the moment, we just have to accept like anything, I can...
You see, at heart of this, we're talking about the American trade deal, which is, up for discussion potentially. It's not even the discussion hasn't even really started. Donald Trump's not in the White House, but indicators are being, outliers are being set down to give us a sort of flavour. So there is a discussion to be had. I'm not entirely defeatist about it, but I do share your overview that small farms are going to be disappearing at quite a rate, and I suspect we'll see housing and solar and wind farms in their place. And
well, it's the only solution, I think, because they keep going on about we can't just keep building houses without the infrastructure. Well, now they can start.
Well, I'll give you another scenario. We pay the top tier less. We pay ordinary people more. They can pay more for food, so that supermarkets stop driving the price of milk down so that farmers can't survive on milk, and we create a genuine market used in real terms economics where people use the money they earn to buy the food that they can afford, rather than, as we have it at the moment, all the money channeling into the top 1% and everybody else on their uppers. It can change, we can do it a different way, but I do think, Eddie, that you're rather is it dystopian view? No, few farms and houses everywhere importing our food. Is that a dystopian view? I don't know. It doesn't sit well with someone like myself, who's nearly 60, who's grown up, used to Britain being a nation with both cities and rural areas and productive farms. I think it's a tragedy, really, to see the industry being decimated the way it has. There we go. I really do. Eddie, lovely call. Thank you very much for that. You're listening to Matthew Wright on LBC. We've only got 15 minutes left. Love to hear your thoughts on British beef, American beef, and the future of farming. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Let's get some news headlines first. Last one of the hour from Elizabeth II.
A union representing social workers is warning they're facing daily abuse and burnout after the murder of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif. The Home Secretary says more migrants have been removed from the UK since Labour was elected than in any other 6-month period over the past 5 years. The businessman, who became friends with Prince Andrew and is an alleged Chinese spy, is reported to have also met 2 British Prime Ministers. LBC weather dry and cloudy for many areas, with some rain on Western Hills and northern Scotland. Highs of 10 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. In Northwood, Ducks Hill Road is closed in both directions, and that's because of an accident, and it's causing delays. In Ilford Lane is partially blocked in both directions because of emergency works, and also it remains very busy on the M4 Heathrow Spur Road southbound from the main M4 down to the terminals, and it's also busy on the M4 eastbound onto the elevated section. On the Underground, there are severe delays on the District Line and still no service for the Piccadilly between Rayners Lane and Uxbridge, and then there are minor delays on the rest of the line. Also, Greater Anglia services, they were suspended between Chelmsford and Colchester. They are starting to run again, but with delays.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
The government is hailing a rise in the number of foreign nationals being deported. But with more and more people arriving across the channel, is it enough?
Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Are you an absolutely huge fonter or a zoom-inner? Perhaps you're an arm stretched out like a zombie when holding a newspaper, or a squint so tightly at the menu the waiter thinks you're sleeping. At Specsavers, we get it. You don't want to admit it's time to become a glasses wearer. That's okay. We're ready to see you whenever you're ready to see properly. Book an eye test at specsavers.co.uk so you can see clearer. Okay, we'll stop with the now.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Nanny.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
You weren't supposed to burn the potatoes or invite everyone round at 2. We said 3. You weren't supposed to fall asleep on the sofa or ask me to marry you. And you weren't supposed to be here. But you are, thanks to the best gift you ever got. And mine is still having you.
When you donate to the British Heart Foundation, you give a gift that keeps on living. Search BHF today and help us fund life-saving research.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or 3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or 3.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Matthew Wright.
I'm going to be honest here. This story about drones flying in the skies in America has fascinated me. And it keeps growing every day. And I've gone from sort of bizarre fascination now to sort of danger of becoming some conspiracy theory nutcase, because it just doesn't make any sense. So if you don't know, since about the middle of November, dozens of drones have been spotted. I think they're nearly always at night. I'm going to check this out in a moment with my guest, but nearly always at night. Huge things, about 6 foot, 2 metres across, something like that. I think in the Mail on Sunday they said the size of an SUV, but let's go with about 6 foot across. They just sort of seem to hang there in this sort of slightly sort of sci-fi malevolent way. No one seems to know what they're doing. No one seems to know where they're coming from. You've got certain elements, as you would imagine. How can we deal with a problem like drones in our sky? We're going to shoot them down. So you've got Americans being urged, in some cases, to get guns and have a go at shooting them down. But what really, really intrigues me is someone must know where they're from and what they're doing, and the truth is out there somewhere, but right now I haven't got a bleeding clue where it is. So I'm rather hoping my next guest, Sean Raymond, editor of National Security News, co-host of this security podcast, I'm rather hoping he's going to be able to help us out. Good morning to you, Sean.
Morning, Matthew.
Oh.
I'd like to be able to help you out, but then I could sort of sell that information to the American government and make a lot of money. I think part of the problem is that nobody actually does know what these things are, apart from the people who are flying them. The White House and the Pentagon have come out and said there's no big deal. There are various Republican politicians who have said, I've seen them flying above my house and I want a full-blown federal inquiry. There's a guy called Chris Smith, I think he's a Republican senator. He's a Republican politician anyway. He posted a video on social media, and someone astutely pointed out that what he was actually staring at was the Orion constellation, and that they were actually stars in the sky, and that they weren't drones at all. But obviously something's going on, because these things have been reported. So I think it's, it is at one end, it's the sublime. It's people flying a few drones, wanting to get
for very little reward in all sorts of different ways, often with a threat of violence or abuse. But it does mean to say that the overall system, in whatever way, clearly fails far, far too often. And in this, as in with this case, with awe and with appalling results. James in Nottingham, I think, has something to say about this story. James.
Hi, Lewis. Yes, I'm a head teacher up in the East Midlands.
Right.
And a couple of things from my perspective. First thing is, I think social workers, they're often super young people who I think just haven't got the experience or the knowledge, or even perhaps the grit to deal with some really challenging situations with families that are in crisis. And so I think one of the solutions is it's got to be a more attractive profession and pay people better in the same way that, when I first started teaching, the salary was in the teens, and now the starting salary is 32k for a teacher, I think, nationally. So it's got to be made more attractive to get better people who've got more experience doing that really difficult work. And secondly, from just schools directly, I suppose, one of the concerns I'm worried about, which the Prime Minister mentioned this week, is around elective home education, when parents can request for their child to be home educated. And that process is pretty straightforward for parents to apply for, and there are loads of advocacy groups that give them templates to fill in, so we have no kind of say, if you like, on that. And suddenly they've gone from being seen every day to being taught at home. And, I'm sure in 9 out of 10 cases that's absolutely fine in many ways, but, it's a bit of a gap that I think just needs to be tightened up pretty urgently.
I mean, I've done quite a lot of reporting in schools over the years, James, and I've noticed in particularly over the last few years, the number of teachers' heads like yourself who will comment on the increasing burden of basically filling a bit of that, not just child protection sort of vacuum, you've always obviously had a role in child protection, but the kind of basic looking after of children and the basic sort of needs of children, taking care of them, washing, bathing, all of these sorts of things, as parents, for whatever reason, have become less and less able to fulfill them.
Yes, I think that's definitely true, and it's certainly the case in early years where children are arriving into schools now with many kind of basic things like toileting just not having happened, and so it's difficult for early years, which I think is the hardest phase to teach in, where those people are now going from academic and instilling kind of independence or have you into actual basic kind of things that frankly should be being done at home. I agree.
What's the one thing, I mean, you've mentioned obviously paying social workers better. What's the one thing do you think that could improve safeguarding? You are in a really good position to be able to say, because schools really are often the kind of the front line of this sort of thing. What do you think is the one thing that we could do better?
I think, so one of the things that we have a problem with is when you want to refer, because we're not experts, of course, I'm a teacher by trade, and that's my skill. Yeah. But as a head, I've got a much broader set now that I've learned, gone through the job. But I think the access to the wider services that give people, the actual proper professional support they need and these things, that just feels like, in my time as a head, that's much more challenging. And the bar for those referrals is now so much higher. So those structures around schools, because schools are the front line, and there'll always be part of this that we're required to do, but the things that we need to refer on to for the professionals who have that expertise, that's much harder to get hold of now than it was before. A real shame.
James in Nottingham there, really interesting call, really interesting expertise, useful expertise from the schooling point of view. We're also talking about immigration on the show today, and Tam, who has called all the way from Melbourne in Australia, has got something to say about this. Tam.
Hello, Lewis. How are you? Lovely to speak to you.
Lovely to speak to you. How are things in Melbourne? I suspect a little sunnier than they are here.
It's getting sunny now. We're going to 30 degrees heat.
Although it wouldn't be. I suppose it's probably the middle of the evening as well over there as well, so I suppose probably not that sunny at the moment, but yes. What have you got to say about immigration?
Thank you so much. So I was going to say, I'm also a social worker. I've been a social worker in the UK for over 12 years, so I was wondering whether I can also contribute.
Please do. Yeah, please.
Absolutely, thank you. So the immigration part, I think for me, Labour, it's about what story are they telling? What's the story that the country wants to hear around immigration at the moment, right? And I think if the country is really upset and angry, and I think Labour are cognizant of that, and they are mindful that they don't want to tell a story that's going to undermine that sense of feeling where the country is at. Right now, people want to hear tough immigration, whether we like it or not, but that's the reality, right? We see it with Trump. Even in black communities and Hispanic communities, they wanted to hear toughness around immigration. And I see it and I hear it a lot in my community. I'm a black person. I hear it in my community, and I'm an immigrant from Zimbabwe, right? I hear it in my community back in the UK, here in Australia as well. They are also talking about tough immigration, people who are immigrants themselves or second generation, right? So I think Labour is cognizant of that. And I think you gotta see it in the context of everything else for me as well. In terms of like immigration, I think it's high up on the agenda because all the other things are going wrong. The economy is not doing well. People are looking at other aspects of their life, and things are not going really well for them. Right?
What's the sort of tone on migration at the moment? We were hearing it from the Conservative former minister earlier on, Tam, hailing the Australian Nauru scheme, which is now long defunct, of course. But what's your impression of the tone on the migration debate in Australia these days?
The same thing here with migration, similar to the UK. Like, for me, what fascinates me as living in Australia is how much similar these countries are, UK and Australia. It's like Albanese and stomach, like basically like the same, right?
Versions of each other, yeah.
Absolutely, and we here do at the right time. I think if they can fix all the other issues, then migration will go down in the pecking order for the voters.
And Tam, briefly, you wanted to say something about child protection and so on. Just could you do so briefly? Or go to the news?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think what we're seeing is safeguarding children is a hard job. And in social work, we talk about systems, putting in systems, schools, GPs, all the systems around the child. And I think we can do a better job in improving those systems. Unfortunately, the hard part of our job is accepting that we cannot save every single child. But we need to learn about what happened when a child dies. And the learning, it can't be throwing the pendulum to the other side and going, we need to restart all over again. It's going to be about, what worked well, because there's a lot of things that are going well in social care for children in the UK, but we don't talk about them because they're going well. We need to learn what those things are, and we need to implement them across the country.
Tam, all the way from Melbourne, Australia, grateful to you and grateful for calling us in the middle of the night over there. Your thoughts on any of that? 0345 6060 973. You're listening to Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC. Coming up,
I offered them a full Welsh breakfast with extra black pudding. They wanted muesli and croissant, and so we now have a leadership contest.
Your emotions right now?
I'm not sure why Conservatives across the country keep talking about breakfast and lunch, but there we are. We are where we are. Just weeks after he resigned as leader of the Welsh Conservative Party, speculation is rife that Andrew R.T. Davies could quit the party and become the latest to join Reform UK, with Nigel Farage's party tipped to challenge Labour right now in Wales in the 2026 Senate elections, almost next year, after over 100 years of dominance in Welsh politics. We will be speaking to Mr. Davies and asking him about his future next, though, 11:30, almost on the dot. Let's get the very latest LBC News headlines first with Elizabeth Secker.
The minister in charge of border security hasn't been able to tell LBC when we'll see a reduction in the number of people crossing the channel. Figures show 35,000 have made the journey on small boats so far this year, around 5,000 more than the total for 2023. Dame Angela Eagle says criminal gangs have been allowed to take hold of the system. A woman has been killed in a triple shooting in Brent in northwest London last night. 2 men were also injured. One is in a critical condition. A union is calling for the government to urgently reform social services after the murder of Sarah Sharif in Woking. It's emerged authorities were in contact with the 10-year-old's family for most of her life. Unison says social workers are facing daily abuse, heavy workloads and burnout. LBC weather, dry and cloudy for many areas, with some rain on Western Hills and northern Scotland, highs of 10 degrees.
This is LBC.
The McDonald's gift drop is still going. Find a gift tag and enter a code in the app for daily offers and a chance to win. So you can get Christmas PJs, birthday socks for your nan, or free fries to share with a mate. Ends 19th of December. App only. 1 entry per day. Codes restricted to 1 use per person. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
Waitrose 3 for 2 on chilled party food is ridiculously tempting. So tempting that we'd understand if you cut down your guest list to have more of those pillowy soft Santa bao buns, crispy carbonara bites and crunchy king prawn toast all to yourself. Now, we're not encouraging this, but we'd probably do the same. 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance.
Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You weren't supposed to burn the potatoes or invite everyone round at 2. We said 3. You weren't supposed to fall asleep on the sofa or ask me to marry you. And you weren't supposed to be here. But you are, thanks to the best gift you ever got. And mine is still having you.
When you donate to the British Heart Foundation, you give a gift that keeps on living. Search BHF today and help us fund life-saving research.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Time is 11:33. Now, we have been used, haven't we, to a rather, let's put it charitably, revolving door of Conservative leaders at the top of national politics and Westminster politics, haven't we, over the course of the last decade or so. But a relative constant in the Conservative sky has been their leader in Wales, Andrew R.T. Davies. Their leader until of earlier this month, I should say. He had been Welsh Conservative leader from 2011 to 18, and again from 21 to, I think, the 5th of December this month, where he resigned despite narrowly surviving a vote of confidence of his party colleague. That followed months and months of pressure over the Tories' direction in Wales, and a meeting the week before the resignation where Davies said that some of his members in the Senate had threatened to resign. Said, though, despite the fact he won that vote, that his position was untenable. And that followed a letter to the Welsh Tory chair, Bernard Gentry, where Mr Davies accused party colleagues in the Senate of undermining him and warned that Conservatives face electoral oblivion. Well, Mr Davies, Andrew R.T. Davies, until, as I say, recently the leader of the Welsh Conservative Party, is joining us now. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Andrew, what did you mean in that letter when you said that your party was potentially facing electoral oblivion?
Well, good morning, Lewis, and thanks for having me. Well, it's really important to recognise that come 2026 here in Wales, we face a new electoral arithmetic, not just from more parties standing with bigger profiles such as Reform, but a new reformed election system as well, then, and where people will be voting on the party lists. Those of your listeners in Northern Ireland most probably are familiar with that system. And so we are moving quite radically from a constituency-based system to a list-based system. And people, when they vote on a list-based system, clearly need to understand the definition of what the party is standing for rather than what individuals are standing for. And my messaging over the last 12, 18 months has been quite clear to try and take the Welsh Conservatives to a clear party message so that our candidates will get the clearest and best opportunity to get re-elected and more members back in 2026.
And who do you think was less willing to offer that clear direction and message?
Well, it's not about who wasn't willing. I mean, some colleagues clearly by the vote, which I won 9-7, but 7 of my colleagues in the Bay clearly felt that wasn't the right direction, and so they couldn't give me their confidence.
What do you mean? What sort of thing did you want to do that they didn't?
Well, facing up to some of the fringe issues as I see them, that the Welsh Labour government, along with the Plaid Cymru and the Liberal Democrats, who in coalition with the government here prop themselves up to deliver on policy and gender items such as the 20 miles per hour national speed limit that they brought in that is so hated here in Wales, and other aspects of government policy, instead of focusing on what I think should have been a laser-like focus after COVID recovery, such as NHS waiting times, improving education standards and driving the Welsh economy forward. Bread and butter issues, but clearly there's so much constitutional and fringe issues occupying the government broadband down here in Cardiff that they get distracted from the day job and people feel disenfranchised by that.
Is that why you said that you had offered up a full Welsh fry-up with black pudding, but your opponents were offering muesli with croissant on the side and saying that muesli and the croissant just won't cut the mustard, at the risk of extending the food analogy, with the electorate?
Well, I like how you've added the mustard to the croissant. It's quite an interesting combination there, Lewis.
That's me.
But quite clearly, it is a fact that people, when they go into the ballot box, because we struggle with turnout at the Senate elections and Scottish parliamentary elections, for that matter of fact, we struggle with turnout. People need to know what they're voting for. With the new electoral system, I believed a full-throttle, robust rebuttal of some of the other offers that are on the table, as well as a focus of where blame lies for people languishing on waiting lists, taking home the lowest wages in the UK of any part of the UK, and falling education standards that see what 20% of students who leave primary school going into secondary school functionally illiterate is a blame that needs to be pinned onto the Welsh Labour Party, the Nationalists and the Liberal Democrats, whilst facing down the challenge of reform, which across the UK obviously have been polling strongly.
So does your successor as Conservative leader in Cardiff Bay, Darren Millar, does he enjoy your full support?
He does. I was pleased to nominate him, and Darren was my chief whip in the group. We're a group of 16 members, which doesn't sound large, but the institution itself only has 60 members, and we're focused laser-like on trying to return as many members and get new members back in 2026. I personally believe the recipe and the medicine that I was offering would have been the right recipe to get us back and into a position to be that governing party come 2026. Colleagues around the table chose not to do that. They went for the croissant and muesli, and obviously rejected the full Welsh fry-up.
Were you disappointed not to be included in his shadow cabinet?
No, not at all. I didn't seek a place in the shadow cabinet, and in fact Darren and myself talked about the issues about going forward as the new leader, because obviously he was elected by the group in a week last Thursday, and Darren and myself spent a long time chatting about it. I never sought, nor was one offered, a place in the shadow cabinet.
Despite the fact that your previous shadow cabinet included everybody?
Well, as I said, we're only a group of 16 members, and so obviously you need to make sure you can draw on all the talents of the group, and I was very proud to lead the largest Senedd Conservative group that the Senedd has seen in it since its inception in 1999, coming back with 16 members after the election in 2021. But there is a challenging landscape out there, and we've got to not shirk from our responsibilities. Wales desperately needs change, and that change can only be delivered by the Welsh Conservatives.
How big a threat do you think reform might be for your party in the elections in 2026?
Well, I think many parties are a threat because of this list-based system and such, then because people can't count on the incumbency or
but it's a potential split for you on the right.
Well, and in Wales in particular, they are taking considerable votes from the Labour Party as well, especially in Labour heartland areas, which I think has been replicated across the country. But what we have to offer from the Welsh Conservatives is a broad-based manifesto that focuses laser-like on improving people's lives. And if people can see those improvements in the policies you're putting forward, then they'll give you their confidence. But when you're just talking the same language as the Cardiff Bay bubble, as I call it, keeps on talking about itself and patting itself on the back about constitutional change, you aren't going to reach out to those corners of Wales that you desperately need to make the gains to be in a position to govern. Because if you're not in a position to govern, you can't implement your policies.
I mean, it's been suggested in the past that Reform could campaign on abolishing the Senedd. Do you think that could be popular in Wales?
Well, all the language coming from Reform leaders here in Wales, and I believe Nigel Farage himself, seems to endorse the enlargement of the Senedd up to 96 members, because obviously that's what's on the ticket in 2026 because of the changes that have been made by Labour implied in the Liberal Democrats. More Senedd members up to 96 from 60 at a cost of £120 million, and all the leading lights of Reform have endorsed that measure, where we're the only party that has stood out against that and voted at every opportunity to stop that happening. We believe that the £120 million would be better spent on teachers, doctors and nurses rather than more politicians arguing in Cardiff Bay.
Would you ever consider joining Reform?
I was blue when I was born. As people know, I've said this many a time, as a breech baby, and I was blue when I was born, and I'll be blue when I die.
So no, you will never leave the Conservative Party?
Well, as I said, I was blue when I was born, I'm blue when I die, so read into that what you will.
No, I would like you to be explicit, Mr. Davis. You'll never leave the Conservative Party. As charming as your metaphor is, I just wonder whether you could say yes or no, you'll never leave the Conservative Party.
The Conservative Party, I hope, will never leave me, and I hope I will never have to leave the Conservative Party.
But there's a possibility, but you're leaving the door open, and that could happen.
Well, as I said, I hope the Conservative Party never leaves me, and I hope I'll never have to leave the Conservative Party. But I'm a blue Conservative, blue-collar Conservative through and through, and I'll always be a blue unionist Conservative.
Has Reform approached you, made any overtures to you?
I've got many friends in many political parties, and since my resignation, many individuals have offered very kind, supportive words to me. Many in Reform, many in Labour, many in Plaid. It'd be wrong to single out any particular party. But above all, the members of the Welsh Conservative Party have offered their wholehearted support for the positions I was taking. And when you look at the Conservative Home League table on popularity, I was regularly in the top 5 or 6 of those individuals that were polled across the UK. And so it does show that the rank-and-file Conservatives want to see a full-throttled Welsh breakfast on the table rather than the croissants and mueslis that others might be offering.
Do you understand why some Conservative members or voters in Wales might be tempted to back Reform?
Well, I think that people are always looking at alternatives, and that's why you've got to stick to the path that you know best, which is the path that drew you into politics in the first place. And I've always been a passionate Welsh Conservative, understanding the values of conservatism and wanting to make that offer as strong as possible at any election I stand. It is a fact, obviously, in 2021 that we had the COVID pandemic overhanging that election, and in 2016 we had the Brexit referendum breathing down our neck at that election. I actually believe in 2026, with a fair wind, we could have really created the space for that Conservative message to thrive, for that Conservative message to bring voters to the ballot box in numbers that we hadn't seen before. And if you'd held your nerve and held the course, we could have had a very successful election. But it'll be for others to lead that campaign now, and I'll roll my sleeves up and work as tirelessly as I possibly can to make sure I get Conservative-minded politicians back to Cardiff Bay in record numbers.
We're about 2 months in. How do you think your national leader, Kemi Badenoch, is doing?
Well, obviously it's difficult when you're leader of the opposition, as I can attest to.
You've had plenty of experience of that.
13 years to get the oxygen that maybe traditionally you've enjoyed when you've been in government. And so that's why it's important to define yourself quite clearly, and so that the public build an image of what you're standing for. And Kemi and her team are working tirelessly to do that. But the space is obviously quite narrow from the opposition benches. But that needs to be done sooner rather than later, so that through the rest of the Parliament, people know exactly what they're looking at when they see Conservative spokesmen and women on the TV or standing in front of them in public meetings, and we can win back, because it's not just winning back off Labour. We've got a mounted decline against the Liberal Democrats because they took many of our southern seats, and obviously you've got reform on the other flank as well then, and so we now live in multipolar politics, we do.
Do you think that she has as you say, you've had plenty of experience of being a leader of the opposition, you know the sort of skills which are required. Do you think that she has the right personality, the right temperament, the right sort of skills to be a successful leader of the opposition?
She has plenty of steel about her, and I'm sure in the fullness of time she'll develop into that role as a brilliant leader of the opposition, and I very much hope as the next Prime Minister of this country when the general election's in 2029. But every opposition leader does struggle in their initial months and weeks, as Keir Starmer can attest to, and indeed Margaret Thatcher back in the 70s. But it's that definition, and you've got to assert yourself in the voter's mind as to clearly what you stand for, because you have a limited broadband to push that message down. And so what's really important is now in the coming weeks and months before the spring, there are some clear agenda items and tramlines that the Conservative Party follow.
So finally, Mr Davies, your intention, as things stand right now, is to be contesting the 2026 Senate elections as a Conservative candidate.
I'm a Conservative, and I'll keep on fighting to be for the Conservative cause for as long as I possibly can, and that includes standing in the 2026 Senate elections for the Conservatives.
Andrew R.T. Davies there, former leader of the Welsh Conservatives until earlier this month, saying, although you will have heard leaving the door a little ajar to the possibility of maybe standing for another party, perhaps Reform, who knows, but at the moment saying that he hopes that the Conservative Party will not leave him because he was born blue and hopes to die blue. You're listening to Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC, still to come.
I don't know how to explain it, like it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought it might?
Definitely.
Calls for greater regulation of online site OnlyFans after Lily Phillips films herself sleeping with 101 men in one day, which has sparked concern and indeed outrage. We're going to be talking about that with the journalist who's written about this pretty appalling case shortly, and talking about whether there does need to be greater bravery from politicians in regulating the online space. It is 11:46 and you are listening to Sunday with Lewis Goodall here on LBC.
Coming up at 12 on LBC, Ali Mirage.
The Home Secretary has said Britain will use mafia-busting tactics to crack down on people smuggling gangs and a joint task force with the Italians. Has this government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings?
Ali Mirage on LBC.
Jen knows stuff. Jen knows National Express has low fares throughout Christmas. Jen knows they'll even be running coaches on Christmas Day. Woohoo! Jen knows she's got a guaranteed seat that reclines so she can nod off to her Christmas playlist. Jen also knows she's on Dad's sofa this year, so best get some shut-eye where she can. Book now for fares from just £5 one way. If you know, you go. National Express. £1.50 booking fee.
Serious about the right vitamins for you and your family? Trust Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company with 50 years experience and the only one to receive the Queen's Award for Innovation twice from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. For #1 verification, see vitabiotics.com.
The McDonald's gift drop is still going. Find a gift tag and enter a code in the app for daily offers and a chance to win. So you can get Christmas PJs, birdie socks for your nan, or free fries to share with a mate. Ends 19th of December. App only. 1 entry per day. Codes restricted to 1 use per person. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Party food is serious business, so I've taste tested them all. M&S Patatas Bravas stacks with smoky tomato sauce and chorizo with garlic drizzle. Mini Yorkshire puddings filled with pulled beef and creamy porcini mushrooms. And M&S salmon appetizers, honey roast and cold smoked salmon mousse, wrapped in oak smoked salmon. And they're all 4 for $3. This is not just party food. This is M&S party food. Selected stores. Offer ends 2nd of January. T's and C's apply.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC. Text 84850.
Time is 11:49. We're going to be talking to the journalist Julie Bindel about that OnlyFans story and the prospects of greater online regulation of some of these matters. But first, let's talk on the main story that we've been covering throughout the morning here on LBC, which is the government talking about migration. Let's talk to Ed in Hazelmere. Ed.
Lewis, hi. It's Ed Gemmell. I'm the leader of the Climate Party. You've interviewed me before.
Yes, I have. Yes. Hello, Ed.
And I think the great thing is we can draw together a whole load of the stuff that's been talked about over the last 40 minutes or so migration, China and the economy, and Farage. I mean, as you said, migration is going to go through the roof due to climate change. I mean, one of the most conservative estimates of what's going to happen is 216 million people migrating by 2050, and that's from the World Bank. We're not just going to see a few people getting into plastic boats going across the channel. They're going to be linking arms and swimming across it in the summer, and we've got to recognise it and take more action. And then when you look at the rhetoric that comes out of, Nigel Farage, Richard Tice and the Reform Party, which is also anti-net zero and anti-action on net zero, and that's going to drive that migration in the future. But in addition, it's keeping us poorer. Because what's happening at the moment is China is utterly dominating the economics and the industrialization of net zero. I mean, it's doing 70 to 80% of solar panels and wind turbines. It's doing 54% of EV production. It's doing over 80% of battery production. And it is dominating with a stranglehold the processing and the production of rare earth metals and minerals. And that is a massive, massive economic opportunity that the Chinese have seen. And they've been working on it now for more than a decade, and we have not. And each time Reform and Nigel Farage comes out and says, don't do net zero, let's back off on it, they are making us poorer. Since the 1970s, when we had in our economy, a third of our economy came from manufacturing and industry. That has dropped all the way down now to under 10%. We almost make nothing. And one of your previous interviewees said, look, China is out there making a lot of money and we have a massive trade deficit with China. Well, not just with China. We have run a trade deficit since 1998. We've lost money, hand over fist, every month since 1998, and we have a massive debt. If we want to turn that around, how do we do it? We focus on a world mega trend where the entire world is going there. When we get to the...
Like 100 men penetrating you for sex. So it was effectively about the harm to her, about the fact that if this gimmick saw the light of day with the 1,000 men in 24 hours, she would be dead. And that we really need to look at the sexual exploitation of OnlyFans and similar porn and prostitution sites, rather than holding Lily Phillips up as an icon of women's choice and sexual liberation.
Indeed, Julie, since we've even been talking, I can see several texts have already come in from men, including Nick, who says this, and I'd like you to respond to Nick directly, please. He says... Lewis, she's a full-on porn star. She knows what she's doing. It's not like this doesn't happen all the time. There are more important things to worry about.
Well, I'd say this to Nick, that there are so many men enthusiastically defending the porn industry and the sexual exploitation of women, and they seem to be defending that way more than they might anything that I have seen in recent months or even years. So maybe these men should consider whether they think it's all right for men to queue up to have sex with a young woman, and how they might feel about that if they were asked, explain your experience to us, because obviously we're talking about one-sided sexual pleasure. We're not talking about an encounter where both parties have pleasure, and there's a name for that, there's a word for that.
Do you think that it is time that politicians, some of whom have been asked about this story this week, often quite squeamish in talking about it for various reasons, do you think it's time that politicians need to look seriously at the regulation of sites like OnlyFans?
Yeah, I think OnlyFans should go. I think it should be shut down. I've interviewed women who have been exploited by OnlyFans, by the pimps and profiteers and exploiters that hover around it. And it is, of course, a prostitution site. And rather than suggesting that anything that feminists fought for, akin to sexual liberation, should result in the justification of men doing this and profiting from this, is outrageous. And also the idea that women like Lily Phillips should be, in fact, celebrated as some kind of icon because she made a huge amount of money from this, when you can hear her distress. The distress is there for everyone to digest. And very few women on OnlyFans make the kind of money that we've been hearing about that Lily Phillips has made. The vast majority need to keep posting more and more extreme.
In some of the local papers, 90% of the people that call are totally unsuited. They do not have any command of English. Whereas these people that come in, they actually do speak better English, some of the natives.
But Andrew, if you're employing them and they don't have a right to work in this country and they're waiting for an asylum application to be processed, isn't that irresponsible to do? We're basically perpetuating the problem, Andrew, acting as a magnet. This is why the French tell us that it's little wonder that people want to cross over the channel here, because we're a magnet. We allow them to work illegally in the system here because no one clamps down on it.
Yes, and we also house them in four-star hotels. We also grant them money, and we also look after them, which other people don't. Surely we wouldn't be so much magnet if we didn't supply them accommodation. Surely we wouldn't be such a magnet with a lot of these new builds, according to the government, are going to be used for migrants. If those things were not supplied, surely we wouldn't be such magnets.
Well, it's a very interesting point, Andrew, and I'll just tell you this. I'm not a legal expert on this, but if anyone is, do call in, let me know this. But as my understanding goes, in 2022, the Nationality and Borders Act created a system that divides refugees into two groups. Those who enter Britain through safe and legal routes, those who enter through irregular routes. The Act deems the latter illegal and allows the government to remove people who take that route for offshore processing. And then, I know, but then to add to it, let me just finish this point, Andrew. The Illegal Migration Act, adopted in, I think it was in July 23, went a step further. It enables the government to immediately remove people who arrive in the UK irregularly, effectively preventing them from claiming asylum. Simply not happening. Andrew, thank you for your call. Why is it not happening? If the mechanics are there, they've been put in place by the previous government. I know a lot of people in the Labour government don't agree with the approach taken by the previous government, but if it's there, why would you just not say anyone who comes in here illegally, and I know that's an emotive word and some people find it deeply offensive, well, do call me in and let me know why you find it offensive that people who are coming here illegally by paying people smugglers should not just simply be put on the first plane back to where they came. The problem, I guess, is that they destroy their documents on the way and you don't know where to return them to. So there is a practical problem there. But in principle, anyone coming here across the channel, you could just say no. You're not going to ever be granted the right to stay in this country permanently, to build a home, to build a family, to live here permanently at all. You will be returned as soon as we can identify where you have come from. Has this government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings. 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Mirage on LBC 1219.
This is LBC.
Keeping your smile healthy. At Darwood & Tanner, it's our sole purpose and absolute obsession. Whether you're missing a single tooth or many teeth, our streamlined patient journey, world-class dental practitioners, and advanced implant technology will get you smiling again quicker, more comfortably, and in the least invasive way. Darwood & Tanner. For our most comprehensive, tailored, and complete dental implant treatment, visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or 3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or 3.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through our home, friends were waiting for drinks at the party we'd thrown. With an espresso martini mixer from Fever Tree, all you need to add is the vodka, you see. 5 espresso martinis ready in a second. A Christmas miracle, everybody reckoned. So this holiday season, mix with the best, with Fever Tree cocktails for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 1221. Has this government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Why are we talking about this? Well, because Yvette Cooper's been all over the airways. So has Angela Eagle. So has Chris Philp. Talking about this, Chris Philp, of course, being the Shadow Home Secretary. Britain will use mafia-busting tactics, working with Italy to try and follow the money to deal with these gangs. But Yvette Cooper won't set a timetable to cut these down. And also, one other thing we should just throw in here, even Home Office officials don't think that smashing the gangs, this approach taken by Labour, is going to work. They think there should be more safe and legal routes. What do you think? And the very fact that we've been talking about this is getting tiresome because no one's got the answer. Maybe you do. 0345 6060 973. Judy and Ealing, good afternoon. Judy?
Good afternoon, Ali. Good afternoon. I have the answer.
Oh, great, good.
Here's my answer. So I've been thinking about this a lot. One of the key, firstly, I think illegal immigration is just like a really small thing that is blown right up, but it does get a lot of attention and it irritates a lot of people. So one of the things that people are against is the cost of providing accommodation for migrants. My son goes to university. The government pays the cost of his accommodation and his tuition, and when he gets a job, he pays it back. Yep. So I think the same approach could be used with migrants when they come over. They apply for asylum. As you said yourself, the majority their claims are accepted. So then that money could be reclaimed from their jobs once they start earning, just like it is for students. I think that's fair. I think they would, and do you know what? I think they'd accept it. I think they'd love it. The second thing is, do you like that idea?
I think it's a very interesting idea, actually. I mean, I don't know how that would work then for the ones who are rejected, but as we say it, the majority at the moment are accepted. Well, just like student loans. It's a very interesting idea, Judy. Continue, because we need good ideas here.
All right, okay. My second prong, it's a 3-pronged approach. That was the first prong. This is the second prong. Resolve the problems in the countries that they're coming from. We've resolved the Syrian issue. Well, not fully resolved, but it's on the way, and I think that will reduce the amount of Syrians who are coming here, escaping the tragedy of their lives at home.
Quite hopeful at the moment, Judy, that we'll resolve the Syrian issue, but I think you're right in the sense of the government should take that in the round. This is why the government was talking about trying to give more money at source to these things. The only issue I have with that is it's a bit rich saying you're going to give the money to governments that are persecuting people to make sure that the people don't come here in the first place. So I think I'm a little bit remain to be convinced on that one.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like when somebody made a decision to get rid of Assad, Jelani was helped by someone, I don't know who that someone was, probably Israel, probably UK, we don't know. But, that's going to resolve the migration. Well, it's going to help to resolve the illegal immigrant, the boat problem, isn't it?
Regime change at your peril, Judy. What's the third idea?
And the third idea was to stop the boat. You have to have a licence to purchase a boat, a bit like you do to buy a gun.
Well, that's an interesting idea. I thought Starmer was trying to crack down on the boat purchasers, and I think they caught one at Amsterdam Airport the other day. So some good ideas in the mix, Judy. Are you convinced by this government's approach, briefly?
Well, I don't know. Anything that Keir Starmer does is okay by me. Go, Keir.
We shall see what happens, Judy. Thank you very much indeed for your call. Paul, a first-time caller in Devon. A warm welcome to you, Paul. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I think that lady had a good first idea was really good.
It was good, actually, yeah.
I think this is a good idea as well. It sounds really silly and really simple and really... It sounds far too easy, but I don't understand why it's never been talked about. I heard it once mentioned in the last few years. I've forgotten where. This is that in order to stop the boat, so I'm not going to talk about the wider issue of immigration itself, because I'm broadly supportive even of some economic migration. I think you have a boat financed by Britain, crewed by Britain or by France, every 1 kilometre along that 130-mile coastline, is it 130, 150-mile coastline, a few hundred yards away from the beach. That's how you stop the boats. Really, really, really simple. 24 hours a day, 365
Yeah, but you can't stop them if they're in British
storm.
waters, Paul. If they're in British waters, it's too late.
Well, whoever water it is, I mean, French, British, I'm sure some arrangement could be made. I don't understand why it's not.
Too big a space, Paul. I mean, we've talked about the Navy doing this. We've talked about
we've never talked about having a boat every kilometre.
Can you imagine how expensive that would be, Paul? I mean, we don't have any.
Nothing compared to the silly ideas that come up with.
We don't have enough frigates. We don't have enough frigates for the Navy anyway. And the other thing.
I'm not talking about frigates. I'm talking about.
We don't have any. Look, I don't think that's practical, Paul. If it was, it would have been done.
You're not talking about. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about big ships. I'm talking about lifeboats.
Yeah, but Paul, why do you think that's not been done so far?
Because I don't know. I think it's something
why do you think?
French and British lack of collaboration for other reasons. There are other reasons going on here. That is a really simple solution. Physically, it would work.
We've given the French enough. We've given them like 50-odd mil or whatever we've given them.
This isn't about giving the French anything. Perhaps that's what they fear. They fear that it would be so good that people would end up not having a route.
What do you make of this government's approach?
Like I say, in terms of the small boats, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I'm only talking about small boats. Go on.
I think it's nonsense. It's all round about the houses. If you want to stop the boats, you stop the boats physically. It's really, really basic and really, really simple. If you could stop invading armies, you can stop a few boats launching every night or every other night. It's absolutely preposterous. You can't find out where these boats are.
It does seem to be a ridiculously difficult thing to do for people who've got a lot of technology like us and the French.
They're not doing it the right way. They need to dumb down. They need to have small boats.
Understood.
Every kilometre, a few hundred yards out, you've stopped every boat coming.
Understood, Paul. I'm not sure about the practicalities of it, but thank you for your call. Rosie, another first-time caller in Brighton. Welcome to you, Rosie. Good afternoon.
Rosa. Hi.
Oh, Rosa,
yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm an ESOL teacher, so I teach English to speakers of other languages. I've done that since 2007.
Great.
So most of the people I teach are asylum seekers and refugees, and most of the people I teach actually are 16 to 19, most boys. So I feel like I've got quite a lot of knowledge of who these people are and why they've come, and the desperate situations that they've come from to get here.
So where are they coming from, Rosie? Well, what kind of things are they telling you?
At the moment, we've got a lot of Afghani students. We've got Kurdish from various places, Kurdish Iranian.
Yeah.
We've got Eritrean students, Sudanese students. You look at what's going on in the world.
Do you have Pakistan? Rosie, it's very interesting because you're at the business end of it. Do you see Pakistanis and Bangladeshis?
I've got maybe one or two Pakistanis out of 80 young students that we've got at the moment.
Yeah, you see, why I ask is because last year the top groups coming into this country were Pakistani, Afghanis, Iranians, Bangladeshis and Syrians. And I'm a little bit scratching my head wondering why Bangladeshis and Pakistanis are coming in here. The countries have been ruled by effectively dynasties for years. I mean, nothing's unusual about that. I do feel that there's some sort of abuse going on in the system there.
I'm not sure. The one Pakistani I can tell you about that's my student at the moment has come because he's severely, he's got a visual impairment. He's virtually blind, and the way he was treated in Pakistan was terrible.
Okay.
They don't really deal with disabled people very well, and he's making great strides since he's come here. So, people come for all different kinds of reasons.
Okay.
I don't have any problem with economic migrants, but that's not mostly what I see.
Yeah, but economic migrants should be coming through the normal immigration system, not abusing the system.
If you're in Sudan, what is that? If you're in Eritrea, what is that?
Well, you can apply through the normal immigration channels if you want to come across. If you're a doctor or a nurse or whatever, you can.
Yeah, but if you're a 14-year-old boy who's in danger, your parents are really worried that he's in danger of being attacked by the army.
Yeah, but then he's not an economic migrant, Rosie. We're speaking at cross purposes.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
all right.
Understood. Okay,
but
so
I'm saying that's not who I mostly see.
This is very interesting. Your perspective at the sharp end. Now, tell me, what do you think of the government's approach, briefly?
I think that it's the vote is a symptom, isn't it? And if you're dealing with the symptoms, you're not dealing with the root cause.
It's a good point. How do you think we should deal with the root cause, Rosie? How should the government deal with that?
I think that Starmer's idea of getting to the money and where it's come from and who is benefiting from this financially, because they sell my students have been sold down the river as well. They have been told a story about what it's like when it comes to the UK. They really have. But it's not their fault. And to be honest with you, as well, a lot of my students who say they've come from North Africa, they didn't come with a plan of getting to the UK. They were just getting out of somewhere. We sort of tell a story like that they've had got this pernicious idea.
You see,
they just were getting from border.
Rosie, this is where I struggle.
Yeah.
Because if that was the case, why pay a people smuggler a shed load of cash to put your life at risk in the Channel? That's what I don't understand. If you're genuinely fearing for your life, why wouldn't you stay in France?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
It is, isn't it?
I'm really glad you asked me that.
Go on, quickly.
I've got students that I've heard of that have been in France. When they get to France, they get slapped with, if the police catch them, they get slapped with a kind of order, a piece of paper that says, you are illegal, you need to get out of here as fast as you can, otherwise you're going to be arrested.
Interesting.
So it's not as easy as you think in France.
Okay. Rosie, you made your point very well, and I appreciate your call. Rosie, the sharp end there, dealing with asylum seekers, teaching them English as a foreign language. Very interesting to hear that perspective. Has this government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings? I really hope that we'd have to discuss this at some point in the future. Don't know when that will be. Not holding my breath. Are you? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Mirage on LBC 1232. The news headlines now. Tim Humphrey.
A Home Office minister has told LBC it will take time to stop well-established people smuggling gangs. But Dame Angela Eagles says nearly 13,500 migrants have been deported from the UK since the election. A woman's been killed in a triple shooting in northwest London. 2 men in their 30s were also injured. One is in a critical condition. It's reported a businessman who's been accused of being a Chinese spy met 2 prime ministers. Pictures show the man, who can't be named, with Lord Cameron and Baroness May. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy this afternoon. Rain in the west and a high of 13 degrees.
This is LBC.
Oi! Calling all young creatives. It's time to get prepped for the future you want. And where better than Global Academy? Here's Imad, a GCSE student in Year 11.
Alongside my core GCSEs, such as Maths, English and Science, I study creative subjects such as media, drama, art and design, business and music technology, which are all recognised by the industry.
Global Academy. Apply now and Jobs Pro 2. Merry Giftmas. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 30th of December. Club card and 36-month credit agreement required. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
Make this year a golden Christmas with Gold Bank London. Be inspired with gifts like our 24-carat gold-dipped Christmas carousel, Santa or reindeer for just £30. Or Marvel characters in fine silver 1-ounce coins. And for the Harry Potter enthusiasts in your life, choose their favourite house crest in 1-ounce silver for just £77. All plus £3.99 delivery.
Gifts to love and cherish from Gold Bank London. Visit goldbank.co.uk/gift-items.
I'm Taz. I've been part of the dental hygiene therapy team here at Darwood & Tanner for nearly 20 years. At Darwood & Tanner, we know the importance of ongoing maintenance and long-term care. This is a crucial part of our dental implant treatments, so you can be sure we're here to keep you smiling for many years to come.
A team of dental experts second to none, armed with the very latest in dental implant knowledge, technology and techniques. Visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Ali Mirage on LBC 1235. Britain will use mafia-busting tactics on small boat gangs in a joint task force with Italy, announced by Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, earlier today. She's in Italy meeting colleagues there to discuss this very thing. They're going to follow the money, try to work out where this illicit trade, who's financing it, where the money's going, and trying to do it that way. She will not set a timetable to cut the dangerous boat crossings. I'm not exactly sure why, when Starmer is more than happy to talk about milestones and pillars and foundations and everything else, but not a timetable to get the small boats ended, the issue ended. The cost of it is all going up. 4.7 billion of housing people in hotels. Home Office officials saying that the smashing the gangs won't work unless you have safe and legal routes. All sorts of issues, all sorts of views. My question is this: has the government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Nick, I'll come to your call in a moment. Dan says this: Ali, it's becoming a new slogan every week. This time it's mafia tactics. But there's never any actual action. They could stop the boats in a week if they wanted to. Everyone can see this. Everyone knows that we're being conned. 1, introduce ID cards. 2, turn the boats back mid-channel. 3, round up the illegals. It could all be stopped in a week if they wanted to, says Dan in Shropshire. Well, I tell you what, Dan, there are 17,000 people around this country who are not tagged, we don't know where they are, whose asylum applications are being processed, who've disappeared into thin air. And no one seems to give 2 hoots about that. Apart from me, I do. Nick in Holland Park, good afternoon.
Hi there, Ali. Smash the gangs. It was pithy and sounded good while it lasted. Eh? The short answer is no. But actually, what's required to stop this category of informal illegal immigration requires Britain to leave not just the ECHR, the European Court on Human Rights, but also the UN Convention on Refugees.
That is a big move, Nick.
Well, hold on a second, I'm coming on. So, going back a couple of steps, I can't think if it was either you or Lewis who were being disparaging about Yvette Cooper, saying that, she's now saying we've got to take little steps, take a step at a time. I actually think she's got a point there, but not in the way she imagines.
Okay.
First step for the Labour Party, and I don't think they're ever going to get there, is it's like a kind of addict or someone, it's acceptance that there's a problem.
Yeah.
Now, they don't think, and I genuinely think this, Labour and all the human rights industry does not think it's a problem spending over £10 billion a year on, it sounds like a small number, 40,000 people coming here illegally each year, probably more.
But come on, to be fair, Nick, Labour do, don't they? They do think that's a problem.
No. Here's what they think is a problem. I think there's a big distinction here.
Okay.
If left to their own devices, they think that's fine. They just brush that under the carpet and say, so we can burnish our medals and say, look how wonderful our human rights are. They carry on. What they think is a problem, that 10 or 20 years ago, there were some tens of thousands of nasty, xenophobic racists like me who thought it was a problem. Now there are millions, and what Labour are now doing are looking over their shoulder at reform. Conservative were doing it 5 or 10 years ago, and now I tell you, the alarm bells are ringing at Labour HQ.
So even if it's not driven by virtue, if it's driven by pragmatism, they're still taking it seriously, Nick.
Yeah, but they're not going to do what needs to be done, because you cannot. Any practical solution requires us to leave those 2 treaties, and no major party, apart from Reform, and even Reform, have only said they'd leave ECHR.
Yeah, they haven't talked about the other one, have they?
They have, but they said yes.
Okay.
Yes, if they had to.
Right.
The big one is the European courts that count all the sway.
Well,
there's no court There's no court enforcing the UN Convention on Refugees and Asylum.
That's true. I mean, Jenrick would agree with you, and so far, Kemi Badenoch, not that I'm taking any notice of the Tories on this, because I tell you they're a busted flush on it, but she hasn't gone down that route. She's saying we need to look at everything. Yeah, like, talk is cheap, right? I mean, come on, really. Yeah. Nick, thank you. Really interesting call. Appreciate it. Marie in Castleford in West Yorkshire. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Ali. Thank you for taking my call.
Pleasure.
I just had to ring on the subject. I live in Yvette Cooper's constituency. I live in one of the... So Wakefield is a city, and then there are 5 towns, which is their constituency. And honest to God, Ali, I just wish everyone in the country could come to Wakefield and see the city as to what it is now to what it was before. It has been overrun with immigration. Every shop, I was there yesterday, and I don't go very often, and every time I go, I am more and more astounded. And every shop is Polish, Turkish, and I'm not exaggerating, Ali. I mean every shop on the high street.
Okay, Marie, I that's fine, and I'm more than happy to talk about immigration. I don't want to shut you down on this, but my focus at the moment is specifically around small boats. Is that also an issue that you're seeing in relation to this?
Yeah, because there's all the illegal workers, Ali, up here.
Right.
So we've got dozens and dozens of car washers where the people are working, you know, and I've just been to London for a few days myself. I don't see that when I come down south. I don't see what I see up here.
Oh, there are car washers, Marie. I mean, there are car washers here too, I can tell you.
Yeah, but the amount, Ali, up here is overwhelming.
Yeah.
You know, it's really... And I don't know what they can do about it. But what I'm trying to say is, Yvette Cooper, this has been her constituency for as long as I can remember. You know, because they would just vote Labour. It's heavily, you know, they were all ex-coal mine areas. So they would all just vote Labour. You know, it would be the automatic vote.
Do you think there's a threat in your constituency, Marie? And forgive me, I don't know the demographics so well or the background. Do you sense that there's a...
December 2024, 62%. In France, it's in the 30s, and in Germany, it's in the low 40s.
Are we a soft touch, Nick?
We are, and I think that's because we're very liberal and we're very kind, but it's doing us down. And the biggest problem is causing internal problems to the country. It's breaking up the security of the country. How people get on is too much. You've got Labour and Conservatives talking about 1.5 million houses. Well, that's great if it's going to keep up with immigration only. It's a joke.
Well, I mean, that whole thing we're going to come to in the next hour, Nick. You've done a beautiful segue there. You've done a beautiful segue on that. But I think you make a good point. Look, Marie was just saying that in her local area, and she'll be condemned as a racist by loads of people, as loads of people condemn me as a racist too, but she's saying it's changing too quickly, and she doesn't feel comfortable, and there are lots of people up and down the country that will feel the same. Nick, thank you for your call. This is an interesting text here from Wayne. Why can't we just stop the boats leaving the French beaches? We know exactly where they are leaving from. Stop them. Simple. Wayne, if it was that simple, why is it not happening? I mean, are we genuinely thinking that these people are just can't be bothered to do it? I can't believe that, surely. And Terry says this, I think the government are wasting their time trying to close up the organised crime gangs. The only thing that will stop migrants coming to the UK is to stop making it so sweet for them. Don't allow them to work. Don't put them up in hotels. Don't give them money to live a life without working. If they come illegally, send them straight back out. We need to create an unfriendly environment for illegal arrivals. Terry, I agree with you. The problem is one of practicality. If they destroy their passports and their travel documents on the way, I mean, there's going to be a processing time. Then many of them just disappear into the ether, which I find really odd, right? So I put them in a detention centre. Sorry, that's controversial. But what's controversial to me is that anyone could conceive of a situation where someone arrives on your shore and you don't tag them or don't detain them. I mean, I find that completely bizarre. They could be any background, it could be criminal, it could be anything of any kind. You have no idea at all. They're not coming through a border post, no checks at all, and yet this is controversial when I say it. I find that bizarre, and I find that controversial. So I understand your point, Terry. Practicality point might not be that easy, but in principle, I agree with you. There will be genuine people. Safe and legal routes is a part of it, but no one ever wants to talk about a cap on safe and legal routes, and indeed, which countries should have safe and legal routes established. We live in a very volatile world with lots of geopolitical tensions. And if we're really going to have safe and legal routes to every single country where people might want to come here, I'm not sure that's practical. Has this government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings? 0345 6060 973. Ali Mirage on LBC 1247.
LBC This Morning on Nick Ferrari at Breakfast.
A catalogue of appalling official failures, allowing two psychopaths to murder a defenceless 10-year-old girl. Christine's in Maidenhead.
I work at the GP. Social services are completely overwhelmed with the amount of investigations they have to do. And because of this, I think they drop cases too quickly.
John in Seaford. Now, you're a magistrate in this area we're talking about, of course. What can you add to our conversation?
We would never have given custody of the daughter to a father who had history of domestic abuse.
Do you think the family court was probably not aware of the full details?
We would have had reams and reams of background. Something has gone amiss here.
Nick Ferrari at Breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player, LBC.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or 3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or 3.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? You have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so full of glee, which is a very rare sight for all to see. Oh my, and what is the reason? Of course, it's the festive season. Choose a Grinch book or toy for your little ones until the 31st of December. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 31st of December, subject to availability from 11 a.m. Book or toy choices between toy or book, not the specific item or range.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips for the football? Your best bet is to head over to BetVictor. They're giving new customers a terrific welcome offer. If you bet a minimum of £10, they'll give you £30 in free bets.
Phew, that's a steal of a deal.
It's a good darn deal that'll make you squeal for real. Neil?
My name's not Neil.
I know, but it rhymes.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the football at BetVictor. 18 plus, opt in and bet on any football marketing at odds of evens or greater. No cash out, 7-day expiry. Terms and conditions apply. Gambleaware.org.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Nanny.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The nation's network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Roll up for an entrancing delight, a mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight, uncannily, suckably, soothingly sumptuous, mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel the menthol with Jakeman's of Boston since 1907.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 1250. That Britain will use mafia-busting tactics on small boat gangs in a joint task force with Italy. The government has also announced that there'll be £8 million ring-fence for new technology, including body-worn cameras and fingerprinting kits to ramp up immigration enforcement operations, fast-track claims from those seeking asylum from countries deemed safe, and also this new approach with Italian colleagues to follow the money, mafia style, to crack these gangs. Has the government got the right approach to stopping small boat crossings? Are you buying this? 0345 6060 973. Neil in Nottingham, good afternoon.
Hi, Ali. Well, the answer to the question is I don't really know, and the reason for my call is to... Well,
you're not the only one, Neil. You're not the only one.
Well, the reason for my call, in all seriousness, is that I don't know about other listeners, but I feel that we're just trying to debate in the dark. The most frustrating thing about this is that nobody, and particularly from the government side, or come to that, the opposition or whatever, it's very hard for any member of the public to really form an opinion because we're never given the information to actually allow us to understand what the issue is. Now, whether that's deliberate or not, I don't know. But for instance, I mean, I don't know, although I could...
them up in housing, costing the taxpayer $4.7 billion a year. They should, if they're able-bodied, they should work. But then I'm also torn with the other thing. Well, if you do that, then you're tacitly allowing and rewarding people coming across in with paying people smugglers, which in my view is illegal. So I'm really split on it. Andrew, it's a good point, and I think it should be taken in the round. But I'm torn on it, as I say. Thank you for it. Nick in Harrogate, good afternoon.
Hi, Ali. I guess it was a young single man that went to India to work for the East India Company many years ago. But I think the point I want to make, my point is this: I don't know what I can see the issue with the illegal migrants is. I'm sorry, I just walked up a hill. My dog's I'm out of breath. The issue I have is. It's the legal migration, it's overall migration that is the issue.
That's huge. That's ridiculously unacceptable and massive. But on the moment, Nick, I'm focusing on the illegal one. Go on.
All right, fair enough. But we had 30,000 people come on the illegal stuff. We had 1.44 million visas last year.
It's a good point, Nick. It's a good point. Absolutely right. And the figures to 23 of 906,000 is the biggest disgrace I have seen politically. I mean, it's an absolute shambles. When I stood for Parliament in 2005, we were talking about 270,000, that being too many, and now we're triple the number. And these Tories look at us with a straight face and tell us to trust them on migration. It's a disgrace, Nick.
Well, I guess part of this is because I think we have the worst numbers, full stop. It goes to, I think, the caller before last.
Yeah.
How many times, I mean, why do we not have our passports checked as we leave the country? A lot of countries do this. So we know how many people are in the country. We don't do this. And I think this is...
be more scrutiny from the local authority. I think the problem is that the planning system just takes so long. And, the government are in a sense between a rock and a hard place here. They want to get new houses built ASAP. And this is one way of getting, a lot of new housing built. There have been 1,875 applications to build office to residential since the size cap was taken away in March. So now, larger office blocks can be converted into houses. But I understand why people are concerned. We don't want poor quality housing to be built. It's vital that the quality is there.
Now, just let me zone out for 1 second, Richard, before I let you go. What is your view on the national planning policy framework more broadly? I mean, we've talked about the issues about converting offices into residential properties, but more broadly, do you welcome this? Are there concerns that you have? What's your sense of what you heard on Thursday?
I absolutely welcome it. We desperately need to build these 1.5 million houses. We can't complain about house prices. We can't complain about rising rents and then say we don't want more houses to be built. On average, the targets have been increased by 61%. Of course, rural areas are squealing a bit, and the Conservative government shied away from forcing rural areas to build more. Only a Labour government could do that in a sense. I do think we're missing another important aspect, which is empty homes. There are 700,000 empty homes in England. 261,000 of those have been empty for 6 months or more. So I'd like to see some sort of strategy to bring those back into use as well.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. That was Richard Blanco, spokesperson for the National Residential Landlords Association and property expert. Now, I'll give you my thoughts on this. I'm not a property expert in terms of planning regulations and all the rest of it, so I'm here to learn and be educated from not only from Richard Blanco there, but from all of you. My sense is this. Look, I'm one of these people who talks about the CPRE report, and I always declare an interest here. I'm vice president of CPRE, the countryside charity that wrote a report a couple of years ago saying that 1.2 million homes could be built on brownfield land. I assume that could also involve the conversion of office blocks into residential properties. Now, and also high streets, by the way, I think could be regenerated by housing as well in certain areas where you've got high streets that are completely dead and vacant and lacking in life and vibrancy. So I do think we need to get inventive about all this. Do I have a concern about unscrupulous developers not having to go through proper planning permission to do this through this clause that was meant to be eradicated from legislation by Labour before they came to power, which they've now sort of kicked into the long grass or been stum on it like they are on so many other things? I am slightly uncomfortable about it. I understand what Richard Blanco is saying there about prior approval, and you've got 56 days and the council could come back and challenge you and all the rest of it. But I do have a concern about it, because for me, it's not just a question of quantity. It's also a question of quality. You want to make homes that are attractive, habitable, where you have a shared space, even if it's not your own process, it's shared space. The aesthetic is good. It fits in. It's kind of creating what Richard Sennett, the LSE professor, talked about. You know, you want living, breathable, not only cities, but environments that are attractive to live in. And you can see that happening with urban regeneration. But this is not just an urban issue. So my question is this. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? Because we need to get a move on. But I also want to hear from you, if you are a developer yourself, how do you see all this? Would you be attracted to go and convert an office block and get on with it? What are the issues that you faced in trying to do it? Are you someone who lives in a converted property that was an office block and is now a residential abode? And what kind of issues, if any, have you had? Or are you indeed very supportive of it? Are you very happy in your converted former office block? And if you're someone who is broadly zoning out here, concerned about where we're going with the National Planning Policy Framework at a wider level, given all the threats and all the issues around it, how are you feeling about all this? And if you're someone who thinks that, well, if anyone's got any concerns, they should jolly well just shut up, because it's now time that the shoe is on the foot of the builders, not the blockers, then you can stick your oar into this conversation as well. This is going to be one of the biggest supply side, as the economists call it, conversations to happen. Supply side being you unleash regulations, you drive growth by building in this country. This is a big thing. It's big stuff, this. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Mirage on LBC 180.
This is LBC.
The Newsagents, live on stage with Emily Maitlis, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall.
We'll be taking what you love and enjoy about the podcast on the road thanks to HSBC UK. We'll bring you analysis and debate from the podcast and no doubt a lot of fun and laughter too. Birmingham Symphony Hall, February the 17th, Manchester Bridgewater Hall, February the 24th and Edinburgh Usher Hall, March the 11th. Tickets for the Newsagents live on stage with HSBC UK are on sale now on Global Player.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? You have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so full of glee, which is a very rare sight for all to see. Oh my, and what is the reason? Of course, it's the festive season. Choose a Grinch book or toy for your little ones until the 31st of December. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 31st of December, subject to availability from 11 a.m. Book or toy choices between toy or book, not specific item or range.
Dev knows stuff. Dev knows that National Express coaches take you right to the terminal door of major UK airports. Dev knows his seat will recline and his phone will be plugged in to charge. Dev knows that with airport fares from £5.70 one way, he'll have extra cash for fancy drinks with umbrellas. Dev also knows how to say, "Hello reception, there's a crab eating nuts in my minibar," in Spanish.
Comiendo nueces de mi minibar.
If you know, you go. Book now at nationalexpress.com. £1.50 booking fee.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 120. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Claire in Edgware, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Ali. When I heard this, I screamed, no, for goodness sake, no, 1,000 times no.
Oh, tell me why,
When I used to work in the Department of Respiratory Medicine at St Mary's Hospital that was incidentally run by one of the finest respiratory physicians in this country, Professor Rory Shaw, who now oversees the government's TB programme. We get the usual raft of kids with their chronic asthma, and they hadn't been using their inhalers properly. The usual contingent of people with severe bronchitis, elderly, but a large proportion of our patients were very young children who were suffering from spores infestation. Do you remember little
yes.
Ibague?
I do.
And,
Arab's law.
Absolutely. And they would come in and they would quote-unquote get cured. We'd regulate their antibiotics to try to do something about the spores infestation and give them an inhaler. 6 weeks later, Ali, they would be back. So I said to Prof, what are we doing wrong? I mean, the medication is first class. We're doing all the right things. He said, yes, Claire, but we send them back to the conditions which are creating their respiratory problems in the first place. Children need ventilation. They need a warm environment. They need a roof that keeps them.
Ask me, tell me one question. Where do I put my clothes?
Gosh. Yeah,
I said, I've got a lovely bedroom here. I said, I could just about swing a cat if you're lucky. I said, where's there a wardrobe? What are you talking about? Well, where do I put my clothes? Where do I put my dirty clothes and my clean clothes?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. Not one storage space, Ali, was there in this house. What's the point of it? They make them so damn small. You can't swing a cat. You've got no garden as such, really, at all, to have any exercise or to have a cup of tea. And it's just unbelievable how quick they're built, and they're shoddy built, and the amount of repeat and reports that we're going back. I've just worked on a converted office block, funny enough. It's 102 flats there.
Do you work in building, Herbie, yourself?
Well, I do the intercoms.
I see. Okay, so you're familiar with exactly what's going on. Okay.
Oh God, yeah. You see it all the time, and it's just a scandal. All it is money making. They want to make as much profit as possible at the expense of our pleasure of life.
But then, Herbie, if it is, you put it very clearly. If it is rabbit hutch living, then that's not really proper 1.5 million new homes that are livable. Everyone has a right to live in dignity, with decency, not with spores affecting their respiratory pathways, and to be able to hang their clothes up in an environment that's not damp, surely. I mean, otherwise, come on.
Well, Ali, this is it. I don't think there's any building control whatsoever of the standards of the building that I think we produce in this country is shameful. And I think it's time somebody started to say to the Labour Party, Conservative Party, don't know what party there is, you've got to build homes that are going to last. You're going to have to build homes that are livable, and you're going to have where you're comfortable. If you've got a comfortable standard of living, you've got a comfortable life, you're so much happier.
Well, you'll be productive. You'll be productive as well. You won't get ill. You'll actually add more to the economy. Herbie, thank you. Thank you so much. Reflecting on this, what this says to me is, if the government's priority is to just get to the number is the key priority. 1.5 million up in lights ahead of the next election to seek re-election. If that's the number in isolation, I think we're really missing a trick here. I mean, all the callers, Claire, Martin, Herbie, all expressing deep reservations around this. Tim says this, I live in a house now, but my previous accommodation has been a warehouse, a school and a barn. All were converted and comfortable and interesting places to live in. Converting these buildings can provide good accommodation near to central town offices and also cheer up neglected high streets. Tim, I agree with you 100% if done properly and shortcuts not taken where people are living in rabbit hutches where they can't even hang their clothes. That's not exactly very civil, and we're not even talking about a garden or a place to exercise. Let me ask you this. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Mirage on LBC 130, the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
The Home Secretary has unveiled a new international unit to clamp down on channel crossings and return migrants who entered the UK illegally. Yvette Cooper is holding talks in Rome as part of wider efforts to take action against people smuggling groups. MPs have raised concern about the level of access an alleged Chinese spy was apparently able to gain at the heart of the British establishment. Photos show the suspect, known as H6, alongside former Prime Ministers David Cameron and Theresa May. Wolves have sacked manager Gary O'Neill following their 2-1 defeat to fellow Premier League strugglers Ipswich. It left them second from bottom with just 2 wins from their opening 16 top-flight games. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy this afternoon, rain in the west and a high of 13 degrees.
This is LBC.
Are you an absolutely huge fonter or a zoom-inner? Perhaps you're an arm stretched out like a zombie when holding a newspaper, or a squint so tightly at the menu the waiter thinks you're sleeping. At Specsavers, we get it. You don't want to admit it's time to become a glasses wearer. That's okay. We're ready to see you whenever you're ready to see properly. Book an eye test at specsavers.co.uk so you can see clearer. Okay. We'll stop with the ers now.
You could be one of the millions of UK drivers who may be owed thousands in compensation. If you bought a car on finance from 2007 onwards, you may have been unfairly charged hidden commission payments. My Claim Group can help you check, even if you can't remember your car or lender details. Text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Text CLAIM to 86688.
Claims made simple.
It's cold. It's actually Baltic out there. And I've just seen how much new boots are going to cost me.
Just chill, mate. Well, not literally. I've used PayPal credit for mine, so I could buy now and pay over time.
Oh, good shout. And I might be able to feel my little toes again.
Don't just pay. PayPal.
Representative 23.9% APR variable subject to status. Minimum monthly payment required. Terms apply. PayPal UK Limited.
Wine and dine your guests with £10 fine wines at Waitrose, including the delicate Prince Alexandre Cremant de Loire, the full-bodied Massey Campofiore Italian Red, a beautifully balanced Jackson Stitch Sauvignon Blanc, and many more. Elevate your Christmas with £10 fine wines at Waitrose. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and partners and concessions. Please drink responsibly.
Ready to check off your Christmas wish list? Head to Win Plus, where you can win the latest tech, stylish kitchen gadgets and huge cash prizes to make your holidays merry. Don't miss out on your chance to be the next lucky winner. Celebrate this Christmas at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Ali Mirage on LBC 133. Observer newspaper today. Labour condemned for allowing new generation of slum homes in England. What's this about? Government accused of permitting a planning free-for-all by allowing developers to convert office blocks into flats without the usual controls. This is all prior approval. It's permitted development rules that were brought in by the Tories, allowing these things to happen quickly without full planning permission. And it's been condemned by not only the former CEO of NHS England, saying that this will lead to risking public health, but also the Professor of Spatial Planning and Governance at University College London has said that we're allowing for housing to be delivered through a route that can be potentially problematic for people's health and well-being. The question, therefore, arising is this: should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Sun in Brixton. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm in two minds about this. I actually lived above my office for a few years and got a gym membership. And
nice.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Tell me how it was. I mean, how much space did you? Were you living in you actually living in a converted office apartment? Was that what it was, Simon?
No, it was just I just rented the office, my company, and then there was a small room above that was completely dark, and lived up there, and then would use the toilet in the office building, and then cycle down the road to the gym to use the showers. And it wasn't too bad. I actually went to one of the best parties of my life in a warehouse in Hackney, where basically it's been sort of semi-legally or illegally converted into residential, but it's basically just divided up into blocks. 5 people share one unit, and there's not much natural light, but they're really happy, and I think there's therefore no council tax, and it's really not that bad. But at the same time, I think it's really important that we keep office space. If you get the big developers doing this legally, they are going to kick out small businesses, the rents are going to go up, and I think we need a certain amount of office space for every member of the population. And basically, if anyone's allowed to do it, then all these offices will be converted into residential, and then the business model of the UK of just an increasing population with accommodation paid for by the government isn't going to be paid for by businesses being started, as they won't be able to because they won't have office space. So I think I'm in two minds, but at the same time as well, have you ever seen the movie called Purge Night, where there were no laws for one day? It's like a horror film.
Okay, no, I haven't, but tell us.
Well, imagine if you had no planning permission rules for a year in the UK. You just say, actually, yeah, free market, let's actually do that.
Sounds like something.
And anywhere there's a woodland, don't let people build on woodlands, but any scrub land, any unused industrial land, not offices, but unused land, just let people do what they want. Let the people build like in other countries, and then you wouldn't have this control. It does seem kind of controlled where rents keep going up, and I think there should be a formula where when the population...
Two things. One, Labour going back on its own indication that it would reverse this particular get-out clause, which is now not talking about at all. And two, providing decent places for people to live so that they do have longevity and health and well-being and all the rest of it, so that they don't end up in hospital with spores, leading to a productivity decline in the countryside.
Well, that's a good point. On the spores issue, I do think this is overplayed. I've done some work for a friend who's a landlord. I mean, basically, people should be taught this. Turn the heating off during the day and open up the windows a very slight bit. You get the fresh air. Use bleach to get rid of the spores. And secondly, get dehumidified products. That actually does solve the problem. And people aren't taught this. They're told to let the mould build up and then sue the council or get the landlord to deal with it. But these things are preventable. You can get anti-spore paint. And, I think this is overplayed. And you can secondary glaze windows, so you have single glazing. I actually did this with my old office. You put perspex sheets on. People aren't being taught this. They're like, just knock down the building and then fit one with double glazing,
There is responsibility on the part of tenants and landlords to provide proper things, and tenants also have responsibilities as well. You're right there. But I do think that in certain cases, the planning regulations are far too lax, and this is why the issue's been raised. Simon, thank you. Interesting perspective. Dan in Sheffield, afternoon.
Hi, Ali. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear, so go ahead.
Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to chip in, really, because I'm a town planner. I work in the Midlands, so I think that it's the problem you've got when you sort of talk about any of this stuff is you're trying to distill a really complex issue into something that can be sort of distributed to the masses. But unfortunately, I think as someone who works I work in the public sector, so I'm on the regulatory side of it. I think the problem is often when you're talking about it could be any kind of new development, whether it's a conversion or a new build, is you're taking the planning side of things, which is where you're kind of taking you're considering when you prior approval or change of use, whatever it is, you're looking at whether that use of land is kind of acceptable in principle.
Okay.
So when I get a prior approval application, I had one recently, I think it was for 12 units, so that some of the legislation will set out, the prior approval it's not as streamlined as you would necessarily think. There are still things you have to consider, and I don't know that a full planning application would actually improve the situation much, because the considerations that you actually have to look at are similar for local plans.
Right.
When you have a full planning application, I think the issue is making sure that the building regulation side of it is properly funded and properly regulated.
Because you still need building regs and you still need inspections going on, don't you?
Well, I think that's the thing, though. So when I'm looking at a change of use for it, whether it's a planning application or prior approval, we can look at sort of in policy, but also in legislation, you can look at, say, space standards for a new flat.
Okay.
But when you're trying to sort of balance, you're trying to balance a lot of different considerations, including highway parking, natural light, flood risk, all of that stuff. But when it comes to, once we've granted the application, really, there should still be in terms of things like internal storage, there is an element of that for planning, but really you're looking at the land use, and it's a much more sort of higher level view of it. Whereas, so really, I think the council I work for, I won't say where, but they don't even have a building regulations team. We've had to outsource it.
Okay.
I think there's a much greater need to kind of strengthen up the regulations in more than one area.
Understood. Dan, thank you for that, and also for your perspective as a town planner. I think it's very informative. I appreciate it. My question is this: should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Come back to your calls on that in a few moments. But something that caught my eye, Trump gets $15 million in ABC News defamation case. To talk to us about this is joining me is Ian Bloom, legal consigliere and business consultant. Ian, what's the story here?
Good afternoon, Ali. What a title, eh?
Indeed.
Well, this is the story. Earlier this year, George Stephanopoulos, who was Bill Clinton's one-time White House Director of Communications and became a radio and TV commentator, well, he interviewed a Republican representative called Nancy Mace in an ABC News program called This Week. And he challenged her. He said, how can you support a candidate called Donald Trump, who, he said, had been found liable in a civil court last year for raping a writer almost 30 years earlier? He said several times in that interview that candidate Trump, as he was, had been found liable for rape. The problem was that, according to the jury, the actual finding was of sexual abuse, which has a specific meaning under New York state law. So according to the trial judge, the finding wasn't of rape as defined by the narrow technical meaning of a particular section of the New York Penal Code. Donald Trump's legal team seized on this distinction. And even though the writer in question, a lady called I don't know what the E stands for, but E. Jean Carroll, also won $83 million in a separate defamation action against Donald Trump earlier this year. Well, he sued ABC and George Stephanopoulos for libel.
But Ian, and 15 million is going to be paid out by ABC to a charity of, as I understand it, Donald Trump's choice.
Well, what happened is now that he's President-elect Trump, and now that he's previously and repeatedly threatened to revoke the broadcasting licenses of networks that air critical coverage of him, you might think, Ali, that ABC's decision to settle this claim by paying a mere $15 million to his presidential library, a further $1 million to his lawyers and costs, and expressing their regret is a pragmatic decision rather than one based on an assessment of the strength of their defence. Well,
do you think they've been muzzled, Ian?
You can say that, but I'm sure I can't possibly comment.
Let me ask you this, Ian. Do you not think, though, quite apart from whether they've been muzzled or not, that words matter? And I've had conversations with some of my callers who also have alleged Donald Trump of committing rape, and he has not been convicted in any court of law of that. Sexual abuse, yes, but not the R word. Words matter, and indeed, Judge Lewis Kaplan has commented on this, that the definition is far narrower. So we do need to adhere to that, don't we?
Well, of course words matter, and in libel, defamation, slander cases, words are picked over by the lawyers and the judge, sometimes for days on end. Words are incredibly important in this area of the law. And the bar is set higher in the USA for libel than it is in England, of course. Over there, the First Amendment to the Constitution protects freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So it makes a libel claim harder to win, but as against that, they still have juries making these huge awards.
Fascinating, really, really interesting conversation. Thank you, Ian. That was Ian Bloom, legal consigliere and business consultant. Back to my question for this hour. Fascinating conversation we're having on this. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity when it comes to housing development? The government, of course, wanting to build 1.5 million new homes in England by the next election. And this is all relating to conversion of office blocks into residential housing, and whether it should be allowed under permitted development rules, which does not mean you have to go for full planning permission, and the fact that some people have said that this is going to lead to rabbit hutch homes. Also concern from some medical professionals that this is going to cause risk to public health. This is something that Labour, when they were in opposition, said that they would completely eradicate, that they would remove this get-out clause on permitted development, but now have gone completely quiet on it because it seems to be there's a dash for homes and that takes priority over everything else. Your views on a postcard, please. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Maraj on LBC 147.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
It was the case that shocked the country.
The father and stepmother of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif have been found guilty of her murder after subjecting her to horrific suffering for more than 2 years.
With authorities missing 15 opportunities to save Sarah, and even the Prime Minister has weighed in to have his say.
Obviously, there's going to be questions that need to be answered in relation to this case. This is about violence, it's about abuse, it's about making sure there's protection and safeguards for children.
Now, Sarah Sharif's father and stepmother are set to be sentenced for one of the most horrendous crimes any of us can remember. And join me to have your say on whether this evil pair actually go down for long enough.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player, LBC.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
Any tips for the racing?
Yeah, your best bet is to head to BetVictor for their new customer welcome offer. If you bet a minimum of £10, they give you £20 in free bets on the horse racing. But here's another tip. If you're at the races, head to the paddock. You get lots of info they don't put in the race cards.
Like what?
Like the fact I'm seeing one of them drop a lot of weight right now.
Oh. Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the racing at BetVictor. 18 plus, opt in, bet on horse racing at odds of evens or greater, no cash out, 7-day expiry, terms and conditions apply, gambleaware.org.
Are you a glasses lifter-upper and peer underneath her? Or perhaps a peep over the topper? You could even be a peek around the cider. Actually, forget that, it's impossible. Either way, at Specsavers, we get what you're up against. So why not come and see us about becoming a varifocaler? With varifocal lenses, you'll see close up, far away, and everything in between. And they're free, with a single pair of glasses from £70. Include standard varifocal lenses only. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details.
At Tesco Mobile, Christmas is a time for gifting. So when you choose the jaw-dropping Samsung Galaxy S24 with 25 gigs of data for just $36.99 a month with club card prices, saving you a massive £306, we've got something extra for you too. A Tesco gift card worth £100. Merry Giftmas. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 30th of December. Club card and 36-month credit agreement required. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or 3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or 3.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC. 150. Should quality be sacrificed for quantity? When it comes to housing development, Labour being condemned for allowing a new generation of slum homes to be built without full planning permission when office blocks are converted to flats, using permitted development rules, concerns over health on it, and also rabbit hutch dwellings. Matt in Croydon, afternoon.
Yeah, hi Ali. Subject which I'm quite passionate about. I just want to go back to the points raised by Richard Blanco.
Yeah.
He was absolutely spot on with everything. A very knowledgeable person. He spoke about the various rules and the changes in the regulations, etc., when it comes to planning. I think I just want to say, Ali, that I'm not saying people are stupid, but when you hear the word permitted development, it's almost like it means you can do whatever you like. That is not the case at all. There are some very stringent rules, even under prior approval, that you have to go through. And I'm just talking about planning here for a moment. And, this sort of notion that, you're creating rabbit hutches. Obviously, you're converting a building, so you've got lots of constraints.
Yeah.
You've got an existing envelope, and you're doing your very best to convert that into habitable accommodation. You've got a problem with services. You've got to run lots of water, waste pipes. Yeah. And you've got to ventilate the building. And health experts are talking about spores and things, which they're absolutely right about. But it's not just a case of, we can just convert any old office building and make a quick buck out of it. It doesn't work like that. I was at a Christmas party last night, and I'm not going to mention the client. One client of mine, he's been developing a lot of these offices into flats. And he's also very, very passionate, and he did a speech to all of his staff. And, Ali, I've got to say that he's created, I don't know how many thousands of units in the last 10 years, and he has helped people, from a cardboard box into what would have been originally a 20 square metre studio. Well, you can't do that anymore. As Richard was saying, it's got to be about 37 square metres.
Can they hang their clothes
into a room of luxury?
Okay, can they hang their clothes in there, Matt?
Yeah, they can hang their clothes in there. They can dry clothes. They can wash. Okay. They've got washing machine facilities. It's compact. Look, I'm not going to say that it's luxury, but you should have somewhere. Yeah, and there's storage space, and the national space housing space standards are important, and there's a requirement to provide enough light, especially if you've got a north-facing elevation. Obviously, during the winter, it can be pretty tough. So, it's not perfect, Ali, but you've got to remember that it solves some of the problems with houses. I understand.
Matt, tell me, you seem to know a lot about it. Are you involved in this industry in any way? Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing this. I'm not a developer.
But you understand the issues?
Yeah, very much inside out.
Why do you think Labour, in opposition, made an issue of it if it was so benign? Why bother?
That's a good question. I mean,
political opportunism, maybe.
I think, are they trying to create another headline? Look what we're doing. I mean, the Tories had a lot of this in place, and to give them credit, they're the ones who changed the rules from the very small. Yes, they were rabbit hutches and whatever you want to call them. Into this new legislation, which you have to adhere to more stricter rules in line with planning. But it's not easy. You can't. I'm telling you now, you can't just go in and convert any old office building in some sort of industrial estate in the middle of nowhere. You've got to have an exit plan as well. You've got to see. I'll give you an example. So we did a development, and there were 200 car parking spaces. In this development, open land, clear open land. The planners would not allow us to build a small tower block in there to increase the housing, because they said we've got to keep the car parking spaces, right? Yeah. And it's been a real bane for all of us in terms of our developments that we've done. And instead of being able to develop in that very large car park to increase another form of housing, the building got converted. Do you know how many people park in that car park who actually can afford those cars? And I'm talking about 7.
Yeah, you see, that doesn't make much sense. That doesn't make much sense. I understand the point.
It's little things like that.
Yeah.
And Ali, just want to. There's 2 subjects here. So you're talking about quality as well, right?
Yes,
that's obviously another very important point. Yeah. If you get your conversion right, what about the quality of it? Look, it's very, very expensive to do any kind of construction work in the UK. We do have a labour crisis. We do have a problem. Materials have gone absolutely through the roof, and to make the development viable, it's very, very hard. Everybody wants to put really nice things in there. Yeah. They want the building to work. They want it properly ventilated. They want adequate lighting, all these sort of things. But it's not. You're not going to get everything right. It's not going to be possible.
Matt, let me ask you this: just yes or no? Will Labour, in your view, meet the 1.5 million target by the end of the Parliament?
No.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate your call. Stuart in Brighton. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali. Yes, in Brighton we have very old gasworks that's due for renovation, and the plan is to build 500 new homes on the site concerned. Okay. That plan was thrown out by the Labour Council back end of last year.
Why?
It's gone on the ground of density, basically. Density, lack of support, etc. But underlying that, there is a great concern shared by myself, local Lib Dems, and also Aghast, the campaign group responsible for this. And that's toxicity, because Berkeley Homes developed a similar site in Southall many years ago, and still, 10 years later, people are suffering from breathing difficulties, other illnesses, etc., because they didn't clear the site properly. Now, our concern still is because of these are high-rise developments, about 12 stories high, the foundations have to go down very deep. Yes. And quite simply, nobody knows what's been rotting under there for over 100 years. but the estimate is that it'd be extremely toxic. And our view is, at the end of the day, an independent assessment needs to be made on the toxicity and how to remove the soil and all the debris, because the developer won't be wanting to spend too much money on it, because it's already going to take 2 years to clear the site.
Well, this is where, look, and I'm all in favour of brownfield development, but this is where, when one gets into detail, it's not as easy as it sounds, and there are serious issues to be dealt with in terms of soil contamination and everything else. Stuart, thank you for your call. Hugh in Welling Garden City, good afternoon.
Hello, Ali, good afternoon. Yes, I'm a surveyor. I actually carry out inspections of a number of different types of property. Particularly in my area, there are quite a few developments of converted flats. And the problems are not always whether you can build them, it's whether you can sell them. And we've had a situation recently, just give you a quick example, lady bought a converted flat about 5 years ago, got a mortgage on it at the time. It's got no natural light, it's got light from an internal atrium, and now can't sell it because the mortgage lenders won't lend on it. So criteria for mortgages... criterion changes over time, and so 1 minute you can buy them, next minute if the mortgage lenders tighten up, and they are increasingly tightening up on what they will lend on, they won't lend on it. So
I had no idea, Hugh. This is, I wasn't aware of this at all. This is fascinating. Go on.
Yeah, so that's one situation. There's another block I looked at. It was a duplex. Light came in from a ground floor, and it lit the first floor. On the first floor, one bedroom, a tiny little attic window, skylight. The roof was metal. It sounded like machine gun when it rained. So that was another one which initially got a mortgage, now can't get a mortgage. So this is an ongoing problem that could continue if they don't carry out proper regulation.
Well, this is absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much indeed, Hugh. Zurich Insurance also had warned that some of the conversions that it was involved in could become uninhabitable, and so there's an insurance element to this as well as a mortgage element. Absolutely fascinating discussion. Thank you for all your educational calls in that hour. Now, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has called on regulators to strike off doctors who bring extremist views about Gaza into the workplace in a crackdown on anti-Semitism in the NHS. Should political views be kept out of the workplace?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, the Home Secretary has unveiled a new international unit to clamp down on channel crossings. Yvette Cooper's holding talks in Rome as part of wider efforts to take action against people smuggling gangs. Agreements have also been signed with Iraq, Germany and the G7. John Vine, a former Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration, says global collaboration is crucial.
What the Home Secretary is setting a stall out to do is to make the system work, to use more enforcement, to give border and immigration staff more powers, and to invest more in bilateral agreements with other countries in Europe.
A 2-year-old boy has been killed in a collision with a stolen car in the West Midlands. Police have called on the driver, who left the scene on Dartmouth Road in Smethwick last night, to do the right thing and hand themselves in. Witnesses say a triple shooting in northwest London, which left one woman dead and a man in critical condition, sounded like fireworks and left people crying and screaming. Police were called at around 9:15 last night to Gifford Road in Brent, where a woman believed to be in her 40s was pronounced dead at the scene. This neighbour told LBC her family heard the shots.
We just checked the windows. Everybody in this area was screaming, somebody died, and then after that, the police and ambulance came. 45 minutes.
One of the country's biggest unions has told LBC social workers are facing daily abuse and even being threatened with machetes. There are calls for urgent reform of the sector following the murder of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif in Woking. Authorities had been aware of concerns for her welfare before she was killed by her father and stepmother. Jill Archer from Unison says more government action is needed.
Their caseloads are more complex, workloads are unbearable, and across the UK the picture is you've got social workers battling with heavy caseloads, high stress and burnout, and they're working incredibly long hours to keep up with the work.
Forecasters have issued a warning of persistent rain that could
issues and whether your particular views around certain political subjects could be creeping in to how you make work decisions, and whether that is at all acceptable in any way, shape or form. Let me just find the way into this from a piece in the Telegraph today. Streeting vows to root out NHS anti-Semitism. West Streeting has called on regulators to strike off doctors who bring extremist views about Gaza into the workplace in a crackdown on anti-Semitism in the NHS. The Health Secretary told the Telegraph that he would enforce a zero-tolerance approach to anyone who uses the conflict in the Middle East as a pretext to attack communities in the health service. Mr. Streeting will urge regulators to discipline doctors and nurses who express, and I quote, racist or extremist views about the Gaza conflict, with measures up to and including being struck off the medical register. He said this: I expect regulators to investigate any concerns suggesting patient safety is at risk due to discrimination or misconduct by a healthcare professional. Any worker espousing racist or extremist views should know they could end up in front of a disciplinary panel. Now, a number of NHS medics have been reported for anti-Semitic activities, from workplace abuse to social media posts celebrating October the 7th, terrorist attacks by Hamas. Now, Jewish doctors in the NHS have reported a surge in anti-Semitic abuse from colleagues since October the 7th, according to a report by the GMC, the General Medical Council, which is an independent body which regulates the UK medical register. Mr. Streeting, the Health Secretary, said this: regulators have powers to set conditions that a healthcare professional must work under, suspend them or strike them entirely from the medical register. Patients and members of the public are also able to raise concerns about a professional directly with a regulator, and regulators have a statutory duty to investigate these complaints. And he said this: any patient racially or violently abusing NHS staff who are simply trying to do their job and care for us can and should be turned away. We will ensure everyone working or using the health service feels safe and respected, and stamp out this wickedness. Now, earlier this year, there was one doctor, a family GP, from the UK branch of the Islamist group Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is until it was prescribed. He had said, I think it was on social media, or he'd said that the October 7th Hamas attacks were a welcome punch on the nose, and he was later reinstated because the NHS said it did not have sufficient evidence that he was unfit to practice. That's one example. Another one is this. Last month it was also revealed that Dr. Rehana Ali, a consultant neurologist who worked in the NHS for 2 decades, had made posts on X, formerly Twitter, and had said that Israel's killing of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader, had turned the October 7th mastermind into a legend and male role model. She said the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the Hezbollah leader, had turned him into a legend who was completely untouchable. And last year, another individual, Maqsood Ahmed, director of the Pennine Care NHS Foundation Trust, stepped down following reports of social media posts in which he apparently contrasted Jews who support Israel with the decent Jewish and the real Jews. Now, in August, Jess Phillips, Home Office Minister, who you'll know, of course, suggested that she had received quicker treatment on the NHS because she had voted for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Now, I'm just going to pause there for a second and just reflect on this and ask you this question. My question is this, but it's kind of, there are many elements to this. Should political views be kept out of the workplace? So let's just start there for a second. Should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Now let me just think this through with you, because there are a few elements of this. One is this: to what extent should views expressed in a private sphere on social media, for example, by a doctor or a nurse or another medical professional of any kind, in relation to anything, but let's just say in these particular cases, the war in the Middle East, in Gaza at the moment, which some people might find deeply uncomfortable, abhorrent, insensitive, downright outrageous, whatever it may be. And indeed, some people who might think that some Jewish doctors or nurses who post in support of Benjamin Netanyahu might feel exactly the same way. To what extent do their mutterings or missives or epistolary offerings on social media concern us, or should they concern us in any way? Is that the private sphere, or is it not the private sphere? Because if someone's acting outside office hours in their own private capacity, is that something that should be completely off limits? I mean, that's their own private thing. They're not going there posting on as a member of the NHS openly in relation to their day job. So should that bother us at all? That's the first question for you. So should anything that happens in the private sphere spill over to the professional role of someone? Because I tell you, if it did, this could be, I mean, we could be up in all sorts of issues every day of the week with people expressing views on social media that someone finds uncomfortable. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this. Should there be a situation in workplaces where discussions around very fraught political topics, where there are very polarized views, be allowed to happen at all? Should you allow political discussion to happen at work, particularly if you're in a situation where certain things are really, really fraught and could lead to a lot of angst, discomfort, downright confrontation between people? Now, there are some people like Google, Meta and Coinbase who have introduced an outright ban on political discussion, citing productivity. And they're basically saying that, you know, you're here to work, you're here to do a job, you're not here to engage in political discussions. Save them, not even for the coffee water cooler, just save them for outside. Don't have them in the office at all. So that's the second thing. Do you think that we should be banning political discussions in this fraught environment from the workplace at all, for social harmony and productivity and the fact that people are there to do a job? And you might even argue there's an extension here in terms of, should companies themselves be expressing political views? I mean, I think of, wasn't it Disney getting involved in some sort of spat with Florida about teaching sexuality and gender in public schools? I didn't quite follow why on earth Disney would be sticking its oar in there, but it was. That's another element to this as well. And the final one, just to chuck this in, is this, that a survey of 2,000 UK employees asked about their views around political expression in the workplace found this: a third, 31% of employees, felt uncomfortable expressing their opinions on politics at work, while there was a 19% annual jump in those who felt socio-political discussions should be kept out of workplaces because of their negative impact on company culture. Now, additionally, LinkedIn did a poll by People Management with over 1,000 respondents. 3/4, 76%, did not feel comfortable discussing politics in the workplace. However, it did find that 59% of Gen Z workers, 18 to 24, thought respectful political discussion should be encouraged. So there's a bit of a generational thing going on here. So, the following. Should what happens in the private sphere spill over to the public sphere, your job, if you're posting in private? Yes or no? Can you ever divorce the two? And if you're in a certain profession, which is public-facing, like a doctor, a nurse, or some other professional in a public-facing role, should you be very mindful about that, or should it be completely nobody's business what you do? Should you discuss politics in the workplace? And if so, how comfortable are you? Do you think there's an intergenerational issue here at all? I want to hear from you. If you are an employer, you might be an HR professional that's had to navigate some very difficult and awkward situations in the last few years, with increasing polarization taking place not only in this country but around the world since Brexit. You've got Donald Trump, you've got ongoing issues about the UK political system, you've got wars in multiple areas, Ukraine, Gaza, you name it, there are unrests going on. A lot more difficult and fraught to manage. If you're an employee, I'd like to hear from you. Have you got into situations in your workplace where you were having a conversation in good faith and it all got a little bit nasty, a bit heated? How did you handle that thing? And are you someone now who thinks that this should be completely off limits? You go to work, not to engage in political discourse. You can save that for after hours in a restaurant or an eatery or a drinking house of various kinds, or a coffee shop or whatever you want, but just not in an office environment. Should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Oscar in Tottenham. Afternoon.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Oscar. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just pulling over because I was driving.
Good.
So, yeah, I take the message because I think the political opinions and views are fine to share in the workplace. Always if it's not abusing other people's views or, being racist. I think that should be completely fine. But there's an issue. The NHS doctors and nurses, they do a hypocritical oath in that they promise that they will do their work as doctors and nurses within a series of ethical rules. And one of them includes not using medical knowledge to violate human rights or civil liberties. Now, when you're a doctor and you've got a patient, you are already in a position of power and superiority because their health and well-being depends on you.
Yep.
And that, which basically reminds us that a doctor expressing such extreme opinions is breaking that oath, and they are being unethical. So I will be fine with them being strict of those.
What about a Jewish What about a Jewish doctor expressing support for Benjamin Netanyahu?
It is supporting Netanyahu. It depends on what he's supporting. If he's supporting the massacre of thousands of children and their parents, that will be the same for me.
No, but I mean, if he or she or whoever is saying, I support the Israeli government to take whatever action it needs to take to clamp down on the potential threat of terrorists firing rockets into Israel, is that a problem?
I don't think that is a problem. What is a problem is when you add to your support the fact that thousands of children are being bombed in their beds with the intention of making a whole population lose everything there is. They have basically raided the whole country and left nothing. When you add those nuances to discussion, that's when it becomes unethical.
Do you think that if a certain NHS foundation is criticised for telling staff not to attend an anti-Semitism awareness course because the content may have been inappropriate for some, that is a rather odd situation to find oneself in?
It is a very odd situation. I mean, if it's a course for anti-Semitism, I think that is positive. That, being aware of how some of the views that someone can share could be out of order. I don't know what the course is. You will find out if it's actually inappropriate for you once you attend the title.
Have you ended up in any sticky situations, Oscar, in the workplace yourself?
Not in a long time. But people tend to sometimes just get carried away. I'm from Spain, so politics are quite intense also these days there in Spain. And people can be carried away and then say things that they shouldn't be saying. There is a lot of hatred against unaccompanied minors who have entered the country. Lots of far-right commentary that is using all that anger and directing it to generate a dissent that suits them. And it is very easy. Even I see my family sometimes making some comments that I couldn't believe, because I work supporting, among other things, refugees that flee war.
Thank you very much indeed, Oscar, for your perspective. Oscar doesn't really seem to think this is a really big issue. I'm struggling a little bit here because I understand what Wes Streeting is saying. If you're in a workplace, if you're an NHS frontline staff member, and you're going to triage someone in A&E based on whether they have a positive view on the war in Gaza or not, that is weird, it's odd, is completely unacceptable and should be completely outlawed. I mean, Amanda Pritchard is basically saying the same thing, right? She's the Chief Executive of NHS England. She's saying this: I wholeheartedly support the Secretary of State's comments. It is completely unacceptable for anyone to experience racism, discrimination or prejudice in the health service, and the NHS takes any report of anti-Semitism very seriously. That's one thing. If it's someone posting something on social media outside hours in their private sphere, I think that's difficult to police, really, isn't it? I really do. Now, you might think I'll self-regulate because I'm dealing with the public day to day, and it would cause me considerable embarrassment in my day-to-day job if people know my views on stuff, and it might be difficult for me to fulfill my duties. But I think we'd be living in an Orwellian state, wouldn't we, if we were policing everyone's private mutterings on social media at the weekend before they come into work on a Monday morning to get on with their job. What do you think? Should political views be kept out of the workforce? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Mirage on LBC 218.
This is LBC.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Oi! Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Make this year a golden Christmas with Gold Bank London. Be inspired with gifts like our 24-carat gold-dipped Christmas carousel, Santa or reindeer for just £30. Or Marvel characters in fine silver 1-ounce coins. And for the Harry Potter enthusiasts in your life, choose their favourite house crest in 1-ounce silver for just £77. All plus £3.99 delivery.
Gifts to love and cherish from Gold Bank London. Visit goldbank.co.uk/gift-items.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the kitchen, guests were happily sipping the drinks that I'd mixed them. With a selection of tonics from Fever Tree, everyone was given their favourite G&T. It is, after all, the best time of the year that deserves special drinks, not just wine or beer. So this holiday season, mix with the best with Fever Tree tonics for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 220. Should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Wes Streeting, Health Secretary, called on regulators to strike off doctors who bring extremist views about Gaza into the workplace in a crackdown on anti-Semitism in the NHS. The thing that I'm slightly confused about here is whether these views, so-called anti-Semitic views, or any other kind of discriminatory views, are being expressed in the workplace, i.e. in hospital, or whether they're being expressed privately on social media, and whether that should spill over into your day job, or whether it shouldn't. Seems all a bit Orwellian to me. 0345 6060 973. Kevin in Reading, good afternoon.
Hello, Ali, how are you?
Fine, thank you. What would you like to say?
Well, when I went to college and university, I got friendly with one of the guys that sells books, and we started going for drinks, and we've been going for coffees. First it was alcohol, then we would go an alcoholic, and I'll get to the point in a minute, but we've mixed and spoke. We always talk politics, romance, and religion, and politics and religion don't mix, especially when Brexit happened, because when John Bercow didn't get his peership after he left. You remember in 1990, when we were leaving Europe, what Boris did, etc. Boris never gave him peership, and I thought, well, he's always trimming the feathers off. He's supposed to be impartial. He's not allowed to have an opinion. And we just have to straw the camel's back. And he didn't want to talk to me anymore. So, bottom line is, don't talk about politics or religion.
So this happened with a colleague of yours at work, Kevin, is what you're saying?
Well, it's a good close friend of mine. I wasn't at work. It was a very close friend of mine that's been for 20 years.
Yeah.
But at work, I always avoid talking politics and religion because it doesn't mix with.
Is that something that you've self-regulated, or does your workplace have any guidance around this at all, or are you just using your own common sense?
I'm using my own common sense. Even in relationships, I'm a religion sometimes. I don't mention it because I'm Roman Catholic.
I mean, you would have thought, though, Kevin, that there would be a space in a civilized society for there to be rational discourse where people can agree to disagree and not believe the worst of each other. But I think we're living in a very polarised society. What do you think? Yeah, but what do you think, Kevin, Wes Streeting is on about? Because I'm slightly confused. Because on the one hand, he's saying, I expect regulators to investigate any concern suggesting patient safety is at risk due to discrimination or misconduct by a healthcare professional. If that's happening truly in hospital, of course I agree with it. But if someone's expressing a view on a Gaza conflict or any other thing for that matter in their private space on social media, should that affect their work?
I don't think so. I mean, it could be. It depends what really comes from it, because he might have a lot of followers following him that are, that are Reform UK or something like that, and they don't agree with that.
It's a good point.
So at the end of the day, I just try and keep my points to myself, and sometimes because of the new Prime Minister, I'm afraid to even say something about immigrants coming over here, because you could be in court for being racist, even though you've got an opinion that we've got too many in the country.
Well, that is true. Do you think we should go down the road of some of these US firms like Meta, Google, that have banned outright political discussion in the workplace? Do you think we need that?
I think we do need some form of discussion.
Do you think so, Kevin?
The way forward, because everyone's beginning to hate everyone. It's getting to that state.
Well, this is why I wanted to talk about it, because I think it's quite interesting, and it must be a minefield for HR professionals trying to navigate this in workplaces where this is all getting rather fraught. Kevin, thank you for your call. Kush, a new caller in Palmer's Green. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ali.
Go ahead, Kush.
The only reason I emailed a comment in, or text a comment in, and what came out of this conversation was that while the country was supporting Ukraine, there was colours and flags and badges on everybody and everything.
Very good point.
The second we have something that seems to be anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, we now have a conversation that says, should you be allowed to have this speech? And I question that.
Well, just explain on the Ukraine thing, because there was an outpouring and there was a lot of public sentiment around it, and flags being flown all over the place, and I think probably in quite a few workplaces. Kush, did that in any way make you feel uncomfortable, or do you think that...
No, you misunderstand.
No, I understand what you're saying, but did it make you feel uncomfortable at the time in any way?
No.
What about pro-Russians? Where are they in that conversation?
For me, I'm all for free speech.
Yeah.
So if you want to wear a flag or a badge representing one argument or the other, that doesn't bother me at all.
But what about the workplace, Kush?
It also doesn't bother me. I have seen members of staff walk around with little badges representing the Palestinian situation.
You see, now that does bother me. That does bother me. I would be bothered if someone was wearing a free Ukrainian flag or a pro-Gaza thing or a pro-Israel thing on their work uniform. I would feel a little bit uncomfortable about that, Kush, because that is making an expression in the workplace directly of a political view. And I think that if you are treating someone who may have a completely different view or feel uncomfortable about that, you've got to be mindful, haven't you? Or not?
Remember, you say it bothered you. It wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, true. It's a view. It's a view. Absolutely. And why wouldn't it bother you, Kush, if you were someone who... you're saying it doesn't bother you if someone's wearing a pro-Gaza thing. What if you were a Jewish person and you found it deeply offensive that someone is treating you?
I can imagine that if you are Jewish and you saw a Palestinian badge, you would take offence or feel unsafe or however. I fully understand that. But that doesn't stop the other person having the right to have their opinion or to display their badge.
But, okay, and you're not bothered about the fact that it's in the workplace at all? Freedom of speech is freedom of speech, irrespective.
Exactly.
But is the workplace a place to be expressing a solidarity with badges or scarves or anything else?
Hang on. What you're saying is this.
Yeah, you go on.
I could be wearing this badge on the street.
Yeah.
And as I come into the office, I have to take this badge off.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we have people wearing their what is it? Their remembrance badges.
Yes.
Right.
Good point.
All over the place.
Yeah. Yes. But you're remembering the dead. You're not taking a political stance, are you?
Well, you are kind of.
Are you?
Because of course you are.
Well, tell me how.
In some sense, you are. You're saying that you're down. Well, hang on. Let me get this straight.
Yeah.
Are you just remembering the dead and that's all dead, or you remembering certain dead?
Well, you're remembering service personnel who died, irrespective of whether you agree with the cause which they died for, right? It doesn't mean that you agree with the cause. You agree with the fact that they put themselves on the line for their country, irrespective of a cat-handed government forced them into something stupid which cost them their lives.
Right, and remember, a while back, certain people were getting upset about other people not wearing this badge. So it must have some political weight.
Well, I don't think you could... Well, on that particular thing, I don't think you could force people to wear poppies nor shoes. But I think it's slightly different.
Ali, all I'm saying is from where I stand, this sounded like a case of exceptionalism.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, if you want to wear a badge, so be it.
OK, understood, Kush. Thank you for your call. Malcolm in Wigan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm just looking up the definition of the word Semite.
Oh, yeah.
It says here, one of the peoples originating in Southwest Asia, including the ancient Phoenicians and the modern Arabs and Jews. This is in the Scriber Banter. It's an American dictionary that I've had for about 30 years. And I like that definition because it helps to put in perspective the fact that the word anti-Semitic may be being misused because, of course, the Palestinians are Semites as well.
Well, it's interesting, and I don't think that anti-Semitism or Semitism or Islamophobia or any of these things should be used as a smokescreen to prevent criticism of a religion or of state policy or any of these things. And I think sometimes these things are conflated, so one has to be careful. The thing that I have a problem with, Malcolm, is this being openly expressed in a workplace which is public-facing, where you are going to be dealing with people who have completely different views and who may feel very uncomfortable with the fact that you're openly expressing your views with a kafir or a Israeli flag on your lapel or something, when you're treating people who may have completely different views to you.
Okay, that's your point of view, yeah.
It is.
But just looking at the general principle, what about trade unions? They operate within workplaces. They're fully entitled to engage in political views, aren't they? Clearly. So I think there's a problem in what Wes Streeting's saying. And my view is that it's an attempt to suppress criticism of those who disagree with the policies of the State of Israel, such as the recent violent attack on Syria.
Why do you think he's done it? Because he hasn't been very... Look, in the reporting that I'm reading, it's not very clear as to the examples given are not clear at all about whether these statements were made outside the workplace or inside the workplace. If they're made outside, I would say that's all fair. It's not very clear what Streeting's on about here. Why do you think he's wading into this, Malcolm?
Well, he's wading into it because what he's trying to do is undermine the Ed Miliband's previous opposition to the bombing of Syria. So there's a split within the Labour Party, basically, because some people think Ed Miliband did exactly the right thing.
Well, that's a different issue. That's a different
issue. Yeah, but it's coming at the same time, only a few days after there was that split within the Labour Party, and he's trying to push his point of view. Was, as you know, Ed Miliband voted and got the Labour Party.
Of 13 degrees. This is LBC.
This Christmas at Tesco, get 3 for 2 on selected chilled party food with your Tesco Club card. Helping feed your Christmas spirit. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores and 2nd of January. Club card or app required.
What are you doing?
Oh, looking for a used car online.
Tried Spoticar?
I don't want a car with spots.
What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide.
Yeah, and cars with spots.
No, there are no spots.
They're called Spotty Car.
Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers?
Understandable mistake.
Spoticar, manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
Can't believe I'm about to get these gig tickets. I've been waiting forever to see them, and these guys are once in a lifetime.
How'd you manage that? What you want to do is pay in 3 with PayPal. There's no interest and no fees either. So go on then. Who is it? Manchester's finest, I presume?
Or no, I'm going with my niece to see the groovy gigglers. Absolute tunes.
Don't just pay. PayPal.
PayPal UK Limited. Pay in 3 is unregulated. Consider if affordable. Subject to status. See terms.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Ali Mirage on LBC 235. Should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Slightly confused piece in the Telegraph here, I must say, on Streeting vowing to root out NHS anti-Semitism. West Streeting called on regulators to strike off doctors who bring extremist views about Gaza into the workplace and a crackdown on anti-Semitism in the NHS. He said he would enforce a zero-tolerance approach to anyone who uses the conflict in the Middle East as a pretext to attack communities in the health service. The bit that's unclear to me is this being expressed at work? Are these comments being made at work or privately on social media? And more broadly, should we just not have any political discussions or symbols or anything of any kind at work, given how tremendously fraught and polarised society has now become? Should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973. Philip, I'll come to your call in a moment. Kathy has sent a very interesting text in. I'm an NHS nurse, but I don't have my role or place of work in any of my bio or profile on social media. I feel that would be putting on a uniform for everything I do online. Also, I've worked in the same operating theatre as 2 surgeons from opposing sides of the current conflict. Doctors have only one issue during work, and that is the best for the patient. They had respect for each other that allowed them to work together, says Kathy. But another interesting one from Denise here. I think if I was obviously Jewish and if I was having an anaesthetic care during a risky operation...
we had very opposing views. It wasn't shouty or nasty. It was good fun. We were enjoying ourselves. I've worked there for 8 years, and the shop floor to me is sort of like home. Anyway, this lady... that was a customer, she said, I don't want to listen to this, and stormed out. And then they wrote to the head office, the main man at the charity, to complain about our behaviour. Subsequently, we were both interviewed, and I offered to resign because I'm only a volunteer anyway, but they didn't want to take it further. But the manager apparently was supposed to know that you're not supposed to discuss politics or religion on the shop floor. So, we all thought that it was rather excessive that she bothered to write in about it.
Yeah. Gosh. I mean, so you have actually been right on the receiving end of the sharp end of this in your work.
I have.
How did that make you feel, Philip? Because you're saying it was like a homely environment. I can tell you, people very close to me have had some real rows about this whole situation in the Middle East, but you're saying it's a homely environment. How did it make you feel now that you have to be much more wary about what you're saying?
I'm very careful now. I obviously don't talk. I'm very interested in politics, and it was the week of the general election, and actually the next day I was in a hypermarket, and the Tesco's staff were talking politics. So everybody was that week at the general election.
Well, exactly.
And I love talking about it. And we were talking about the immigrant situation, actually, and it was very friendly. It's just that we had totally opposing views and weren't really aware that this customer was so irritated by it.
Do you think that employers, Philippa, should be more direct about what is acceptable and what is not in terms of discussions that could be difficult or challenging around political issues of war and peace and all the rest of it in the workplace?
Me personally, no, unless it became very nasty. But yeah, as I say, I've worked there for 8 years, and it had never cropped up. We talk about everything with the customers. You know, lots of them come in the same time every week to rummage around.
Okay. Well, Philippa, does this mean that you'll be giving me a lot more calls on LBC to have proper political chats because you've been prevented from having them at work now? I hope so.
Yes.
I hope so.
Nice.
I hope so, Philippa. I look forward to our future conversations. Keep well. Dean in Greenwich, good afternoon.
Yeah, sorry, let's take it off loudspeaker. Anyway, what it is, just want to weigh in on the conversation, on the private conversation of political views. Now, I think 100% it should be allowed to go ahead. People should be allowed to express their political views in private, online.
Yeah.
Because it allows the public to gather intelligence, gather data, have an understanding of the people whom we're working with. Because
that's a surveillance society, Dean. What, you're snooping on your colleagues now?
No. This is important because you need to know the people who actually the real character of the people you're working with. Because the person comes and puts a smiley face on and smile with your work and get on and everything is fine.
Yeah.
In private, because take for example, if you're a member of the KKK and you go on and put your white pointy hats on and go out and have your...
Well, that's racist. That's illegal, isn't it? That would just downright racism, so you can't be doing that.
It is. But then the person who turns up smartly dressed and smiling with you and greeting you and all of that.
Yeah.
Last night he was at one of those ceremonies, and you think if he expresses those views online, then you know this person is someone I wish to avoid.
Dean, I understand that point, but there's a difference between illegal activity offline or online rather, and activity where you're expressing political views which are not illegal, but which some of your colleagues or indeed your customers or your patients or whatever might find deeply offensive, abhorrent or whatever.
Again, if you are aware of the political views of this person and that person is, for example, the doctor treating you, if you're uncomfortable as a patient and enough patients express concerns and being uncomfortable...
Now we're getting down to a serious issue. So, Dean, let me play this out. So if I'm going for cataract surgery, right, in a week's time, and I have done some online Googling of my doctor and found out that this particular individual has got views on, really strong views on things that I find really, really abhorrent, that I should not have my cataract operation and make a complaint and have this person fired?
Well, if enough people are uncomfortable with that person's position, then the government will have to make a decision.
But why the government? Why the government? And this is tough. I mean, hang on a second. If the person's not making an expression, this sounds like Nat West and Nigel Farage all over again about, we're only going to have certain people with the right views that we're going to give bank accounts to, is it?
No.
I mean, what is this?
Well, yes, but what's happening now is that it comes down to what people are comfortable with, because that's how society actually runs.
Comfort, Dean. Come on, we're meant to be living in a free society.
Yes, it's free society, and it's about...
And he said that Ireland's position on the conflict in the Middle East has always been guided by the principles of international law and the obligation on all states to adhere to international humanitarian law.
Well, we should watch with interest. It's all kicking off. Not a great position for this to happen with the Israeli ambassador being recalled from Dublin. Thank you for bringing us up to date, Amanda. Amanda Ferguson there, LBC's Ireland correspondent. Back to my question, should political views be kept out of the workplace? 0345 6060 973. Andrew in Beaconsfield, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali. Actually, I'm in Watford, which of course...
My old stomping ground. My old stomping ground. Go ahead.
I remember when you stood as a candidate here, but...
Go ahead.
Yes, I think... I was saying to your producer, Wes Streeting often says things because he wants to show that he's tough on all sorts of things, and he does come across as terribly abrasive. He comes across even more abrasive than some of the previous government, and they were terrible. But the problem with what he's saying is that all the regulated professions, and I'm in higher education, so there's a clause in part of the standards of behaviour which refers to professionalism. So anything that could bring your regulated profession into disrepute could land you in hot water.
That's a good point, and that actually does not make a distinction at all between where you say it, when you say it. Could be in any capacity, outside work or inside work, right? As long as you bring, yeah.
I mean, clearly, you're going to have political debate in all sorts of places.
Yeah.
But there's a time and a place for it, and there's also the need. And I'm pretty sure almost all professionals, particularly in the medical field and education, they do realise there's a necessity for balance.
Well, it's a very good point, because I guess then if you're going on some sort of march of some kind, it might be deemed fine. But if you go and express a view like punching Israel on the nose, or you say that Yahya Sinwar or Hassan Nasrallah were role models, then that's not deemed acceptable. I mean, this becomes quite difficult quite quickly, doesn't it, Andrew?
Well, it does become very difficult. But you saw from your caller just before the interview with there are certain areas which are pretty polarising.
They are polarising. I agree with you, and it's very difficult to navigate. Andrew, thank you for your call. Sharon, a first-time caller in Ilford. Welcome to you, Sharon.
Hiya.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a few kind of things to say. I'm a Muslim, and I would find it very uncomfortable to be treated by a pro-Zionist doctor or nurse, actually. And on social media, I have seen a few comments made by, Israeli paediatricians that have said disgusting things about the children of Gaza. And, the people that deny the genocide is taking place, etc., the people that deny human rights organisations, I really have a problem with that. So I can understand why it's wise to choose your words carefully. So if you're working in the NHS or in a field where you are dealing with the general public, you do need to be careful in how you use your words.
Sharon, I understand. Yeah? I understand. To what extent, that's an interesting example. To what extent would you want to be treated only by a doctor that politically aligns with your views, for example, of who you vote for in the UK? Would it matter to you?
Not really, no.
So why are there certain issues that are more potent and more important to you in terms of who treats you than? Yeah. Okay, that's really interesting, but that's hard. How do we navigate that then, Sharon?
That's the thing. So it's like human rights. So if someone is pro-killing and pro-harming and injuring, or seeing a dead child in social media and saying, "Oh, that's just fake. It's not real. It's fake blood," etc., just denying it happened. I find that really troubling. I really don't like it, and I find it really weird that they're allowed to gaslight the entire world and tell us what we are seeing is not really there.
Sharon, would you go and actually source out the political views of your medical consultant before you see them nowadays? Would you do it?
You know what? I'll be honest. Before this happened, before October 7th, I had a C-section.
Okay, very quickly.
I had a doctor, and I did think that, oh my gosh, is she a Zionist? I did think like that. I was thinking like that.
Wow.
And it is troubling. I know.
Okay.
But it's something you do think.
Well, Sharon, thank you very much indeed for that. James, you've got 10 seconds. James in Barnes, go ahead.
I think the West treating is too full of self-importance. I think if a doctor is outwardly anti-Semitic, that's a big difference between thinking that Israel's behaviour towards Gaza and Palestinians is a disgrace. And that woman that was on before, I find it astonishing.
All right, James. Thank you as ever for your call. Appreciate. Sorry to rush you. Thanks for all your calls and messages this afternoon. I'll be back next Saturday from midday. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player. You'll find all of Global's live stations there. Download Global Player for free from your apps or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 6 on LBC, it's Claire Foges. But first, here's Vanessa Feltz.
Thanks, Ali, very much. Afternoon all. This is what's coming up at 5. Women who can't or won't breastfeed talk of their shame and guilt. Is breast always best for mum and for baby? Did you feel judged and found wanting for for not breastfeeding. At 4, the government's given councils free rein to change street names deemed offensive or pertaining to our colonial history without local residents being consulted. Should the community be involved, and is this practice simply the rewriting of history? Would it be more useful to retain the names and explain the context? But first, leaked documents show the EU calling the shots as we try to establish a new trade deal. Prime Minister said to have put together a surrender squad to undo Brexit. If he has, are you relieved or horrified? 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, the Home Secretary has unveiled a new international unit to clamp down on channel crossings and return migrants who enter the UK illegally. Nearly 35,000 have arrived in small boats this year. Minister for Border Security, Dame Angela Eagle, told Sunday with Lewis Goodall it will take time to bring down well-established people smuggling gangs. The government's doing all it can.
The Border Security Command, giving them £150 million. We're doing special new deals with Germany, bilateral deal on migration. We had the Calais group meeting last week with the French, the Dutch and the Belgians, with Germany involved too.
Israel will close its embassy in Dublin in light of what it calls the extreme anti-Israel policies of the Irish government. It follows Dublin calling for a Palestinian state to be recognised and backing South Africa's legal action against Israel in the International Court of Justice, accusing the country of genocide. Ireland's Prime Minister has called the move deeply regrettable. A 2-year-old boy has died in a crash involving a stolen Porsche in Smethwick. The vehicle hit a Toyota with the driver leaving the scene. LBC reporter in the West Midlands, Lindsay Alder, has been hearing from police.
Detective Sergeant Paul Hughes from West Midlands Police is leading the case. In a statement, he's urged the driver of the Porsche to hand themselves in, saying they made the wrong decision to run away and they should now make the right one for the family of the little boy who died.
A woman's been shot dead in Brent in northwest London. Officers say the victim was found with serious injuries on Gifford Road but couldn't be saved. 2 men were also injured. 1 is in a critical condition. A Russian oil tanker carrying thousands of tons of oil products has split apart during a heavy storm, spilling oil into the Kerch Strait in the Black Sea. Russian officials say while another tanker is also in distress after sustaining damage. At least 1 person has died. Wolves have sacked their manager, Gary O'Neill, just a few months after handing him a new 4-year contract. Yesterday's 2-1 defeat to fellow strugglers Ipswich left them second from bottom in the Premier League, 4 points from safety. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy this afternoon. Some rain in the west and a high of 13 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Vanessa Feltz.
Loveliest of listeners, lovely LBC listeners, a very warm welcome to the programme. The time 2 minutes past 3. The day is Sunday. The place is LBC. I am Vanessa Feltz. You can catch me every Saturday and Sunday between 3 and 6 here on LBC. And I have, as I always do, a question for you. And I hope, as I always do, that you are in magnificent form, that you have a great deal to say, that you are busy. I don't know what you're doing. You're stirring the pud. You're doing the last minute shopping. You are thinking about the enormous Strictly result last night, which you watched and sobbed your head off. No question if you watched it. If you didn't and you feel like sobbing your head off, watch it today and have a retrospective sob. Very moving, all good stuff. But I need you to have an opinion on this. Let me give you what's going on. So Keir Starmer was last night accused of forming an EU, and I quote, surrender squad to reverse Brexit. Talks are ongoing for closer UK-EU trade ties. But before a deal can be done, and we need the deal done, obviously, Brussels is expected to lay down the law and bombard Britain with a volley of demands. This is what they want. The EU is set to insist on A, freedom of movement for young people, B, an acceptance of EU laws, and C, the continued right for European nations to fish in British waters beyond 2026. Insiders say Sir Keir has put together a powerful task force of more than 100 civil servants to run the UK's negotiations with Europe, with a view to making the concessions that we yield to Brussels so watertight that they will be almost impossible for any future government to undo. So the question for you this afternoon, lovely listener, is: do you think the Labour government is doing its utmost to undermine and reverse this country's democratic vote to Brexit? And if you think the government's purpose is to sound the death knell of Brexit, are you horrified at what you see is a backdoor reversal of a democratic decision, or are you relieved to see the back of Brexit because you feel our vote to leave the EU, democratic or not, was a mistake, a failure, sets the nation back, impedes our security, hinders our trade capability, and stops our children and grandchildren being citizens of Europe? If the headline in today's Mail is accurate, here it is: PM accused of betraying historic 2016 vote to leave EU as 100-strong Whitehall unit is launched to tie Britain back to Brussels. Are you broadly relieved, or are you angry and horrified? If I say plans are hatched and dispatched to embroil and enmesh us right back at the heart of Europe, and the Prime Minister will not rest until he has reversed Brexit, are you cheering from the sidelines about this, or are you aghast and betrayed? The number 0345 6060 973. I mean, we haven't talked about Brexit, at least I haven't talked to you about Brexit for months and months. There's been too much other stuff to talk about. But let's just rev it up now. What are your thoughts if Brexit is being quietly reversed, insidiously, on the schneid, you might say, on the sly, quietly, subtly, but it's all happening and it's going to happen? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? 0345 6060 973. Let's discuss this with Lance Foreman, former Brexit Party MEP, former Conservative MEP, Managing Director of Smoked Salmon producer H. Foreman and Son. Lance, how good to have you on the show. How are you?
Absolute pleasure, Vanessa.
Nice to see you.
Before we go into Brexit, I have a message from my wife, who's just finished reading your book and thought it was absolutely wonderful. So well done.
Gosh, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. Give them my kindest regards. Tell me though about whether you believe that the headline front page of the Mail today is accurate and true, that what's really happening is a task force being assembled quietly behind the scenes to go about the business of, in a cast iron, irreversible way, reversing Brexit.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me because Keir Starmer is so incompetent and out of touch. You know, we're living in a brave new world now, a Trumpian world. Trump loves the UK. He wants to do a trade deal with the UK. I mean, we'll be offered a fantastic trade deal, and here we have Keir Starmer sort of still living in the past, talking to the EU, and he'll probably miss the greatest opportunity this country's going to have in a generation.
I mean, are those things mutually exclusive, though? If Donald Trump really does come with a great big box with a lovely bow on it and a big sprig of holly saying, here's a fabulous trade deal for the UK and the US, it's going to be mutual profit and living happily ever after, why should that preclude or have any impact at all on an EU deal?
Well, it would do. If we had an EU deal, then we wouldn't be able to have an independent trade deal with the USA. And indeed, I'm not sure if you're aware, Vanessa, but today Britain acceded to something called the CPTPP, the Comprehensive, Progressive and Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is the biggest trading bloc in the world. It's about the same size as the EU, but the countries that are part of it, countries like Japan and Peru and a lot of the Far East, a little bit of Latin America, they are the fastest growing economies in the world. They're growing at about 8% per annum, whereas the EU is stagnating. What is the point in joining back up with a stagnating part of the world when we had argued for years on whether we should leave it, and we decided to leave? This is going backwards. It's not going forwards. And as a country, we want to be independent, and we want to do what America's doing. We want to do what Argentina's now doing, deregulating, scrapping rules and regulations so that our economy can really thrive.
Do you think that Keir Starmer is doing what he's doing, if he's actually doing it, because of an ideology, because of a kind of political mindset that means that he is set upon ignoring the result of the Brexit vote because he can't bear to accede to the fact that it was the democratic will of the people? It's just too much to take in.
Well, I think he's doing it because he's a socialist and potentially a Marxist, and the EU is a socialist enterprise. It's all about protectionism. It's not about free trade, and that's why it is shriveling. There's no point in us going back there. We want to be part of the growth agenda. What Trump is doing with bringing Elon Musk in to scrap regulations, that is exactly what we should be doing in the UK. It's the regulations that are holding business back. And what Rachel Reeves is now doing, she's putting in place more regulations, higher taxes. It's a disaster for our economy, and I think that the British people are waking up to it now.
And yet, depending on who you talk to, you can hear a litany of complaint and lament about the effects of Brexit, can't you? You can hear about how the NHS, for example, is desperately short of personnel to recruit because of Brexit. You can hear that Labour's plan to build more housing is already scuppered before it's even left the starting pads because there isn't anybody here to actually pep up and man the construction industry because of Brexit. You can hear of people's personal businesses being really beleaguered by Brexit. You can hear of people whose kids wanted to go off and live for a while in France or Spain or God knows what, who now are stymied and can't because of Brexit. You can hear of people all the time complaining that the result has not been whatever it was they thought it was going to be.
Well, look, first of all, when people warned us about how dangerous it would be to leave the EU, anyone would think the skies were going to cave in and the grass would stop growing. And those catastrophic things never happened. And indeed, the British economy, since the date of the referendum, the British economy has actually, and it hasn't grown very fast, but it's actually grown faster than Germany, and Germany is the biggest economy in the EU. The EU is not doing well. We don't want to move back to it. We want to move to where the growth is. And yeah, there are some things that aren't perfect, and we certainly haven't taken advantage of having left the EU, and that's been the tragedy of Brexit. But again, you put it into perspective with other things that have happened since, and it's all quite petty. I remember, when we were arguing about Brexit or not Brexit, we were discussing whether we should spend £39 billion as an exit fee, and that whole argument raged for about a year. Then, of course, COVID happened. We were spending $50 billion every month on furlough. So, it's sort of, we passed that point, as you mentioned at the start, very few people are talking about Brexit now. We've moved on, we're in a new world. Starmer should not be going back there. It's, there's no point.
And a vote winner or a vote loser?
Well, everything he's doing is a vote loser at the moment. I mean, he's losing support right across the, I don't know anyone that's supporting him now. People that thought they'd give him a chance, I think they're all very disillusioned. And, it's certainly not a vote winner.
Lance, thank you very much indeed. Lance Foreman there, former Brexit Party MEP. So I'm taking your calls on this, and the calls about whether Keir Starmer is insidiously overturning Brexit, whether that is simply Labour ideology, Lance says, Marxist ideology, to join up with our socialist EU, despite our democratic vote against. Let's talk to Justine in Nottingham about this. Hi, Justine.
Hi there. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello. What do you think? Nice to talk to you.
Oh, just so frustrated.
Why?
I make jewellery, handmade jewellery. Before Brexit, you could post stuff out to France, Germany, just like put a stamp on it, you would to send to down the road to Derby.
Right.
It came in, we had to fill in loads of forms, put the customs forms on the back. My customers were getting charged when the stuff arrived. I lost customers, I lost shops in the EU. Just took that on the chin. From the 30th of December,
yes,
I can now no longer sell at all to the EU, and I can't even sell to Northern Ireland.
Why not?
There's a new rule come out, the GPRS EU rule.
What does it mean in practice?
We're outside of the EU, so I have to have a representative office in the EU, so if anyone needs to complain about my products, they can. I have to put all my text in the language of the country. I have to put detailed information about all the items, where they've all come from, all the components. So financially, I can't do it anymore.
And how does that leave you in your business and keeping afloat?
Well, I struggle on. I've got a good base of customers in the UK and in America, but I had regular customers in the EU. I had regular customers in Northern Ireland. Cannot sell to them anymore.
My God, and the only way round this would be to have an office in the EU. If you did, would that make it okay?
You've got to have a contact in the EU, a registered address in the EU.
And is it not relatively simple and inexpensive to fix that up with just a couple of phone calls and somebody there who says they represent you, kind of thing?
A lot of people are getting scammed, to be honest.
Right.
Because it's so. I sell through Etsy, and I'm in a lot of forums, and everybody's tearing their hair out now. They've all stopped selling to the EU, and some of them are paying out, £150, £200 to have a registered address, and they're just being scammed.
God, I'm really sorry. That sounds like an absolute business nightmare. I wonder do you imagine, Justine, that lots of other people will ring and say the same thing?
Well, I mean, a small business can be, it's not just one-man bands like me. I'm getting emails from people I buy from on my components, so they're a lot bigger than me, and they're emailing everyone saying, sorry, we can no longer sell in the EU or Northern Ireland.
Right, so effectively, if this front page story is true, this is front page of the Mail today, leaked documents, Prime Minister accused of betraying historic 2016 vote to leave EU, as 100-strong Whitehall unit is launched to tie Britain back to Brussels, Starmer's surrender squad to undo Brexit. You'd be thrilled, would you? You'd be delighted and relieved. You would. All right, thank you.
I hear the government talking about growing the economy, and I just think it's a joke. It's never going to happen when there's... I'm only a small business, but there's millions of us around the country, and if we're all cutting back, that's not going to grow the economy, is it?
No, thank you so much for calling. Hugely important and significant call to start us off. Nothing like a personal call about your actual life, your business, your work prospects, your family's prospects, to kick off a story and make it feel real, because we can talk about the theory of Brexit till we're blue in the face, but Justine cannot sell her stuff in Europe anymore. She can't do it. So what does that do to her business, to growth, to her potential, etc.? So we're taking calls on this. If you have a personal response to Brexit, that I'm fascinated to hear. Obviously your views, your political theories, all of that's fine with me as well, but if you have personal Brexit tales to tell, please do. Maybe you absolutely can counter Justine's. You've got the opposite view, opposite attack, different impact that Brexit has had on you and your business. Maybe it has been great, but if it has, can you explain how? 0345 6060 973. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC, and the time 3:16.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
Have you had your breakfast yet? Yes. I just wondered if you'll get a yes or no from you on something.
Straight to the point.
Please don't dance around this question.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
What's the confusion here? It's a yes or no, sir.
Listen on your radio and global player. LBC.
You're caught in a blizzard of gift tags, hovering like weightless snowflakes. Skew with sheets of shiny paper pirouette in ultra-slow motion. A flurry of tinsel and ribbons swarm you, suspended in time. Blissfully unbothered, you wonder, how do Baxters get their Cullen skinks so smooth, smoky and creamy? Why? Because when your Baxter soup is hot, even wrapping presents stops for lunch.
For a fast way to get around and across London, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere made easy. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from Zone 2 into Zone 1 on Tube, DLR, London Overground and Elizabeth Line services.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Granny.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Vanessa Feltz on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
OK, response to the Brexit conversation. David, it wasn't democratic. It was corrupted by Russian money. It wasn't binding. And we're all now poorer and older. I want my lost 8 years back. You didn't have to talk about it every day on the radio like I had to do on the BBC. Oh, my God, every single day there was Brexit, key subject, again. And just when we got through it, bam, the pandemic, COVID, every step of the way. I wouldn't mind my 8 years back. I know what he means. Kyle, the only way Labour will ever get my vote again is if they undo Brexit. Caroline, eventually there will be a second referendum. Sully, horrified. If Labour's just going to chip away at Brexit without a public consultation or referendum showing that the public is behind the de-Brexiting of the UK, then each time a government is voted in that was pro-Brexit and dismantling the Labour new pro-Euro trade deals, etc., making the UK a spiralling downwards economy, harming the public. And I'm a Remainer. But this needs to be put to the public vote again first. And this says cheering for our children and the country's future if he can do this. Let me read you a couple more. We've got tons of these pouring in. Steve, we're out of the EU. It's the government's job to get a good deal with Europe. It sounds like Lance Foreman wants us to have nothing more to do with Europe under any circumstances. And Andre says, reversal of the Brexit con would be the best thing that could happen to the UK. A competent government would, of course, look at how Britain might rejoin its like-minded neighbours for both its defence and its economic recovery. The partnership was and could again be far more than the sum of its parts. Loads more of those. Do keep them coming in. All right, on the line, Joe, a first-time caller in Matlock. Hello, Joe.
Hello, hi, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. So if Keir Starmer really is beavering away behind the scenes with his team of 100 crack civil servants to tie us closer and closer to Europe, is that good or is that bad?
I think it'd be brilliant, personally. I was 18 when the referendum went through, so it was the first thing I ever voted for, and I was absolutely gutted. I voted Remain at the time,
yes,
and I would again now. So I'd be delighted if we were able to rejoin.
And just tell me, your own personal life, how would it be, do you think, benefited if Keir Starmer were to do some kind of under-the-table, backstairs deal with the EU to get us back in somehow, or at least make it seem as if we're in even though we're out? What would improve about your own life and experience, do you think?
I work in the construction industry as a project manager, and regularly something we face is the cost of materials, which has peaked massively.
Skyrocketed, I know that, yes.
The labour shortage as well throughout the country. So that's not only in the construction industry, but my partner and also my sister, they both work for the NHS, and I know that there's a big shortage on the workforce there as well since Brexit. I also love visiting Europe. I think we've got a lot to learn from Europe. I don't think we should be cutting ties with anywhere right now. At a time of instability throughout the world, I think having allies is a brilliant thing. And I think there's also this obsession that it was a democratic vote and therefore what we voted for in 2016 is the final result. But we have elections every 4 years, so why it couldn't be voted on again if we were looking to rejoin?
Well, I think partly the expense and the enormous bureaucratic and every other effort to get it happening. It was such an enormous juggernaut of a thing to bring about, wasn't it? That you wouldn't vote on it every 4 years and go in and out and in and out and in and out again.
No, of course not. But I think that we did realise that it perhaps wasn't as democratic as we thought. A lot of people were misled. There was a lot of misinformation. And some people like Rees-Mogg and Farage, who were at the absolute forefront of it, profited millions of pounds from basically the lies that they were feeding to people. And
how do you work that one out? In what way profited, are you saying?
I think there's a study that came out that Rees-Mogg made about £7 million from his investments he made following the referendum.
I'm not absolutely certain of that, but we'll see whether we can substantiate that. We'll just look that up.
I think it's sort of laid out actually by the Reform person that you had on at the top of the show. Is that they live under a delusion that we can become like the United States. And the fact is the United States is self-sufficient in food, it's self-sufficient in energy and all kinds of other things, and it's also very underpopulated. And for those people, there is no version of Brexit that is hard enough. And we have to just reckon with the fact that there are those people that exist, and they will drive that agenda through. But the fact is, we had a cabinet with Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nadine Dorries and Boris Johnson in it, and it still wasn't hard enough for them. And so the reality of the situation is, from the point of view of a negotiating stance, we have to be realistic. And that realism means that, just like the caller you had on before,
when Brexit actually gets into encounters with reality about what it means for people's businesses, there's a lot of friction.
Yes.
And friction is very costly for business.
Yes.
And it's also very costly for growth. And it's costly for opportunities for younger people as well. And for all of those reasons, if there is going to be a form of sort of dynamic realignment, it makes perfect sense that we need to look at constructive ways of doing that, because that's been the narrative both for Conservatives and for Labour over the last 14 years. How do we solve the puzzle around productivity? How do we solve the puzzle around growth?
Named after Lord and Lady Blackwell that lived just not far from the school. That's a baked bean company. Yeah. But other people would say, no, you can't call it that now anymore. You've got the blackboard and things like that. It's absolutely ludicrous.
All right, great end to the hour of discussion, Colin. Thank you very much indeed. Let me tell you what's coming up now. Now, this all comes, and I don't often say this, from The Independent. Not usual that I would take a story that's been led in The Independent. However, this is what they're talking about. Women have been speaking out about the guilt and the shame they feel if they either cannot or maybe will not breastfeed. Breastfeeding is vital, isn't it, in terms of breast being best? But if women who can't breastfeed or won't breastfeed are left feeling ashamed, is this something that has been overemphasis to the detriment of mother and baby? If you did breastfeed, if you didn't, did you feel judged? 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, the Home Secretary has announced a new unit to clamp down on channel crossings and return migrants who enter the UK illegally. More than 21,000 people have arrived in Britain by small boats since July alone. Yvette Cooper has held talks on the issue with her counterpart in Rome. LBC's political correspondent Aggie Chambray says Italy has been successful in cutting immigration.
They have managed to cut arrivals to Italy to about 64,000 landings this year, less than half, 153, registered last year. So they are kind of looking to Italy to see how they are doing it. And they're also trying to kind of stop people leaving their country of origin.
Detectives are appealing for the driver of a Porsche who fled after a 2-year-old boy was killed in a car crash to hand themselves in. A woman aged 29 and a 30-year-old man are in a serious condition following the collision in Smethwick near Birmingham last night. A woman's been shot dead in Brent in northwest London. Officers say the victim was found with serious injuries on Gifford Road but couldn't be saved. 2 men were also injured, 1 critically. This neighbour told LBC people heard the gun reports.
My son come up and says, "Mommy, you saw the fireworks?" And I said, "No, I didn't hear no fireworks." Then I heard my neighbor screaming and I realized it was shooting. So, and it was like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's sad. You just feel unsafe, you know. I don't know what to say, honestly.
Passengers travelling to and from Edinburgh Airport are being asked to check their flight status. An issue with air traffic control means planes currently can't take off or land there. Emergency powers have been given to police in Glasgow after missiles were thrown at police and windows. Extended stop and search powers are in force until 9 p.m. Celtic are playing Rangers in the Scottish League Cup final. Gary O'Neill's been sacked as Wolves manager following his side's defeat by Ipswich yesterday. Crystal Palace have beaten Brighton 3-1 in the Premier League, and England's Nat Sciver-Brunt has scored the fastest ever century in women's Test cricket, taking just 96 balls against South Africa. The LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees. Mostly dry and bright tomorrow, but there will be more rain in northwest England and western Scotland and a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Vanessa Feltz.
Welcome to the last hour of the programme. 5:02 is the time. Vanessa Feltz here with you through till 6. Every Saturday and Sunday, 3 till 6 here on LBC. Welcome to the show if you've just joined us. Now, this is something you will either feel incredibly passionately about or feel nothing at all about whatsoever. So it'll be interesting to see who phones and what you have to say, as it always is on LBC. So the number's 0345 6060 973. And this is the subject, breastfeeding. Now, you may well know, as we've all been told since time immemorial, that breast is best. The best possible thing we're told that a mother can do for her baby is breastfeed that baby. You want to do the best you can for your...
I saw a mother a while ago who had a 6-week-old baby and she had nowhere near enough milk, and I was advising her on what to do, and I said you could try taking fenugreek tablets, because some people think that can improve supply. Oh yes, she said, those are absolutely fantastic. And I said, why do you say that? And she said, well, one of the girls in my antenatal group, she's taking fenugreek and she's got loads of milk. So I said, well, why don't you take fenugreek tablets? And she said, I am. So I just looked at her and raised my eyebrows, and then the penny dropped. And I said, so there you are. The other mother is telling you that the reason she's got loads of milk is because she's taking fenugreek tablets. You're taking them, and it's not helping you, but you've been so brainwashed into thinking that it will. So, you know, there are lots of sort of stories like that. And I got told off a while ago online, not by clients, for comparing new mothers to dairy cows. And when I chat to our local dairy farmer down here in Hampshire, his cows are exactly like my mum's. Some of them produce loads of milk, and they're his prize dairy cow, and he breeds from them and everything. Some produce an adequate amount, and every now and then he has a cow that produces so little milk that he actually slaughters her because it's a waste of time feeding and milking her. Now, mothers are exactly the same. Some of them are prize dairy cows and produce loads of milk, and others can't produce enough. But the difference is the mother's role in life is not just to breastfeed. So
tell me, let's get to this bit then, Claire.
Yeah.
When you're working with a new mum, and the breastfeeding is not going well, and you and I both have experience of a particular client of yours who was told, go on, just take your breast and just really wring it out just as hard as you can. Is any milk coming out? The answer was no. There is really no milk coming out at all. And you said, well then, it's really not going to be possible to breastfeed. You are not producing the milk, unfortunately. Now, how do you shore this mother up against what we're talking about now, which is her feeling that she's let down the baby, her feeling that she's let down her family, her feeling that people are going to disapprove of her and think she's selfish or inadequate or incompetent. You know, that feeling of self-loathing that can kick in and might even spoil the sort of burgeoning love between the mother and the baby, because the mother feels she's let the baby down. How do you shore up that mum when you're giving her the unwelcome news? I'm sorry, I know you want to breastfeed. Unfortunately, you're not producing the milk. What happens then?
Well, actually, I find it fairly easy, because whether or not I think the mother will be able to breastfeed, part of the session I have with her, I explain how breastfeeding is meant to work and what to do if it doesn't. So once I go through all of that with her, and I say, right, let's say milk supply, you don't have enough milk. I say, so you're following all the advice from your midwives, online advice, me, you're eating, drinking, resting, and so on. But if neither your baby nor a breast pump can get enough milk out of your breast for the baby to be fully fed and happy, you're not a failure. And I say to them, I now need to wear reading glasses, but I don't feel a failure because my eyesight isn't working. It's just annoying. So I sort of really go through it and say, look, you're not failing. Nature's failing you. But it's just a typical problem. You know, you can struggle to get pregnant, but you're not a failure. It's just very sad.
Yes.
And I also go into great detail about, although we know all the benefits of breast milk, Actually, what creates a healthy, intelligent child is parenting generally. So giving the right amount of milk, whether it's breast or formula, in their very early days. When you start them on solids, giving them healthy foods. Giving them lots of smiles and attention, stories when they get older, plenty of fresh air and exercise. That's what makes a child healthy and happy and well. And so breast milk, yes, if you can do it, great. But if you can't, when your child applies for uni, nobody's going to say, was she breastfed?
Absolutely. And final question. Do you think maybe this breast is best message is delivered a little too hard, a little too sternly, a little too sort of categorically? Because, as you say, it's not just breastfeeding that's best. It's breastfeeding and cuddling and talking and eye contact and healthy food and fresh air and exercise and a whole load of stuff. It's not just the breastfeeding, is it? Do you think maybe the message was too concise and delivered too emphatically?
I think both of those points I agree with, but also I've been trying for years to do a TV programme, which maybe you might like to do with me.
Yes.
Where we get a bunch of mothers.
Yeah.
And we give them all the same advice, the same food, the same everything, and then put a breast pump on all of them and compare how much milk comes out of one mother with the other. And then you look and see, well, you're doing exactly the same as each other, you're eating the same food, and you're using the same pump. So why is one mother producing twice as much as the other? And then you'd show that some babies, if you bottle feed them, most of them will finish the bottle in under 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But if one baby has a particularly weak suck and takes 40 minutes, you can change to a faster flow teat on the bottle. But if the mother has a very slow flow of milk, that baby isn't going to be able to suck it out because that baby has a weak suck. But there's nothing wrong with the baby. It's just how different they all are.
Thank you so much for talking to me. It's always a great pleasure and great relief talking to you. Claire Byam-Cook, they're the breastfeeding expert. She really has been breastfeeding expert to the stars and to those who are private individuals and to people in the NHS and all over the country. An amazingly sensible person, isn't she? Simply taking the heat out of it and the emotional kind of volume out of it and trying to say, look, it's a mechanical thing. It's not that you're a failure. That's not what it is at all. And the judgment element of it is so unkind and so unwelcome at that very vulnerable stage of a mother and baby's start together in relationship. So I'd love to hear your personal stories about this, of course. 0345 6060 973. If we can reassure people, if we can explain what it's like, maybe people will go a bit easier on new mums on this subject. I'm Vanessa Feltz, it's 5:16 and this is LBC.
LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
What are you doing?
Oh, looking for a used car online.
Tried Spoticar?
I don't want a car with spots.
What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide.
Yeah, and cars with spots.
No, there are no spots.
They're called Spoticar?
Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers?
Understandable mistake.
Spoticar, manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Nanny.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Vanessa Feltz on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
And let's plunge straight into this conversation. Let's start with Naz in Enfield. Hello, Naz. Is Naz? Oh, I would like to speak to Naz first if I could, but Daniel, I think, is on the line. Is Naz there? Good. Hello, Naz.
I'm on the line, yeah.
Good.
So I breastfed my children a long time ago.
Yeah.
And, but what I was saying to your researcher is that there's a lot of food poverty now. Do you know how much formula milk costs?
Tell me how much it costs.
So expensive.
I mean, I haven't bought it for years, so no.
I think it's like, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe £10 a tin.
Wow.
So people can't afford, and that's why I think that's what's missing from the argument the lady was making about. But a lot of people can't afford it, and they go into depression because they can't afford, to go on the formula milk. So I'm just putting it forward that those poor girls, poor ladies, they can't afford to buy the formula. It's so expensive. It's very pretty to look on the television and watch the advert. But I know when I was young, I had my children young.
Yeah.
Breast milk, I fed them till when I could, and then I put them on cow's milk when we were allowed to, because formula milk was very expensive then as well. Now I can afford a lot more, but I'm a grandmother now.
Yeah.
But if you look at the price of formula milk, they are very expensive, prohibitively so. So I don't know what to say. It's all right, like the lady, the expert you spoke to, but if she's dealing with Princess Kate and people like that, it's different. But
yes, but if you have a baby and if you are unable to breastfeed, you will have somehow to be able to afford formula milk, even though it is expensive. You won't have any choice. That will be what you have to do. What we're really discussing, I mean, obviously the price is a fact and is kind of part of the discussion in a way, but we're really talking about the judgment and the feeling of failure and the feeling that you haven't measured up and the feeling you've got this brand new baby and already you've let the baby down, and how you're going to face everybody else at the postnatal group, when you all meet up afterwards and you have to kind of show that you're getting a bottle of formula out. It's all that kind of thing, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, and there is judgment. And I just wanted to say that in the 60s, my mum breastfed 4 of us.
Yeah.
And she had judgment because formula milk was being pushed down your throat. So she had the other way judgment.
Yes.
So she was judged because she gave breast milk. And it wasn't said it was best. Everybody was giving formula milk. But now I understand exactly what you're saying. But some women just can't breastfeed, and there shouldn't be any judgment. It's really sad if they feel judged, because they just can't feed. It's fortunate. It took me time to breastfeed my children. It took me like 1.5 hours sometimes. I dropped the older ones off to school, and I spend my time feeding the younger ones. It takes a long time. It can take up to 1.5 hours.
I know. I remember it. I remember what my mother used to say very helpfully, really unhelpfully at the time. Vanessa, when you arrive, you're breastfeeding. When you leave, you're still breastfeeding. Vanessa, are you ever going to stop breastfeeding that baby? The answer was, well, no. I've got to carry on, haven't I? What kind of an unbelievably unhelpful, judgmental comment was that? And I was breastfeeding. She still had something to say that was critical. Could always manage something.
No. I think people like to criticise sometimes. But it is really hard on the mum if she can't breastfeed, and she can afford the formula milk. There should be no judgment either way. But it is. I mean, I would say if you can breastfeed, and if you can't, feel. I know society judges. It's not fair.
I would say take the stigma out of the whole thing, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
I really would, and it's very unkind, and it's not kind of sisterly solidarity. You're not supposed to judge other people like that. Particularly for something that's not their fault. Naz, thank you very much. Let's talk to Daniel. Hello, new caller in Crystal Palace. Hi, Daniel.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, but listen here is very important for the child.
Yeah.
You have to give the child a really good start in life.
True.
But I think, as much effort as they put into everything else, they need to, the ladies, when they get pregnant, they need to give them some form of structure on how to breastfeed effectively. understand the right foods to put into your body to make sure you can express milk. Because, you know, if you're having a child, you have to put the child first.
Yeah, absolutely. But imagine if you do, and yet there is no milk; it just doesn't come down. Other women have, you know, they're leaking and they've got breast pads and there's milk dripping all over the place, and the baby is getting an eyeful every time the breastfeeding bra comes down. There's the baby soaking in the milk. There's milk everywhere. And other women, for no fault of their own, it's just the same way. Some are shorter than others. Some are taller. Some have got long, thick hair. Some have got short, curly hair. And some of them just don't get the milk. The milk doesn't come. So it's not that they haven't. It's not that they haven't eaten properly. It's not that they don't want to breastfeed. They just are unable to.
It's the body. You gotta understand. The body reacts on certain things. So people need to know what their body reacts to. You understand? When they're eating the right type of food, when they're, looking after themselves, they're going to express milk because it's a natural thing.
Well, yes, except for the women who don't, Daniel. If you will listen to the expert, you'll hear her say that, you know, if you kind of plug in 10 different brand new mothers to the same breast pump, one after the other, some will be overflowing with milk and some will not. It's not because one of them hasn't eaten properly or is lazy or stupid. It's just that the milk isn't coming through. So to judge her and imply that she didn't eat properly or she didn't do her research properly, that's unfair. That's the whole point. Daniel, I'm going to move on. Thank you. Let's talk to Sarah in Worthing about this. Hi, Sarah.
Oh, hi there. Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you too.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my story.
Please.
My first child. She's 21 now.
Yeah.
But my issue was just the physical pain of doing it.
Yeah.
I wanted to breastfeed and I produced enough milk to feed an army.
Yeah.
But actually doing it was so painful to me that I nearly gave up because of that. And my mum, she just said something so simple to me. She said, it's not necessarily easy. And that really, really helped me because you're meant to think it's just, you know, that's what you do. You have a baby, you put them on, you feed them. And I just couldn't do it. I had a month of just crying and bleeding, dreading every feed, and I got nipple shields in the
I was just going to say that, but then I thought, can I sit in Nick Ferrari's chair and say the words nipple shields? Can I do that or not? I was just about, I was gearing up to it, and then you beat me to it, but I was going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say, but just to kind of like take the agony out of the first few weeks of it. They help a lot.
They saved the day, but the health visitor said, no, I don't want you to use them.
Why?
They'll stop the baby from getting enough milk.
Oh, rubbish.
And please don't do it. And I thought, do you know what? It's either this or I stop breastfeeding.
Yes.
So I used them and they got me through and I carried on breastfeeding for 10 months.
Ditto.
Just to any mums that are struggling, you know, try the the nipples.
Because you need it, because otherwise it's so painful. Effectively, you're
horrendous.
Yeah, horrendous. And then, have you had another child since or not?
Yeah, I had two more after.
And did you breastfeed those?
Yes, I think they were obviously broken in a bit. I think
toughened yourself up a bit.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Up and managed to feed them both. So, but there's a lot of pressure on mums. Pressure to have, not vaginal birth. Everyone likes to say natural, if cesarean isn't. There's so much pressure, and you've got to have your baby and just be blissful. A lot of mums don't. It's just there's so much stigma around having a child, and this is how it's meant to be, but it's not like that, and everyone's different. So it's just if we're just kind to each other.
Here. Did you feel as if you hadn't stuck at it, there would have been people who were looking askance at you? I don't know whether family or friends or other women or something. You did?
No, I don't think so, actually. I think I would have just done what I needed to do, to be honest. I'm quite sort of resilient like that. I just sort of did what I could, and I had very good friends that said, I can breastfeed, but she said to me, I can't breastfeed, but then I had a natural birth.
Stop it.
I'm all right, I had the natural, so that's only fair. It's just ridiculous, but you just do what you can and, get through it. We all do it the best we can.
Here. Let's say nipple shields one more time in Nick Ferrari's chair. All right, good to talk to you. Thank you. Let's talk to Faye in Barnet. Hi, Faye.
Hi, Vanessa.
Do you recognise this kind of syndrome of women who can't breastfeed feeling terrible about it?
I mean, I think it's so interesting. I've had 4 children.
Yeah.
And so it's like, we kind of feel sorry for women that can't breastfeed. But what about the women that just choose not to? I, out of all 4 of them, fed some of them for different reasons and didn't feed others for other reasons. And I think, like the gentleman was saying, which is, it's always very interesting to get a male perception on something that women do.
Yes.
It's the same as the rise of the free birth women. They're all into the free birthing, and then they also judge women who have babies in hospitals. At the end of the day, we just need to get through it the best we can. And, when I had my first child, I was a single mother.
Yeah.
I was 23.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what the hell I was doing, to be honest. And it was very difficult to have that confidence. The older I got, the more children I got, the more into my vibe I got. When I gave him a bottle, actually, and then the middle two, it was like practically impossible to feed these children after 2-3 months with having so many other children and having to do school runs. And also, when I'm really honest, there was a selfish part of me that didn't want to. I was sick of being pregnant. I felt like I still was pregnant. Like, I didn't have any freedom. And as much as I adore my children, there was a part of me that thought, God, I just really want to get away from these babies. I need some time off. My husband worked full time, and I was often left with, 3 children, a house to run, whatever else I was doing.
Yeah.
And I didn't have I didn't want to. It's not even, I'm not making excuses. I didn't want to sit on the sofa for 3 hours when the kids needed feeding. But then when I had the last baby, I was much older.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to breastfeed her. It was no other reason, but I wanted to feed her. And I fed her for 2.5 years.
Gosh.
And it was easy for me. I had more time. I was far more relaxed as a woman. I was so much more confident in my body.
Yeah.
The same as with my labours. It's a kind of, how I fed them were definitely reflections on my labours. And then when I fed her, I got a lot of stigma.
Why?
Well, I remember she was a tiny baby. She was born in October, and my third child was in his first nativity. And the head teacher would not allow me to bring this baby, because she would have only been like 4 or 5 weeks old, into the nativity, and banned me from the nativity.
Why?
Because you weren't allowed to bring babies, but my argument was that she was a on-demand breastfed baby, and I couldn't leave her. But because we were all quite, confident women, we challenged her.
Yeah.
And, because we do have rights as women who choose to breastfeed. And in the end, totally against her will, I was allowed to go. But I was also told in a really famous restaurant in London that I was not allowed to breastfeed because it was offending other people.
Which restaurant?
It was actually in a hotel restaurant in central London. But I actually really challenged the guy. I was obviously confident. I was older. I was probably in my late 30s. And there was absolutely no way I was going to let him get away with it.
Faith, thank you for the call. I've got to stop you there, but thank you for the call. We're taking calls on this. This is women who feel stigmatised, judged, guilty, horrible, because they either can't or won't breastfeed. Usually because they can't, then they're feeling completely castigated and judged and scorned. 0345 6060 973. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC, and it's time for the news with Tim Humphrey.
The government claims more illegal immigrants have been removed from the country since they won power than in any other 6-month period over the past 5 years. But the Tories claim more people are making the crossing in small boats. Neighbours near the scene of a triple shooting in northwest London say they heard crying and screaming in the aftermath of the attack last night. One woman, believed to be in her 40s, was killed in Brent. 2 men in their 30s were injured. The UK's announced £50 million worth of humanitarian aid for Syrians across the Middle East after the overthrow of Bashar Assad's regime. The emergency support will be delivered through the UN and NGO agencies to people in the country, as well as to refugees in Lebanon and Jordan. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
At Tesco Mobile, Christmas is a time for gifting. So when you choose our 100 gig SIM for just £15 a month with club card prices, saving you £60, we've got something extra for you too. £30 worth of club card points. Merry Giftmas. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 30th of December. Club card and 24-month credit agreement required. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or £3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or £3.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through our home, friends were waiting for drinks at the party we'd thrown. With an espresso martini mixer from Fever Tree, all you need to add is the vodka, you see. 5 espresso martinis ready in a second. A Christmas miracle, everybody reckoned. So this holiday season, mix with the best with Fever Tree cocktails for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is LBC with Vanessa Feltz. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Such vivid texts and emails coming in. How about this one from Lizzie, who says, my daughter's having a baby on the 26th. She's already extracting colostrum ready to give to the baby in hospital. She has all her nursing bras, breast pads ready. Age doesn't matter, but she's only 18. I genuinely worry about the impact of not being able to breastfeed if she can't. She's already pressured herself to do so. I would never pressure her, and I reassure her at every point. Yep, cough. Sorry, just having cough, trying not to inflict it on you. And Soph says this, with my first son, I had an emergency C-section under a general anaesthetic as the baby's heart had slowed so badly. I was so bruised and battered by the surgery and the anaesthetic, and frankly a bit traumatised by it, as was my husband. The breastfeeding just failed, not for the lack of trying. I felt awful. And it was worse when I met up with the other 6 NCT mums once all the babies had been born, and I was the only one who had a C-section and the only one who wasn't breastfeeding. They were all talking about their birthing stories and tips on breastfeeding, etc. And I just felt like an alien, getting my formula and bottles out with no memory of my birth apart from trauma. There was no judgment from them, only from me myself. I really tried for my second son, who was a planned C-section, but he was tongue-tied, so he could only feed on a particular kind of bottle. It's a tough world for new mums and mums-to-be. The pressure is huge, and the price of not breastfeeding is even bigger. Society needs to change. That's the entire point of this discussion, so all summed up in that one message. Thank you, and I'm going to read you one more from Ben. This is Vanessa, it's Ben here. My partner had our baby about 7 months ago. She started breastfeeding our daughter but wasn't producing enough milk, and our baby was showing signs of exhaustion. She was irritated, constantly hungry, and my partner found it really hard not providing enough milk for her, but it was my idea to encourage her to change to formula, and since then she's great. The baby's gained weight. She's a completely different baby. She's so happy, and my partner's also happy. So it's not just down to women. We men need to support our partners emotionally to sometimes take this step. Now I understand I am a man. I cannot produce milk, but I've never once looked at mother and judged her because she wasn't breastfeeding. As long as the baby is fed, clothed, warm and loved, that is all that matters. Here. Let's talk to Sarah in Deptford. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, pleased to talk to you.
Oh, pleased to talk to you too. What's your kind of experience of all of this?
Well, in the hospital, once the nurses taught me how to latch my son on properly, it was fine in that regard, but I just didn't have enough milk. Do you know what I mean? Just like the text you just read. I sort of about 4 months. He was fussier than normal, and so I started supplementing with a bottle. And I ran out of milk completely at 8.5 months. I mean, in New Zealand, it's sort of like pressured. You do it about a year.
Gosh, that's a long, long time for this country, isn't it? Yeah.
So I sort of, I mean, like one of your texts you just read, I think it was me that did it, but I just felt inadequate as a new mum. You know, I just felt like I wasn't I don't know, it sounds stupid to say out loud, and I'm a bit emotional, but I felt like I wasn't a real mum somehow, you know?
That's exactly what the point of this story, that's exactly what women are saying. Just you've like a terrible failure and let down the baby and let down yourself and everything else. Even though you breastfed for 8 months, which, you know, most people in this country would think was an incredible achievement.
Yeah, but I was supplementing from 4 months, you know, but yeah, I just completely ran out of milk. I just couldn't keep it up. And I mean, you know, they say you're hungry when you're pregnant, but I found I was starving when I was breastfeeding, and I felt like I just couldn't keep on top of the amount of food and water and everything that you have to have.
But it looks like you really tried, though. You tried so hard.
Well, I did. I tried very hard.
So hard.
But yeah, I just wanted to share that, you know, that guilt really is there. It's real.
I can hear it. And so how long ago was all of this? Because you're so emotional now, I can hear.
Yeah, my son's 24.
Oh, no way. And you still feel, when you talk about it, you still feel kind of guilty and terrible.
I still feel emotional, I do,
Oh, gosh. And what does he do, your son, your 24-year-old son?
Well, I'm very proud of him. He's been to university and he's working, of course, his generation IT.
Yeah, but I don't suppose you've set him back too much, do you, by not breastfeeding longer than 8.5 months? It sounds to me like you gave him a pretty damn good start in life, and you could let yourself off the emotional hook now, 24 years later, couldn't you? I think.
Well, like your first lady said, I gave him enough cuddles, and I read to him,
exactly.
And I kept him, you know. But yeah.
After all this time, I would say, go easy on yourself. I think you've obviously done a wonderful job, and gosh, and thank you for calling. And it's amazing how deep this thing goes. That's why there's a big piece on it today, and that's why we're talking about it today. We're going to come straight back to this conversation in just a minute, but we're going to just detour to keep you abreast of something that's occurred in London. A woman has died and 2 men are injured after a triple shooting in northwest London. LBC's reporter Shivani Sharma is at the scene in Harlesden.
It's eerily quiet here in Harlesden in northwest London following the triple shooting on Gifford Road. Last night, police were called to the scene shortly after 9 p.m. A woman in her 40s died at the scene. 2 men in their 30s both suffered injuries, one in a critical condition in hospital, the other one not thought to have life-threatening injuries. Now, I've been speaking to neighbours in the area, Rachel, who live on the street. They say they heard shouting, screaming, people running. They told me that they think the victims were coming out of a nearby church when they were attacked. One witness told me that her children heard noises late last night when the shots were fired and that they thought they were fireworks. Another resident said the same thing, and that their children, understandably, are very shaken up because of this. And now I've also spoken at Rachel to Pastor Lorraine Jones. She's turned up to the scene in Harlesden this morning to offer her support to the locals. Her son Dwayne, you may remember, was killed in a knife attack back in 2014. She's campaigned for years to tackle crime across the capital. She told me she's really concerned about levels of violence which seem to be persisting, and she even referred to these kinds of incidences as London being like a war zone because of the levels of crime. Now, no arrests have been made so far, but Superintendent Tony Josephs from the North West Command Unit has called this a truly shocking incident. He says, I understand the concern this will cause the local community and people right across London. But he says an experienced team of detectives are working at pace to find out who was responsible, and he asked the public to get in touch if they have any information or if they were around the Gifford Road area last night. Now, I spoke to a police officer a few moments ago. I don't think we'll be getting a press conference imminently, but no doubt, Rachel, the police will be now very keen to act swiftly to find the individual responsible, to make an arrest, and to make people in this community feel safer, people who understandably are very, very shaken up at the moment.
Many thanks to Shivani Sharma reporting on this. Let's go straight back into our discussion because we've got so many calls, and thank you for ringing. Let's talk to Mona in Tottenham.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to highlight something from a scientific point.
Please.
Of why breast milk is considered the best.
Yes.
And the reason is that the mum makes a lot of antibodies and a lot of other immune goodies that help the new baby's gut and its immune system to fight infection.
Yes.
And in infant formula, these things cannot be made, full stop. It's as simple as that. That's the reason for it. Now, the other thing the mum's breast milk carries is a lot of good bacteria, and that's why vaginal birth is considered better, because the baby comes up with mum's vaginal bugs in the gut compared to cesarean. But, the companies are trying in formula to put friendly bacteria and things, but the antibodies and other immune chemicals that are really good we cannot make them in the lab to put them into infant formula.
On the other hand, I mean, of course, we know that breastfeeding is optimal. We know that. We know what breast is best means. Everybody gets it. We've heard it a million times, and we know it's true. No one's questioning it. But it's also true, isn't it, that babies on formula milk thrive and survive and flourish and grow and have lovely IQs and go on to live happily ever after. So if you were to measure in years to come, you would still be found to have done your best by your child, wouldn't you? Especially if you couldn't breastfeed.
Like I said, that is a different discussion, of course, absolutely. But all I'm saying is that where mums won't feed for whatever reason, I would like to encourage them, because we've got the lowest breast feeding in the whole of Europe, the rate. So all I'm saying is, for those who can't, of course, they can't. And that's, one can do nothing about it, but, of course, rely on everything else available.
And what would you say? Obviously, you're a scientist. This is what you do, and I get that completely, and that's your specialism. But there will be some new mums who, just like our caller who had, I think it was 4 children, and she did breastfeed the last one, but she didn't breastfeed some of the others for various different reasons about her life. But if you're a mum who is really distressed by it, doesn't take to it, it makes you feel whatever it is, it makes you feel unhappy, or it makes you feel very, very agitated, or whatever it is. Could it not be said still to be better for the mother and the baby, for the mother not to breastfeed if she's really, really finding it hard and it's not something that comes naturally?
Of course. I mean, absolutely. All I want to say was that I'd like to encourage the ones who can, to carry on. And, we know from the science that 6 to 8 months is ideal. I work in collaboration with Great Ormond Street Hospital, and see lots of children. So I'm talking a little bit from population health level. All I want to say is that I think the public needs to be aware that there are things, and each mom's breast milk will be different depending on her own diet and everything. Yeah. So, but if where possible, all I'm saying is that it's a good thing. But if you can't, of course, then scientists are trying to make the best formulas out there to help.
Appreciate the call, and thank you, because obviously scientific input is always well worth having, Mona. Thank you very much indeed. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC, and the time is 5:45.
This is LBC.
At TfL, we're making journeys safer for everyone, and that includes improving safety on London's roads. That's why we and London boroughs are continuing to lower more speed limits. Because 20 miles per hour roads have already reduced collisions resulting in deaths or serious injuries by 24%. That's how we're making journeys in London safer for everyone. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
This Christmas at Tesco, get 3 for 2 on selected chilled party food with your Tesco Club card. Helping feed your Christmas spirit. Tesco. Every little helps. Majority of larger stores end 2nd of January. Club card or app required.
How often can you say a gift is truly unique? When you gift a loved one an Ancestry DNA test, you're giving them the keys to unlock their own personal journey of discovery. And with our festive sale now on, you can save on a truly meaningful gift. Help them discover their heritage, learn about their ancestors, and make new family connections this Christmas. Visit ancestry.co.uk to give them a gift that is truly unique. Terms apply.
Here we are, 372 miles, 4 service stations, 254. Are we there yet? Let's holiday.
Yay, well done, sweetheart. Do you want to call them to let them know we're here?
Yep, can you just pass my reading glasses? They're in there. They're in the kitchen. I left them in the kitchen 372 miles back.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Buy glasses from £70 and get a second pair free.
Are we there yet?
Include single vision lenses to the same prescription. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details.
Roll up for an entrancing delight. A mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight. Uncannily, suckably, soothingly sumptuous. Mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel the Menthol with Jakeman's of Boston since 1907.
Leading Britain's conversation with Vanessa Feltz. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Yes, leading Britain's conversation. That's exactly what we're doing. We're saying women are made to feel incredibly guilty, enormous amounts of embarrassment and shame, humiliation, even to the point where 24 years later, one lady talking about it was really brought to tears, just remembering how breastfeeding didn't go well and feeling that she'd shortchanged her child. Let's talk to Marie in Blackheath about this. Hi, Marie.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
A pleasure. What would you like to say about it?
So I had a bit of a different journey that I don't think many people are kind of aware of. The beginning of it sounds a lot like, what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So my son had a tongue tie and he couldn't latch properly. He wasn't getting enough milk and it was leading to, huge amounts of frustration on his part. And he's this tiny baby just screaming bloody murder at my breast, multiple times a day, every 2 hours. And having to call the midwives in every 2 hours and try to get them to kind of help him latch, and it just wasn't working. There was also a lot of fear mongering, so they were saying things like, we're not going to let you leave hospital until he latches. And eventually we just kind of discharged ourselves when they said, we think he might have a tongue tie, but the waiting list for your burrow is 6 to 8 weeks. And by that point, your breastfeeding journey will be over. So we went private. We had to go private. We felt we had no choice at this point. So we went private, got it sorted, but he was still really struggling. So we got 1 or 2 good feeds after that, but it just, they were saying that, it's not an immediate fix. It's going to take a while. And by that point, I felt like my mental health had deteriorated massively.
You must have been so worried. Horrible.
Yeah, well, because you're really, really hormonal, right? And this is every 2 hours that your baby is just screaming at your breast,
shocking,
right? And so we wound up going to those breastfeeding cafes, and it was the same woman who had come to our NCT class, and she magically latched him, but it was in this impossible position that I never could have replicated on my own. Every 2 hours at home. And so basically for my mental health, I decided, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to pump. I'm going to express. So got, the wearable kind of transportable easy pumps, wound up using those. And to be honest, it was easier in some ways because I didn't feel quite as stressed, but I still felt all that guilt that all these women are talking about.
Why did you feel guilt? That was your breast milk.
I know, but we were still topping up with some formula, but I felt guilt because it just wasn't what I had imagined. And it was really funny because I hadn't quite prepared myself for not having the perfect breastfeeding journey. But when it came to the birth, I was like, listen, anything, just get him out safely. Yeah. But when it came to breastfeeding, I was really determined to do this. Also, the woman who'd come to our NCT class had basically said, listen, anybody who wants to breastfeed can. And I just thought, I had that in my mind, and it kept repeating over and over and over.
It's just patently untrue, isn't it? It's not true. It's false information. It's very, very painful to say that when it isn't even true. That's not fair.
And especially as a first-time mum, because you're just so new to this, and this is all so new, and you're just not knowing what's going on. You're on your own at home. Even if you have a supportive partner, they're likely at work. So you're sitting at home with this new being, and you have no idea what to do. But then the funny thing was, so around 3 months, I kept hearing these stories from mums just in my local community, and they were saying, I heard of this mum going back to breastfeeding because their latch gets stronger, because their muscles get stronger in their mouth. And I was like, okay, well, this is quite interesting, but I don't think I'm ready, because I felt really emotional at the thought of him breastfeeding again, because I was like, I can't tolerate him screaming in that way anymore, because the reaction you get when they scream like that. And I thought, okay, you know what, I'm going to try it when I'm on, Christmas holiday. This was last year. My family's around, my partner's around, and I tried it, and he latched. And that was at 4 months, and he's still breastfeeding now at 15 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you had kept the
And
milk
nobody
supply
seems
up
to
the
know
whole
that.
time by pumping and pumping and pumping, which is absolutely
Which was
devoted.
awful.
I know. I mean, I just think
Yeah,
most, in
yeah.
inverted commas, normal people would have just thought, all right, okay, I've really tried this. I've done it for a few weeks. I'm absolutely sick of it. Let's bring on the formula and let's start living happily ever after. But you didn't. You kept it all going, and then he could. Gosh, that's really. I wonder whether anyone else would ever say that. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I just think it's something that we don't put out there, and I just do wonder if mums would feel less pressure if they knew that they could try it again when the baby's muscles are like naturally stronger. And this fear-mongering that we do, that it's like, your breastfeeding journey will be over at 6 to 8 weeks, and it must be before that. I was like, it's just not true. And I'm not saying, like, that my story is going to be everyone's story. You know, there's, you know...
No, it's a heck of a story. I've never heard of it before.
Exactly.
Never heard of it before. Thank you so much for ringing, because that's a really worthwhile thing to say, and people will, you know, at least be able to consider it. It's a really big deal. I really, you know, amazing call. Thank you very much for ringing. Let's talk to Sally Ann, first time caller from Muswell Hill. Hi, Sally Ann.
Hiya. My story is quite a big one, really. Basically, I mean, I'm 60 now, so I had my first child I had when I was 18.
Yeah.
And I had a mixed-race child. Those days you had to stay in the hospital for 10 days.
Yeah.
I was trying to breastfeed, and I couldn't. She wouldn't latch on. And eventually what happened was, the reason being was that I had an infection.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, no. And then the thing is that then there was like matron, right?
Yeah.
And the matron realised that I had an infection, but didn't pass it on to the other staff. And what happened was, I expressed my milk and put it in the fridge in the hospital, and obviously you've got your name on it and what have you.
Yeah.
And one day I went to go and get some milk for her, and there was no milk there. And I sort of turned around to the nurse. I said, excuse me, nurse. I said, where's my milk? Oh, you're breastfeeding. You don't need your milk. We're giving it to the babies in the special baby unit.
Gosh, they ought to ask you first.
Never
Ask permission. Goodness. Wow. And all these years later, you're still recalling that moment of injustice and how you felt.
It affected me so badly that I ended up not going to that hospital for the rest of all my other pregnancy was in a different hospital.
Yeah, because you felt they'd been very high-handed with something as intimate as your own breast milk. I totally get it. Not surprised.
Yeah,
Not surprised at all. Thank you for calling, Sally. I'm just going to move on, but thank you for that story. Let's talk to Sarah in Worthing. Hi, Sarah. Thanks for calling. Sarah there in Worthing? I don't know where she is. Let me... Oh, Sally, hello there. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me
Yes,
okay?
I can hear you fine.
Excellent. I've become a bit starstruck actually waiting. I thought, oh, hold on, I'm going to be speaking to Vanessa.
Don't be
Vanessa Feltz.
Oh, give over. Give over. Tell me what you want to say so that we don't run out of time.
Yeah. No, all right. It's the and excuse me if I talk a bit fast because I rush through it.
Don't you
I think
worry.
I'm going to run out of time. I'm another person thinking about tied tongue actually.
Oh,
so
yeah.
now you've got two. Apparently, I looked up some stats, and apparently it can affect 6,000 babies a year.
Right.
And so I wonder how many of these mums, and I'm one of them, that had a bad experience up until the tied tongue was treated, which basically they cut it underneath. So I wonder how many mothers are actually suffering because of tied tongue, and it's because the health professionals, because it was recommended to have formula milk, which I think a lady said about earlier, for so long.
Yeah.
Then they went to the breast, and they say no, breast is best, and really, really push for that now, which can make for a very horrible experience, like it was me up until his tongue was tied. I think the health professionals in that, I don't know what it was, 50 years, 40 years, lost the skill to spot tied tongue, and I think it is very, very serious. It wasn't until, for instance, with me, I had a very bad experience in the hospital. I knew I had tied tongue because the doctor said I had it. Much later in life, to be honest. And I asked 3 health professionals while I was in the hospital with my child, can you check to see if my baby has got a tied tongue, because I have one. They all kind of looked and said no. And my baby was 9 pounds, so nice.
Yeah,
plush,
nice, lovely baby,
chubby baby, and I watched over the next 4 months. I got sent to the breast clinic, and I was put under all the usual pressure and everything to breastfeed, and no kind of bottles were suggested for quite a while. And he lost so much weight.
So distressing, isn't it?
He went from this plump baby. I wish I could show you pictures. He went from this plump baby.
I wish I could see pictures. I'd love to see. Oh my gosh! Oh my god! So really, what you're saying, I think, is this is something that you need to consider if it's all going wrong, and you need to ask, and then you need to persist.
Well, I asked.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, Vanessa, I asked, and it wasn't until because of the breast clinic. One day, I just put. It was 4 months. He'd lost loads of weight. They still, I think they did actually suggested doing some bottle feeds in between. He was like 1.5 hours on each boob.
Oh my goodness! I'm going to have to stop you, my darling, or you'll end up reading the news. But thank you so much. It's really good to hear from you. And thanks to everybody who called about this one. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, the official LBC app. Or you can also pause and rewind live radio. Download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 9 on LBC, it's the Consumer Hour with Dean Dunham. But now, here's Claire Foges.
Thanks, Vanessa. Coming up at 8, homeschooling has soared by a fifth in the past year, with over 110,000 children being educated at home. Is this a positive trend showing more parents taking a keen interest in their kids' learning, or a negative one suggesting the state system isn't working as it should? At 7, as it's revealed that social services knew that Sarah Sharif's father had a violent past, why are social services failing to protect children like this? Are they underfunded or simply inept? But first, to address the number of migrants crossing the channel in small boats, the government has announced a new task force to seize the people smugglers' money. Do you have any hope that this will actually work?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, the UK is setting up a new unit to tackle a rising number of channel crossings by migrants. It will coordinate the work already being done across the Home and Foreign Offices. More than 21,000 people have arrived in Britain by small boats since July. Yvette Cooper, though, says nearly 13,500 people have been removed in that time. And Home Office Minister Dame Angela Eagle told Sunday with Lewis Goodall on LBC a lot of work is being done to tackle the issue.
We've got to deconstruct the business models that these gangs have, and we've got to start arresting them along the route, disrupt their supply chains, disrupt their financial...
When can we expect the number to fall, Minister? Can we expect that number in 2025 to be less than this year, for example?
Well, we certainly hope that it will, but there's no easy, quick answer to this, and anyone who says that there is a snake oil salesman.
Police are calling for the driver of a stolen car involved in a hit and run near Birmingham yesterday to hand themselves in. A 2-year-old boy died and 4 adults were injured after a Porsche collided with a Toyota in Smethwick just before 11 last night. A woman in her 40s has died and 2 men in their 30s are injured after a triple shooting in northwest London. One of the men is in a critical condition after the attack in Brent shortly after 9 yesterday evening. The UK has announced a £50 million humanitarian aid package for Syrians after the fall of dictator Bashar al-Assad. Part of the money will be used within Syria for food, shelter and emergency health care. The rest will be divided between organisations in Lebanon and Jordan, which work with refugees from the regime. Foreign Secretary David Lammy outlined the government's hopes for Syria.
We want to see a representative government, an inclusive government. We want to see chemical weapons stockpiles secured and not used, and we want to ensure that there is not continuing violence.
Israel has ordered the closure of its embassy in Ireland due to what it calls the extreme anti-Israel policy of the country's government. The Irish Prime Minister has called it a deeply regrettable decision. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees. Mostly dry and bright tomorrow, but there will be rain in northwest England and western Scotland with a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Claire Foges.
Good evening. You're listening to Claire Foges and LBC. The time is 6:02. Very good to be with you this evening. We're talking this first hour of the show about migrant boats crossing the English Channel. Again, yes, because obviously this is an issue that isn't going away and is going nowhere. Think about how cold it is at the moment, how unbearably freezing and wintry it is outside. Well, too cold for me anyway, certainly. And now imagine how bitter and freezing and frankly daunting the English Channel is this time of year. It used to be that we expected those migrant crossings on the Channel to drop steeply come November, December time. But on Thursday just gone, we saw 609 people made the crossing in 9 small boats. 609 people in a single day, making it the busiest December day for crossings on record. And let's just put these figures in context. More than 35,000 migrants have arrived in the UK by crossing the Channel in small boats so far this year. The total of last year was only 29,437. That was surpassed back on the 25th of October. So the numbers are rising. This is despite all the rhetoric, the millions of pounds to the French, the talk of stopping boats and smashing gangs, several governments saying that this is a top priority now. But now the government has a new plan. Yes, Britain and Italy are apparently launching a crack team using mafia-busting tactics to seize cash from people smuggling gangs. This new force is going to start chasing down the dirty money of international criminals from January next year. This is the follow the money approach, they're saying, to wreak havoc on the smugglers' finances. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper has said about this, "We've been clear that we will crack down on the international people smuggling gangs who are making millions from facilitating dangerous small boat crossings and putting thousands of lives at risk." She says that Italy is a world leader in taking down the highest harm criminals, mafiosos I suppose she means, and disrupting its own mafia-style gangs, making them a strong partner for us to work with. This, of course, comes after Keir Starmer's been lavishing praise on Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who is pretty hardline, isn't she? She's managed to successfully clamp down on immigration. So this squad is going to be investigating informal banking systems like Hawala, apparently, which can be used by gangs to anonymously transfer and launder dodgy cash. It's difficult, apparently, to track down this Hawala systems because they don't cross borders and they mix in the legitimate money with illegitimate money. So difficult to find it, but this is apparently the new plan. And my question to you this hour is pretty simple. Do you have any confidence that this will work? Do you have confidence that going after the money of the smuggling gangs will work sufficiently to bring down the numbers crossing the Channel in those small boats? Give me a call or WhatsApp 0345 6060 973. Text 84850 or send a comment to LBC via Alexa. Now I'm going to speak about this now to my guest, Peter Walsh, who's a researcher at the Migration Observatory at the University of Oxford, and he specialises in UK immigration policy. Hello, Peter. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Do you have any hope that this will work?
It could have some impact. I mean, if you invest more money in trying to dismantle smuggling networks, then in theory more can be brought to justice. But there is really an open question, which is that yes, you can arrest people. It's not entirely clear what the impact of specific operational changes like this will be. But once you apprehend people, you imprison them, you prosecute them, they can quickly and fairly quickly, rapidly be replaced. It doesn't require a lot of skill, a lot of training to get people smuggling, to get boats to the shore, boats in the water, people in the boats. And so there is this open question of whether you can apprehend people at a faster rate than they can be replaced.
So it's like whack-a-mole, basically.
Yes.
You get one, and then, as you say, there's not great training. These aren't the creme de la creme, are they? It's not that difficult to set up.
Extensive skills training, no, to do this job. And then, but where skills and training are required are, of course, in respect of the masterminds. But the challenge there is that they often operate not just beyond the UK's jurisdiction, but beyond that of the EU typically in countries of origin like Afghanistan, like Iraq, Turkey, and so on. So it's very, very difficult to bring those individuals to justice.
I mean, call me naive, okay, but I see this plan, and my first thought is that if the demand is there, the supply will be filled by organised crime. Okay, you need to destroy the demand, by which I mean you need to radically lower the incentives for people to come here in the first place. I suppose I mean by that ID cards, so that people can't melt into the black economy. So it's much less easy to access benefits, housing, free healthcare, and so on. If people continue to think of the UK as a place where they will get these things or be able to work, I'm not saying these may be very dynamic people. They are dynamic people because they're crossing continents to get to a better life. But I just think you need to address the demand side of things and address the pull factors, bringing people into the UK rather than working at the other end. Because, as you say, if you put one dodgy guy in prison, then another dodgy guy will pop up to take his place.
Yeah, addressing demand is key, and that's another open question. We know that there's very strong demand that smugglers provide, very, very strong demand, people willing to risk their lives, pay thousands of euros, and you increase the cost of smugglers operating, and that is a cost that can be passed on to the migrants themselves. And there is this question of just how inelastic demand is for this. Previously, demand has been shown to be fairly inelastic. In other words, people are willing to spend more and more money to make that crossing. The point about ID cards is interesting. I mean, in the UK, we don't have ID cards, but we do require people to show proof that they are legally resident in the UK to access benefits, to access housing. Of course, you get unscrupulous employers and scrupulous landlords everywhere. That's not just a problem that we have in the UK.
Which leads me to the next question. What are other countries doing successfully on this front?
Well, the thing that has been proven to work is physical interception of water and swift return to countries of departure. So we have the case of Australia. In 2013, 20,000 people reached Australia in boats without authorisation. The following year, that had fallen to under 500, and very small numbers since then.
Can you tell us those figures again? I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, in 2013, over 20,000 reached Australia without authorisation by boat. The following year, that was under 500, and that's because the Australian Coast Guard was physically intercepting boats in the water and returning them to countries of departure, most notably Indonesia. We've seen this work with Turkey as well at the height of the migrant crisis in 2015, and we're also seeing this work with Italy, which is sending money to Tunisia and Libya to beef up those countries' coast guards, and they are undertaking pullbacks in the water. Of course, the UK has tried to pursue this with France. France rejects this. It says it would be too dangerous for it to do likewise. Its argument, and there may be some justification to this, is that people on board the small boats are likely to resist, and that will imperil their lives. So we're really at this impasse with the French on this point.
Would we, as a nation, be within our legal rights to, as Australia did, intercept the boats and return people to France? I know this is what a lot of people say, just return them to France. Would that contravene international obligations?
We would, but the key sticking point is that would need French cooperation. If we set those boats in the water and then we drop them back off on French shores without French permission, under international law, that's akin to an invasion of France. So we need to do it with their permission, and they haven't given it to us yet.
And they never will? What do you think? Would they budge on that?
They have shown no indication that they have any for a policy of that kind. Their approach seems to actually be not all that dissimilar to what our approach had been when asylum seekers were crossing into Ireland. Let them go, then it becomes Ireland's problem.
Wasn't there £50 million that crossed the channel from the UK to France to help with this problem? What did that money go towards then?
Oh, well, we've actually sent hundreds of millions of euros to France over the past decade, something like 600 million euros. And it goes towards funding their enforcement activity. That's in and around the freight terminals of Calais, so preventing people getting in lorries that are bound for the Eurostar containers, but also beefing up patrols on the beaches and joint operations. So we have a lot of cooperation with the French, but difficult so far to describe that kind of investment is yielding real success just because of the large numbers that slip through the net. Yes, some are prevented from getting into the boats, but still tens of thousands making the trip each year.
I wonder, Peter, you're very well across migration issues across the world, and people say, I think rightly, that certain levels of legal migration are now inevitable because of the way that a modern economy works. Do you think that because of the issues in the world, because of the number of conflicts, because of the division, the number of people who are displaced from their homes, that a certain level of illegal migration is an inevitability?
Yes, it seems to be. I mean, if you just look at the people who are crossing in small boats, where do they come from? They come from some of the most chaotic parts of the world: Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Sudan. The world appears to be getting more unstable, and yes, this does produce strong pressures to migrate. Now, the reality is actually most people are either internally displaced or they live as refugees in neighbouring countries, but it is true, some do make it through to Europe, and a small percentage of that through to... Actually, this is why we see this deal agreed with Italy. It's really a recognition that you can't solve this issue unilaterally. It's an international issue, and it requires international cooperation.
Speaking of which, do you think we need to be addressing the UN Convention on Refugees, given that this was penned a long time ago when the world was a very different place, when we didn't have smartphones, mass communication, so that people halfway across the world could see that the UK or another country in the West is a desirable place to live and could communicate with people on their smartphones about how to get to the West and so on. Do you think we need to rethink and rewrite this?
There are, broadly speaking, two views here. One of them is precisely that the people who drafted the Refugee Convention drafted it in a very different world today. Could not have imagined in their wildest dreams the kind of communications and transportations technology we have now. There is another view. The convention is too restrictive in that it relies on giving protection to people who have a well-founded fear of persecution because of a particular characteristic, and that's too narrow. We have this debate going on. This is a debate that countries in Europe are discussing, but we'll have to wait and see, and it's not really for me to adjudicate on that.
Just finally, can we just double back to the pull factors point that I was making earlier? I'm interested to know what you thought of the No Longer With Us Rwanda scheme. Did you think that would be a successful deterrent in terms of sort of weakening the pull factors to the UK if people thought they might well then be heading to Rwanda?
The key question here was how many people would we have sent to Rwanda? I think if we had this regular rhythm of flights that were envisaged, and we sent, a reasonably large share of those without authorisation in the UK swiftly to Rwanda, then you could imagine that could change the calculus. If people thought there was a substantial chance of being sent to Rwanda. Of course, there are always questions about capacity and how many people would actually be sent. Popular opinion was that it probably would be in the hundreds rather in the thousands, and that would imply a very small chance of being sent to Rwanda, given that tens of thousands of people arrive each year. But that would have been the key factor, I think, in determining just how big its deterrent effect would be.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Peter Walsh, researcher at the Migration Observatory at the University of Oxford. Thank you so much for your thoughts on this, for shedding some light on it, because this issue attracts a lot of heat, doesn't it, as well? The migrant boats crossing the Channel. Thursday was a record day, the busiest December day for crossings on record. 609 people making their way across. Now the government has launched this new scheme, a new scheme where they're going to be going after the people smugglers' money. That's what they think needs to happen. I personally think more needs to be done on the pull factors drawing people to the UK in the first place. If the demand is there, it doesn't matter what happens at the other end, in my view, to the people smugglers, because others will pop in their place. Organised crime will pop up to fill the gap and make money if the demand is there. And certainly, as we see, the demand is there. What are your thoughts on stopping the small boats? Do you have any confidence that the government's new plan to team up with Italy and use mafia-busting tactics to seize the cash from the people smuggling gangs, do you have any hope that that will work? What are your ideas? Give me a call or a WhatsApp on 0345 6060973, text 84850, or send a comment to LBC via Alexa. You're listening to Claire Foges on LBC. The time is 6:16.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
It's 2024. We can use robots to clean our flats. Order Kung Pao chicken with our watches. And, hey, play my tune.
Playing your playlist.
And now there's a better way to do energy. With OVO's free energy savings account, Beyond, you could save cash today and bank greener rewards for tomorrow. Now that's a first. Search OVO Beyond. Discounts include bill savings by using energy at greener times. Smart meter required. For terms and eligibility, search OVO Beyond.
Waitrose 3 for 2 on chilled party food is ridiculously tempting. So tempting that we'd understand if you cut down your guest list to have more of those pillowy soft Santa bao buns, crispy carbonara bites, and crunchy king prawn toast all to yourself. Now, we're not encouraging this, but we'd probably do the same. 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
Jen knows stuff. Jen knows National Express has low fares throughout Christmas. Jen knows they'll even be running coaches on Christmas Day. Woohoo! Jen knows she's got a guaranteed seat that reclines so she can nod off to her Christmas playlist. Jen also knows she's on Dad's sofa this year, so best get some shut-eye where she can. Book now for fares from just £5 one way. If you know, you go. National Express. £1.50 booking fee.
Claire Foges on LBC.
What are your thoughts on stopping the small boats? Do you have any hope that the government's latest scheme, which is to team up with Italy and follow the money and try and get the people smugglers' illicit finance smashed and seized, do you have any hope that that will work to bring these numbers down? The numbers aren't coming down. I mean, it's just unbelievable to think of people crossing the channel in flimsy boats at this time of year. It's absolutely bitter and freezing outside. And yet on Thursday just gone, we saw 609 people make the crossing in 9 small boats. That's the busiest December day on record, despite all the talk of stopping boats and smashing gangs. My thought is we need to be going much, much more hard on weakening those pull factors to the UK. Let's make the UK a less desirable place to come. To me, a big part of that picture is ID cards. You'll have heard me banging that particular drum last week, I think it was, on this show. It's a big belief of mine that if we had ID cards that stopped people simply melting into the black economy, then that would be a big disincentive. Just to stop the easy access to benefits and accommodation and free healthcare and all of those sorts of things. I think that would be a major, major deterrent to coming to this country. If it's seen as this benign and fairly easy place to operate in the dark economy, then of course people are going to want to come here. And if the demand is high, it almost doesn't matter what you do at the supply end because someone else will pop up. Yes, you'll seize one guy's illicit gains. Then another smuggling ring will pop up to fill the gap because this is making huge money for them. You've got to address the demand. That is my view. What is yours? 0345 6060973 is the number to call or WhatsApp. Please text me on 84850. Richard texts in. He says, as soon as an illegal immigrant gets into the UK, they're given accommodation in hotels, fed, given money. So why would they not want to come here? Some have no ID and are free to roam our streets and disappear into the system, fueling modern slavery. We're spending billions on this. And why would it, as their lives are so much better here being looked after rather than being on their own in their own country or in France? Why would we not set up a kind of refugee camp so we can control where these people are processed and looked after in a much more cost-effective way? Thank you, Richard. I have to say I agree with a lot of that. I'm not sure people are just given money, just given cash, but certainly they are given accommodation, and if someone needs to access healthcare, they can access healthcare. That is one of the lovely things about being in the UK, but I just think we need ID cards. We're not going to get back onto ID cards much as I would like. I want you to talk about what you think about this new scheme of the government. Do you think it has any hope of working to go after the finance of these people overseas? Or do we need a different approach? 0345 6060973. To your calls now. John is in Coventry. Hi, John.
Oh, good evening, Claire. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. What do you think about this new announcement from Home Secretary Yvette Cooper?
I just think the government needs to be more honest. I mean, migration is just going to go one way, which is up. We've got, I think there's an expert on this morning who said because of climate change, you're looking at 280 million people that are going to be needing to relocate. And again, I was saying to your researcher, it's almost like reverse slavery, where we're cherry-picking all these people from countries that desperately need skills and talent, doctors, nurses, builders, and we're just saying, forget your country, come to the UK, and we'll use you as cheap available labour. You know, it's
John,
ridiculous.
we're talking about illegal migration, not necessarily about legal, not at all about legal migration. So when you're talking about docks and so on, I just want to be clear, we're talking about the people who come across on small boats, so I couldn't say that they're cherry-picked, could we?
Well, the thing is, if you want a guaranteed way of getting into the UK, and you want to go through the legal channels, because they talk about having migration centres over in France and all that. Are you going to queue up for 18 months with your children on a beach, or are you going to pay $5,000 to some guy and he's going to stick you in a rubber boat? Whether you're a doctor or whatever, you know, you're just going to jump in there and go for it, aren't you?
So what do we need to do about it?
I don't think there's any way to stop it. The government don't have any appetite to do it, because for years and years and years we've heard about this story. It's been in the papers almost continually for 15 years now. Ever since Cameron promised to get it down to tens of thousands, and it's gone up and up and up. I mean,
right. John, sorry, I've got to just make the distinction here, though, between legal and illegal immigration. So David Cameron did certainly talk about getting migration down to the tens of thousands net a year, but that was legal migration. And actually, I'm not sure if I've shared it on this show before. I don't know. I've got my own little boat story, the origin of the boats issue. I used to work in Number 10 between 2010 and 2015. I worked in David Cameron's administration. I was a speechwriter. And during that time, I was very good friends with the minister who was responsible for maritime issues. Indeed, we're great friends to this day. And he and I went to some maritime reception anyway. I enjoyed some free booze and chatted to some people, including a guy who worked for Border Force. I think this was around 2011, 2012-ish. And he told me, he said, look, we are facing this new and rising issue of people coming across the channel, coming into little ports in Kent and so on there, coming in inflatable boats in the dead of night. I thought this sounds fantastical and crazy, and he really stressed it to me. He said, if you are able to raise this with the Prime Minister, please do. So I did. Unusually, I actually went into the Prime Minister's office one day. He was in there on his own, and he said, I will speak to the Chief of Staff about this. And they used to sort of joke about it, because I said, you need to beef up Border Patrol. People are coming here illegally in the middle of the night. And they used to talk about Claire's Armada, almost as a sort of joke policy, that we needed to defend our territory like that. But I heard about this very, very early on. So I have to say, it hasn't been 15 years it's been in the news. It must have been only about 10. But certainly we have heard about it over and over again. But I think it's interesting, John, sorry, to get back to your point, is you don't think it will ever stop. And you think the government or all politicians are too cowardly to admit this?
Well, so let's reverse it back. Let's sort of say, if I go and put a questionable tax return in, HMRC are all over me like a bad rash, freeze my bank account, look at all my ins and outs and everything. These people are buying boats, they're laundering cash, there's huge amounts of money moving every day. If you've got 600 people coming across, 600 times 5,000 has been paid somewhere, somehow across Europe. I'm sure Interpol and all of those places that the big scary monster people who say that if you do anything naughty, we'll catch up with you. Why can't they catch up with these people? They're clearly criminal. Very easy way of looking. And the other thing as well is, if you want to smuggle drugs into the country, what's the best way to do it? On the back of a rubber dinghy, isn't it? You know, you sort of walk in with 3 or 4 kilos in the back pocket, and you're free and clear, aren't you? You know, it's ridiculous. It's so wide open.
I wonder, John. Actually, it's a really horrible thought to voice, but I wonder whether these nasty people actually view the drugs as more valuable as people. They put these people on dinghies that may not make it, and they have no compunction about that, no conscience. But I'm sure if it was a haul of drugs worth millions of pounds, they might well feel differently. John, thank you very much. John in the West Midlands. Robert's in Liverpool. Hi, Robert.
Hello, love. What it is, I was talking about the immigrants and all like that. in Israel, right, they've got a thing, if you want to work in Israel, right, you've got to be in the country and do your service. So I think, like, for the immigrants and the boat crossers, right, they should say, okay, you can come over here, but you've got to join our army or our air force or our navy instead of getting put in bed and breakfast.
Would that not be a huge national security risk? I like the cut of your jib initially, and then I'm thinking, that might be a bit of a security risk, especially if they came from places like Afghanistan, where they might have a bit of a grudge against the armed forces.
Yeah, but then have we got the same situation now? Just put them into bed and breakfast and spending all this money. I know I'll put myself in an immigrant's position. If I knew I had to come, right, and do a year or 2 years in our armed air force and navy, and after 2 years you could bring your family over, it'd give them an incentive, so they're not just coming over here to be our forefathers and fought for our freedom.
I like the idea of giving people something meaningful to do in the service of the UK, which might well foster some patriotic feeling for their new country. But I'm just not sure about putting them in the armed forces, Robert. I think that might be quite dangerous.
It could be assistance to the armed forces instead of like just putting them on benefits. I know if I wanted to go to another country, I've been a seafarer for 50 years. If I want to that desperate to get to that country, I would be prepared to fight for that country.
Robert, how would you've been a seafarer, do you mean in the Royal Navy?
No, merchant navy. I've been in the Royal Navy, merchant navy.
How would your shipmates have felt about these new recruits, though?
Well, it's like everything else. If you've been in the Navy, you meet a lot of people, different nationalities, especially the merchant navy. And I've been on the international pool where there could have been like 10 of us, all from different nationalities, and you just get on.
An interesting thought. Thank you, Robert. Thanks for your thought on that. Keep your calls and your texts coming in on this. We're talking about migrant boats again because we're seeing record numbers coming across. Thursday was the busiest December day for crossings on record. Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, has talked about today this new policy they're launching. They're teaming up with Italy to launch a crack team using mafia-busting tactics to seize cash from people smuggling gangs. This force is going to start chasing down this dirty money from January next year. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this. Do you think it will make any difference at all to what is happening in the Channel? Or do you think, as I do, that we need to address the pull factors of people coming here? Do we need to address the fact that this is a country where you can come and melt into the black economy? You don't need to have an ID card. Do we need to address that? Because if the demand remains high, my argument is that the supply, it doesn't matter what you do on the supply end, other people will pop up. Yes, you might see some money, but if the demand is still there, then people that at the supply end, the gangs will pop up to do the same job. You need to destroy the demand. You need to destroy the demand to come to the UK. What are your thoughts? 0345 6060973, text 84850. The time is 6:30. Time for the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
The Home Office has announced a new international unit to clamp down on Channel crossings and return migrants who entered the UK illegally. Nearly 35,000 have arrived in small boats this year. Witnesses say a triple shooting which left one woman dead and a man in a critical condition in northwest London left people in the street crying and screaming. The second man was hurt, but his injuries are described as non-life-threatening. All flights to and from Edinburgh Airport continue to be grounded. It's due to an IT issue within air traffic control. More than 150 flights have been affected. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees.
LBC
Waitrose 3 for 2 on chilled party food is ridiculously tempting. So tempting that we'd understand if you cut down your guest list to have more of those pillowy soft Santa bao buns, crispy carbonara bites, and crunchy king prawn toast all to yourself. Now, we're not encouraging this, but we'd probably do the same. 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Are you an absolutely huge fonter or a zoom-inner? Perhaps you're an arm stretched out like a zombie when holding a newspaper, or a squint so tightly at the menu the waiter thinks you're sleeping. At Specsavers, we get it. You don't want to admit it's time to become a glasses wearer. That's okay. We're ready to see you whenever you're ready to see properly. Book an eye test at specsavers.co.uk so you can see clearer. Okay, we'll stop with the now.
Claire Foges on LBC.
Text in a moment, but first, you may have seen that Prince Andrew is in the headlines again. Indeed, when is he ever out of them, you might ask? This time it's because of his association with an alleged Chinese spy. The alleged spy is known as H6, and he's been described as a close confidant to Prince Andrew. He's also met former PMs David Cameron and Theresa May, and we learn that he's been banned from the UK. All rather mysterious. To speak to me about the implications of all this now, I'm delighted to have Professor Rana Mitter, who is ST Lee Chair in US-Asia Relations at Harvard Kennedy School. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Now, we've learnt that Suella Braverman, who's the former Home Secretary, took the decision to ban this person, known as H6, from the UK because of material that border security had found on his phone. Now, do we know if this is happening a lot? Is this a widespread thing that people have been banned, not just from the UK but from the US?
I don't know whether it's widespread or not. You'd have to ask someone who works in government for that, Claire. But I will say that there are occasionally signs that there's more vigilance. So an example of that would be just a couple of years ago, probably even less, the head of MI6 made a public statement that there was a particular Chinese influencer who had got involved with some MPs in Parliament, and he took the, I think, slightly unusual step of actually giving a public statement about this. I would assume that there's an awful lot more going on behind the scenes, but I think it doesn't normally go over the surface, so to speak. In this case, clearly the link with a member of the royal family must have made it much more prominent, and that's one of the reasons that this case has probably got into the public sphere.
So, beyond these alleged spies, or indeed real spies, how widespread is Chinese espionage or a sort of shadowy Chinese presence in the UK and in the West?
So I think it's important to differentiate a couple of different types of things that are going on here. One is espionage in what you might call the classic sense. In other words, getting hold of stuff that's restricted and getting hold of it and, breaking open things that are supposed to be sealed and stealing them. That's one side of things. That, again, we know very little about in the outside sphere, certainly in academia. We don't hear very much about that. What we do know more about is a related issue, but one that actually is much harder to track down in a sense, and unlike espionage, isn't illegal as such. That's influence. In other words, putting yourself in a situation, if you're a Chinese influencer, to essentially, hobnob, get close to people who might be important in elites in different societies. And there's a particular organisation that's been doing this for about a century. It's called the United Front Works Department. It's part of the Chinese Communist Party. It was originally set up way back in the 1930s, 1940s under Chairman Mao Zedong. Very different circumstances, of course, but the purpose was the same then as it is now. The belief that for the party to succeed and to be able to consolidate itself, it needs to be able to ideally gain influence in a positive sense with elites in different countries.
Send a comment to LBC via Alexa. Back to your calls and texts on this now. Maya is in Tottenham. Hi, Maya.
Hi. Yes, hi, Claire. I think it's a splendid idea.
And I think more countries need to get involved in this because it's an international problem and therefore it requires an international solution. And what I'm about to say is some people may find this a bit, maybe even offensive, maybe a bit over the top. But I personally believe this requires the same ambition, the same focus and the same determination that the British had when they ended the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
In that, when they passed the law, slavery was still taking place. But the British intercepted ships that were carrying slavery. They had to speak to the African kings that were selling people. They had to, they did sail the seas to make sure this would not happen, and they had to explain to the Arabs why it was wrong. So it was an international effort, and they were determined to end the practice. And yeah, I think it requires the same ambition as that did. And I think when you work internationally and you work with other countries as they did back then, they worked with the African countries, worked with the Arab countries, with the Americas, with the Caribbean, and they worked internationally and said that we're going to end this practice. And I think that requires a similar kind of mindset.
Okay. On the On the actual strategies and tactics used, though, to deal with this, you talked about the level of ambition. It needs to be equal to when Britain led the end of the abolition of slavery. When it comes to the actual tactics, though, what do you think about this, teaming up with other countries to go after the money? Because I just think, surely, as long as there is demand, people will come. It doesn't matter how many gangs you smash, how many people you put in prison, how much money you seize, others will replace them.
Yes, but once it will, there'll be less, it will be reduced. This is clearly linked to organised crime. We know it's linked to organised crime. We know these people who come here, they are either exploited or they do the exploiting when they get involved in, well, not just here, but through other parts of Europe as well. And they get caught up in organised crime themselves in some cases. And we know they are, it's heavily linked to the drugs trade. Some of it's linked to terrorism. And, so we know whether it's happening in Europe or in North America where the people are crossing over, it is very organised, and it is part of organised crime, and it requires, I think, even Interpol to be involved in it.
Yes, I agree. I'm a sort of belt and braces person on this. I agree there should actually be an international response, what is, of course, an international solution, but I also think we need to do better at addressing the reasons why people are coming here. We need to make the UK a less attractive destination. Thank you, Maya in Tottenham. Coming back to your calls after the break, just going to go to a couple of your texts. Jim in Norwich says, if you enter the UK with no ID, then you should be placed in a detention centre. And once we establish where your home country is, we need to return them there. This could be a strong deterrent indeed. Thank you, Jim. Dan says, your ex-Navy caller is wide of the mark. This was the guy saying that they should be forced to work in the armed forces for a year or two. The modern Royal Navy is highly technical and requires people with the ability to operate complex equipment operations and learn computer engineering language brackets in English. Many, if not most, small boat immigrants would not cope in today's Royal Navy environment. Thank you, Dan in Poole. I'm going to come back to your calls on this after the break. What do you think about the government's new policy of teaming up with Italy to go after the dirty money of the people smugglers? Will this work to smash the gangs and reduce numbers coming here across the channel? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. You're listening to Claire Foges. The time is 6:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
It was the case that shocked the country.
The father and stepmother of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif have been found guilty of her murder after subjecting her to horrific suffering for more than 2 years.
With authorities missing 15 opportunities to save Sarah, and even the Prime Minister has weighed in to have his say.
Obviously, there's going to be questions that need to be answered in relation to this case. This is about violence, it's about abuse, it's about making sure there's protection and safeguards for children.
Now, Sarah Sharif's father and stepmother are set to be sentenced for one of the most horrendous crimes any of us can remember. And join me to have your say on whether this evil pair actually go down for long enough.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player, LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like within an hour for £1.75. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
What are you doing? Oh, looking for a used car online. Tried Spoticar? I don't want a car with spots. What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide. Yeah, and cars with spots. No, there are no spots. They're called Spoticar. Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers? Understandable mistake? Spoticar. Manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Nanny. Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network. Vodafone UK. Supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Roll up for an entrancing delight. A mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight. Uncannily, suckably, soothingly sumptuous. Mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel the menthol with Jakeman's of Boston since 1907.
Claire Foges on LBC. Text 84850.
Good evening. You're listening to Claire Foges. It's 6:48. Do you have any faith in the government's new scheme to team up with Italy and crack the gangs, the people smuggling gangs, which are behind all these boats coming across the channel, by going after their finances, following the money? That is their new strategy. What do you think of that? 0345 6060973, text 84850. May has texted in with a similar argument to the one I have been making. She says, smashing the gangs or this expensive venture to support the countries of origin are not deterrents. It's the demand for the crossings that is the driving point. Until the UK stops being a magnet for illegals with its free channel crossings, free board and lodging and free legal aid, there will always be people traffickers. Well, yeah, I wouldn't put it quite like that, May, because I wouldn't say that the channel crossings are free. But aside from that, we've got to accept that there is a hugely strong pull to the UK. I mean, it's so strong that people know of the very many people who've gone before them across the channel and who have died. And if the possibility of death in a freezing sea is not a deterrent, that will tell you that the pull is extremely, extremely strong. They're coming over from France. Why are they pulled to make this treacherous, dangerous journey? That is the question I think we need to be asking. And we need to be looking at making that journey much less desirable. That is the point, I think, because if you just focus on the money end, okay, great, you'll see some money from some bad guys, but will you fundamentally tip the balance so that less people come across it? I don't think so. What are your thoughts, though? 0345 6060973, text 84850. Kevin is in Basingstoke. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Claire. I heard you say that a record number of people have come over in the last few days. That's because the previous 9 days hardly anybody came because the weather was so bad, and also deportations of people that are here illegally has gone up 20% since Labour came to power. And also, you keep saying that they're illegal immigrants. We're a member of the Refugee Convention, and people are entitled to come here who claim asylum, and they're only deemed illegal if they've had their process claimed, and then they abscond. Up until they abscond, they're not illegal.
So what would your response to this be, Kevin? If you think that they should be treated as asylum seekers first and foremost, are you one of those who argues for more safe and legal routes for asylum seekers? Do you think that would help with this problem?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's the answer, but I mean, I keep hearing them say that, the pull factor is too great here. Asylum seekers in France get treated much better over there than they do here. They receive more money and they can work up to 6 months.
Why are they making this journey across the channel?
Well, probably because they speak English or they've got family over here. There's plenty of reasons why. It's not just because we're so generous. I mean, locking somebody up, putting somebody in a hotel for 2 or 3 years, just sitting there doing nothing. I mean, it harms their mental health. I mean, it's not a pull factor. I mean, if we did treat them like human beings, decent human beings,
then many more would come, wouldn't they?
Thing. Pardon?
Many more would come here. Maybe you don't think that would be a problem. I would argue that the majority of British people would think that would be a problem.
Well, I mean, what would deter them is if they was to listen to the media in this country, maybe read the newspapers and see what people think of them. Because, I mean, why do you call them illegal? Because they're not illegal. Why do you keep doing that?
Illegal routes, Kevin. It's an illegal route.
Yeah, but
it's not a legal route into the UK.
They're illegal asylum seekers. They're coming here illegally. They're not illegal.
Okay, I think I'm making the point, which I'm sure most would agree, that some of these are not legitimate asylum seekers. Many are economic migrants. Many are coming from countries where they're not currently in turmoil. They're coming here for a better life. Now, I don't knock the individual for doing that, but I don't think it is sustainable to have people to sort of subcontract our border policy to gangs of people smugglers and for them to come into the country in this way. It makes a mockery of the notion of mock borders, doesn't it?
Well,
this is an illegal route.
Don't demonise them. Don't demonise them. Tell the truth. Tell the fact. They're not coming here illegally.
Kevin, the truth, this is an illegal route. This is not a legal route into the UK.
Well, what do you expect? I mean,
why then do Labour politicians, who I gather that you are in support of, fair enough, you're saying, you need to give them a chance and these new approaches, we need to give them a chance to work. But why would Labour politicians talk about needing more safe and legal routes if these already are legal routes? These are not legal routes into the UK.
It is a legal route. There was a Home Secretary that was asked how can somebody from Africa come here illegally if there's no legal route for the country that they're in. And she said, well, they have to cross the border and claim asylum once they come into the country. That's the only way they can do it.
Right. So you're saying that this is a legal way to come into the UK?
No, I don't think it's illegal.
Why would the government of the country then be trying to stop it? You'll confuse me. You're a bit all over the place. Is it illegal or legal? I'm saying it's illegal to enter the country like this on a boat.
No, I don't think it is. We're a member of the Refugee Convention. That's how...
Why? Why?
People are allowed to come here
What on earth is the government doing trying to stop it then? Trying to stop legal activity?
Well, they're trying to compete with Reform UK and the Tories, aren't they? I mean, what else are they supposed to do? I mean, the amount of coverage that it gets in the media is unbelievable. Every single day, in newspapers, illegal asylum seekers. It's like we haven't got any other problem.
Kevin, I accept that this does get a disproportionate amount of coverage when you consider the huge numbers migrating here legally. But still, more than 35,000 migrants this year. That's not a tiny number of people, is it? That is a significant number of people. And it's more. It's the fact that it betrays the porousness of our borders, doesn't it? People like to feel that their nation works in all respects. We know that it doesn't work in all sorts of respects at the moment. But if we think that our borders are that weak, that 35,000 people can simply come into the country in this way, leapfrogging those who wish to come in legal ways, that doesn't give us confidence that the system is working properly, does it?
Well, of course it is. I mean, there's always, if you're desperate enough to flee a country and risk your life, I mean, there is nothing you can do. People will always try to escape persecution, won't they? You would do exactly the same thing if you was in their streets.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for people, not just actually, Kevin, the people who are escaping persecution legitimately, genuinely, but also for those who want to build a better life for themselves, because to see through the window of your smartphone how much easier life is in other countries around the world, such as the UK, it must be incredibly galling. And if you're young and dynamic, I can imagine you making it. I just do not think it is sustainable. I do not think it's sustainable for us to have... Of course, if we had open borders, many, many millions of people would wish to come here through this sort of process of the osmosis of humanity, because many people would be drawn to the lifestyle in the UK, but that's not sustainable, is it? There has to be a sense of control. There have to be borders. There has to be a system.
But why is there never no compassion? Why don't we hear shows on LBC with compassion?
Compassion. What about Kevin, what about the huge numbers of visas granted to Ukrainians? What about the huge number of visas granted to Hong Kongers? This is a compassionate country. What about the 0.7% of GDP that has gone for several years to help people around the world? This is a generous and compassionate country. But there have to be limits. There have to be limits because we live in the real world. This is reality. We live. Our resources are finite, Kevin. So you have to balance the compassion with pragmatism.
The poorest countries in the world take far more refugees than we do. Countries that border countries that are at war, they accept millions of people every single year. We're one of the richest countries on the world. We're accepting a few 100,000 or sort of 30,000.
So how many would be acceptable to you? Would it be acceptable for you, Kevin, if a politician said, look, this is just the way of the world. In the next 2 years, we're going to have to accept an extra 6 million people. Would you say, okay, fair enough, 10%? You called it okay. So what, Kevin, what you have revealed is that there is a limit for you, okay, as well. And someone else who's completely open borders might be decrying your lack of compassion. I'm saying that we're all on a spectrum somewhere I actually think is pretty unsustainable at the moment, running at 700,000. This is legal migration we're talking about. Never mind the illegal migration. I'm saying there has to be limits. You're just saying there must be limits, but your limit is higher than mine. Thank you. I've carried on with you for minutes and minutes because you're such a great person to speak to. Thank you. Please do call again. I've enjoyed that. Quickly to Kaz and St Albans, briefly, if you will, Kaz.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about why nobody draws the comparison between wars abroad, which brings refugees to our borders.
I think they do, though, don't they, Kaz?
You never hear that comparison, do you?
What about people talking about the UK foreign policy and the part it's played in bringing people here?
No, I'm talking about the UK bombing countries for the last, 20, 25 years? And then you look at all these refugees and where they're coming from. They're all coming from those countries, aren't they? Whether that be Afghanistan or Syria or
not all from those countries, but so do you think it is therefore the responsibility of the UK now, because of past foreign policy decisions, to take anyone from those countries, to be open to anyone from those countries?
Well, I think, on the one side we're giving them the world's social media where they're seeing how good life is here. On the other side, we're sending bombs, whether directly or indirectly through, for example, Israel and Gaza. And then on the third hand, when these people see that and they're thinking, right, they've blown our countries up to bits, let's cross borders and get into these great countries, we're wondering why they're turning up in their droves.
But I'm not wondering why they're turning up in their droves. I think it's absolutely an attractive place to be, but I don't think it's sustainable. And I think we need to address what is pulling people to this country, because it's not sustainable. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you to all the other callers. I just couldn't get to you all. Lots of people calling in on the switchboard. Lots of people texting in. Apologies. I just got too wrapped up in those calls, in that call just then with Kevin. Coming up in the next hour, though, you will have heard about the horrible case of poor Sarah Sharif, 10-year-old killed at the hands of her father and her stepmother, murdered by her own family, and it seems failed by social services, who knew of the father's violent past, who seemed to have opportunity after opportunity to intervene, but who placed her with him and his wife. There were alarms raised in the school and so on. Why are social services failing children like this, failing children like Sarah Sharif? Time and again we hear that lessons are going to be learned and they're not. Are these social services underfunded or simply inept?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, the Home Secretary has unveiled a new international unit to clamp down on channel crossings and return migrants who enter the UK illegally. 35,000 have arrived in small boats this year. Ministers say they can't give a date for when the number of crossings will fall, saying they will have to break well-established public smuggling gangs. Peter Walsh, a researcher at the Migration Observatory at the University of Oxford, told LBC anyone arrested can easily be replaced.
It doesn't require a lot of skill, a lot of training to get people smuggling, to get boats to the shore, boats in the water, people in the boats. And so there is this open question of whether you can apprehend people at a faster rate then they can be replaced.
The Foreign Secretary has announced a £50 million humanitarian aid package for Syrians after the fall of dictator Bashar al-Assad. The Foreign Office has had contact with HTS, which deposed the president. Hundreds of people are reported to have died in a cyclone in the French territory of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean. Winds of more than 124 miles per hour hit the islands overnight, damaging homes, government buildings and a hospital. A woman in her 40s has died in a shooting in northwest London. Two men, both in their 30s, were injured in Brent. One is in a critical condition. It's reported the victims have been attending a wake. The local MP, Dawn Butler, says people in the area are shaken.
You know, too often when we hear about crime in local communities, we sometimes don't consider all the knock-on effects, who else is affected. So this whole area will now be affected and will now be feeling quite anxious. And so the way that we stop this, the way that we make sure people feel safe, is that we find the people who did this.
A warning of persistent rain that can make travel conditions difficult in parts of Scotland over the next 3 days is now in force. The yellow warning, which covers parts of the Highlands, Argyll and Bute, Perthshire and the Stirling area, runs until midday on Tuesday. Celtic have won the Scottish League Cup after a 5-4 penalty shootout victory over Old Firm rivals Rangers. Manchester United have beaten Manchester City 2-1 in the Premier League. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees. Mostly dry and bright tomorrow, but there will be rain in northwest England and western Scotland with a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Claire Foges.
Good evening, the time is 7:04. You're listening to me, Claire Foges, on LBC, and we're going to talk this hour about a very difficult, sensitive, in many ways just horrible issue, and that is how the state is doing in protecting the most vulnerable children. How social services are doing, and why are they failing children like they failed Sarah Sharif, the little 10-year-old girl who was, of course, you know the story, killed by her father. Now, I don't really want to go into too much detail about what happened to Sarah, because it's only, just gone 7 o'clock. Young ears might be flapping as you've got the radio on. In fact, I was in the car with my children earlier today, and the car radio was tuned to LBC, of course, and on the news headlines, the killing of Sarah was mentioned, and it mentioned, of course, that she was killed by her father. And I was just so conscious in that moment, with my children potentially listening. I couldn't get the sound on the radio down fast enough, to be honest. I thought, what on earth would they think of that? It is such an inversion of the universe as they know it. The idea of harm coming not from monsters, not from dragons, but from a father who is meant to love you and protect you. And anyone who knows the details of this case and the abuse meted out to Sarah will know, actually, monsters can live in normal homes in families like hers. And what I want to talk to you about this evening is why did social services not intervene more quickly? Sarah was on the radar of social services not just a week before her death, but a week after her birth. Almost a decade previously, concerns were raised about Sarah's care within a week of her birth in 2013, with her parents Irfan and Olga Sharif known to social services as early as 2010, 3 years before she was born. This family had been in and out of the radar over the following years, particularly this scumbag of a father, a violent, unpredictable, horrible, nasty man, a string of allegations against him between 2010 and 2015. Surrey County Council repeatedly raised significant concerns that Sarah was likely to suffer physical and emotional abuse at the hands of her parents. There were 3...
And they consider your values or your views and the way they protect themselves. So there are barriers there. There are barriers with regards to family makeup, because it's not a nuclear family as we know it. The mother wasn't present. There was an extended family, a stepmother, and that was another barrier. And the third one was that there was no education. I'd like to know what happened to the fourth one, really, which is health. Where's the GP in this? Because they're the 4 challenges that I view. But to be really honest with you, and this is the thing that I've learned over the last year, there are children living in this country in the most challenging situations that you could ever imagine. There are families where there are convicted paedophiles living in houses with children, where there are convicted drug users, where they're convicted abusive, violent offenders who are in good enough housing for those children. And because you have that horrific scale of normal, then the social workers do not have true balance and understanding of how to protect children. That's what I think.
So why are they reluctant to intervene then? You think they've lost their sense of what is normal, and they think that this is, as long as there is not an immediate risk to their health and life?
100%. Right. I have been in child protection meetings where I've raised my hand and said, I'm sorry, but I actually feel like I'm in a completely different world to everybody else. Because that, to me, is not normal. And the way that social workers view their lives, it's about scale of normality, isn't it? You know, if you walk down a street and you see one child trip over, you might run over to try and help them. If you see 10, 20, 30 children trip, you might be, they'll be all right, they'll get up. And you have a very different understanding to the way you approach those situations. And I think that we as society have no clue how complex the family makeups are now. And I think there is a huge reluctance, as you said in your intro, to remove children from the family home, which I do agree with, to be really honest with you, because I've known children within their first 2 years have 14 different foster homes, which is no good for anyone. It's no good, and that is the norm. I've dealt with Sussex.
It's better than an abusive home, though, isn't it, Nicola? I mean, I agree. There absolutely there needs to be.
No. I don't know. I think we need to understand, what the needs of the children are, because actually I've seen massive damage emotionally and psychologically with children being passed from family to family to family, and that's the difficulty. But for that poor little girl, she was not lost by one system; she was lost by 4. And that's the really sad point. There was no education. She was 10 years old. It's not like she was 2, and no one kind of knew what she was doing. She was 10 years old.
Yeah. And Nicola, when it comes to just on your first point, the cultural barrier thing, do you mean that social services, or the state indeed in general, has to interact with people of different cultures and communities and so on in different ways? And is there a timidity, do you think, because of fear of seeming discriminatory or not understanding the culture?
Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. When I've dealt with very difficult cultural situations with children who've had really severe needs, which is almost a safeguarding concern, because children have those needs, and if they're not met, you have as a professional to take those very challenging decisions to be able to move forward and protect that child and give them the most opportunities you can. But unfortunately, because of the different dynamics in family situations, it's incredibly difficult to deal with. And what you don't want to do is have somebody saying, they are, accusational about your belief systems and the way you perceive them. It's very, very challenging. And
I agree with you. It's an absolute minefield, though, isn't it, Robert? And I suppose I just don't think that any local authority would be brave enough to bring in that policy. Thank you so much, Robert, in Southend. We're talking about the horrible case of Sarah Sharif and your thoughts on social services. I'd love to know whether maybe you are a social worker. Do you want to call in and say, look, we're absolutely overwhelmed? As my guest was saying, he said this is about time and money. I feel like surely, though, it's about judgment. When you know a violent past of someone like this guy, very interesting to hear your calls on this. Actually, Nicola was saying it's because the sort of idea of what is normal in a family has been a bit skewed by people working on the front line of social work who see awful things or hear about, maybe not awful things, but suboptimal conditions in which to raise a child, and they have to focus on where they think the most risk lies. A very difficult job, I have to say. Give me a call with your thoughts on this. 0345 6060 973, text 84850. It's 7:31. We're going to go to the news with Tim Humphrey.
The UK has announced £50 million worth of humanitarian aid for vulnerable Syrians across the Middle East after the overthrow of Bashar Assad's regime. The emergency support will be delivered through the UN and NGO agencies to people in the country, as well as to refugees in Lebanon and Jordan. 160 people arrived in the UK yesterday after crossing the Channel in small boats. The Home Secretary has announced an international unit to tackle people smuggling gangs, including a new arrangement with Italy. Edinburgh Airport has reopened after a problem with its air traffic control systems. Around 150 flights have been affected since 2 o'clock. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy tonight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland and a low of 8 degrees.
LBC.
This Christmas at Tesco, get finest crisps for just £1.20. Down from £1.35 with your Tesco Club card. Helping feed your Christmas spirit. Tesco. Every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 31st of December. Club card or app required.
For a fast way to get around and across London, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere made easy. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Plan your journey with the free TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from Zone 2 into Zone 1 on Tube, DLR, London Overground and Elizabeth Line services.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
You're caught in a blizzard of gift tags, hovering like weightless snowflakes. Skew with sheets of shiny paper pirouette in ultra-slow motion. A flurry of tinsel and ribbons swarm you, suspended in time. Blissfully unbothered, you wonder, how do Baxters get their Cullen skinks so smooth, smoky and creamy? Why? Because when your Baxter soup is hot, even wrapping presents stops for lunch.
This is LBC with Claire Foges. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Lessons will be learned. Lessons will be learned. We hear that, don't we? Every time something like this happens, like the case of Sarah Sharif, that someone comes out and says, lessons will be learned, we'll have an inquiry and lessons will be learned. They never seem to be learned, do they? But some of these lessons, I always think, why do they need learning in the first place? It should be obvious. Line 1, rule 1 of being a social worker. Surely, if you see that somebody has a violent past against children and women, you don't place their child with them. So the social worker's report about this family, I'm talking about Sarah Sharif's family, was described as very thorough. It was submitted as evidence ahead of a final hearing in 2019, at which a senior judge made the ultimate decision that Sarah Sharif should live with her father, Irfan Sharif, and stepmother, Bainash Batul, who were found last week guilty of murdering her. This document failed to provide any analysis of the harm posed by Sharif, despite a string of allegations made against him between 2010 and 2015. How could you not make the case that he posed risk, he posed harm? I don't get it. And I don't get, frankly, how we can link that to not enough money or for social services or not enough time. I get that there is an issue with that. But this, to me, is about judgment. It's about institutional timidity. Why wouldn't someone just go in there and put very clearly stated that this man should not have care of his child? It's so obvious. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. Back to your calls. Natasha, a first-time caller. Welcome in from Basingstoke.
Hello.
Hi, Natasha. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me on this evening. I've been listening to this case for a few days now, and I just think it's appalling how so many professionals that are so well trained to safeguard children fail the system. This young girl has been failed by so many professionals.
And I think all the callers so far have made valid points. They're all part of the picture. But I would say for the past 30 minutes, you've kind of concentrated or tried to stick on the cultural aspect, which is just a part of the picture. In this specific case, because of the way it was handled and because of the visibility of it, there's thousands of children that are in that position. and are at risk of abuse or have lost their lives, not all of them have a cultural aspect to it. Baby P didn't. And although it had a certain level of visibility, it wasn't. I mean, you've gone through all the points.
I suppose, Robert, it's the point is. Obviously, I'm looking for answers as to why the obvious seems to have been overlooked with this man. Was it some kind of sensitivity to something? But there is also the significant issue about her wearing a hijab. So I don't think it's just been pulled in a sort of artificial way, in a sort of dog whistle to get people calling in on that. I think it is significant, isn't it? If that could be used to cover up the abuse.
In relation to this particular case, yes, but you're asking about what are the challenges in overall as far as social care and care workers in the system, which is broken due to cuts and various other contributing factors. That's not an excuse. A life is a life, a child is a child, a human is a human, and if a human can treat another child of a human being in that way, they shouldn't be responsible for looking after a child. That if they cover it up, that is exactly that. That's them covering up. If the whistle was blown, and it was, that's not a cultural thing. That's an evil thing. If somebody can do that in order to continue the abuse of a child, that's not cultural thing. That's not cultural.
Robert, I agree with you. Okay, I apologize. I can't dictate what callers talk about. Obviously, if it gave the impression that I thought the cultural facet of this case was the most important, I absolutely don't. I'm much more interested in what I see as a reluctance to intervene and remove children from families if they need to be removed. But maybe the broader picture is, where do we remove them to? Because Nicola made the point, well, there might be children going around 14 different foster families and so on. Yes, of course you can.
Can I speak, please?
Yes, please do.
You have made, all the callers have made valid points. You have made valid points. But your point keeps on going back to the cultural aspect. And even though that is a problem, and I agree with you, it's not the only problem. And it starts to fan the flames of fear and conspiracies and all the rest of it. That man is evil. The associated family that was looking after that young child are evil. It does get to that simplistic thing. It's not. We can't keep going. Oh, maybe it's to do with culture. Maybe.
But Robert, I'm not saying that. I understand you wanted to make that point, and I've addressed it. Robert, I've addressed it. I've said
for 20 minutes.
I haven't. Nicola made that point. There was a guy just before the break making the point about checking out the hijab. I said that would be difficult to do.
It's part of the picture.
Agreed, Robert. Agreed, Robert.
But you keep on coming back to it.
No, I don't. I think you're trying to paint me as a bit of a boogeyman here. You're trying to paint me as a bit of a boogeyman.
I'm not at all.
Well, I'm saying to you, I'm saying right now, okay, listen, Robert, mea culpa if I've given you the impression that I think culture is the most important thing here. I absolutely don't think it is. I can't dictate what callers are talking about. I think the most important thing here is why there is a reluctance, regardless of the colour or the culture or the community of the people they're intervening on. Why does it seem to be that social services are so reluctant to intervene? I think the bar for intervention should be lower. That is my central point.
Because there were similar challenges with Baby P, and that tragedy ended up the same way.
I think you've listened to me with an agenda to call me out for something that I'm not guilty of, frankly, Robert.
No, I didn't. I was listening to you for 20 minutes. I heard you very clearly, and I listened to all the other callers, and all the other callers had varied opinions on professions, institutions, and I think they all had valid points. But you kept on coming back to the cultural one. But now you've made your position clear, so everybody else can hear it. It's not fine because this is still sad, but we just need to be careful of the language that we're using.
I agree, Robert. I agree.
Right, okay.
Let's end on a note of harmony. Thanks, Robert. Okay. Steve in Oxted, sorry, briefly, if you will, just before the break. Hi, Steve.
Hi. I'd hate to be a chat show person.
I enjoy it. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, sometimes you have to look at these things from a different angle. So, if you think, I'm a pilot, but you can take a doctor, you can take anything that you like. It's a numbers game on the assumption that you're never, ever, ever going to get perfection. Then there's going to be one in however many that slip through the net. And as terrible as this thing is, and as what an animal this man is. You know, I can't remember the figures, they were quoted earlier. Something like 800,000 children under the watchful eye of social services. Well, do you know what? You've only got to have a 1% error rate there, and you're talking about 8,000 kids that slip through the net. You can never, ever achieve perfection because we're human beings. All you can do is have the processes in place that help you get as close to that as you can, but you will never, ever get there. So, given that these social welfare folk, they do their best, I'm sure, they would never want to see one of the kids in there under their watchful gaze have this occur to them. It's simply when the holes in the bits of layers of Swiss cheese line up, and you get an evil toe rag like this, manages to get away with it. And
what an eloquent and reasonable man you are, Steve. Thank you. Actually, what you were saying reminds me of that line about when after a terrorist act, it's been said that the police have to be lucky all the time, or the security services rather have to be lucky all the time. The terrorists only need to be lucky once, making the point that when something happens, we don't think about the 99% of the time that the security services are successful in preventing a terrorist act, nor indeed do we give credit for the 99% of the time when social services do intervene successfully. I suppose it is a particular bugbear of mine, what I'd call sort of bureaucratic stupidity, and I did seethe reading the details of this case, but I do accept that they are, I don't doubt, absolutely heartbroken by what has happened. So it's important that we put that reasonable case as well. Thank you, Steve in Oxted. Going to come back to your calls on this after the break. You're listening to Claire Foges. The time is 7:47.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
It was the case that shocked the country.
The father and stepmother of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif have been found guilty of her murder after subjecting her to horrific suffering for more than 2 years.
With authorities missing 15 opportunities to save Sarah, and even the Prime Minister has weighed in to have his say.
Obviously, there's going to be questions that need to be answered in relation to this case. This is about violence, it's about abuse, it's about making sure there's protection and safeguards for children.
Now, Sarah Sharif's father and stepmother are set to be sentenced for one of the most horrendous crimes any of us can remember. And join me to have your say on whether this evil pair actually go down for long enough.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player, LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Serious about the right vitamins for you and your family? Trust Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company with 50 years experience and the only one to receive the Queen's Award for Innovation twice from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. For #1 verification, see Vitabiotics.com.
With Lidl Plus, you get tongue-tingling fizz. So let's all raise a glass to the best in the biz. A Lini Prosecco now just $4.75 on Lidl Plus. Now that's a deal worth toasting. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. 18 plus, subject to availability. Excludes Scotland. Offer ends 1st of January. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
The McDonald's gift drop is still going. Find a gift tag and enter a code in the app for daily offers and a chance to win. So you can get Christmas PJs, birdie socks for your nan, or free fries to share with a mate. Ends 19th of December. App only. 1 entry per day. Codes restricted to 1 use per person. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
Claire Foges on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Good evening. Steve says, unfortunately, my family has had contact with social services over a couple of years. My experience is that from the front line to management, the quality of individuals is poor. Are they trying their best? Well, probably yes. Are they overworked and under-supported? Quite possibly. Thank you, Steve. G says, I work for Essex Social Services and it is constantly a chase to close down cases and statistics, and that we shouldn't be holding on to cases. I guess what he's saying is the drive is to not hold on to cases any longer, that you and you have to. Another one says, another person texted in saying, please let me remain anonymous for this message. I have worked alongside social services on a number of occasions and have never had a positive experience with them. I've had them refuse until forced to come and take action when asked to deal with 2 children in a home where they were clearly being neglected by their mother and not fed. On one occasion, I asked them to deal with 4 young children who had been left alone all day, sleeping on their dirty bedding and being generally neglected by their parents. Thank you. I'm going to give your name then. I mustn't because you wanted to remain anonymous. Back to your calls. Liz, a first-time caller from Swansea. What are your views on this, Liz?
Hi there. Well, I have been a social worker since 1994, but not in the field of children's services. I was in psychiatric services, but there's a lot of similarities in that you're always working in a multi-agency area where you're working with police and doctors and, etc. But when things go wrong, it seems to be always the social workers that get the blame, and I just think we're a really easy target. We're not allowed to be political. We're not allowed to speak up when something goes wrong. And as far as making decisions to take children away from their families, it's a very difficult situation. And I think unless you have had experience of making, massive decisions like that disrupt and have a huge impact on people's lives, you can't really have an opinion on it. And also, social workers have to persuade the courts by doing reports that is the right course of action. Social workers don't make that decision single-handedly. They have to speak to their supervisors, their seniors, they have to write reports to the court. They don't make those decisions. And sometimes, not in this case, obviously, because it's a terribly tragic case, sometimes it can be just as traumatic for a child to remove them from their home and everything they know, even though that might be abusive. The trauma of moving them can be equally harmful to a child. So there's a lot of factors to be taken into. All I can say really is that my experience is bad news sells papers, or bad news, is what people want. They don't want to hear the 99% of really good work that goes on.
I think you're right that we shouldn't just be blaming the social workers. I think there is probably a systemic thing as well. And I think also social workers, where they do fail, what I've been trying to get at this hour is they are a product of a system in which is there a certain timidity about taking children out of homes. And I understand you can't take that decision lightly, but should the balance, where should the margin of error be? Should you err on the side of we'll intervene even if we're not quite there yet, or should we err on the side of we'll just see how it goes in the home? It's really tricky, really difficult, and I'm just fascinated
it's all about
by
risk assessment.
And
that's the whole of social work, is all based on risk assessment. What are the risks to the individual? What are the risks to them if you take them away? It's all based on risk assessment, and it's a very stressful area to work in. I chose not to go into children's services for that very reason, although I can't say psychiatric services was any less stressful, because when things go wrong there, when somebody's released from hospital on the decision of a doctor, and then something goes wrong in the community, it's usually the social worker that gets the blame. So that's what I'm saying about the similarities across all the fields of social work, but it isn't an easy job. That's the only thing I'm trying to get across, really. And I agreed with the pilot who was on before about there's always a small percentage of risk in everything that you do. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with very vulnerable children or vulnerable adults or whatever, the risk is that somebody's going to get hurt or killed.
It's extraordinary. I mean, as I say to it, I've not worked in social work, but to hear from my guest earlier, the professor, that there are tens of thousands of children, I think he said, on the at-risk register, and that is just extraordinary, isn't it? So the state has acknowledged that they are at risk, but yet for now they're staying put.
Well, I think during COVID as well, things got worse because it was difficult for social workers to get out and see families. And also, when children weren't at school, teachers weren't seeing them. So I think after COVID, there was a huge increase in the number of children at risk.
Indeed, yes. Pandemic has a lot to answer for.
That were at risk.
Yeah. Okay, Liz, thank you so much. Please do call again. Great call. Jane is in Stratford-upon-Avon. Hi, Jane.
Hello, Claire. I may be wrong, but I've heard that a social worker can turn up at a house only to be told that the child is asleep or that the timing is inconvenient. Now, I might be wrong, but I do really feel that social workers should have access really at any time, because otherwise, if appointments are made, they're just going to see a very sanitised scene, and they won't see what's truly going on.
You mean when they turn up at random?
Yes, and that's what I think they should do, and I think they should have access to houses. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but I'm told that, they can be told that child's asleep or, come up with some excuse so they don't go in, they go away.
A warrant like police have in order to enter the property. That's an interesting idea. Yes, if anyone knows about the legality of that at the moment, do let us know. Thank you, Jane. An interesting point to make. Thank you so much, Jane in Stratford-on-Avon. Ali's in Cardiff. Hi, Ali.
Hello, great show. I think you're very balanced. You're very intelligent and balanced. So don't take anything personal. The last two ladies...
Okay. Thank you. I thought you were about to launch into something personal.
No. The last two ladies are brilliant, and that Jamaican guy, he was correct. Listen, it takes a village to bring up a child. So you can't put it all on bloody social. Who would want to separate the family?
It's true. It's this point about it takes a village to raise a child, because I suppose in the olden days, communities and families were more interconnected, weren't they? And if you have a more atomised society, it's a sad state of affairs when the only people who can call out abuse are the teacher or the doctor or whatever, because no one else was obviously...
I've got a solution. I've got a solution.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a solution, it's just an idea. I trained to be an architect. I had to retire early because of mental health. So I started doing voluntary work to teach kids swimming, disabled children like autistic kids.
Oh, amazing. Well done, Ali.
Yeah, you have to have all the checks and stuff, and they do the safeguarding thing. So this is one kid, right? He was non-verbal, but they always put him with me because because I'm disabled myself. I just could understand kids. Anyway, cut long story short, one day he turned up with all marks on his neck. They're like red marks. And I thought, no, it can't be, because his dad's really friendly and really nice. And I thought, shall I, shan't I? I thought, should I tell anyone? I didn't know what to do, so I went to the manager and I said, look, I'm sorry. I know it's probably nothing, but I think he's been harmed. Anyway, cut a long story short, he was just scratching himself.
Right.
And then the father came up to me and said, thank you so much for looking after my child.
Ah, yes. So he wasn't defensive about it, he wasn't angry, he saw that you were just doing your job.
I had like a 2-day course on safeguarding. And it takes like for 2 hours. So anyone who did that course could, like, if they got a suspicion, they could ring the social services and say, listen, I might be totally wrong, but I'm just suspicious.
Yeah. There's a great point, Ali. It doesn't take much, does it? Ali, thank you. I'm going to have to end it there. Thank you so much, and thank you for the great work you obviously do with disabled children. Thank you for all your calls in that hour on a very difficult subject. And coming up in the next hour, homeschooling has soared by a fifth in the past year in England. Over 110,000 children are being educated at home. This is a big shift, and I want to know your views on it. Parent or non-parent, homeschooler or school-schooler. Is this a positive trend, showing more parents taking a keen interest in their kids' learning and frankly having patience of saints, I would say? Or is it a negative trend, suggesting that the school system isn't working as it should? Should we be relaxed about these numbers of children being educated at home? And what is driving it? Is it the pandemic? Is it rising anxiety in children? Or just lifestyle choices? Give me a call, 0345 6067.
Calculate an exact death toll. It's being reported the victims of a shooting in northwest London had been attending a wake when they were injured. A woman in her 40s was killed and 2 men in their 30s were also hurt in Brent. One of them is critically ill. LBC's Shivani Sharma has been speaking to residents in the area.
They say they heard shouting, screaming, people running. They told me that they think the victims were coming out of a nearby church when they were attacked. One witness told me that her children heard noises late last night when the shots were were fired and that they thought they were fireworks.
2 teenagers have been killed and 3 people injured in a shooting at a makeshift club in the United States. It happened at Houston in Texas last night, with police saying they don't yet have any information regarding a suspect. And flights have resumed at Edinburgh's airport after being grounded for most of the afternoon. An IT problem with the site's air traffic control systems began to manifest itself at about 2 o'clock today. Passengers are still being advised to check their flight status before travelling to the airport. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy overnight. Drizzly on the western hills with rain in northwestern and northern Scotland and a low of around 8 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Claire Foges.
Good evening, the time is 8:04. You're listening to me, Claire Foges, on LBC, and we're going to talk this hour about homeschooling. This used to be probably, can I say, the preserve of slightly strange and alternative people. Maybe not strange people, I shouldn't say that, but it definitely was seen as an alternative thing, wasn't it? If someone decided to homeschool their child, it was a bit hippie-ish, a bit out of the mainstream, but it's becoming increasingly mainstream. Since the pandemic, it's really become quite a thing, and indeed figures out in the last day or so say that homeschooling has soared by a fifth in England over the past year alone. Over 111,000 children in England are now being homeschooled. This might not be a great proportion of the total, of course, but still it's a significant number of children, isn't it? 111,000 children. And the point is a trajectory going up by a fifth in a year, 20% in a year. That is a lot of people being homeschooled. Indeed, it's 21%. And Dame Rachel D'Souza, who is the Children's Commissioner, has warned that barriers to school attendance, that sounds a bit bureaucratic to me, I don't even know what she means by barriers to school attendance, were forcing many children into home education as a last resort. She says where this is happening, it's no longer elective education, it's forced. She's talking about children who struggle in mainstream education, saying that they want to stay in school with their friends, but we need health and care services to work with schools to make this happen. I'm really interested to know your thoughts on this. I'm hoping that there might be some people who homeschool their children listening in tonight, and I would love to know why you're doing that. Was that an easy decision to make? Is it something you've always wanted to do? Did the pandemic change the way you think about homeschooling? Or were you sort of forced into this situation by what you might see as a lack of suitable provision at school? Was it that your child was feeling very anxious about going into school? Why are so many children feeling anxious to the point that they are persistently absent from school? Or maybe you just decided, look, my child is always absent, they're never turning up anyway, I need to just try and take them out of school and do the best I can myself. A very difficult situation for lots of parents I know. I know loads and loads of people with children between about the ages of 10 and 13 and 14, and the children just have decided they do not want to go into school anymore. I do wonder, maybe it was the being at home for a long time in the pandemic. Did that play a part in it? Did it make children feel, look, I can learn as easily online and I want to be at home? Give me your thoughts. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. I confess to feeling rather mixed on this myself. My first instinct is, no, children should be made to attend school for all sorts of reasons. I think it's a good thing for the state to have this intervention with children, with all children or as many children as possible. And also, how can you have the facilities at home to give children a well-rounded education? You've got a kitchen table, you don't have a chemistry lab, you don't have an art and design studio or a wood technology studio, whatever it may be. How can you do it? And however well educated you are yourself, are you really good enough to teach to primary or secondary level the kind of education that they're going to need to get on in life, if you do want them to get on in life, I'm assuming. And I wonder as well whether when the attendance staff are becoming a bit of a nuisance to some parents, and I'm talking about more dysfunctional parents here, maybe they say, I'm just going to homeschool them, and they can't really be bothered with it anymore. I have a suspicion that is the case in some cases, but I also, on the other side of the coin, think that perhaps there is a big story in the explosion of special needs need in schools, which I think is real and genuine. I don't think people are gaming the system here. I think it's real. And I think the lack of provision is causing kids a lot of anxiety. So if you have a 12, 13-year-old who's feeling desperately miserable, maybe you just feel, look, homeschooling is a thing that lots of people do now. I'm just going to try it. I'm just going to do it. Life is too short for my child to be miserable. What are your thoughts? 0345 6060973, text 84850. I'm going to go now to my guest, the Reverend Steve Chalk, who is founder of the Oasis Charitable Trust. Hello, Reverend Chalk. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. When you see that homeschooling is up by a fifth, by 21% to be precise, over the past year in England, do you think, great, this is parents going the extra mile for their kids, or do you think this is a more worrying phenomenon?
I think it can be both. As you've already said, Claire, homeschooling can be a good thing for some children because there's not a good option for them in mainstream schooling at the moment. You've talked about special educational needs, additional educational needs. If a child feels belittled, if they feel that they can't keep up, if they're not being engaged at school, if they're not being engaged, they're not therefore attaining. And if they're not engaged and they're not attaining, well, their attendance falls away. So some parents, of course, with the knowledge, that are well equipped, with the skills, are going to intervene and say, school isn't working for my child. And they make that sacrifice, perhaps of living off one salary instead of two, to create a good, creative environment for their child to learning. And by the way, this morning I was talking and listening actually to a young man, 13-year-old, who's been homeschooled. I've known him for years, and all I can tell you is he's knowledgeable, he's entertaining, he's articulate, he's fun, he's social, and he's engaged. But my fear is, in fact, more than a fear, is, as you said, a lot of parents, because they've got the attendance officers at a school on their back, because they're struggling with their child's mental health anxiety, their own mental health anxiety, it's kind of like the silver bullet, isn't it? Just to say, well, we're homeschooling, and it takes all the pressure off. And one of the problems in our country, unlike many other European countries, is there's no regulation at all. You just write to your local authority, you tell them you're homeschooling, and that's that. So this is why it can be either very good or very bad. But even if it's good, last statement from me at this point, then Lally, you asked me something else. Even if it's very good, my concern is about social and emotional development, because that's what happens with a group of peers that you get to know and trust. Some of my best friends are kids I went to school with. You journey through life with them. And I think that dynamic can easily fall out without us noticing it.
So, Reverend Chalk, actually, I'm just shocked. You say you just write a letter to your local authority, and I didn't know it was that simple. There's nothing else. Do they interview you at all, or come and see your home? You just write a letter?
No, there's no interviewing, etc., etc. So no one knows. At the moment, we're not concerned about the situation this might be in. You said which school has got a science lab or a drama theatre, etc., etc. And how do you do drama if it's just you and your
monologue,
child? Or a couple of yeah, exactly. But the point is much more than that. Nobody knows, is this a damp flat? Is this, is there any space? Is there any room to be quiet? Is there any proper connectivity to the internet? What's really going on in that home? And even more importantly, is the child actually at home? Or are they out roaming a housing estate? Are they out of doors, and in danger of being groomed and drawn in to county lines, etc.? We need better regulation around all of this, but we also need, as you've said, a better education which is more diverse and more inclusive for kids. The truth is, as we all know, school lasts for 14 years, from the age of 4 all the way through to the age of 18. And there are too many kids who do this 14-year course only at the end of it and through it to be told you're no good.
It's a way off before I have to even think about this, but the access to smartphones and other kids in school having smartphones, I obviously would like them to have a sort of Enid Blyton childhood. If I could make that happen, I would like to preserve their innocence as far into the future as possible. And so actually I think maybe I should just be like the Amish or whatever and keep them at home forever and educate them at home, but I'm not sure I've got the patience to do that. Anyway, give me your thoughts. Are you a homeschooler or do you think this is a negative trend? 0345 6060973, text 84850. Back to your calls. Christine is in Ilford. Hi, Christine.
Oh, good evening, yes. I'll show you a picture first. I come from a big family, 2 sisters and 1 brother. And I think my mum was so pleased that we had school. And so was I. As I said, without the communication of other children, even having a big family, is disrespectful to yourself, because you're not communicating, you're not watching what the other children are doing and learning from them. And I think myself, to be taught at home is very, very bad, because you lose all power of independence, because you communicate with children, you play with them, you learn how they feel about things, and you learn from other children. Now, I've got a daughter who's in a nursery at the moment, and she said, well, without these children coming in with bruises and things, how would you be able to report them to the authorities?
So this is the same, linking actually to our last hour, and we were talking about Sarah Sharif. This is the safeguarding issue, of course. That is an important...
Oh, definitely, because the teacher would acknowledge that the child was being abused in some way. And another thing, as I said, I've got her and I've got the son. Now, my son has just lost a very good job, and he's, wandering around finding things to do because he's not communicating with anyone. And this is another thing that I have noticed. I have been in the army, I've communicated with other people I never knew, finding out about different anesthetics and everything, it really does help to communicate with other people.
It really, yes, it does. It does, and I think
being at home is any good at all.
No, and you've brought your son up well if he is self-aware enough to realise that he needs to keep getting out there, even if he's just lost his job, and I'm sorry about that. But yeah, having that structure and purpose and communication in a day is critical, isn't it? Thank you, Christine. Conrad is in Hove and East Sussex. Hi, Conrad.
Hi, how are you doing, Claire?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, and what do you think about homeschooling?
Well, first of all, I had to force into it for 1 month in the 70s when the miners and other unions went on strike, which was brilliant, and doing homeschooling under candlelight was wonderful.
But you never forget it. I could imagine that would be very evocative.
Yeah, but fair dues to the teacher. She would call around twice a week to check in, and but having qualifications from honours degree to MBA, I could say even today that I could do many of the subjects, but I couldn't do them all.
Right. Do you mean if you were to homeschool someone, you wouldn't be able to cover every subject? Is that what you're saying?
No. I would have to look at. I probably could do it, but in certain subjects, you're not a fan of, really. Like, I don't like chemistry, and I had A in music at school, but I can't play a musical instrument.
Yes, indeed.
So you can't go right across the board. That's why when you go in school, you got different teachers, specialists in different subjects.
And also, I wonder how parents keep up the energy across different subjects, because of course as a teacher, certainly at secondary level, you're seeing different kids, and there's the maths teacher and you see that one and you see the English teacher, but to have to go through it all every day. Indeed, I'd love to hear from a homeschooling parent. I did hear from a parent who homeschools a while ago that you can get most of the things you need to get done in a few hours in the morning, and then the rest of the day can be more free play.
But you still got the same time. When we were in secondary school, it was from 9 o'clock till 4 o'clock.
Maybe it's too restrictive, and the old traditional way doesn't suit some kids. Thank you, Conrad. I just want to get to someone else before the news. I'm going to go to Scott in West Hampstead. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Claire. What a great discussion as always. I'm loving listening to you on a Sunday evening.
Oh, thank you so much.
Your discussion with the Reverend Chalk, I mean, I've heard him so many times on LBC. He talks such a lot of sense. I mean, what a great man a great person he is, a great educator. I mean, I'm retired now as a school psychologist, but non-attendance cases I spent a lot of time in my career, over a 30-year period, dealing with non-attendance. And there was huge myriad of reasons for children not attending school. As a number, I mean, there was children who are young carers who are caring for their parents who are a parent who's ill. There were children with mental health issues, including school phobia, and anxiety about school itself or what was happening in school, who couldn't go to school. I remember dealing with a case, early on in my career, of a child who didn't want to leave home because there was a younger sibling, and they were jealous that the sibling was at home getting attention from the parent, and I literally had to deal with a child who was clinging to the lamppost between home and school, and it's a very memorable situation, a lovely caring family, but the child just didn't want to attend school, so we set up a program whereby the child who was clinging to the lamppost was supported when she came into school and was giving lots of attention and so on, and eventually we weaned her off. She went into school with a huge amount of support and rewards, and then that everything was okay. And I've been to visit families where children were under the bed covers and wouldn't get out of bed, and I've done home visits, and also children who were going to school, who weren't going to school because they were going to the supermarket with their parents, and I've had to many times go to the magistrate's court along with education welfare officers and social workers and make a plea for children even to go off to a weekly boarding school. I mean, there are all sorts of reasons, but I think because of what I said, I think there should be some kind of Ofsted mechanism to assess the quality, to look at the reasons why children are being homeschooled, and to check the quality. It relates very much to your last discussion about safeguarding of children. It's a huge gap, I think, and Dr. Chalk referred to this, didn't he, when he said there needs to be some form of regulation.
Indeed, certainly there needs to be more than happens at the moment. Scott in West Hampstead, I'm going to have to end it there only because of time. Please do call in again. Exactly the point you're making about safeguarding, because it can't just be that you can write a letter to the local authority and that's it and no one checks up on you. Absolutely agree with you there, Scott. And we're going to come back to your calls on this after the news. We're also going to be speaking to a guest about these mysterious drone sightings over New Jersey in the US. Do stay tuned in for that. The time is 8:31. Time for the news headlines with Tim Daly.
The UK's Foreign Secretary says the government's been speaking to rebel forces who've toppled the Assad dictatorship in Syria. David Lammy says HTS remains a proscribed terrorist organisation, but direct contact is still possible. The leading official in the French territory of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean is suggesting a cyclone may have killed 1,000 people. The storm, named Chido, struck the area earlier today, and it's being reported the victims of a shooting in northwest London had been attending a wake when they were injured. A woman in her 40s was killed and 2 men in their 30s were also hurt in Brent. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and also windy overnight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland as well, and a low of 8 degrees.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
Have you had your breakfast yet? Yes. I just wondered if you'll get a yes or no from you on something.
Straight to the point.
Please don't dance around this question.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
What's the confusion here? It's a yes or no, sir.
Listen on your radio and global player. LBC.
Oi! Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips? Your best bet is to head to BetVictor. Why's that? They've got more features than you can shake a stick at. They've got cash out, they've got in-play football, racing, tennis, all your favourite sports. They've got the best odds guaranteed on racing, and then there's the bet builder. And of course, you've got the lucky dip. blimey, dip. I've got to go, fella. It's nacho night at Casa Redknapp. And holy moly, I forgot the guacamole.
Various federal agencies demanding to know who is flying the drones, why are the drones there, are they actually drones? And then even some people have raised the question, why can't you shoot them down?
That was my next question, stolen out of my mouth. Why can't they just be shot down?
Well, I mean, for one thing, it's turned out that some of the alleged drones were actually manned aircraft. In other words, helicopters or other, small private aircraft. So, of course, one would have to be very careful about deciding to shoot something down in the air unless you know exactly what it is you're shooting down. The other thing is that it's not illegal in the United States to fly drones even at night. Now, you do need to have a permit, and there are rules of flying it at night. You have to have navigation lights on, similar to what an airplane would have on, to be easily, seen. But short of that, there is no law in the U.S. at the moment that prohibits somebody, and some people may be surprised about this, somebody as young as 16 years of age to buy and operate as many drones as they wish. They have to get a license from the FAA, but it's not very hard to get. And so at the end of the day, this could be some nefarious teenager.
Well, I was thinking that actually perhaps this is someone just enjoying a bit of international attention being spoken about around the world. Is there any suggestion that this could be extraterrestrial, Charles?
Yes. Yeah, some people have. And actually, there's a parallel to you mentioned UFOs, of course. And, in the past few decades, it's not uncommon when you have an initial report, right, of somebody claiming they've seen some alien spaceship. Then before you know it, you have reports all over the place, and it's kind of in a mass hysteria. And there may be a little bit of that here, too. It's not clear whether people are actually seeing dozens upon dozens of flying drones. It may be that the people are seeing the same 6 or 7 or whatever, and they see them at different times, and before you know it, one person's story gets a little bit more embroidered, and then the next person's story is a little bit bigger, and before you know it, 6 drones become 12 drones, and 12 drones become 50 drones, and at the end of the day, soon somebody's going to say, I saw 1,000 drones flying over the Statue of Liberty.
Well, I for one hope it's alien life. I think what the world needs now is a good UFO story to bring us together.
I'm with you.
Thank you so much, Charles Feldman. Hopefully come back with more updates on that soon. Presenter for KNX News in LA. We're going to go back to our story of the hour, which is about homeschooling. Because the numbers have gone up by an extreme amount, really. 21% in a year in England. Now 111,000 children in England are being homeschooled. What do you think about this? Do you think it's a positive thing? This is a marker of parents getting involved with their kids and doing a great job. Hats off to you. Anyone who is doing it, please do call in. Or do you think this is a worrying trend as it's showing that more and more children are disengaged with the school system? They're not being served properly. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Robbie is in Hendon. Hi, Robbie.
Hi, Claire. Thanks for having me on. I think parents, they've come to their last straw when they actually have to homeschool their child, and they've been let down by the education system so badly that they feel like the next best thing is for them to try and educate them themselves. But I'm sure in many instances they're not qualified enough, and as most people know, their children, they're not great from taking instructions from parents, and they're much better learning from teachers or friends or anyone else. So I think what Reverend John said, I couldn't agree with more with everything he said. I think the education system is in such a dire situation that more and more people are having to homeschool, and without the checks, without anything of any substance to make sure that these parents are qualified. I think it's another big mistake that needs to kind of be taken care of.
I suppose the argument
against,
I do agree. I find everything that Reverend Chalk said very compelling. I suppose the argument against it is, look, we haven't changed, you know, the wiring of most people hasn't changed. I accept that for some people who are neurodiverse, it has, and perhaps there are more neurodiverse people than before. But for a lot of kids whose fire isn't lit by academic learning, you might argue, well, it's always been this. It's always been this way, and they just learned that they had to go in and go to school, and they didn't come to any harm, and they got an education, and now we can't cater to all needs. Some people might be listening and thinking, look, the school system can't be a buffet for everyone who's all different, but people just need to learn. Their kids need to go to school for this 14-year stretch, and that's that.
I think the big problem is that if your child isn't a mainstream student and he doesn't fit exactly in the box, so he might have a personality, he might have a, if they can't fit in that box, they want to prescribe Ritalin, they want to, they're going to get in trouble, they're going to have detentions, they could be dyslexic, and the schools are so behind the times of most countries of how to teach dyslexic children. It's not about, going back to Victorian ways and lining up your desk and putting your hands up and, you've got to follow the rules, and if you can't, the world's moved on in so many ways, yet our education system is stuck in Victorian times, and it's horrific. I wish more people would be making a bigger noise and doing more about it.
Do you have children currently in school?
No, they've grown up and they've been through the process, but it was, some have done very well with degrees in universities, and some are not so academic, but actually entrepreneurial and doing brilliantly well, and they're all just as intelligent as each other, but, their schooling and the way that they were being educated didn't work.
And it's interesting what the Reverend was saying, wasn't it, about we have a system which says to lots of people for 14 years, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good enough. And then they rubber stamp that at the end with an exam which they fail. And when you put it like that, you think, if you have a child that doesn't fit the mould, of course you might think, this is such a precious time of life. Am I going to send them in to be miserable every day if I can possibly...
Exactly. I mean, I personally, I was dyslexic. And they really didn't have, I'm 53 now, they really didn't know how to even identify it. So, I was just left behind the class, struggling the whole time to keep up with it. And I was meant to feel terrible in school. Thankfully, I've done very well for myself, and, I've found ways, and especially now with Google and Siri and all sorts of, Grammarly and all sorts of tools to help you, with spelling and stuff.
Why should everyone run the academic gauntlet? Thank you, Robbie. I just want to get a few more calls in. Peter's in Weybridge. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. What's your view on homeschooling?
Well, we've got a 12-year-old, Charlie, and he's into week 4 of homeschooling.
How's it going?
And it's all going really, really well.
Oh, fantastic.
So he's got a home tutor for 2 hours a day, 2 to 4 hours a day. I take him swimming. In his time he's not learning, he comes to work with me. I'm a swimming pool engineer, so he's learning stuff every day. We cook. He's way happier, and I can't find any downside, to be honest.
Oh, what a
lovely
father you are. Goodness. And how you, what drove you to this, if I can ask? You don't need to say, obviously, because it's personal, it's your kid. Okay. I wonder what drove you to this?
Charlie's fine. He did really, really well in his first school, but obviously the jump over to secondary is a big jump. 2,000 kids in a school, and he was, a small fish in a very big pond. We think he was too young to go across, and there was disruption in the classroom, throwing chairs around, teachers not telling kids off who were unruly, just general, he was wasting his time. That was our view. And they had 90-minute lessons. These the new things, they don't want people in the corridors, so they do 90-minute lessons. And it was just destroying him. And we watched his personality withering as the weeks went on. He did a year at the school. And I'm not knocking the school, okay? It's got everything you need to learn. But they're just dealing with so many kids. And they just can't give that attention to people that they need. And I've got to put my son first, and I'm paying for home tutoring, and he's got all his friends, because of the wonders of the internet, they do everything online now, so he still in his free time plays games online with the friends he had at school, and from the last school that he doesn't see anymore, he's still friends with them. So
Well, that was going to be my question, Pete. Do you have any concerns that he's going to miss out on the social aspect?
None at all. He goes to the youth club. When he comes to work with me, he speaks to my customers all day. When he's not doing schooling, there's no issue at all. And let's face it, when they leave school, they're going to that big world on their own. You know, sometimes that could be a lonely place as well. So we're preparing him for every eventuality. And
do you know what, Pete? I take my hat off to you, and I've got to say, I don't think you're ever going to regret it. I don't think on your deathbed you'll be thinking, I wish I hadn't done that. I think you'll think that weren't those amazing years we had together. Well done. Thank you for that. Thank you for calling in. Going to come back to your calls on this after the break. The time is 8:46.
Coming up at 9 on LBC, the Consumer Hour, leading Britain's conversation. Next on LBC.
For local trips, he made a number of interesting points, actually, and it was refreshing, actually, to hear someone provide an alternative narrative without using over-exaggerated words, like, I think one of your previous callers used the terms horrific and Victorian to describe schools, and I really don't think that does the discussion much justice, if I'm honest with you. Of course, there's always going to be that argument, isn't there, Claire, that it's different horses for various different courses, as they say, or different courses and horses, I think is the famous adage. But I suppose my argument to that would be that that's what school is all about. It is about providing an alternative provision for a student and treating them as an individual. And it's quite upsetting, actually, as an individual, speaking personally. I work in a school myself, and I see day in, day out the amazing work that colleagues do, and various others, I'm sure, listening would be able to resonate with what I'm saying. But it is, in many instances, a tireless job, and you do it because you love it. So I think it's important to provide some balance here, and certainly quash any particular rumours such as schools being Victorian and horrific. That they're certainly not, and in fact, I would invite your previous caller to potentially go to one of his schools in the local vicinities next open evenings to just see how modern they are. I think you even mentioned earlier on that, of course, one of the difficulties that a lot of young people being educated at home will have is that they won't necessarily have access to a science lab or a theatre to be able to practice their performing arts skills. So I know for some people it definitely would work, because if we're going to treat people like individuals, there are certainly going to be some cases where perhaps for younger people it is probably easier to learn from home and be home educated for whatever reason. But I think for the vast majority of people, I would possibly even go as far as, you would expect me to do that, I know, but I would go as far as saying that education is there for everybody. And when you go into a school, you often, particularly in the secondary sector, I know a lot of people say that that's when you don't particularly get treated as an individual, but I would argue and say you do, because you get your own form tutor, and the students will see their form tutor in the morning, and often that form tutor plays a really vital role when it comes to, going back to the last hour of discussion, safeguarding. So I just think it's really important to add that side of the argument, Claire, and I don't want to go on too much, but I suppose I would just add the fact that every teacher, regardless of whether they're in primary or secondary school, are trained specialists, and in secondary education they do tend to be subject specialists with degrees in the topics, the subjects that they're teaching. So I just think it's important to add that so that people listening also get the other side. It's not that I disagree with anything you said, and actually the majority of callers that you've had on, it's been really fascinating and really interesting listening to a non-hyperbolic discussion, which sadly sometimes with discussions like this on the radio it can often go that way. So it's just to sort of add my 2 pence, but thank you for conducting such an interesting and balanced conversation, Claire.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you very much. A very valuable 2 pence you put in there. And I think, look, Billy makes the point this needs to be balanced, because, of course, there is a limit, isn't there, to how individualised an education can be if you have 30 or 60 or 90 kids in a year. But I do know that schools often try very, very hard to identify children's strengths and to give a rounded experience for all in schools. Certainly, I mean, my children are still very little, but certainly in their brilliant school that they go to, the local primary, they make great efforts to do lots of lovely extracurricular things and so on, and there's a real community feel. So no, it's not right to say it's some Victorian and rigid system. But it's interesting, maybe people's expectations of education and what it should provide for their children has changed quite dramatically, certainly in the last 5 years or so. Aisha is a first-time caller. Welcome, Aisha, from Twyford. What do you think about homeschooling?
Hi Claire, thanks for having me on. So it's actually really interesting what Billy was saying, because I think we do have to appreciate how hard teachers do work and how much time and how much effort schools do try to put in. But my son is still very, very little. I'm still considering this, but I'm actually a homeschooling tutor, and I also work virtually for a school for vulnerable children. And I'm really interested to see in the next few years whether a hybrid system is going to come into place, a little bit like what's happening in workplaces following COVID, where it's like a part-time working from home, but also going into school for certain subjects.
Yes.
Because it's a really challenging situation. I mean, I teach children who do have special needs and additional needs, and I also teach children who don't, and some are absolutely thriving in mainstream school, and for some it's just not the right environment. So I think it's important to really look at like students as individuals, as he was saying, because some children do love school and they do love learning in that mainstream way.
I think the hybrid idea is very interesting, quite compelling to me, actually, as a parent. I suppose the question is whether it would be an administrative nightmare, you know, if it was like, oh, this guy comes in for 2 hours of chemistry, but that guy doesn't, and how would it be possible? And, you know, looking at it from the teacher's perspective, they might be thinking, crikey, you're expected to educate some people 100% of the time, some 80% of the time. So it's a bit of a pick and mix. Maybe it's hard to stack that up when it comes to the public sector, but I do. And would you think of that for your children, the hybrid model?
I mean, I would definitely consider it at the moment. I mean, my little one, he's going to be 3 in January, and he is in private nursery. But, you know, with all, like, my job is literally speaking to children and speaking to parents who are stressed out of their minds when it comes to school, and all I hear are negative things. And it's the same with the school that I work in. The children, you know, they're on antidepressants, they're on medication for anxiety, and it's because of the fact that they were excluded from mainstream school because of the childhoods that they've had, or, you know, the challenges that they've had growing up. And there are no places for children like those except for these specialist systems. And it is really, really sad to see. I mean, I have children who can literally take a car apart and put it back together, and their mind is just amazing, but they can't sit down at a desk. And it doesn't mean that they're not going to be successful. It just means that their mind works in a different way. And I think at the moment schools aren't catering to them.
And how damaging to be told at a young age that you don't fit, and
absolutely.
You can't sit still, so you're a failure. Indeed, thank you so much, Aisha. Please do call in again. Josh, another first-time caller from Bath. Hi, Josh. What do you think about this?
Hi, Claire. How you doing?
Very well, thanks. Learning a lot this evening. What are your views on homeschooling?
I feel like quite a lot of people have said the same kind of thing as I'm about to say, but I feel like, I mean, I'm only 24 and don't have kids. No plans to have any kids anytime soon, but if I did, I think I would probably be tempted to homeschool them. I think quite a highlight in my life was when I got my GCSE grades and basically just feeling like I was completely useless.
So it wasn't a highlight, is that sarcastic? I'm confused.
Yeah, sorry, not a highlight, something I remember.
Right, right.
Not so much a highlight, a low light, but, you know, it sticks in my brain. You know, but now I've got a first-class university degree because I went and did a course that is very much tailored to how I learn, and I work in an industry that I love and would never look back, you know. So and I know a lot of people who are kind of using alternative education rather than homeschooling. You know, they're kind of a collective of parents teaching their kids together in a home setting and hiring in practitioners from different areas of expertise to teach their kids.
That's very interesting, and I reckon we're going to see more and more of that in the years to come.
Yeah, I think, you know, my partner...
The anxiety is a big thing, isn't it? I mean, Josh, you didn't mention how you felt about going to school, but there's a huge number of children who are very anxious for whatever reason about going to school.
Yeah, 100%, you know.
So it's probably going to snowball, isn't it? You know, the more this becomes a socially acceptable, not only that, a practical, realistic thing to do you think, actually, I'm not just going to sit here at my kitchen table and teach them about from the Romans to the present day and everything in between, everything on the curriculum. I can team up with 5 other people. There'll be an app or something, won't there? There'll be some website connecting parents, and I see this happening in greater numbers.
Yeah, and I personally think that's a really good thing. I think that, you know, if you can teach kids and let them lead the education, then they're going to be so much more engaged with it. They're going to take it on so much more. You know, the kids in school that weren't taking on anything were the ones who just were bored. I think if you've got bored kids, they're not going to listen. But if you've got kids that are learning things that they want to learn, you know, you're going to keep them engaged and they're just going to take on so much more.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much, Josh. Please do call again. A couple of your texts coming here. Somebody who hasn't left a name says, my daughter hasn't been to school for a while. She has extreme anxiety, possibly ADHD. We've been waiting for ages for a full diagnosis. The schools don't have the resources to provide for her needs. She wants to learn, and as we wait, they won't send any work home or allow her to online study. The system is broken. We're heartbroken for her.
Should export sticker label with all the information, which they didn't do. I've contacted them and they said it's going to be returned to sender, but there's no sender address on it. Right. What do I do?
So there was no return to sender label on the goods?
No.
Was that the only issue, just the return to sender label? Was there any other issue?
No, just there's
no
export.
No custom label.
Yeah,
right, so no custom label and no return to sender label, both of which I normally would put on. Are we talking about, I don't normally do this, but are we talking about a parcel that's gone to the post office or from another courier?
Yes, the post office.
Okay. So it's very unusual, very strange for the post office not to put either of those two things on. And of course, they failed you in failing to do that. And if we just add some law to it, the Consumer Rights Act, it says if you provide a service, such as posting something for you, you must do so with reasonable care and skill. And of course, if you forget to put the custom label on and return to sender label, you are breaching that. It's actually normally down to you as the sender to put the return to sender label on, but normally the post office will check it's there. So it's probably a failure as well. Karen, what I would do is always a little bit different with the post office, but what you need to do is go onto their website. There are sections on there about how to complain and fill out their complaint form initially and explain the situation. Now, hopefully, they will give you... so these goods, they've not come back to you because there's no return to sender. They've gone missing.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the address of the post office that it was posted from.
Right. So do we know if it's gone back there or not, or you don't know?
Well, not yet. I think it was Thursday it got rejected.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you need to really ascertain if it arrives back there to know how much you're claiming. There are limits with the post office, how much they'll accept, which is why I'll just put this little tip in when you send something via the post office, and if it's worth more than, I can't remember the number now, it might be £1,000, but it's always worth getting the additional insurance to cover you. But fill out the form, make a complaint, see what they say. There are various escalations with post office complaints. If they say no, you can go to another level. If they say no, there's an ADR scheme, an alternative dispute resolution scheme that you can go through.
That when they took over to 2019, we were already in arrears £900. And now from last year, September last year to this year, it's minus 1,800, and altogether it's 2,700. But this is a prepaid meter, so how is it possible? We raised this issue, and they told us that we must prove that we didn't use this electricity for over £3,000. But we kept on saying to the company, to the provider, but it's not possible, because if we are in arrears, let's say £10, next time you top up and you bring the key, put it in, it takes away £10. Yeah. So they can't. They told us to prove that we didn't use it, but we said, you prove that we used that much money on our electricity, and they just take it like differently, and they tell us, no, you prove it, you didn't use it. So we are stuck. We don't know what to do.
You know what, we tell people on this show that please don't tell... you didn't do this, I'm just saying this for a reason, but we always tell people on this show, please don't tell us who you're complaining about, because they are not here to defend themselves. But sometimes I just wish you were able to tell me, and this is one of those times, because this is just crazy. With a prepaid meter, it's just crazy, it's ludicrous. Look, it's a very simple answer to this. Go back to them and say, please confirm that your final position to me is that I owe you this money, and please confirm as well that you're not willing to prove to me that I owe this money, and you require me to prove it to you and put it in a deadlock letter. That's what you want to ask them. Now, you will get it, and a deadlock letter, by the way, is a letter that sets out someone's final position. As soon as you get that letter, within the letter, it will tell you how to go to the Energy Ombudsman. Go to the Energy Ombudsman, tell your energy provider that's what you're doing, and tell them that you're going to complain about this, and you're going to ask them to award you compensation for the delay in you being able to move providers, because you won't be able to move providers until this is resolved. The first thing I think that will probably happen, they'll probably come back and say, oh, you don't owe the money. Sorry, we made a mistake. They make mistakes all the time, energy providers. And when you use that magic ombudsman word, energy ombudsman, they don't like it. It costs them money, it doesn't look good on them. But if they don't do that, and I think they will, but if they don't, let the ombudsman look at this, because I'm pretty sure from what you're telling me, they will come back and say to the energy provider, well, actually, you've got to prove it. They've got a prepaid meter. How could they prove it? You'll have to prove it. And if you can't, you'll have to wipe this off. And they'll also look to see, when is it they say this energy was consumed? When did you rack up this bill? And that's because they can't do what we call back bill more than 12 months. And it sounds like they've tried to back bill when they can't. Look, let me just give you this, and hopefully as some comfort. I hear so many complaints about energy providers where it transpires they just got it wrong. They got the admin wrong. They got mixed up with another customer, or the machine got it wrong. Computer said no when it should have said yes. It should all okay. So don't worry. From what you're telling me, I think you'll find that's what's going to happen. If it doesn't happen and you get nowhere, but I think you will, please come back and let me know. Give me another call. More of your calls and texts coming up next on the LBC Consumer Hour. And I will finally tell you about the set of circumstances that could render your car insurance void. You're listening to Dean Dunham. The time is 9:33, and here's your news headlines with Tim Daly.
Christians in Syria have been attending church services in what's being seen as a test of assurances from the Islamist group which toppled the Assad dictatorship. At the same time, the UK's Foreign Secretary says the government has been speaking to the HTS group. The UK is setting up a new unit to tackle the rising number of channel crossings by migrants. It will coordinate the work already being done across the Home and Foreign Offices. And 2 men have been arrested on the suspicion of murder following the death of a 40-year-old woman in Northern Ireland. Karen Cummings was found with a serious head injury in Banbridge in County Down on Saturday evening. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and windy overnight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and also western Scotland. A low of around 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Nanny.
Happy New Year!
From the first mobile phone call to the first text message, here's to 40 years of Christmas on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/network.
You're caught in a blizzard of gift tags, hovering like weightless snowflakes, skew with sheets of shiny paper pirouette in ultra-slow motion. A flurry of tinsel and ribbons swarm you, suspended in time. Blissfully unbothered, you wonder, how do Baxters get their Cullen skinks so smooth, smoky and creamy? Why? Because when your Baxter soup is hot, even wrapping presents stops for lunch.
I'm a Christmas fairy, and if there's one thing I know about, it's giving presents. So, how about an M&S shortbread biscuit tin that's shaped like a tree and projects a little Merry Christmas onto the table? Or the Happy Christmas chocolate box with festive-shaped chocolates, truffles and caramels. Or the Quattro chocolate panettone. That means 4 types of chocolate, by the way. Made with honey in the dough. Can't go wrong. These are not just gifts. These are M&S Christmas gifts. Selected stores.
The Consumer Hour with Dean Dunham on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I'm answering your legal questions. If you have a legal issue and you need some help, give me a call now. 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp exactly the same number. You can text 84850, or you can send your question via Alexa saying send a comment to LBC, of course, followed by question. Okay, let's get to this insurance thing, which so many people seem to want to know. Quite rightly, by the way, because many people drive. This is an issue which could void your insurance. So let me tell you a quick story. A motorist has had his insurance cover void. What happened was, during the last huge storm, he drove his car and got into an accident. The tree came down, he drove into the tree. Thought it'd be straightforward, made a claim for the damage to the car, and the insurance provider came back and said, well, we're not going to cover you because it was irresponsible for you to be driving in unsafe conditions. Therefore, we are not covering your claim. Insurance is void. Now, this is, as I understand it, still being disputed. Probably is going to go to the Ombudsman, I imagine. It'll be the Financial Ombudsman. Not sure what they're going to say, but I'm going to watch it very carefully. But let me just say this. Sometimes we do hear on the news and online where we're told, do not travel, all but essential travel. It's going to be dangerous and so forth. Now, if you ignore that, and of course we would have heard those words during the last two storms. During Storm, I think it was Dara, and the last one I think was Storm Bert. I think there's more coming. So we would have heard these kind of warnings. If you have that kind of warning, you can see the argument to say, well, perhaps it would be irresponsible for you to drive in those conditions. It would be unsafe unless you absolutely had to. And of course, these are all buzzwords that insurance providers love. That if you do something which you really shouldn't have done. And if you look closely, again, make sure it's in writing, because we call this unjust enrichment, which is what it says on the tin. You've had something when you shouldn't have had it, and now you've been enriched here by £3,000. So the platform that you're describing, is their money. They're entitled to it back. So at the moment, put it aside and don't touch it. Keep going to them and telling them. But there does reach a point, if they absolutely fail to come back to you after you kept telling them, where actually it becomes justified and reasonable for you to think, well, actually, they don't want it back, I'm going to spend it. But it's not now. And the law doesn't really describe when that point is. So I would be careful. I would wait for a period of time, perhaps quite a long period of time before you do anything, because you would have thought that when they do their reconciliations, which they must do, that they will recognise the issue. Simon, good on you for asking the question and just not spending the money, because often when I get this question, and it's not a very common question, but when I've had it in the past, often the question is, I had this much money, I wasn't supposed to get it, and I've spent it. What do I do now? So don't do that. Hold on to it for now. But there's two principles, as I say. Principle one is they are entitled to it back. Principle number two is there will reach a point where it becomes reasonable for you to say, well, I thought you didn't want it back. I asked and asked and asked. I sent you email after email. You didn't come back. X months went by. I'm talking perhaps 4, 5, 6 months plus, and therefore I spent it. I think that's probably where you want to be before you dip your hand into the £3,000 hill that you've now got in your account. Thanks, Simon. More of your calls and texts coming up next here on the LBC Consumer Hour. You're listening to Dean Dunham, and the time is 9:46.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Nick Abbott.
It's one of our biggest trading partners, yet we are told we're being spied on by China. Is that just the price of doing business?
Nick Abbott on LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2023 and 2024, we provided £8.8 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Oi! Calling all young creatives. Kickstart your career in media. Apply now and join us in years 10 or 12 at Global Academy. globalacademy.com.
'Tis the season for feasts to astound. With Lidl's turkeys, you'll satisfy all round. We won't be beaten on price with fresh British whole turkeys from just $2.95 per kilogram. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. On sale from 19th and price match in most major UK supermarkets until the 24th. Lidl.co.uk/spend less while stocks last. Exclusions apply.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the kitchen
Guests were happily sipping the drinks that I'd mixed them. With a selection of tonics from Fever Tree, everyone was given their favourite G&T. It is, after all, the best time of the year that deserves special drinks, not just wine or beer. So this holiday season, mix with the best with Fever Tree tonics for you and your guests. Please enjoy responsibly.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC, The Consumer Hour, with Dean Dunham.
So a few people telling me they've had that same insurance issue following one of the storms, i.e. insurance providers saying, nope, shouldn't have driven, we're not covering you. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, actually. I'm going to watch this very closely. I'm not sure insurance providers should be doing this. I mean, I just spoke a moment ago about key terms being prominent. I think if an insurance provider wants to say, we're not covering you if you drive in a storm, they should tell you that before you take out the policy. I think that's probably how this is going to end up, but let's see. And don't be surprised if we start seeing amendments to policies in big, bold letters saying, if you drive in extreme weather, we may not cover you. I don't think they say that at the moment, or if they do, I'm pretty sure they don't make it that prominent. Let's go back to your calls. Andy, good evening.
Hiya, Dean. I'll keep it as brief as I can. So I use an online subscription-based content platform, without naming it. And I subscribed to a particular content creator on there, and after subscribing, realised the content was not what was advertised. I then went through the complaints procedure and basically got stonewalled by the company saying that all purchases are final, no refunds are offered. I then went to my card provider and successfully got a chargeback on my debit card, so I've got my money back. However, they have restricted my account until basically saying that I can't use my account until I repay the amount that I've got from the chargeback. And they're citing their terms and conditions, which say that any chargebacks initiated in bad faith will result in your account being suspended. However, it wasn't done in bad faith. I went through the complaints procedure. You know, what was advertised was not what I got. I successfully went through the chargeback as a last resort. It wasn't something that I went sort of in bad faith. And I've sort of said to them, you know,
could back and let me know, because I'll be interested to know where this goes. Hopefully you get what you want. I think if you shout loud enough, I think you will. Ahmed, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Dean. Thank you for taking my call. Basically, my question is about a parking ticket I received. I'm a staff member at a hospital and a disabled badge holder, and I displayed my permit and badge as usual. But I was issued a PCN I actually didn't know about, because for some reason it wasn't on my car when I returned to my car. And first I knew of it was when I received it, a letter from a retrieval company saying that I owed PCN plus their admin fee. I tried to explain to them that there was no PCN on the car and could they please provide some extra information around it, which they sent the evidence showing that one was issued and was on the car at the time. But I asked for the exact reason as to why it was issued, because I'd parked there and displayed a permit and my badge as per normal. And they just kept kind of giving me the same answer over and over again, saying that, no, it's been issued correctly, you need to go to the client. When I went to the client and the issuing authority, I said to them the same thing, and they said, oh, we can't help you because it's gone to escalation, so go to the escalation. Every time I go to the escalation, they say to me, our client is pursuing payment, and they've instructed us to continue. So I'm kind of not being able to go anywhere. The escalation company did ask me to provide a copy of my permit, a close-up. Now, the convoluted issue becomes that when the permit was originally issued, the expiry date was put down as the issuing month. So it was issued in October 2023. And it says expiry to October 2023, but the client had originally told me that that wasn't an issue and that's how everyone's permits were and they were being accepted. And I had parked there for over a year without any issues. I've sent a letter to the escalation company showing them that the letter was issued on the 12th of September for a permit beginning in October. but they haven't accepted that evidence and said that I'm still in a position where I have to pay and I have no choice. I was just wondering where I go from here, because the escalation company and the issuing company are just asking me to go to each other, and I'm not making any headway.
Now, Ahmed, the last time I had this question, where it was from a hospital staff member that received a parking ticket, we were inundated with text messages and emails into the studio immediately from many, many people, other staff members from hospitals, saying your caller does not have to pay that ticket. All they have to do is go in, I'm sure it was going to the admin office or some office in the hospital. We're no doubt going to get loads more messages this evening with this as well. And tell them the story and it will be waived. They will deal with it. I remember it clearly. It was earlier this year and we were inundated with messages. And I know that when that advice was dispensed, the caller did indeed have that ticket waived. Of course, this whole topic of parking tickets at hospitals, we could do a couple of hours on this, especially when it's to do with staff members. You should not have to pay anyway. It really is ridiculous. But when you get a parking ticket, especially when it wasn't genuine, of course you shouldn't have to pay. And as I say, I've used this advice a few times, and every time I've done it, I've been told, yes, the hospital sorted it out. So I think your first port of call is go into wherever the admin, someone at this hospital, explain the situation. They ought to be looking after you and deal with it. Let's put that aside a moment. Let's assume that you were not hospital staff for a moment, because hopefully that one fact is going to get this sorted. The problem you've got is the escalation bit, that it's gone too far. That could cause you an issue. My advice is, if the hospital will not help you, it may be worth paying this so you don't get some bad credit rating, but then carry on arguing it. Say I'm paying under protest, because ultimately you ought to get the money back, and maybe go to the client, the issuer as well, and explain that situation, because they messed up, they got it wrong. Ahmed, we're out of time, so I can't go any further with it, but if the hospital route doesn't work, please do call me back next week. We'll look at another step. Thank you very much for your calls, texts and tweets this evening. That's it from me, consumer lawyer Dean Dunham. A quick reminder that the advice offered in this hour is for guidance only. You should always seek your own independent legal opinion. I'll be back next Sunday, 9 p.m. with another LBC Consumer Hour, and I'll be back next Saturday morning, 4 till 7 a.m. as well. In the meantime, if you've missed any of tonight's show, you can catch up on Global Player, the LBC app, where you can also pause and rewind live radio and listen to a range of podcasts. Download it for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 1, it's Richard Spur, but next here on LBC, it's Nick Abbott.
Thank you, Dean. A packed programme tonight. We'll talk about water bills, why they're going up and what the companies will do with the money. Deportation of migrants is up under this new Labour government, but the numbers are still small. So is this just another Tory-like performance about the boats? Ex-Labour Minister David Blunkett said that you should lose your benefits if you do not engage. But is there a large number of people who don't? We'll check in with our US correspondent and look to the skies to try to figure out what all these odd drones are. But first, are we being spied on by China? And are some people at the top of society enabling them doing that?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Christians in Syria have been attending Sunday church services in what's being seen as a test of assurances from the Islamist group which toppled the Assad dictatorship. At the same time, the UK's Foreign Secretary says the government's been speaking to the HTS group, even though it remains a proscribed terrorist organisation. David Lammy's also announced a £50 million package of UK aid for Syrians in the country and also around the region, but he says the government is watching the country's new authorities closely.
This was an organisation that came out of Al-Qaeda. We will judge them by their actions. I won't comment on future prescription, but of course we recognise that this is an important moment for Syria. There's huge hope on the streets in Syria.
The Israeli Prime Minister has declared his country has no interest in a conflict with Syria. Benjamin Netanyahu says the IDF's actions there during the last week, which included hundreds of airstrikes, were aimed at neutralizing potential threats. He's used a video message to warn Israel's policy towards its neighbor will follow the emerging reality on the ground. Police are calling for the driver of a stolen car involved in a hit-and-run near Birmingham to hand themselves in. A 2-year-old boy died and 4 adults were injured after a Porsche collided with a Toyota in Smethwick last night. Edinburgh Airport's reopened after an issue with its air traffic control systems forced it to close for several hours. Dozens of flights were affected, with some being diverted to Glasgow or Manchester. Andrea Race-Cove has been telling LBC she's supposed to be back in her native Slovakia this evening.
Just before we were supposed to leave Edinburgh and board, we were told that we need to wait because there's been a delay because of some sort of air traffic control issue, and one by one all the flights around us have been delayed.
Evening.
So what do we know about this Chinese interpreter?
No, we don't know a huge amount about him, apart from that he has been working for a long time with the Foreign Office, and apparently he's been alleged to have been involved in running a website associated with the Chinese United Front work.
Is that so surprising, though?
Now, I don't know about the specific case of this particular individual. Whether the Chinese United Front Work Department would be trying to cultivate contacts in the UK on a long-term basis and has successfully gained access, that is not surprising.
Is it surprising that the royal family is involved?
It's disappointing that the royal family get close to their people than we generally do. I mean, we are a liberal democracy, and we are much more relaxed about allowing people to be present. China is at the very least, a very, very hard authoritarian regime. Some people would call it nearly totalitarian. It's a different kind of system.
So what would China be interested in mostly? Is it commercial secrets, military, influencing a democratic process? What would their game be?
I think influencing democratic process is probably relatively low on the agenda for the Chinese government in terms of the UK. I think they do realize the British political system is a bit rather difficult to manipulate in terms of its electoral outcome. But all the others, whether we're talking about military secrets, economic trade secret, technology, access to people in the political world, and access to other influential figures who can shape opinions, they are all fair games. The Chinese government under Xi Jinping takes a view of comprehensive national strength. They do not see one element as the single most important security issue. They see everything as interlinked in terms of national security.
Yeah, and as far as commercial secrets are concerned, it did seem apparent that China used to be, certainly, infamous for stealing the West's technology, copyright tech, and then using that in order to, make their own versions of smartphones and so on. But it now appears that it has leapfrogged the West. They're making better phones than we are. They're making better electric cars than we are. So is it now the case that we are starting to steal their tech?
Well, I think it depends on which technology you're talking about. I am not entirely sure the Chinese are producing better smartphones than some of the smartphones which are not non-Chinese brands. I mean, they're mostly made in China anyway. Even your iPhones are mostly made in China. But I'm not sure the iPhones is
from the Tesla plants to the Chinese car plants. By diffusion, do you mean they took the ideas and the technology from Tesla and then used it as their own?
Well, over 97, 98% of the workforce for Tesla in the Shanghai mega factory are local Chinese staff. And many of those Chinese staff, having worked at the Tesla factories, would be recruited by Tesla's competitors, working for other Chinese EV manufacturers. And that's when a lot of the skills that they have learned at the Tesla factory gets to be diffused into Chinese EV sectors. One Chinese minister famously said that they wanted Tesla in China as a catfish to stir up all the sluggish fish of Chinese EV sector and make them globally competitive. That has happened.
Yeah.
They have also made Tesla a profitable company, which Tesla was not before they built the Shanghai mega factory.
Now, you talked about phones and how things that we use here are, to a large extent, made in China. I mean, practically everything electrical has either got a Chinese component or was actually put together in China. So can we make ourselves secure from Chinese interference and monitoring, or do we just have to accept that that will happen?
Well, at the moment, China, and that is something that we have to deal with. I think that is what Ursula von der Leyen was talking about. We shouldn't be looking at decoupling, but we should be looking at de-risking.
Oh, well, you mentioned Ursula von der Leyen. Are we in this country more susceptible to malevolent Chinese interference now that we're out of the EU and desperate for an economic boost?
The fact that we're out of the EU does make us a bit more vulnerable because we will be looking beyond the EU in terms of our economic links, which does give the Chinese a bit more of an opportunity. But if we were still in the EU, it doesn't mean that we would necessarily not be vulnerable. The EU as a whole is also suffering from a lot of the kind of Chinese infiltrations and influence operations that we are facing. They have similar problems in terms of the economic dependency on some critical goods from China, and the scale of the manufacturing base of China still poses a problem for the European Union.
And just finally, what do you make of the TikTok debate? I mean, is the social media site run by the Chinese, by extension by the Chinese government, TikTok, is it taking more information from its users than any other social media site?
Well, it would look like that it is. I think when we are dealing with the social media operations, there are two sides to it. There's the side of the company trying to get hold.
Prosecco now just $4.75 on Lidl Plus. Now that's a deal worth toasting. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. 18 plus, subject to availability. Excludes Scotland. Offer ends 1st of January. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
Roll up for an entrancing delight. A mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight. Uncannily, suckably, soothingly sumptuous. Mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel the menthol with Jakemans of Boston since 1907.
Serious about the right vitamins for you and your family? Trust Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company with 50 years experience and the only one to receive the Queen's Award for Innovation twice from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. For #1 verification, see Vitabiotics.com.
At TfL, we're making journeys safer for everyone. And that includes improving safety on London's roads. That's why we and London boroughs are continuing to lower more speed limits. Because 20 miles per hour roads have already reduced collisions resulting in deaths or serious injuries by 24%. That's how we're making journeys in London safer for everyone. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
So the UK Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has admitted that the government has what she calls a complex arrangement with China because of the need for economic cooperation against the backdrop of an exclusion of an alleged Chinese spy who apparently had links to Prince Andrew, the prince who keeps on giving. So do you think that we are, as this texter suggests, naive to think that China wouldn't be spying on us? He says, of course China is spying on us. It would be naive to think otherwise, just like the USA, Russia and European countries, amongst others, are spying on us. Just like we are spying on them. Believe but verify. 0345 6060 973. That's just the way of the modern world, isn't it? If you can get an edge on your competitor, then you're going to do it. Coventry, hello, John.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Nick.
Sorry about that.
So basically, it's...
And they're making the highest tech that is available to humankind. They've made themselves indispensable. And probably with foresight, they have gone down that road in order to make themselves eventually, I suppose, the world's biggest economy. And we can't do without them. They can do without us. I mean, it might impact their profitability, but they have the benefit of of profitability not being their number one priority. So that is a fearsome adversary, certainly. 0345 6060 973. More of your calls on this to come, but immediately after the break, the Environment Secretary Steve Reed has said that a complete reset of the water industry is needed in the face of poor service, to put it mildly, as bills are set to rise by 21%. Professor Christian Dunn is going to tell us his thoughts after the half-past news with Tim Daly.
Christians in Syria have been attending Sunday church services in what was seen as a test of assurances from the Islamist group which toppled the Assad dictatorship. At the same time, the UK's Foreign Secretary has announced a £50 million package of aid for Syrians in the country and also around the region. Police are calling for the driver of a stolen car involved in a hit-and-run near Birmingham to hand themselves in. A 2-year-old boy died after a Porsche collided with a Toyota in Smethwick. And Edinburgh's airport has reopened after an issue with its air traffic control systems forced it to close for several hours. Dozens of flights were affected. LBC weather, mild but cloudy and also windy overnight. Drizzle on western hills with rain in northern and western Scotland. A low of 8 degrees.
LBC.
This Christmas at Tesco, get 25% off F&F nightwear and slippers with your Tesco Club card, helping feed your Christmas spirit. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores exclude slipper socks, baby pyjamas and sleep suits. Ends 24th of December. Club card or app required.
Serious about the right vitamins for you and your family? Trust Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company with 50 years experience and the only one to receive the Queen's Award for Innovation twice from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. For #1 verification, see Vitabiotics.com.
Roll up for an entrancing delight, a mouth-marvelingly tastacular, wonderful sight, uncannily, suckably, soothingly sumptuous, mysteriously, mentally, tongue-twirlingly scrumptious. We see great flavour in your future. Marvel in the menthol with Jakemans of Boston since 1907.
What's that, Mr. Grinch? You have something to reveal. You are now in McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, this must be why you're so...
Reed has now said that widespread failure of regulation and governance was to blame for the bill rises, not going up quite as much as Thames wanted, perhaps, we don't know yet, but it's expected to average at its lowest 21% over the next 5 years. Let's talk about this with Professor Christian Dunn. Professor Dunn is an environmental commentator and scientist at Bangor University. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks for being here. While the Conservatives under Margaret Thatcher sold off all of our water, life's most essential element after air, to be run as a series of monopolies, and the monopolies were given debt-free. What happened?
Well, this is the issue, isn't it? They were run as businesses, and they did what every business wants to do, which is to make money, and they did that any way that they wanted to. And arguably, they forgot about ensuring that they were delivering the service which we all wanted as a society. And that is clean water coming out of our taps, and, not to defend them or anything, but, I'm not here to bash them as well, just here to be a neutral voice in this. but they do deliver good, clean water coming out of our taps in general. I mean, when it's not, then it is, it's national news when they mess that up. However, there is the other side of their service, and that is making sure our wastewater is clean. And they have admitted themselves that they have failed as a water industry at this. And I think it is absolutely the right thing to say that the water industry at the present time is not fit for service. It's not what society wants, and it is most certainly not what the environment needs.
I mean, that word failure is thrown around a lot. They have failed. They actually haven't failed. They've been incredibly successful in their primary function, which is to make as much money as possible for themselves.
Indeed. And that is... We have to accept, as a society, as a country, that we need to pay for our water, clean water, and to make sure that it's treated in the right way as well. And arguably, it's been relatively cheap over the past few years, and perhaps we need to pay more for that, perhaps. But as a society, as a country, we need to have a nuanced and sensible and look at pros and cons of both sides of the story here, whether or how we want to pay for our water and who we want to pay. Do we want to accept that a company is going to make some profit from it because it's a company, or do we want that just to be done by the government? That does have problems, because then if it is run by the government, then it is a government department, and it potentially, that department could be vying for funds from other government departments, like defence, like education, and like health as well. That's not necessarily the case, but it could be the case. And so as a society, we need to have that discussion about how we want to pay, or who we want to pay, to deliver our water in the future.
Isn't part of the problem the way in which they have rewarded themselves? They haven't taken a percentage of profits. They've loaded the assets that they were given debt-free, and on the basis of the money that they borrowed, they have awarded themselves, I think, £85 billion since privatisation, and loaded their companies with almost that exact number. So it's not profits, it's borrowing against the future of the company without investing in that company.
Exactly. And I mean, the Panorama, BBC Panorama, I think showed really, very recently that there was some very clever accountancy going on with these water companies, or some of these water companies, to make sure that they were getting the bonuses or the profits profits in inverted commas that they wanted to see. My argument, though, as a natural scientist looking at this issue, is the fact that we cannot keep pumping money at this problem in the same way that we're doing now. Whether that's going in some way to bonuses or whatever, we cannot keep doing this, because the problem is not going to go away if we use traditional plumbing to try and get ourselves out of this, i.e. more pipes, even if they're better pipes, more concrete and chemical treatment works, even if they're better concrete and chemical treatment works. Because this problem, and again, not to defend the water companies here at all, but this problem of our wastewater going into rivers, our pollution in our rivers, is more than just the water company's fault. It is societal failure over many decades across many sectors of society. It's because we have not planned and built our developments correctly in a way which can manage water. We've not used our land, whether that's agricultural or whether it's just general land use. We've not used that in a way which can help this problem. We've destroyed landscapes, ecosystems, which could help us with this. I'm thinking about wetlands, marshes and fens. These areas can act as sponges, soaking up excess water, stopping flooding, but also cleaning and treating our water in a natural way. The way that we've run this country is not conducive, and has not been conducive, to helping us with the water management of our country. That is not, though, to let the water companies off the hook whatsoever. They must do better.
Yeah, I mean, the $85 billion that they've rewarded themselves for excellence in being them, that surely could have gone some way to solving all of the problems that you've just outlined.
Without a doubt. I mean, when it comes to accountancy, and as you say, where this money was coming from, whether it's actually legitimate cash which these companies hold, that is for someone that is an accountant far more than a natural scientist. But yes, it is going to need investment from the water companies, but I stress investment or more rethinking about how we are doing things in this country. That needs to come from all sectors and from the very top down. We need to look at this as a national crisis, and we need to look at how, as a nation, we can address it, and we can't, as much as we may want to, put all the blame onto the water companies for that.
All right. Can we put some of the blame on the regulator? It's supposed to act in the public's interest. Has it done that?
Oh, most certainly. And so when I say the water industry is not fit for purpose, what I'm meaning there is not just the individual companies. I'm thinking about this